You clearly awaken to the devour system, yet the wolf pack regards you as the weakest cub, until you return to the den dragging the remnants of your prey. Inside the den, a massive lone wolf cub tries to bully your sister out of her food due to its size. You cast a cold glance over, and with a sudden swipe of your paw, containing 30 points of street, you send the arrogant little wolf flying 4 meters away with a dull thud, making it whimper in fear and plead for mercy. Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom rush into the den, thinking they're an intruder, but are shocked to see a pile of Arctic hare corpses that you had taken down single-handedly. They stare in amazement at your little body, just over a month old. A stream of light blue data frantically refreshes in your retina. Ding! Prey devoured, evolution points EP +3. You lazily lie down. The true polar predator has just opened its eyes. 2022 Year Science Fiction Star Award Best Book 2022 Year Sci-Fi Essay Third prize. When satellite images of the Arctic were returned to various countries, people on Earth were shocked by the content of the photos. They saw thousands of wolf packs in the Arctic, including hundreds of polar bears and Arctic silver foxes, all bowing their heads in submission. And at the summit of a snow-capped mountain, a giant Arctic wolf, larger than anyone could imagine, looks down upon the vast Arctic ice. Chapter 1: Reborn as a Wolf. The Arctic, this is a land of extreme cold. The arrival of winter brings a profound silence to the world, making the already snow-covered Arctic even more desolate. Previously scarce animals are now nowhere to be seen. In a cave somewhere in the Arctic, a small Arctic wolf is sleeping in the embrace of a strong mother wolf. Sue rolls over, feeling warm all over. This is truly a great place to sleep. Ah, whoa! A howl. Half awake, Sue tries to stretch his arms and rub his eyes. But he suddenly wakes up completely. Wait, where are my arms? And what's happened to my voice? Sue is horrified to find that he has lost both arms, his hands too, and his voice has transformed into a wolf howl. Is this a dream? Sue thinks to himself. But just as he stirs to look around, he is shocked to discover that he has truly become a little wolf. A small Arctic wolf, completely snow-white, approximately only 30 centimeters long. What the heck is going on? Sue feels dizzy and his mind is blank. Once he calms down, he quickly recalls what happened just before he fell asleep. Sue is the son of a wealthy family, and he loves adventure. As for his parents, they have always left him to fend for himself due to their focus on the company. For over 20 years, he has faced life's ups and downs alone. Just yesterday, he had gone on an adventure to a mysterious cave. In that cave, he discovered a crystal coffin intricately carved with complex texts and images. A crystal coffin. You should know that even in today's technologically advanced society, creating such a coffin would require unimaginable costs. So Sue was very curious and studied it up close for a long time. With his extensive adventure experience, coupled with his major in archaeology at university, he vaguely understood some of the texts on the coffin. But they were all disjointed and nonsensical. Words like Ice Age, great changes in the world, species evolution, gods and demons awaken popped up. Perhaps it was the mental strain from studying the texts that made Sue feel dizzy, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a spinning sensation in his head and collapsed to the ground. However, what he didn't expect was that after falling asleep, he had actually been reborn. And reborn as a wolf. He raised his snow-white paw and gave himself a hard slap. Slap. It hurt. The real pain made Sue's face fall. Am I really turned into a wolf, a little Arctic wolf? Oh heavens, please don't play tricks on me, my life hasn't even started yet. But even though Sue shouted in his heart for a long time, nothing changed. He had truly become a wolf, a little Arctic wolf. Fortunately, being independent since he was young, Sue has a strong adaptability. It didn't take long for him to get used to his new identity. Just as he was beginning to adapt to his identity, suddenly, a pale gray wall appeared in front of him, visible only to him. Name, Sue. Species, Arctic wolf. Level, 0, 10 evolution points EP are needed to level up. HP, 10. Stamina, 1. STR, 1. Def, 1. AGI, 1. Evolution points EP, 0. Devour system activation successful, host gains activation reward, 10 potential potions for developing personal potential. What's this? Looking at the suddenly appeared pale gray wall, Sue was first dumbfounded, then a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, it wasn't too disastrous. Even though he turned into a little Arctic wolf, there was a golden finger. Not to mention evolving back into a human. At least he should have no problem trying to survive in this snowy Arctic. Devour system, so I can grow by swallowing other things in the future. As for HP, Sue began to analyze the various attributes displayed. The HP on the attribute panel is equivalent to HP. If HP drops to 0, it probably means the end of life. Stamina is equivalent to stamina. STR determines the biological attack power and destructiveness. AGI is naturally the AGI for running and reflexes. These concepts are generally easy to understand. As for potential potion, it also comes with detailed notes. It is something that can develop one's physical potential after consumption. Sue analyzed these things and felt that he had finally emerged from the frustration of being reborn as a wolf. After stepping out at that moment, he slightly lifted his cute, snowy white wolf head and glanced at his wolf mom, who was holding him with her paws. Suddenly, Wolf Mom's attributes appeared right in front of him. Race, Arctic wolf female. Level, 4 level. HP, 432. Stamina, 42. STR, 39. Def, 37. AGI, 35. I must say, Wolf Mom's attributes are far superior to his current ones. It seems this is the general standard for a female Arctic wolf. Sue struggled to break free from Wolf Mom's paws and shakily climbed onto her belly, looking towards the rest of the cave. He discovered that there were several other Arctic wolves resting and conserving their energy. It really seems that wolves are indeed pack animals. Closest to Wolf Mom is Wolf Dad. After taking a look at each wolf, Sue found that currently, Wolf Dad had the highest attributes in the cave. Moreover, considering that Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom were in the very center of the cave, where sunlight could reach them, it was likely that Wolf Dad was the leader of the pack. Race, Arctic wolf male. Level, 6 level. HP, 589. Stamina, 68. STR, 59. Def, 57. AGI, 60. These are Wolf Dad's attributes. Such attributes also surpass Wolf Mom by a good margin, making him quite outstanding among male Arctic wolves. Ah! Just as Sue was preparing to use his tender little paws to crawl out of the cave and see the outside world, Wolf Mom woke up. She looked at the little cub climbing clumsily on her, growling in displeasure, and directly pulled Sue back into her embrace with her paws. It was then that Sue noticed there was a little female Arctic wolf in his arms, looking smaller than himself, probably his wolf sis. Right now, Wolf Sis was happily sucking on a milk nipple in front of her. Seeing how delicious Wolf Sis was eating, Sue also felt a quick surge of hunger. Although he heartily rejected it, he couldn't suppress his body's instinctive desires. He leaned over and started eating just like Wolf Sis. Ding! Consuming Arctic wolf mother's milk, evolution points AP 0.1. The system's voice chimed in his ears, along with the sweet taste on his tongue, causing Sue's small wolf eyes to light up. Chapter 2, Astonishing Growth. While drinking Arctic wolf mother's milk, Sue dozed off amidst the system's notification sounds, his eyelids growing heavy. Mammal cubs always tend to be very sleepy. This is true for both human infants and Arctic wolf cubs. A month later, inside the cave. Ah, whoa! A tender low growl sounded next to Sue's ears. A small figure was blinking its big, adorably goofy eyes, looking at Sue with curiosity. This figure was none other than Wolf Sis. Wolf Sis was born just a short while after Sue, almost at the same time. But she didn't expect that her brother, who was initially about the same size as her, had grown so fast. Now he was much bigger than her. As Sue gazed out at the scenery beyond the cave, he heard the surprised low growl and turned around, reaching out a paw to affectionately rub Wolf Sis's head. He certainly understood the surprise and confusion in Wolf Sis's heart. Not only Wolf Sis, but also Wolf Dad, Wolf Mom, and the other members of the wolf pack inside the cave were all very curious about him. If Sue hadn't grown up right under their noses for this month, they might have mistaken him for an Arctic wolf that had sneaked in. After all, Sue's growth in this month had indeed been a bit terrifying. This was undoubtedly thanks to the effect of those 10 potential potions. By the 3rd day after his rebirth, Sue could already run and jump by himself. By the 10th day, he had been weaned and started eating the prey that Wolf Dad caught from the outside. By the 20th day, his size had already surpassed Wolf Sis, even exceeding that of his cousin from Wolf Uncle's family who was 6 months old. And now, at 30 days, Sue's size was already comparable to that of a yearling male Arctic wolf. Name, Sue. Species, Arctic wolf. Level, 3 level. 80 evolution points EP are needed to level up. HP, 300. Stamina, 30. STR, 30. Def, 30. AGI, 60. Evolution points EP, 8. In just a month, Sue evolved to level 3. Compared to the scattered attributes of Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom, Sue's attributes are more balanced. Because with each level up, the system gives him a balanced increase of 10 points to all attributes. As for HP, it increases by 100 points. Moreover, there are also an additional 10 points of free stat points. It is clear that this is also due to the effect of those 10 potential potions, which help to unlock his potential. Do not underestimate these extra 10 points of attributes. This means that at the same level, he will have at least a 5th higher overall strength than his opponents. And that's not even the most terrifying part. The scariest part is that these additional attribute points can be freely allocated. Sue allocated all of his free stat points entirely to AGI. Nowadays, his AGI is undoubtedly far superior to others of the same level, even outshining Wolf Mom. In heaven and earth, AGI is king. After all, with AGI, even if he cannot win, he can still run away. This was what Sue was thinking. However, at this moment, the deep, rumbling growl of a dominant male Arctic wolf interrupted his thoughts. Sue looked up towards Wolf Dad. That growl was from Wolf Dad. Through days of observation and personal experience, he had a rough understanding of the meanings behind the various sounds of the wolf pack. For example, this growl is Wolf Dad calling the members to go out hunting. Sue hears this growl almost every day. Because Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom have to go out hunting every day. However, due to the harsh environment and the limited species in the Arctic, Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom often return with very little. As for common large animals like polar bears, musk oxen, and grizzlies, the wolf pack dares not hunt them. After all, hunting these animals can lead to heavy losses for the pack. So unless absolutely necessary, no wolf pack would target these animals. As hunting becomes increasingly difficult, even Wolf Mom, who usually stays in the den to care for the cubs, stood up this time and followed the main group out. Before leaving, Wolf Mom affectionately nudged Sue and Wolf Sis with her head. Then she lightly howled a couple of times, reminding Sue to take care of Wolf Sis, before turning and leaving. As for Wolf Dad, he naturally also gave instructions to the cousin who stayed behind. This cousin, only 6 months old, is naturally the oldest among the cubs, so after briefly communicating with Wolf Dad, he felt assured to take the pack away. In the den, there were 8 adult Arctic wolves, including Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom, and this time they were all mobilized. Hopefully, they would have a good harvest this time. And only 5 cubs were left in the den. Among the cubs, except for Sue, there was also Loner, who constantly preferred solitude. This loner had no parents and was discovered by Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom during a hunting foray. Perhaps out of sympathy for a fellow creature or some emotional impulse, Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom took in this loner. 3 months old but hardly smaller than the 6-month-old cousin. This kind of growth is also not slow for AGI. It is clear that this one is also a potential alpha of the pack in the future, but still far inferior to Sue. At this moment, after the pack left, Sue pondered for a moment and felt it was time for him to go out and hunt alone. Because his food intake had grown larger, surpassing even that of an adult Arctic wolf. And it was already quite hard for Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom to hunt, they had lost weight significantly in recent days. It seemed they were saving food to bring back for him and Wolf Sis. This made Sue feel it was time to share some responsibility. Moreover, with the devour system in place, he also needed to go out and experience battles. Hiding in the den, relying solely on Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom for food wouldn't do. Thus, Sue wasted no time and took action. He howled briefly with Wolf Sis and Cousin. Whoa! Cousin also howled, trying to stop Sue. However, Sue walked out of the den as if he hadn't heard, leaving behind Wolf Sis who watched him anxiously and an annoyed cousin. The Arctic is an expanse of endless ice and snow, with long winters. Here, winter temperatures often drop to -40 or 50 degrees. That's a terrifying temperature. Even though Sue had been reborn as an Arctic wolf, thanks to the thick fur covering him, he could still feel the chill of the Arctic winter when he stepped outside. Harsh climate inflicts damage, HP 1. Cold weather causes the host's stamina consumption to double. Please be careful with stamina usage. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears. This alert made Sue realize that he couldn't stay outside for too long. Hiss! After taking a deep breath of the icy air of the Arctic, he walked further away from the den. Chapter 3: Going out to hunt. Hunting in the frigid Arctic requires not only strength but often more sharp observation. Here, aside from some active large animals, there are also groups of small herbivores. Arctic hares, for example. Sue originally intended to follow Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom out for hunting, but quickly gave up halfway. Because along the way, he spotted several groups of Arctic hares. Arctic hares are also social animals. They aren't abundant in the Arctic Circle, but they aren't too rare either. Now Sue could see at least 7 or 8 Arctic hares in front of him, munching on the moss and the snow. Today, I'll catch you guys to fill my stomach. Sue looked at the group of Arctic hares, both big and small, with shining eyes. He knew that this should be a nest of Arctic hares out foraging with their young. Groups like these with young ones are often the first targets to be hunted in the wild. However, he didn't feel much sympathy deep down. After all, the survival of the fittest is the greatest law among wild animals. System: Scan attributes. Sue concentrated, and the attributes of a few Arctic hares not far away appeared before his eyes. Species: Male Arctic hare. Level: 3 level. HP: 237. Stamina: 28. STR: 8. Def: 12. AGI: 53. Species: Female Arctic hare. Level: 2 level. HP: 216. Stamina is 16. STR: 5. Def: 9. AGI: 47. With a quick glance, Sue noticed that among these Arctic hares, the leading male had the highest attribute, reaching 3 levels. Its AGI reached a terrifying 53, and the AGI of the other female Arctic hares were also quite high. It was clear that such high AGI was why Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom ignored them. After all, in this icy wilderness, trying to catch a few fast-running Arctic hares would consume far too much stamina. Given the size and number of Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom, even if they ultimately caught a nest of Arctic hares, they still couldn't fill their bellies and wouldn't even be able to recover from the huge stamina consumption. But none of this was a big deal for Sue. Sue's AGI was also very fast, even quicker than the leading Arctic hare. Moreover, stamina was equivalent to stamina. Resting for a reasonable amount of time and having a little food could restore stamina to full. Therefore, even if his stamina was exhausted, capturing 1 Arctic hare would break even, and catching 2 or more would be a profit. With a decisive resolve, Sue slowly crouched down and quietly stared at the nearby Arctic hares. He decided to capture the leading male Arctic hare first. Sue moved forward slowly. The group of Arctic hares was clearly alert. As if they heard some sound, they perked up their ears and looked around, while the male hare was bouncing and peering this way. It seemed this was the most instinctive reaction of animals to danger. Fortunately for Sue, he was well hidden. His entirely white coat made him blend seamlessly with the melting snow, making it hard to spot. He waited patiently in silence. The Arctic hares did not notice anything unusual and continued to lower their heads to eat moss. Sue slowly moved again. Stop a bit, move a little, stop a bit, move a little. After quite some time, he finally got within 30 meters of the group of Arctic hares. Fortunately, there were some bushes blocking him, otherwise, due to the alertness of the Arctic hares, they would have spotted him long ago. Sue began to conceal his breath. At this distance of 30 meters, with his AGI and the reaction time of the male Arctic hare, it should be sufficient. He prepared to strike decisively, planning to use his hunt skill to take down several before the Arctic hares had a chance to react, saving more stamina for the chase. AGI determines the cut. Sue once again stepped forward slowly, arching his body into a ready position. Quiet as a virgin, swift as a hare. This time, however, Sue's AGI was even faster than a fleeing hare. Like a white flash of lightning, he pounced toward the male Arctic hare that was still unaware of the danger and was eating grass. Ah, whoa! At 10 meters away, the Arctic hare finally noticed. Sue let out a long howl and accelerated. The male Arctic hare began to panic and flee without looking back. But in spite of its intentions, with Sue's already faster AGI, the hare was no match. In that short distance of 10 meters, the Arctic hare could not escape the range of his hunt skill. Just as he was about to catch up, Sue abruptly leaped, exposing his sharp wolf claws in the air. He landed and slammed down with his claws heavily on the male Arctic hare's neck. Infused with 30 points of street, combined with 60 AGI boost of the strike. Not to mention a mere Arctic hare, even an adult Arctic wolf would be injured. Thus, when he struck, a sound of bones cracking echoed from the neck of the leading male Arctic hare, which then fell to the snowy ground and began convulsing, blood seeping from its mouth and nose. Sue had no time to admire his handiwork. He turned directly and chased the remaining Arctic hares. The other Arctic hares had already reacted and began to scatter in all directions. However, there were still a few young ones, fleeing very slowly. Survival of the fittest. Sue harbored no idealistic thoughts. Even the young ones were directly pounced on, and his claws smashed their spines. Half an hour later. Ah, whoa! The long howl of the Arctic wolf, combined with the scattered bloodstains and the corpses of Arctic hares on the snow, showcased the asymmetric hunt skill that had taken place here. This time, the harvest was quite abundant. He had successfully hunted a total of 6 Arctic hares. Males and females, along with 4 young ones. As Sue counted his spoils, panting and having consumed more than half of his stamina, he approached the corpse of the male Arctic hare and bit down with his sharp fangs. Ding! The host gains 1 evolution point EP for consuming the Arctic hare. Hearing the system's voice in his ears, Sue began to gobble down even more. Ding! The host gains 0.8 evolution points EP for consuming the Arctic hare. Ding! The host gains 0.6 evolution points EP for consuming the Arctic hare. Eating every kind of food will earn evolution points EP, but these points are only plentiful when you first start eating. As time goes on, they become fewer. Soon, after consuming male Arctic hares and only a few cubs, the system prompt had already dropped to 0.1. Ah, whoa! Sue let out a howl, and the 2 Arctic hares had also finished eating. He didn't continue to eat. Instead, he glanced around, then lowered his head to bite into the corpse of an Arctic hare on the ground and started heading back to the cave. However, what Sue didn't know was that everything that just happened had been seen by an adventurer in a distant off-road vehicle. At that moment, sitting in the off-road vehicle, the female adventurer Tiffany took a sip of her brewed black tea and praised the snowy Arctic wolf she saw through the binoculars, saying, "Wow, such a beautiful pure white Arctic wolf. And this lone wolf can hunt so many Arctic hares, truly exceptional. Who knows, it might become a true Arctic wolf king in the future." Of course, Tiffany was only joking. She didn't know which pack this Arctic wolf belonged to. Nor did she know that the Arctic wolf in front of her was just a cub barely a month old. Chapter 4: The Wolves' Astonishment. Sue made 2 trips before bringing all 4 remaining Arctic hares back to the cave. When he tossed these 4 Arctic hares in front of cousin and wolf sis, a few little wolf cubs, he clearly noticed their surprised eyes and their howling admiration. As a member of the wolf family, Arctic wolves also belong to the mammal group. Although they possess a certain level of intelligence, it is incomparable to that of humans. Thus, the limited expressions of surprise and admiration from wolf sis and cousin were already quite surprising for Sue. As for emotions like incredulity and shock, those are likely feelings that only humans experience at this stage. Ah! Sue let out a low growl, clenching a dead Arctic hare cub in his mouth and throwing it in front of them. After all, this was food he had caught himself. If he didn't say anything, Wolf Sis and the others might not dare to touch it. Now that he had given them permission, the little wolves eagerly started to eat. Especially the loner, who was eating the most eagerly. He even tried to snatch meat from the weaker cousin, which Sue, who was resting nearby to recover stamina, noticed. He immediately stood up and swiped at the loner, sending him flying 3 to 4 meters away. "You're getting a bit too bold, aren't you?" Sue howled in annoyance. The furious sound and the heavy force from his strike made the loner that was getting up quickly panic and submissively howl an apology. "Awah! Awah!" The law of the jungle, where only the strong survive, was once again well demonstrated. After howling low for a while, the loner, seeing that Sue seemed to calm down, returned cautiously to the corpse of the Arctic hare. However, this time he didn't dare entertain any thoughts of snatching food. He merely nibbled on a few bites of fresh meat and then stealthily retreated. It was evident that loner, who used to dominate the cubs, had learned a lesson this time. At the same time, there was a hint of confusion in his fearful gaze. He couldn't understand why the little one who could barely stand before could now easily defeat him. Moreover, he was significantly larger than himself. Those small eyes were filled with a myriad of questions. But no one explained anything to him. Especially not Sue. He watched the retreated loner and thought to himself, at least you know your place. The hare he had caught was an adult female Arctic hare, weighing over 10 pounds, more than enough to satisfy cousin and Wolf Sis's appetites. So, after devouring the Arctic hare, the 4 little wolf cubs were now with full bellies. The remaining 2 Arctic hare cubs, Sue decided to keep for Wolf Mom. Time swiftly passed, and it was now evening. The Arctic nights are colder than the days, with bone-chilling winds. Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad limped back, exhausted from their time outside. At this moment, Wolf Mom was not happy. Today had been another day with very little catch. They hadn't even hunted any live prey, only managed to steal half a seal that had been eaten by a polar bear. The wolf pack currently has 8 adult Arctic wolves, 3 male wolves, and 5 female wolves. Half a seal is nowhere near enough to fill their stomachs, and they might even end up not replenishing today's stamina. Today, the cubs would surely go to bed hungry. Ah, whoa! Thinking about this, Wolf Mom let out an annoyed howl. At this rate, the wolf pack probably wouldn't last long. If they could just migrate a bit south, things would be much better. After all, there are still many large herbivores like the Arctic reindeer down there. But migrating with cubs carries too much risk. In addition, there are also relatively more grizzly bears and polar bears in that area. Given the current strength of the wolf pack, they might manage to face 1 bear, but dealing with 2 would be very challenging. So, Wolf Mom was in a state of hesitation. Suddenly, Wolf Mom's nose twitched. She caught a strong scent of blood. This scent of blood was coming from the cave. And inside the cave were just the few little wolf cubs. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! With 2 quick howls, Wolf Mom startled the entire wolf pack. Immediately, the whole wolf pack reacted. Wolf Mom, Wolf Dad, and a few Arctic wolf pups rushed towards the cave like they had gone mad. Ah, whoa! As the alpha wolf, Wolf Dad let out a roar infused with a strong murderous intent. The several little wolf pups hiding in the cave, well fed and satisfied, perked up at the sound of that familiar roar. Sue was no exception. Could it be that Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom encountered some enemies? He quickly crawled up and dashed toward the cave entrance. Ah, whoa! With his 60 strnagi, Wolf Dad sprang in directly from the cave entrance, his white paws slamming against the ground and sending up a spray of debris. This! Sue froze in time as he watched the enraged Wolf Dad, who had no visible enemies. What's going on? His expression was blank, while Wolf Sis and cousin behind him trembled slightly. A few seconds later, Wolf Mom and the other wolves charged in as well. They scanned the cave, and upon seeing that the pups were all safe and sound, their bristling fur gradually calmed down. Ah, whoa! With a low growl, Wolf Mom extended her tongue and kept licking Sue. It's great that the pups are okay. But where does the heavy smell of blood in the cave come from? Ah. Sue roughly guessed the reason for Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad's earlier rage, so he gave a low growl and then dragged out the remaining 2 Arctic rabbits from the cave. Wolf Mom sniffed at the Arctic rabbits. Huh? Fresh? Is the strong smell of blood coming from this? But where did this food come from? Arctic rabbits are so hard to catch? Could it be that the pups caught them? Wolf Mom turned her head, puzzled, to look at Sue. Whoa. Sue replied. At this moment, Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad were not in a hurry to eat the bodies of the 2 Arctic rabbit pups. On one hand, it was fine for Wolf Mom to eat the 2 Arctic rabbit pups alone, but even then, it wouldn't be enough to fill all of the wolves' gaps. On the other hand, both wolves curiously looked towards Sue. This little wolf pup is merely a month old, yet it can already hunt Arctic rabbits on its own? Is the growth of its AGI too fast? If time goes on like this, won't it surpass them soon? Clearly, the demeanor of the wolves in the pack towards Sue had changed. Whoa. With a low growl, Wolf Mom was the first to withdraw her gaze. After all, this was her own child, and she was merely surprised by Sue's AGI growth. Besides that, she didn't think much more. She took one of the 2 Arctic rabbit pups from the ground with her mouth having just given birth. She indeed needed the nourishment. Next, Wolf Dad only threw the remaining Arctic rabbit pup to the other mother wolves once Sue, Wolf Sis, and Cousin indicated that they were full. As for the male wolves, they quietly returned to their original spots in the cave and lay down to sleep. After all, sleeping is the best way to conserve stamina. Chapter 5, Arctic Reindeer. Wolf Mom devoured half of the Arctic rabbit, even though it was just a pup weighing around 4 or 5 pounds. This eased her stomach, which hadn't received any nourishment for a few days. Although Wolf Mom really wanted to eat the remaining half of the Arctic rabbit, she controlled herself. In a corner where no other wolves could see, she secretly set aside some for Sue and Wolf Sis. Wolf Mom let out a low howl, quietly informing Wolf Sis and Sue. We're really full. Sue, watching the half-Arctic rabbit that Wolf Mom saved, couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of his heart. He didn't expect that Wolf Mom still didn't finish it. He also didn't expect that the maternal love among animals would touch hearts as well. In his previous life, he had no worries about food and clothing, but he hadn't truly felt much affection. After all, his parents were always busy with business development and rarely concerned about him. In this life, although he was reborn as an Arctic wolf, this month spent with the wolf pack made him genuinely feel the care of Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom. Especially just now when Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad appeared to go crazy after thinking something had happened to the pups in the cave. It made a significant impact on Sue. Sigh. Thinking of this, as he looked up at Wolf Mom who stubbornly saved just a bit of food for him, he sighed. But deep down, he also knew that he had to strive to evolve. First, he needed to ensure he could live steadily, and also let Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad not have to tire themselves out for a bit of food. He wanted to become the true king of the Arctic Wolf King at the top of the food chain. With beautiful hopes for the future, Sue lay down beside Wolf Mom, ready to sleep and recover stamina, so he could go out hunting again tomorrow. The next day, as Sue just woke up from his slumber and opened his eyes, he realized that both Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad were no longer in the cave, and the other adult Arctic wolves in the pack were also nowhere to be seen. It was clear they had gone out early to search for food. He stretched and climbed up, still feeling a bit drowsy. After getting up, he saw that Wolf Sis, Cousin, and Loner were still fast asleep. The reputation of mammal cubs being sleepy is well deserved. Sue stepped out of the cave and looked out at the snow-covered Arctic. It was probably around 10 in the morning, but the sky over the Arctic continent only bore a slight glimmer of light. The winters and nights here are longer than anywhere else, and at times, phenomena of polar night can occur. Whoa! Standing against the vast Arctic expanse, Sue let out a long howl. He knew he would have to survive here for a long time. After howling, Sue felt a bit hungry again. He had completely adapted to the identity of an Arctic wolf and was fully accustomed to a life of raw flesh. And perhaps due to the different taste buds of Arctic wolves compared to humans, he found the raw meat quite delicious. Should I go hunt some Arctic hares? But the evolution points EP from eating Arctic hares are minimal now, there's not much motivation left. Sue thought for a moment and decided to go for a stroll first. If there are no other prey, then he would have to hunt a few Arctic hares. He walked step by step through the Arctic snow. Wolves have a keen sense of smell. Soon, after not walking far, Sue caught a whiff of a bloody scent in the air. Something is up. He immediately focused intently. He crouched in the snow and crept in the direction of the blood scent. AGI is slow but very cautious. After all, his current strength is still quite weak. Better safe than sorry, being cautious is always wise. After about 10 minutes of slow movement, he finally reached the direction of the blood scent. The smell of blood was extremely strong. It seemed like a struggle had just occurred. If it had been a long time, such a strong smell would have attracted many carnivores. Sue stopped, hid behind some dense brush, and looked up into the distance. He soon saw the source of the blood scent. It was the corpse of an Arctic reindeer. Species, male Arctic reindeer, deceased. Level, 7 level. HP, 1050. Stamina, 75. STR, 53. Def, 39. AGI, 60. This Arctic reindeer's level is level 7, which is higher than Wolf Dad. In the past, the entire wolf pack would have had to act together to target such a hunt skill. But now, such a male Arctic reindeer at level 7 was killed outright. On the reindeer's body, there were hardly any signs of tearing. Only red blood flowing from the neck and limbs. The blood had not yet completely coagulated, indicating it had just died a few minutes ago. What kind of animal could easily take down such a male Arctic reindeer? Is it a polar bear? Sue, hidden in the brush, was speculating. The only one in the Arctic capable of easily taking down an Arctic reindeer would undoubtedly be the undeniable apex predator, the polar bear. But what puzzled him was that Sue noticed there were no traces of bears here. Moreover, if it had been a polar bear that killed it, the corpse wouldn't be left here. Sue was somewhat confused. After repeatedly confirming that the surrounding area was very safe, he cautiously stepped toward the Arctic reindeer's corpse. The corpse of this Arctic reindeer was quite large, weighing around 200 to 300 pounds. Even if the entire wolf pack ate it, they wouldn't finish it in one sitting. Upon careful observation, he soon found something odd about the reindeer's corpse. The antlers and tail were missing, as if cut off with a knife. The wounds were very neat, definitely not something caused by an animal bite. Could it have been a human hunt skill? Sue was startled. The antlers, before fully ossifying, are called antler velvet. Antler velvet is not only present on sika deer and elk but also on Arctic reindeer. This is a highly valuable medicinal material, and many people would spend large sums to purchase it. As for the tail, it's also a great ingredient for making medicinal wine. Looking again at the fatal wound on the reindeer's neck, he found it indeed was a deep wound from a bullet. From a human perspective, such a wound could only be caused by a firearm. This reindeer was killed by humans. Therefore, only the most valuable antler velvet and tail were missing. Hiss! Seeing this, Sue gasped. It seemed the Arctic wasn't as safe as he had imagined. He not only had to constantly face the risk of food shortages, but also threats from these poachers. The sense of danger instantly rose to the forefront of his mind. He had to accelerate his evolution process. Without hesitation, Sue began to feed on the corpse of the Arctic reindeer. The reindeer had not been dead long, and the corpse had not fully stiffened. He tore off a piece of meat from the less fatty, tender chest area. Ding! Host gains 3 evolution points EP from eating the Arctic reindeer. As soon as he took a bite, Sue's eyes lit up. 3 evolution points EP. This truly is Arctic reindeer meat. Chapter 6, The First Hunt. Sue continued to gorge. Ding! Host gains 2.8 evolution points EP from eating the Arctic reindeer. Ding! Host gains 2.6 evolution points EP from eating the Arctic reindeer. Ding! The host gained 2.4 evolution points EP by eating Arctic reindeer. The corpse of the Arctic reindeer provided Sue with a significant amount of evolution points EP. After consuming about 5 to 6 kilograms of Arctic reindeer meat, Sue already felt around 70 to 80% full. He did not continue eating. After all, this is a wild area covered in ice and snow, and one can never know what dangers may arise. He should not eat too much, as it could affect his mobility. Now Sue already had over 70 evolution points EP, just under 10 more evolution points EP needed for another evolution. He struggled to drag the corpse of the Arctic reindeer towards the cave. This Arctic reindeer weighed a full 200 pounds, and for Sue's current small stature, dragging it was quite laborious. However, he quickly used human ingenuity to find 2 branches. The branches, being smooth on the outside and placed under the reindeer's corpse, effectively reduced friction. If it weren't for human vision and wisdom, one could imagine that not just him, even if Wolf Dad came, it would be difficult for anyone to drag the reindeer corpse back to the cave alone. After all, it's a long journey. Sue neatly cut the meat and slowly made his way toward the cave. And at that moment, a feline creature covered in gray and white spots caught the scent of blood from the reindeer corpse. It followed the scent of blood here, crouching in the brush while observing Sue. Once this feline confirmed that Sue was just a lone wolf coming out to hunt. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs glistening with cold light. It was a lynx. The lynx is a felid. Among equal sizes, felids are almost the invincible kings. Currently, this lynx was of a size not much different from Sue's, with a coat covered in light gray fur and splotches of dark gray scattered unevenly. The lynx closely resembles a large cat. Its ears are sharp and somewhat reminiscent of the ears of certain cartoon elves. This creature is a natural hunter. With long and sturdy limbs, it excels at climbing and swimming, has strong endurance, and can lie still for several days, unafraid of the cold. It is akin to an ancient assassin who, when still, could remain unnoticed. When they move, they strike decisively. Now this lynx was quietly crouching in the brush, waiting for the right moment. It had been hungry for 2 days, with a rumbling stomach, yet despite the faint scent of blood being very enticing, and even though a feast lay before its eyes, the lynx could still suppress the anxiety within. Just as Sue was straining to drag the corpse of the Arctic reindeer, suddenly, he accidentally lost his balance and fell to the ground. It was at that moment the lurking lynx suddenly accelerated, leaping from the brush. Its mouth revealed sharp fangs glimmering with cold light. Damn! A lynx! Sue also spotted the creature rushing towards him. Suddenly, a stat panel for the lynx appeared before him. Species, female lynx. Level, 4 level. HP, 398. Stamina, 28. STR, 49. Def, 19. AGI of 53. This lynx was at level 4. Higher level than Sue. Generally, lynxes do not proactively provoke wolves. After all, wolves tend to be larger than lynxes, and their stamina and def are stronger. If the lynx cannot use its hunt skill in a short time, it will definitely fall into a disadvantaged position. They are born hunters, not mere fighters facing each other head-on. But Sue is just a young wolf. Moreover, this lynx's AGI has reached an astonishing 53 points, which is not much less than Sue's even after consuming a potential potion. The lynx leaps towards Sue with ferocity, its eyes gleaming with the ruthless expression characteristic of a predator. It intends to take Sue down. Ah, whoa! Sue lets out a long howl and suddenly scrambles to his feet. But in the end, his movements are still a bit slow. The lynx's front paw touches the wolf's body, and its sharp claws instantly tear through the fur. Sue yelps in pain but manages to create some distance. He knows that this will be the first life and death battle he faces since being reborn as a wolf. In the vast, white expanse of the Arctic land, there is no mercy or decency, only the survival of the fittest. Since hunting the Arctic hare, Sue has understood this most simple and unvarnished truth. To survive, one must be stronger and more ruthless. Therefore, even if Sue is still just a young wolf now, and even if this lynx is a higher level than him, he must fight for his life. Fortunately, Sue's size is comparable to that of the lynx, and his AGI is even slightly faster. He does not have no chance at all. With this thought in mind, Sue also shows his fangs to the lynx. Ah, whoa! He roars. The lynx's feline eyes also reveal ferocity. Once again, it pounces towards Sue. Bang! The lynx's front paw and Sue's wolf paw clash. But the lynx's STR is clearly much stronger than Sue's current strength. Sue feels the pain and has to howl in retreat. He wants to use his AGI to engage in a tug of war with the lynx. Sue puts all his extra attribute points into AGI. As a result, his AGI is even faster than that of the lynx, known for its speed. 60 versus 53. Both of them move rapidly, and their brief contact during the movement is filled with fierce bites and attacks. Rip! The lynx finally finds another opportunity. Its knife-like front paw once again slices a wound into Sue's body. Blood flows out from Sue's body. Sue's eyes turn red with the heat of battle. He bites towards the lynx's neck, but the lynx dodges, still getting bitten by Sue on its side. Fortunately, it only tore off a layer of skin. Although it hurts, it doesn't affect its battle capability. And this pain only makes the ferocity in the lynx's eyes more manic. However, after swallowing that layer of skin from the lynx, Sue's eyes gleam. Ding! Host consumes lynx, gaining 2.5 evolution points AP. Is this even possible? Sue's expression brightens. He is now close to leveling up to level 4, needing only 5 more evolution points EP. Which means that as long as he bites off 2 or 3 more pieces of this lynx's flesh, he can break into level 4. Once he breaks into level 4, this lynx will be no match for him. Thus, instead of playing a tug of war and a war of attrition with the lynx, he suddenly opened his mouth, revealing his fangs, and stepped towards the lynx. In his light blue eyes, a decisive fierceness shines through. Ah, whoa! A long howl. Since he wants to fight, then let's have a good fight. The lynx, utterly provoked by Sue's taunt, is also enraged. It lets out a furious roar, its fur standing on end, agile limbs leaping up, and its sharp front claws glinting coldly as it pounces towards Sue. Chapter 7, Gain a Talent. Now Sue no longer dodges. He and the lynx clash fiercely. This time, both of their attacks and bites are extremely ferocious. Logically, lynxes, being solitary animals, wouldn't fight like this. But the pain from Sue's recent bites and the blatant provocation have utterly enraged it. Blood flies everywhere. At this moment, Sue endures 2 strikes from the lynx's front paw while biting another piece of meat from the lynx. Even though the flesh still has fur on it, he doesn't care and directly swallows it down. Ding! Host consumes lynx, gaining 2.4 evolution points EP. The reduction in evolution points EP from eating carnivorous animals' meat is much smaller. With just 2 more bites, Sue will reach the next level. Thus, he becomes even more ferocious in the fight with the lynx. As long as the lynx's sharp claws do not target his vitals, Sue disregards them completely. He engages in close combat with the lynx, only looking for suitable opportunities to attack. Bang! The lynx's front paw strikes harshly against Sue's back, leaving a wound. But Sue's eyes gleam as he bites down on another piece of flesh from the lynx's muscular paw. Ding! Host consumes lynx, gaining 2.3 evolution points AP. With its front paw injured, the lynx's battle capability is clearly affected. A glimmer of retreat finally appears in its fierce feline eyes. Instinct tells it that if it continues to fight, even if it wins, it would be gravely injured. And for a solitary animal like it, being gravely injured equals death. Roar! The lynx roars, trying to escape the battle. But Sue never gave it that chance. With an AGI faster than a lynx, it kept it tightly ensnared. He pounced onto the lynx's back and viciously bit down again, tearing off a piece of flesh and swallowing it. Ding! Host has consumed lynx, earning 2.2 evolution points EP. After swallowing that piece of flesh, Sue's strength surged rapidly. The evolved STR coursed through every part of his body. Every cell in the wolf's body eagerly absorbed the evolved STR. Ding! Congratulations, host has leveled up to level 4. Name, Sue. Species, Arctic wolf. Level, 4 level. 160 evolution points EP are needed to level up. HP, 400. Stamina, 40. STR, 40. Def, 40. AGIS, 70. Evolution points EP, 2. Free stat points, 10. Sue allocated the free stat points into the AGI section once again. The AGI attribute instantly rose to 80. Now Sue could feel the surging STR within his wolf form and couldn't help but let out a long howl. Beneath him, the lynx also rolled, shaking Sue off. It began to run away rapidly. However, the lynx, which had been agile due to its AGI, at this moment, appeared to move slower in Sue's eyes. His blue wolf eyes gazed at the fleeing lynx, exuding a chilling killing intent. Since this lynx came to snatch food, it must be ready to die here. Sue's AGI was now fast, dashing like a white shadow. In just a very short time, he caught up with the lynx. With an AGI of 80 paired with 40 STR, the attack he launched was absolutely formidable. The lynx turned back to glance, fear flickering in its eyes as it thought about dodging. But it didn't have the time to. The overwhelming STR crushed the lynx's spine with a sharp swipe. The lynx was instantly knocked over, rolling several meters. Blood also flowed from the corner of its mouth, and its eyes were bloodshot from the impact. It was clear that it was not going to survive. Sue didn't tormented, he stepped forward and fiercely struck the lynx on the head again, shattering its last consciousness. The life and death battle finally came to a perfect conclusion. Sue's previous wounds had completely healed during the recent evolution. And after the lynx finally breathed its last, several pale gray messages suddenly popped up in front of Sue. Overcoming strength with weakness. Breakthrough during battle. Blood-soaked battle. Final victory. Target killed. Combat rating hesitant face. This combat rating, S, obtained hunt skill D level. Note, combat rating below S will not prompt a message. What is this? Seeing the floating message prompt, Sue was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect that from the battle, there would be gains. But it seems that the difficulty of reaping the rewards is not small. Combat rating S. It seems that only such intense battles can suffice. He shook his head and didn't dwell on it any longer. Instead, he looked at the so-called talents. Hunt skill, D level, can be leveled up, active ability. Once activated, it boosts mobility by 50% and attack power by 50%, while increasing stealth factors. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Upon seeing this talent, Sue's eyes lit up. The hunt skill significantly enhances his strength. The increase in strength on the icy Arctic continent brings not only confidence but also a means to obtain food. However, Sue didn't waste too much time after checking it out. He closed the attributes page. After all, there were still the carcasses of a reindeer and a lynx that he needed to drag back to the cave. Otherwise, if he took too long, it might attract other hunters. Sue first placed the lynx carcass among the concealed bushes. Instead, he dragged the reindeer carcass back to the cave first. Only then did he come out of the cave again to retrieve the lynx carcass. When the two carcasses were thrown in front of the little creatures, their blue wolf eyes fixed on Sue, as if looking at their wolf father. No, they seemed even more in awe and admiration than when looking at their wolf father. Sue placed the lynx carcass aside, not allowing the wolf pups to eat it. After all, the meat of the lynx could provide Sue with quite a few evolution points EP. As for the reindeer, he nudged it with his paw, signaling wolf sis and cousin that they could eat. Among the wolf pack, the hierarchy was clear. Sue gestured to wolf sis and cousin to eat first, to establish some rules amongst the four little pups. To avoid a free-for-all like Loner who had no sense of hierarchy. Currently, cousin and Loner were the strongest among the four pups. Cousin and Loner both have attributes at level 2. Besides them, there was another female wolf's pup in the pack, with mixed fur, gray and white. This little wolf is already 3 months old, with an attribute of level 1. The weakest one is of course the closest, Wolf Sis. Pathetically at level 0. However, Wolf Sis just recently turned over a month old, so this attribute is normal. After all, not all wolves can grow as quickly as Sue. Wolf Sis's little fangs haven't grown in properly yet, they often can't bite and can't handle anything too hard. So, Sue, who was resting on a rock, saw this scene and went over to tear off some easily digestible meat from the reindeer's belly and tossed it in front of Wolf Sis. Ah, whoa! Wolf Sis, in her youthful way, expressed her affection and dependence on Sue. Chapter 8, The Storm Approaches. Next, after Wolf Sis and cousin had their fill, Sue sent Loner and another young wolf to eat. Loner was already starving and began to munch away at the reindeer carcass as soon as he reached it. Though still a young wolf, he ate with surprising AGI. Sue didn't pay much attention to it, as he found a spot behind the stone he used to rest and lay down to sleep. Now that food was plentiful in the cave, even if Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom returned, there would be plenty to eat. After the fierce battle with the lynx, Sue was feeling a bit tired today. And after Wolf Sis was full, she returned to Sue's side, snuggling up against him and starting to sleep. In the Arctic, days are very short. Before you know it, it was evening. After waking up, Sue stretched and realized that Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom had not yet returned. As for the reindeer carcass, after Loner finished eating, it had been moved deeper into the cave. This was to prevent other hunters from being attracted by the smell of blood. Seeing that Loner, who usually just blunders for food and drink, could do this, Sue silently rated him quite well. He got up and walked towards the cave entrance. Just as he reached the entrance, he felt a gust of cold wind hit his face. Even as a wolf, covered in thick fur, Sue still felt the cold, demonstrating how low the temperatures were on the Arctic continent. At this moment, he gazed into the distance. He noticed the cold wind was intensifying, even lifting the snow and ice that usually never melts off the ground. Could a blizzard be approaching? Sue felt a heaviness in his heart. The fact that Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom hadn't returned might be related to this. After all, the pack consisted of 8 adult Arctic wolves, all out hunting. On the Arctic continent, as long as you don't provoke apex predators like polar bears and grizzlies, there are hardly any hunters that can pose a threat to them. Even when the lynx fought fiercely against him, it wouldn't dare to confront a real pack of Arctic wolves. They could only flee with their tails between their legs. It's likely that Wolf Dad and the others have already found the blizzard and are hiding somewhere. Sue didn't think about it in a negative way. Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom were experienced hunters and wouldn't take unnecessary risks. At this moment, Sue observed that the storm outside was intensifying, but he didn't worry too much, because he had reaped quite a bit today. The carcass of this Arctic reindeer weighed nearly 200 pounds, enough for several days' worth of food. Near the cave, Sue surveyed the area, and after confirming there was no danger, did not linger too long and quickly returned. The weather outside was extremely cold, and stamina drained too quickly. After coming back, he found Wolf Sis still asleep in the cave. Loner and the gray-white young wolf were also tucked in a corner, sound asleep. Loner had his head resting on the gray-white young wolf, making it comfortable for himself to sleep. He sure knows how to enjoy himself. Seeing this scene, Sue couldn't help but smile inwardly. Currently, only cousin was awake, taking charge of the guard duties in the cave. It was clear that cousin, being the big sister of several cubs, had worked hard. Sue howled softly, signaling him to keep watch. Ah! Cousin communicated briefly with Sue through howls, informing him of the guard matters before going back to sleep. Now cousin no longer viewed Sue as the little wolf brother he once was. Instead, she began to see Sue as the alpha wolf like Wolf Dad. After all, Sue had started hunting and was providing for them. The rules of nature are often simple and straightforward. Since he goes out to hunt and brings back food for them, Sue was now their leader. In cousin's mind, the wolf tribe has always respected the strong. Now Sue had undoubtedly become the undisputed leader among the several wolf pups. The night was uneventful. since he had already slept in the afternoon. Sue didn't feel tired that night. While on guard, he noticed the snowfall outside was getting heavier. Many animals surviving in the Arctic began looking for places to hide from the sudden blizzard. A Arctic tern, whether due to the strong wind and snow or losing its way, unexpectedly flew to the entrance of the wolf's den. It even tried to fly into the cave to escape the storm. Keeping watch, Sue quickly heightened his mental alertness. And then, with his incredible AGI, leaped up, tracing an elegant white line in the air. His claws shot down, striking the Arctic tern. The Arctic tern was very beautiful, with a black head, white back, and red beak. Legend has it that the Arctic tern has set a world record. It is the animal with the longest migration distance in the world. This bird travels approximately novel transit station kilometers annually, flying directly from the Arctic to the Antarctic. The Arctic tern is even listed among the oldest existing bird species in the world. If Sue were still in human form and encountered such a bird, he would definitely want to research it. After all, being an archaeology student, he was naturally very interested in the oldest existing bird species. Now, after Sue catches this Arctic tern, he hardly pays much attention to it. He simply plucks some feathers from the tern and swallows them. Now he is like a wolf. He doesn't have any sentimental feelings about promoting the spirit of bird protection. Ding! Host has eaten an Arctic tern, gaining 1.5 evolution points EP. Ding! Host has eaten an Arctic tern, gaining 1.3 evolution points EP. The weak Arctic tern provided Sue with less than 3 evolution points EP. It's also an unexpected joy of night watch. As Sue yawned, the sky began to brighten. Cousin, Wolf Sis, Loner, and Ash also woke up. It began to get boring, and they started messing around. Of course, after Sue's lesson, Loner no longer dares to bully Wolf Sis. It can only wrestle with Ash. Poor Ash, making a pillow of Loner's wolf meat at night, and being a wolf-shaped punching bag during the day. Wolf Sis also follows Cousin, playing along. From time to time, it would come to Sue's side and play around with this wolf brother, who was clearly much larger than itself. But Sue just lay lazily on the rock, too lazy to even blink. He barely paid any attention to Wolf Sis's playfulness. After all, as a human, he simply couldn't be bothered by such childish antics among the wolf cubs. Before long, Sue felt a bit hungry. He started calling over the wolf cubs for a meal. He still hadn't eaten the corpse of the Arctic reindeer, even though its meat was a bit tastier. But eating a lynx could provide him with quite a few evolution points EP. Ding! The host has eaten a lynx, gaining 2 evolution points EP. Ding! The host has eaten a lynx, gaining 1.8 evolution points EP. Ding! The host has eaten a lynx, gaining 1.6 evolution points EP. Chapter 9, The Return of the Wolf Pack. This lynx weighed over 50 pounds. Sue simply couldn't finish it after eating about 7 or 8 pounds, he was full. Consuming this lynx meat provided him with nearly 20 evolution points EP. He took another small step closer to leveling up. Meanwhile, the meat of the Arctic reindeer had become quite stiff after being left overnight. Wolf Sis simply couldn't chew it. After straining for a long time to gnaw on the Arctic reindeer carcass, it couldn't bite off even a little bit of meat. Unable to help but feel wronged, it howled a few times. Seeing this scene, Sue had no choice but to get up. He tore off a few chunks of Arctic reindeer meat, cutting them into small pieces before throwing them to Wolf Sis. After all, Wolf Sis was now considered a family member connected by blood, and he couldn't just watch it go hungry. Wolf Sis joyfully began to eat the meat that Sue had thrown. This made Loner, who was watching and drooling, quite envious. As for Ash, it was wisely just lying on the ground, not moving. After Sue had torn off enough meat for Wolf Sis, he went outside the cave to patrol. The blizzard outside was slightly less intense, but still bone-chilling. Cold weather causes damage, HP 5. Cold weather causes the host's stamina consumption to double. Please be careful with stamina usage. The prompt in his ear made Sue hurry back inside the cave after his patrol. After he returned, the energetic Loner bounced to the cave entrance. But soon, a gust of strong wind blew, tumbling its still young wolf body back into the cave. Ah, whoa! The indomitable loner began to repeatedly struggle against the cold wind at the cave's entrance. Sue glanced at him but said nothing. After all, the energetic cubs of the wolf pack always need a place to vent. After seeing Cousin take up guard duty, he found a windbreak rock and went to sleep. The reborn wolf pack didn't have the colorful lives of humans, and each day was monotonous and dull. But fortunately, there was no pressure from life, study, work, family chores, etc., so they lived quite comfortably. 7 days passed. During these 7 days, the blizzard had come and gone, only completely stopping today. Now, Sue inside the cave had finished eating the lynx. This lynx had provided him with over 20 evolution points EP in the past few days. Clearly, the evolution points EP earned from carnivores is much lower than those from herbivores. Even at the end, the lynx meat could still provide Sue with 0.2 evolution points EP. Besides, he had also nearly finished the Arctic reindeer meat. Especially Loner, who had eaten so much these days that it was almost equivalent to the amount a full-grown Arctic wolf could eat. But it must be said that Loner's growth in AGI was also extremely fast. Currently, it was already larger than Cousin. In addition, whether it was due to the abundance of food or not, Sue noticed that Loner had also undergone some other changes these days. The gray fur on its body had deepened in color. Its originally slender limbs had also become more muscular. Especially its claws, which, like those of a feline, could be hidden in thick fur but could extend and retract freely. Moreover, Loner's resistance to blows, stamina, and attack power were also much higher than that of wolves of the same size. Now, Cousin was no longer a match for Loner. Sue looked at Loner. The numerical attributes of Loner once again flashed before his eyes. Species, Arctic wolf variant. Level, 2 level. HP, 265. Stamina, 27. STR, 28. Def, 25. AGI, 23. In just a few days, Loner's attributes had significantly improved. Moreover, there was an additional note behind the species. Ha! Different species? Sue stared at Loner, curiosity gleaming in his blue wolf eyes. Previously, he had also looked into Loner's attributes. He was quite sure that the term different species had definitely not existed. It should be because there had been enough food to eat these days that he was able to unlock his potential. This should also be the reason for the changes in Loner these past few days. Ah! At that moment, Loner saw Sue walking toward him and quickly let out a submissive howl. Sue was the boss in the cave now. Even if Wolf Dad and the others returned, Sue was still the boss in Loner's heart. This was because when Sue looked unfavorably at him, he would really discipline him directly. And with a swipe of his paw, even if he didn't use much strength, Loner would still be knocked dizzy. In the worldview of the wolf tribe, the strong are respected. Sue was so strong that even though he often disciplined him, Loner still recognized Sue as the boss. Of course, the most important reason was that it was only by staying with Sue during these days that he truly filled his belly. Ah, whoa! Loner howled softly, licked Sue's leg fur. Seeing Sue still staring at him, he quickly rolled over onto his back to show the greatest affection and appeasement. In the wolf tribe, rolling over onto one's back almost equated to absolute trust and affection. The belly is the softest and most vulnerable part of a wolf. Therefore, upon seeing Loner's appeasing behavior, Sue merely let out a low howl and reached out a paw to pat him on the head. Although Loner had unlocked his potential and evolved into a different species, his personality hadn't changed much. Moreover, the powers of the evolved Loner might still be useful in the future. He decided to officially take Loner as his little brother. Ah, whoa! At Sue's low howl, Loner rolled over. The wolf curled up, with its tail tucked between its legs, whimpering softly to show submission. The obedient Loner made Sue very satisfied. Additionally, he took the opportunity to give Loner a new code name. Loner was originally a gray-furred Arctic wolf, and now his fur was an even deeper gray. He decided to call him Little Gray. Of course, this code name would only be known by Sue. With Loner's limited wolf tribe wisdom, he still couldn't comprehend the existence of names and code names. Now, after taking Loner as a little brother, Sue walked out of the cave and leaped onto a rock at the cave entrance. His pure white wolf fur shone brightly under the long-lost sunlight on the Arctic continent. Currently, Sue's size had already reached that of an adult Arctic wolf. In terms of strength, he far surpassed an ordinary Arctic wolf. He climbed high to take in the view, surveying the quiet and peaceful Arctic continent after the blizzard. He felt deep down that the blizzard had completely stopped. Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom should be returning soon, right? Just as Sue's thoughts were wandering. In his view from the heights, a pack of wolves appeared, maintaining a complete formation, slowly walking from the snowy expanse with plenty of food in their mouths. Ah, whoa! Seeing this pack, Sue couldn't help but let out a long howl. Immediately after, the distant howls of wolves echoed back in a series of responses. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! The loud and prolonged howls of the wolves reverberated in the open Arctic sky. Chapter 10: Eating Caribou. The safe return of Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom brought a sense of joy to Sue. All 8 adult Arctic wolves had returned safely. They showed no signs of injury, dragging a head of adult caribou and 3 caribou calves in their mouths. It was clear that the wolf pack had had a successful hunt this time. Only the blizzard had delayed their return. Now that the snowstorm had just stopped, they hurried back. Especially Wolf Mom, who, despite exhausting stamina, wanted to see her children as soon as possible. Family ties are incredibly strong among mammals. Ah, whoa! Sue went out to greet Wolf Mom. Wolf Mom affectionately licked Sue. Seeing that Sue had grown bigger, she was very delighted. Next, she threw the recently born caribou calf she had in her mouth to Sue. Sue howled softly, indicating that this easily digestible little calf should be left for Wolf Sis. Wolf Mom, moved by such understanding, couldn't help but extend her tongue to lick him again. Though Sue felt somewhat resistant to such affection, being a member of the wolf tribe, his body didn't show any reaction. Soon after, Sue brought Wolf Mom back to the cave. Cousin, Wolf Sis, and Ash all cheerfully got up and gathered around Wolf Mom. Only Little Gray obediently followed behind Sue. After Wolf Mom ripped open the caribou calf, she threw it to several little wolves to eat. Just as Ash intended to take a bite, he suddenly thought of something. So he looked up at Sue, and only after Sue permitted it did he start to eat. Wolf Mom noticed this, but did not express any dissent. After all, it's only natural for the wolf cubs to listen to Sue, given the strength of the leaders. Looking at Sue, whose size was no less impressive, Wolf Mom thought he was growing incredibly fast. Next, Wolf Dad returned to the cave with them. Having been delayed by the blizzard for several days, he was secretly worried about the cubs. Now that he saw the pile of little wolf cubs all safe and sound, he finally released a sigh of relief. The wolves are not particularly wise when Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom returned. They comforted the cubs and tossed them some food. As for how the cubs spent the last few days, no one asked. After Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom returned, the previously empty cave was lively again. Some were taking care of the cubs, while others were on guard. As for Cousin's mother, she also began to take Cousin under her wing, teaching it some hunting and foraging skills. As the lead wolf, Wolf Dad stepped out of the cave to patrol the surroundings and made scent markers around the cave again. Wolf Mom signaled Sue to come and eat. Sue let out a low howl and then led Little Gray toward the moose carcass. Species: female moose, deceased. Level: 8 level. HP: 1265. Stamina: 85. STR: 65. Def: 53. AGI: 35. The moose exhibited very high attribute values, even higher than that of the Arctic reindeer. And it is also the largest member of the deer family in the world. Its tall physique resembles a camel, with notably high shoulders akin to the humps on a camel's back, which is why it is called a moose. Even though this was a female moose, it was quite large, and the entire wolf pack had to exert considerable effort to drag it back. With this moose carcass, the wolf pack would be able to enjoy several hearty meals. At this moment, Sue didn't hold back and tore off a piece of bloody meat from the neck. Ding! Host eats moose, gaining 5 evolution points EP. This bite amounted to 5 evolution points EP, instantly making Sue's eyes light up. Without a doubt, this was the first time Sue had received such a large amount of evolution points EP. Even the first bite of Arctic reindeer only gave him 3 evolution points EP. Therefore, Sue began to gobble it down. As he ate, notifications about gaining evolution points EP continued to sound. Ding! Host eats moose, gaining 4.7 evolution points EP. Ding! Host eats moose, gaining 4.4 evolution points EP. Ding! Host eats moose, gaining 4.1 evolution points EP. Herbivores have a significant reduction in the gain of evolution points EP, but the meat is exceptionally delicious. As Sue ate, he found the moose meat to be tender and flavorful. This meat was far tastier than the dry meat of a lynx. He swallowed it down in large bites. In the wolf pack's den, Sue did not worry about overeating affecting his movements. So he only stopped when his belly was round and full. Sue had a good appetite and managed to eat over 10 pounds of meat. This amount far exceeded that of an average adult Arctic wolf, rivaling even Wolf Dad. This moose meat also provided Sue with more than 50 evolution points EP. As she thought, he opened up his attribute panel. Name, Sue. Species, Arctic wolf. Level, 4 level. 160 evolution points EP are needed to level up. HP, 400. Stamina, 40. STR, 40. Def, 40. AGI, 80. Evolution points EP, 125. In just a few days, his evolution points EP had surpassed 100, needing just 35 more to level up again. This filled Sue with renewed energy. Evolution. Only through evolution can one grow stronger, hunt more food, and securely survive in the Arctic. After Sue finished eating, Little Gray finally began to eat. Time passed like a fleeting moment, and several days quickly slipped away. Relying on the moose carcass, the wolf pack managed to take a brief rest and recuperate during these days. The adult moose and 3 young moose just finished eating today. Wolf Dad and the others initially planned to go hunting today, but the weather was obviously unfavorable, so they abandoned the plan. They continued to rest and conserve their energy in the cave. In the following days, after consuming quite a bit of moose meat, Sue also gained 30 points of evolution points EP. He was just a few points away from leveling up again. This made Sue unable to suppress his desire to go out hunting. But every time he made a slight move, he was held back by Wolf Dad. While Wolf Dad's actions were indeed caring, they made Sue unable to help but sigh. Chapter 11, Encountering a Grizzly Bear. Sue had been with the wolf pack for 2 months. He had a rough understanding of the composition of the pack. As the lead wolf, Wolf Dad holds unique authority in the pack, and nobody can defy his orders. If Sue wished to resist, he would have to challenge Wolf Dad and defeat him. With his current strength, Sue indeed has a considerable chance of defeating Wolf Dad. But he didn't do that. Because Wolf Dad, as the alpha wolf, needs to command respect to lead the pack. If he gets defeated, his authority might plummet, making it difficult to control the rest of the wolf pack. Now, aside from Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom, and Cousin's mother, the other Arctic wolves are all relatively new and don't have a strong sense of belonging. This made Sue decide to wait until the afternoon when Wolf Dad and the others are sleeping before heading out. He laid back on the rock, starting to close his eyes to relax. Little Gray lay beside him, also trying to sleep like Sue. Nowadays, Little Gray has become Sue's loyal little brother. Wolf Sis, who is used to sleeping with Sue, was now happily snoozing in Wolf Mom's embrace. It seems like Wolf Mom's embrace is much more comfortable. Next, time passed into the afternoon. To save stamina, Wolf Dad and the others had also laid down to sleep. Sue quietly got up and walked out of the cave. He has gradually adapted to the icy terrain of the Arctic continent. He intended to go out by himself. But when he looked back, Little Gray was following him. Little Gray's attributes have also improved over the past few days. He's nearly reached level 3. Therefore, Sue didn't force him to go back. Ah, whoa! With a low howl, the two wolves set out. Today's weather is gloomy, and visibility is not high. This is also the reason why Wolf Dad gave up going out to hunt. However, Sue had no intention of giving up halfway. He needs just 5 more evolution points EP to level up. This temptingly spurred him on as he began to search quickly for prey that could help him gain hunting skill. Soon, he spotted a nest of Arctic hares. Arctic hares are quite common on the Arctic continent, feeding on moss, plants, and roots, with a strong ability to survive. With Sue's current AGI, hunting Arctic hares is a piece of cake. But he didn't make a move. The evolution points EP that Arctic hares could currently provide him are minimal. Unless he was starving, he didn't want to bother hunting them. On the other hand, Little Gray let out a low howl, seeking permission from Sue. Sue agreed, allowing him to hunt freely. Little Gray immediately delightedly dashed towards the Arctic hare. Without wolves to teach him hunting skills, and lacking intelligence like Sue, Little Gray could only crash around. Arctic hares are inherently fast. Their hearing is quite acute. Before Little Gray could reach it, the nest of Arctic hares sensed him. They quickly scattered and fled, leaving Little Gray empty-handed. Ah, whoa! This made him unable to help but stay put and howl in frustration. Sue couldn't help shaking his head as he walked over slowly. Smack! He gave Little Gray a slap, making his little head bob back and forth. A punishment for failing to hunt. Next, Sue took him along and taught him how to crawl forward and remain concealed. Little Gray took it very seriously, starting to practice repeatedly in the bushes. As Sue accompanied him, he also searched for prey. However, just as he searched a considerable area without finding any valuable prey, suddenly, his animal instincts made his fur bristle. Then a wolf paw pressed Little Gray firmly into the bushes, preventing him from moving a muscle. He also did a good job of hiding himself within the bushes. His pale blue wolf eyes were fixed on the distance. Sure enough, in just a few seconds, a hefty gray bear, over 2 meters tall, staggered out from the nearby shrubbery. It was clear the gray bear was also looking for food here. The bear swatted down some small berries from the shrubs and stuffed them into its mouth. The gray bear has a varied diet. Roots, fruits, grasses, grains, as well as animals, insects, fish, and even carrion can all be part of its food. Naturally, Arctic wolves can become part of its meal too. Food is sparse on the current Arctic continent, so this gray bear would do anything for a meal. Species, male gray bear. Level 11 level. HP 1859. Stamina 125. STR 113. Def 119. AGI 43. The attribute values of the gray bear appeared in Sue's view. These attributes are quite terrifying. Currently, Sue could definitely run away. But Little Gray wouldn't be able to escape. Even if the gray bear is bulky with slow AGI, catching up to Little Gray, a mere cub less than 6 months old, would still be easy. Therefore, he pressed Little Gray down firmly to prevent the bear from noticing. Otherwise, with this gray bear's stats easily in the triple digits, Sue won't be able to help Little Gray if it comes to that. Luckily, the gray bear didn't notice the 2 wolves not far away. It was too busy munching on the berries and tender leaves from the bushes. After finishing off a few bushes nearby, it leisurely wandered away. After the gray bear left, Sue finally let out a sigh of relief and released Little Gray. Little Gray lay quietly in the bushes, obediently refraining from howling. And after being let go, it gratefully licked Sue's paw. Smack! Sue's paw slapped down again on Little Gray's head. He doesn't like being licked all over by the wolves. However, encountering this grizzly bear today has intensified Sue's desire to evolve and level up. Someday in the future, he will inevitably become the strongest hunter on this Arctic continent, without a doubt. Even grizzly bears and polar bears, these large apex predators, will appear on his menu. Ah, whoa! Sue howled softly, continuing to search for prey with Little Gray. In the vast, white Arctic land, though food is scarce, a careful search can still yield plenty of discoveries. On the way, they encountered a herd of moose, massive in size. Along with 2 male moose, their antlers sharp and their stats quite high, 2 levels above the female moose they had just eaten. So, Sue merely took a glance and ignored them. They saw a few Arctic silver foxes, but those foxes were very cautious, never giving Sue a chance to strike. In the end, heaven rewards those who are diligent. Through Sue and Little Gray's relentless searching, a lone female muskox appeared before them. This female muskox appeared to be underage, relatively small in size, only about 1.5 meters in length. Its long brown fur draped over its body, and its horns were split and grew outwards. The pupils of its eyes were purple-blue, looking quite beautiful. Species, female muskox. Level, 6 level. HP 1058. Stamina, 78. STR, 53. Def of 51. AGI 39. Looking at the stats of this muskox in front of him. A level 6 muskox. Bo. Sue exhaled deeply, slowly revealing his sharp wolf fangs, his eyes flashing with the fierce aura unique to a hunter. Chapter 12, Hunt Skill Muskox. Sue gestured to Little Gray to stay low in the thicket and not move. After all, hunt skill involving a large prey like a muskox was something Little Gray could not help with. He could only rely on himself. This muskox, even though it was not fully grown, had a body length of over a meter and weighed around 400 to 500 pounds. This weight was several times Sue's current weight. Therefore, if he were to be gored by the horns, it would definitely not feel good. However, he did not back down. His pale blue wolf eyes revealed a bloodthirsty savagery. Bo. Poo. Sue crawled forward slowly in the snow. His 4 wolf paws made faint sounds on the thick layer of ice and snow. However, this slight noise did not disturb the muskox that was nibbling on the thicket grass. This muskox had strayed from the herd. It would lower its head to graze and then glance around, its purple-blue eyes showing signs of anxiety. It wanted to find its herd, but its sense of smell was not very sharp, and it could not detect the scent left by its companions. This made it appear as if it were a headless fly, stumbling around in its anxious search. In the end, after exhausting a lot of stamina, it had to graze on some thicket grass to replenish its energy. Its mother had taught it how to find food, how to run, and how to protect itself, but she had not taught it how to locate the larger herd. Now, all alone in this vast Arctic land, it felt very insecure. And this anxious muskox was unaware that danger was silently approaching. However, this scene was just caught by an adventurer named Tiffany in a gray-white SUV not far away. Tiffany was from Norilsk, Russia. Not only was she an adventurer, but she was also a wildlife researcher. This year's academic paper focused on the peculiar creatures of the Arctic tundra. Tiffany was 23 years old and very beautiful. Her lips were bright red, her beautiful long golden hair fell over her shoulders, and her golden eyes sparkled with excitement. For the past few days, to genuinely record the activity patterns of various Arctic animals after a snowstorm. She had been filming in this snowy Arctic. To pass the time during these days, she even started a live stream on her Facebook. Although the filming process was quite tedious, having netizens in the live chat who also loved wildlife made it somewhat enjoyable. And now, she felt that the Arctic wolf preparing to hunt the lone muskox not far away resembled the one she had seen some time ago. Its pure white fur left a deep impression. But the lone wolf that was hunting Arctic hares back then, has it now gathered the courage to hunt muskox? Oh my god. This is simply insane. Tiffany couldn't help but cover her mouth with her fair little hand, looking very surprised. At this moment, the comments in the live stream on her phone also started to increase. Facebook regular user Scotty, is this Arctic wolf about to hunt the muskox alone? My god. No way. This isn't scientific. Facebook wildlife enthusiast Steve, from a survival perspective, nothing is impossible. A wolf, when extremely hungry, can do anything, and similarly, so can humans. Facebook regular member Adalu, what on earth are you saying? This Arctic wolf has a shiny coat and a sturdy build, how can it be in a state of hunger? This is clearly a reckless provocation. Facebook regular member Anisian, we shouldn't say that, let's just quietly watch this hunt with such a size and weight discrepancy. This muskox is relatively smaller, and if the Arctic wolf has enough hunt skill, experience and stamina, there is still hope. Facebook biologist Wen Liu, wolves are natural hunters, cunning and ferocious. They definitely won't engage in pointless provocations. Historically documented, the most formidable wolf packs can hunt large prey alone, especially lone wolves, which are more brutal and bloody than pack wolves. As comments in the live stream skyrocketed, the excitement of the stream increased. Many international netizens on Facebook have also clicked in. Tiffany, feeling tense, was watching as the Arctic wolf was barely 5 or 6 meters away from the muskox. She felt a slight worry in her heart for this Arctic wolf. If it weren't careful and got poked by the ox's horn, it could easily end up seriously injured. In the natural world, a major injury for a hunter is like a death sentence. At this moment, just when Tiffany was feeling anxious, the Arctic wolf hidden in the thicket sprang into action. It moved like a bolt of lightning. With incredible speed, the blur of a white wolf could only be seen kicking up snow as it raced towards the muskox, which was busy munching on the thicket. Just as the muskox raised its head, still unable to react, the white blur of the wolf was already upon it. Bang! With deadly claws, it struck fiercely at the muskox's purple-blue eyes. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sue again. In pain, the muskox began to bellow wildly. Seeing that the Arctic wolf had truly made its move and targeted the muskox's vulnerable eyes, this made the comments from many viewers in the live stream increase even more. Tiffany, however, didn't even have time to look at the live chat, fixated on the fierce hunt in the wild. Ah, whoa! At that moment, Sue's eyes were gleaming with a savage light. He had come out alone to hunt, mentally prepared for a brutal fight. This muskox was level 6, with thick blood and high defenses. But with its own speed, Sue had the capital to fight. That previous savage claw strike had already driven the muskox completely mad. This type of muskox is known for its incredibly brave temperament. Even though this was a female muskox, in pain, it let out a couple of wild cries, charging toward Sue with its hooves trampling through the snow. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sue again. The muskox charged forward with a ferocious fury. If you want to hunt it, you must face its wild and fierce retaliation. The muskox was heaving heavily through its nose, tears of pain streaming from its eyes. From the struck eye, faint traces of blood were seen flowing. The muskox, in pain, was running with increasing speed. The ice and snow of the Arctic scattered wildly under its trampling. The tips of its horns gleamed with a sharp, cold light. In a furious charge, it headed straight for Sue's wolf head. Though the wolf's skull is extremely hard, known for its copper head, iron bones, and tofu waist. If the muskox hits hard like this, even if it doesn't die, its brain will be damaged. Thus, Sue relied on its far superior AGI, quickly sidestepping to dodge the muskox's furious attacks. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sue again. After missing its target, the muskox roared, turned around, and stomped the snow with its hooves, adjusting its direction once again. In the muskox's perception, there was no concept of fear or running away. They are the bravest warriors. The ice and snow scattered everywhere under the muskox's hooves. In Sue's wolf-like eyes, a flash of ferocity crossed as it faced the muskox on the vast white expanse of the Arctic. Chapter 13, The Muskox Goes Berserk. The injury on the muskox's eyes was interfering with its vision. Its vision began to show double images, and even the injured eye was clouded with blood, making everything unclear. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sue again. The pain and visual interference made it unable to help but roar in anger again. This bastard is the one who injured itself. The muskox charged madly toward Sue again. With a weight of 400 to 500 pounds, combined with the impact of its mad AGI, the force it generated was unmatched. Ah, whoa! A loud and long wolf howl rang out. Sue stared at the muskox charging towards it. As it approached him, he slightly sidestepped. Like a brave Spanish bullfighter, perfectly dodging the muskox's savage charge. As he passed by the muskox, he extended his claws and struck fiercely at the muskox's neck. The sharp wolf claws, like knife blades, carved deep bloody gashes into the muskox's neck. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sue again. The musk ox, once attacked again, had completely gone mad. It skidded to a stop and charged wildly again. But this time, when it charged closer to Sue, it slowed down its AGI, waiting for Sue to dodge. Getting smarter. Sue did not expect that the genetically instinctual musk ox could adapt. But he still did not hesitate and quickly dodged. The musk ox slightly adjusted its direction, crashing towards him fiercely. Ah, whoa! Sue did not dodge anymore, his long howl pierced through the air, and a fierce glint flashed in his wolf eyes. He leaped onto the back of the musk ox. He bit down hard on its flesh. But soon, he was thrown off by the musk ox's wild thrashing. Just as he hit the ground, the musk ox's massive hooves came crashing down. Damn! Sue could not help but curse in his heart. Who would have thought that this musk ox would be so insane, even thinking during life and death? He rolled away, just avoiding being trampled. But thankfully, the trampling was still within a tolerable range. Sue shrugged his backbones, easing the pain from being stepped on. Then he swallowed the piece of meat he had just torn off. Ding! Host has eaten musk ox, gaining 5 evolution points EP. After consuming this piece of meat, Sue's evolution points EP finally reached 160. Only 5 evolution points EP are needed. The goal of this hunting trip was achieved. The joy of leveling up and evolving masked the pain in his back. The evolution STR, which made all his cells cheer and dance, descended once more. This STR refined Sue's bones, skin, organs, and even his blood, allowing his stamina, attack power, and resilience to all increase comprehensively. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 5. Name, Sue. Species, Arctic wolf. Level, 5 level. 320 evolution points EP are needed to level up. HP, 500. Stamina, 50. STR, 50. Def, 50. AGI, 90. Evolution points EP, 0. Free stat points, 10. Talent, Hunt skill D level. The additional attributes are still allocated to the AGI column. In heaven and earth, AGI is king. After distribution, Sue's AGI reached 100. This AGI is terrifying. So far, he has not seen any animals in the entire Arctic continent with over 100 AGI. With 100 AGI, it means Sue can move freely throughout the Arctic. Even if there are large carnivores he cannot defeat, at least escaping would not be a problem. And now, it was time to completely deal with this musk ox. The fierce look returned to Sue's light blue eyes. The musk ox across from him also sensed the change in Sue's aura. It had grown stronger. Yet the musk ox did not retreat. Moo! Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sue again. Sue also revealed his sharp fangs, charging toward the musk ox. His current AGI was fast, reaching more than 20 or even 30 meters per second. Even fully sprinting adult male Arctic wolves only run about 10 meters per second. But now his AGI surpassed that of ordinary Arctic wolves by several times. This kind of AGI made it impossible for the already injured musk ox to see Sue's wolf shadow clearly. It only felt that a white shadow wrapped around it as it charged. Then, sharp fangs brutally pierced into its throat. Pain, intense pain. With the pain came the rapid loss of blood. The musk ox wanted to howl again, but it could no longer produce a complete sound. Its throat had been pierced by the fangs. The musk ox frantically shook its body, trying to shake off the white shadow on it. But it failed. This shadow clung to it like an octopus in the deep sea. It felt the sharp claws digging into its flesh, carving bloody wounds on its abdomen and neck. These wounds drained its blood and vitality. Yet the musk ox continued to struggle wildly. It still had the strength to resist. It was still fighting back. The musk ox, which suffered thousands of points of injury, still did not die despite shedding so much blood. It was still engaged in its final struggle. Meanwhile, Tiffany in the off-road vehicle was almost stunned. She covered her rosy lips, her eyes filled with shock. Just moments ago, she was worried that this solitary Arctic wolf might be crushed by the musk ox. But in the blink of an eye, the situation reversed. After a life-or-death fight, the musk ox, with its massive horns and broad hooves, was no match for the fierce hunter. Its sharp fangs and wolf claws ruthlessly devastated the musk ox's vitality. Tiffany also felt that when this Arctic wolf truly began fighting for its life, it seemed to have grown larger than at the start. However, she felt it was more likely just her illusion. After all, as a wildlife researcher, she naturally wouldn't believe in such scientifically impossible things. At that moment, she finally looked down at the Facebook live stream on her phone. Now, the number of viewers in the live stream had surprisingly soared to over 3,000. Live streaming wildlife has always been a niche category. She never expected this time to attract such a large audience. Her previous streams only had about 20 to 30 viewers. The barrage in the live stream was also flooding in one after another. Facebook biologist Wen Luo, beautiful. Wonderful wildlife. Facebook regular member Astonishing, I have to say, this hunt skill is truly a visual feast. The intelligence and dodging skills of this white wolf's hunt skill are truly astonishing. Facebook regular member Ayadalu, sorry. I apologize for my previous remarks. The prey without sufficiently agile weapons inevitably faces the outcome of being hunted. No. 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 It's not that reason, it's just that this white wolf is too powerful. Whether human or animal, anyone who can survive alone in this world is undoubtedly a strong one. There is an old saying in China, cattle and sheep form herds, while ferocious beasts walk alone. And this white wolf is a ferocious beast. This is simply a perfect hunt. The match was between two opponents of vastly different sizes and weights, yet the result exceeded everyone's expectations. Beautiful. The host should live stream this white wolf more often. I've already followed you. Chapter 14, Obtaining the Potion. Most of the barrage in the live stream was filled with astonishment. Many internet users also started to follow Tiffany. Looking at these comments, Tiffany smiled friendly and briefly replied, "Thank you all for your support. I am a researcher from the Croata Confederation Academy focusing on wildlife studies, and I will be live streaming in the Arctic Circle. I will pay special attention to this white wolf." After Tiffany smiled and replied, the barrage included more messages encouraging her to track or film the white wolf up close. For these requests, she could only shrug her shoulders, indicating her helplessness. After all, filming in the icy Arctic, the most important thing is to ensure personal safety. Being alone without a support team makes it very difficult to track and film. As for filming up close, it could be attempted if the opportunity arises. She really liked this extraordinarily handsome and fierce white wolf. If she had the chance to film it up close, she would naturally be very willing. She even felt that this white wolf's intelligence was far superior to that of its kind. As a wildlife researcher, what Tiffany dreamed of was to be able to discover various kinds of intelligent animals. Initially, she intended to study primates like gorillas, but after encountering this white wolf, she abandoned that plan. Because the intelligence of this white wolf amazed her. At the same time, she was also delighted she now had a topic for her next academic paper. Whoa! At this moment, with the loud howling of the wolves, it resounded once again over the vast Arctic sky. This hunt on the Arctic continent was finally drawing to a close. The dying musk ox began to lose its luster in its double purple-blue eyes. This musk ox, not yet fully grown, ultimately fell after struggling against the hunters with all its might. The weight of 400 to 500 pounds crashed to the ground, splattering quite a bit of ice and snow. Its blood scattered over the white expanse of snow, appearing very striking. Who? At this moment, Sue looked at the musk ox, which finally no longer moved, and also took a deep breath to relax. After relaxing, several pale gray message prompts popped up in front of Sue. Overcoming strength with weakness. Breakthrough during battle. Precise evasion. Final victory. Target killed. Combat rating hesitant face. This combat rating, S, received 10 potential potions, 3 evolution potions. This time it unexpectedly scored an S? Sue was somewhat surprised. However, it also filled his eyes with a glimmer of joy. He initially thought that at least it would need to be a bloody battle like last time with the lynx, where both sides got stained with blood to attain an S rating. But now it seems that as long as there are enough bright points during the fight, a good rating could be achieved. In this battle evaluation, there was less bloody fighting and more precise dodging. At the same time, the S rating also provided quite a few rewards. Whoa! This made Sue a bit excited. But after the excitement, he shook off the blood from his fur. To quickly end the battle, Sue bit into the musk ox's throat. As the musk ox struggled, blood splattered everywhere, covering him completely. Next, he ruthlessly bit into the flesh from the musk ox's neck. Ding! The host has eaten the musk ox, gaining 4.7 points of evolution points EP. The meat of the musk ox filled his stomach, transforming into a surge of energy that turned into evolution points EP. In this hunt, Sue had quite a harvest. He advanced to level 5, his strength once again skyrocketing. Besides that, the hunt skill remained his trump card, yet to be used. With only his own STR, he managed to kill this musk ox. Now Sue felt that if he activated his hunt skill, he could even challenge a fully grown musk ox. Of course, it would just be a challenge, he did not have absolute confidence in a kill. At this moment, while Sue was thinking this, he was also busy. He began to tear and swallow the flesh of the musk ox. The meat of the musk ox was incredibly tender, with a tough yet bouncy texture, making it smooth and delicious to eat. Even as he tore into the meat, he could see it still trembling. This indicated that the nerve endings in the flesh were still alive and would react upon stimulation. As he ate, he could feel it still twitching in his mouth. Fresh. Absolutely fresh. Even though he had a decent family background in his past life, he had never eaten such fresh wild beef. Of course, at that time, he wouldn't have eaten such fresh meat. Ding! The host has eaten the musk ox, gaining 4.4 points of evolution points EP. Ding! The host has eaten the musk ox, gaining 4.1 points of evolution points EP. Ding! The host has eaten the musk ox, gaining 3.8 points of evolution points EP. During the eating process, his evolution points EP were also rapidly increasing. After eating about 7 to 8 pounds of meat and feeling somewhat full, Sue stopped eating. The 7 to 8 pounds of musk ox meat provided him with over 40 evolution points EP. However, from level 5 to level 6, he needed 320 evolution points EP, and he was still far from that. In the future, the path of hunting and evolution will be long and difficult. The Arctic has now entered its cold season, and the area covered by polar nights in the Arctic Circle has been steadily increasing over time. Although it hasn't yet reached the area where Sue is located, it is clear that the nights are getting longer. When Sue originally stepped outside, it was already afternoon. After he finished eating, the sky had completely darkened, and those pale blue eyes had turned into shining green ones at night. The structure of a wolf's eyes is quite intricate. The special crystalline points at the bottom of their eyes can gather the weak scattered light around them at night, condensing it into beams and reflecting it. Therefore, even though it was completely dark, Sue could still see very clearly. However, those shining green eyes gave an ordinary person a sense of chilling fear. Not far away, Tiffany in the SUV, as the temperature dropped further in the Arctic mainland at night, could still feel a slight chill seeping in from outside, even with the vehicle's heater running. Moreover, the camera on her phone was no longer able to support nighttime shooting. So she quietly started the car, preparing to leave. Viewers from different countries in the livestream were also giving simple reminders for Tiffany to be careful on her way. The night in the Arctic mainland was very deep, and Tiffany had never filmed this late before. So looking at the pitch-black night, she felt a slight twinge of fear. Fortunately, the scattered comments in the livestream provided her with some sense of security. Humans are also social animals sometimes. A few words from fellow humans can quickly calm the heart. However, this made Tiffany think in her heart. How powerful and brave the polar wolf must be to dare to hunt alone in the vast Arctic. Thinking of this, she glanced at the distant polar wolf and drove away. Chapter 15. Wolf Dad is furious. The night in the Arctic mainland. Hiss. Hiss. The sound of vehicles driving on ice and snow in the distance made Sue's eyes, which glowed faint green, turn towards it. This SUV was about 100 meters away from him. He didn't make any movements. He simply watched quietly as the SUV drove away. Although the Arctic mainland is icy and snowy, it also attracts some explorers or researchers. And nowadays, humans and animals mostly coexist harmoniously. Many nature reserves have even been established to protect animals' living environments. Therefore, as long as they are not cruel poachers, it's all fine. In his past life, Sue retained some goodwill towards humans. Whoa! After watching the SUV leave, Sue howled softly to signal the little gray wolf hidden in the brush not to show itself and to come eat. The little gray wolf, lying in the snow for 2 or 3 hours, was frozen and a little stiff. After hearing Sue's call, he stretched his body and came over happily to start eating the muskox carcass. While eating, he howled softly, expressing his admiration and excitement for the brave and invincible leader. Sue searched the surroundings for 2 round bushes, planning to use the method from the last time he transported reindeer from the Arctic to bring the Hunskill moose back to the cave. The moose was enough for the entire wolf pack to eat for several days. Though the wolf clan could go without food for 10 days to half a month without any issues. Having enough food still meant they hoped to be well fed every day. Especially for Wolf Sis, who was still in the rapid growth phase. Food was very important for her, still in her juvenile stage. Now Sue had leveled up to 5. And his STR had significantly increased. AGI reached nearly 30 meters per second. And the striking power of his wolf claws, the biting force of his wolf teeth, and his sprinting pounce power had all seen remarkable improvements. His wolf body had also reached 1 meter 6, and with his tail, his total length exceeded 2 meters. Such a size, compared to Wolf Dad, was not lacking. After patrolling the surrounding area and seeing no danger, he planned to leave with the Hunskill moose. Meanwhile, Little Gray was still gobbling down food, his belly noticeably bulging. In the icy wilderness, being 6 or 7 parts full was sufficient, otherwise, it would hinder one's movements. Thus, Sue approached and swiped at its head. The blow sent it rolling twice before it got up, whimpering pitiably. Sue didn't explain, as too complicated a reason would be beyond Little Gray's simple understanding. Only through bloody reality and force could he ensure it was remembered. Whoa! Sue's impatient low howl signaled Little Gray to come drag the prey. Though Little Gray felt wronged, he still diligently ran over. After all, in his mind, whatever the boss did was right, and there was unquestionable authority. Little Gray was about to break through to level 3 as a different breed. He was quite strong. With his help in dragging, Sue hardly exerted much effort. On the way back, they also encountered other hunters attracted by the smell of blood. This was a pack of Arctic wolves with 1 male and several females. And in the Arctic continent, a pack led by Wolf Dad had 8 adult Arctic wolves, a quite strong group. Most wolf packs consisted of just 3 or 4 scattered members. Among the blocking pack, the strongest male Arctic wolf had only 5 level attributes, while the other 2 females were just 4 level and 3 level. Such strength, Sue didn't take seriously. As long as they dared to attack, Sue didn't mind giving this pack a brutal lesson. However, it was evident that the leading male Arctic wolf felt Sue was not to be trifled with. After a couple of low howls and a standoff, it wisely retreated. Next, Sue and Little Gray dragged the moose carcass back to the cave. As they approached the cave, they spotted Wolf Dad patrolling. As the lead wolf, Wolf Dad was very responsible and often patrolled the territory. At this moment, Sue released the prey, leaping onto a large rock to howl, signaling Wolf Dad that he was back. Hearing the howl, Wolf Dad turned his bright green eyes in their direction. The little one is back? His previously tense heart finally began to relax. When he woke up and found Sue and Little Gray missing from the cave, he had been a bit worried. After all, food was scarce in the current Arctic continent, and many hunters would eat almost anything. He was concerned for the safety of the little ones. Of course, aside from that, Wolf Dad, as the unquestionable lead wolf of the pack, was very upset about Sue and Little Gray leaving without permission. With just 2 little pups, they were already disobeying him. How would he manage the entire pack in the future? Deep down, Wolf Dad felt a surge of resentment. And now, seeing the pups return, he was ready to give them a harsh lesson. However, quickly, Wolf Dad's keen sense of smell detected a strong scent of blood. In the deep of night, the wolf's eyes reflected a ghostly green glow, allowing him to see the large patches of blood on his little pup's originally pristine coat. This made Wolf Dad unable to restrain his fangs. Has the little pup been hurt? Ah, whoa! He howled in anger and dashed over. And Sue, of course, saw Wolf Dad charging towards him. Ah, whoa! He let out a long howl to Wolf Dad. The approaching Wolf Dad came right up to Sue, licking his fur all over with his tongue. Though he didn't seem as affectionate as Wolf Mom towards Sue, his concern for his little pup was by no means less. Seeing Sue covered in blood, his bright green wolf eyes filled with ferocity and killing intent. This blood scent isn't right? It's not from the little pup. Wolf Dad's sense of smell was very sharp and quickly distinguished the source of the blood. At that moment, Sue also gave a low howl, indicating Wolf Dad to look behind. Wolf Dad turned his head and quickly saw Little Gray still dragging the prey. Little Gray was putting in a tremendous effort to pull the moose. Unfortunately, without Sue's help, despite the bushes reducing friction, he could only drag it a short distance before resting on the spot, panting heavily. The Little Gray one, looking rather silly, was just glanced at by Wolf Dad and then ignored. His gaze ultimately settled on the dragged corpse of a muskox. Ah, whoa! Wolf Dad jumped down from the boulder, walked over, and sniffed it with his nose. He could hardly believe this was a muskox. Last time, the little cub hunted a few Arctic hares, and it can still barely accept it. After all, Arctic hares are not aggressive. Besides having sensitive hearing and being relatively quick, there's really not much to pay attention to. As long as you have enough experience and patience, anyone can hunt them. But right now, this is a muskox. A muskox of this size, even it wouldn't dare to mess with. If it accidentally got gored by a horn, it would be done for. So, the Wolf Dad, who originally thought of giving the little cub a good lesson, fell silent after seeing the carcass of the muskox. Then he turned around and noticed that the little cub had grown quite a bit and was already almost its size. Strength, size, hunt skill, food. The scene before him seemed to silently convey that this little cub had seemingly surpassed him. Chapter 16, Planning to Establish an Independent Territory. Wolf Dad helped drag the muskox carcass back to the cave. Throughout the process, he remained silent. And the wolves had incredibly sensitive noses. As soon as they caught the strong smell of blood, the wolves sleeping in the cave all woke up. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! Inside the cave, the low howls of the wolves rang out one after another. Clearly, they looked at the carcass of the muskox, a bit dazed. What is going on here? Did a wolf go out to hunt alone? They looked at each other with confused wolf eyes. Wolf Dad didn't speak, but he didn't let them start eating either. In the wolf pack, if the lead wolf doesn't eat the prey first, the other wolves wouldn't dare to touch it. Finally, as Wolf Dad howled lowly toward the little cub Sue, the other wolves finally realized that this muskox was actually hunted by Sue. Sue was one they had watched grow up. This little wolf cub, who could barely stand on its feet, had grown to this extent in such a short time. This also made many wolves start to no longer see Sue as a little cub but as a fully grown Arctic wolf. Or rather, a strong adult Arctic wolf. The way the wolves looked at Sue now carried a hint of respect. Many female wolves also howled softly, coming over to Sue to lick his blood-stained fur. They even slightly wagged their tails. This was subtly expressing affection toward Sue. Woo! After Wolf Mom bared her teeth and glared, this group of female wolves tucked their tails and left reluctantly. In the wolf pack, the statuses of Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad are still very high. Fortunately, Wolf Mom came to help him out. Otherwise, Sue would have been slightly bewildered. Although he had completely accepted the fact that he was reborn as a wolf, he still couldn't accept being affectionate with the female wolves of the pack. Just thinking about it made him feel a bit nauseous. Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Wolf Mom came over, howling repeatedly. Wolf Mom meant to express pride in him. Ah whoa! Sue also replied, inviting Wolf Mom and Wolf Sis to join in eating the prey. Wolf Sis is still young and doesn't understand much. Seeing her brother bringing back food, she cheerfully came over to eat from the carcass of the musk ox. Now Wolf Sis is already 2 months old. Her little wolf teeth have gradually grown, and she can nibble on some of the softer parts of the musk ox. During the biting process, she fell a few times. But she quickly got back up and continued eating. Cousin is also still in the growth phase, and after howling with her mother, she came over to eat. As for the rest of the wolves, without Wolf Dad's commands, the lead wolf. None of them moved, just watched. The strict hierarchical levels among the wolves were evident. Wolves have limited intelligence, generally equivalent to that of a 2 or 3-year-old child. Even the lead wolves like Wolf Dad, who lead the pack, have slightly higher intelligence. At their level of intelligence, they can only obey commands and rules, making it hard to have thoughts of breaking the rules. If they could think of rebellion, it would be to challenge Wolf Dad. But Wolf Dad's strength and ferocity are well recognized in the pack. Eventually, after waiting for a while without hearing the command to eat from Wolf Dad, the other members of the pack could only swallow their saliva and return to their places, closing their eyes. Meanwhile, Wolf Mom came to Wolf Dad's side, licking his fur as a silent comfort. Ah whoa! Sue howled lowly, inviting Wolf Dad to eat. Wolf Dad remained silent and didn't say anything, just lay down to sleep. This made Sue, who had brought back food to share with everyone, unable to help but sigh. Among the wolves, many concepts are still too deeply ingrained. Strength is revered. In the pack, his current strength has already threatened Wolf Dad's position. This is why Wolf Dad fell silent after seeing the muskox carcass. Even if it's the child of Wolf Dad. Many times, after growing up, one has to go out to establish an independent clan and create their own pack. Ah whoa! Sue howled lowly at Little Gray. Little Gray, whose belly was round from eating, was ready to go to Ash for a nap with a pillow of wolf meat. Upon hearing the call from the leader, I hurriedly ran back to Sue's side. Now, Wolf Dad's gloomy mood has made Sue decide to go out and establish her own territory. As for Little Gray, being a loyal underling, he must come along. As for the rest of the wolf pack, if Wolf Dad allows, Sue will take all the cubs from the cave. After all, these cubs have become a burden for the wolf pack. With the range of the polar night expanding in the Arctic Circle, food will become increasingly scarce. At that time, the living conditions for the wolf pack will deteriorate day by day. As for the cubs in the pack, it goes without saying. Next. Time passed, and another half a month went by. During this half month, the daylight hours on the Arctic continent have become fewer. In the area where Sue stays, they only see sunlight for about 4 or 5 hours a day. The rest of the time is just darkness. Going further north, closer to the Arctic pole, everything is already shrouded in polar night. Polar night, polar day. This is a natural phenomenon unique to the Arctic and Antarctic. During this time, the wolf pack, led by Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom, has gone hunting 4 or 5 times, but each time the harvest has been unsatisfactory. The only somewhat decent catch was a young sea lion resting on the ice near the shore. However, a young sea lion weighing only around 40 to 50 pounds can't even satisfy the hunger of 8 adult Arctic wolves. Therefore, in the end, they had to shamelessly share the meat of the musk ox that Little Gray brought back from hunting with the cubs. This musk ox weighed around 400 to 500 pounds. It would be difficult for just the cubs to finish it. During these days, Sue also hasn't immediately left the wolf pack. She has only gone out with Little Gray to find a cave that is safer. In addition, during this time, she has consumed about 50 to 60 pounds of musk ox meat, although the meat is very tasty. The reduction in evolution points EP is significant, and after eating 50 to 60 pounds, her evolution points EP dropped to 0.1. This made her uninterested in eating. As for Little Gray, he has been eating more. To help Little Gray grow faster, Sue hasn't restricted his food intake. Every day he devours his food ravenously, eating until his belly is round. Little Gray has successfully leveled up to level 3. At level 3, Little Gray is already much larger than Cousin, barely shorter than Wolf Mom. His strength is even greater than that of an ordinary level 4 Arctic wolf. He is now able to assist Sue with small tasks. During this time, Sue howl. Little Gray immediately woke up. He opened his sleepy eyes and saw his leader standing in front of him. Not knowing what had happened, he let out a whimper of grievance. But Sue said nothing and walked over to Wolfsis. Similarly, Sue injected a potential potion into Wolfsis. But Wolfsis was clearly still sleeping soundly in Wolf Mom's embrace, not noticing anything. In its sleep, it stretched its little wolf mouth and burrowed into Wolf Mom's embrace, as if dreaming of the time it was just born and nursing. Next came Cousin. Cousin had equally no awareness and was quietly lying in the cave, sound asleep. It can be seen that Little Gray, as a different species, had a keen sense of awareness. Ah, whoa! Sue howled softly at Little Gray, signaling it to stop calling. Little Gray had no choice but to close its mouth in grievance. Even though it often didn't understand the leader's actions, it still obeyed. It initially intended to continue lying down and sleeping. But seeing Ash sleeping soundly nearby, and being slapped awake by the leader's paw, it felt quite angry inside. Humph! You little pillow, sleeping so sweetly? Little Gray's paw also slapped on Ash's head. Little Gray was now level 3, its size was roughly comparable to a level 4 Arctic wolf. With that paw strike, it disoriented Ash, who was only level 1. It couldn't even howl. Seeing Ash, who was awoken by its paw and took a while to regain consciousness, Little Gray's small heart felt somewhat balanced. It continued to rest its head on Ash and fell asleep again. And Ash, feeling confused, didn't know what had happened. The next day, Little Gray, Cousin, and Wolfsis all seemed to be sleeping longer. After waking up, under Sue's signal, Wolfsis and Cousin ate the remaining muskox meat. Little Gray's fur had become shinier, and its already robust legs, resembling those of a feline, also became even sturdier. The changes in Wolfsis and Cousin weren't as obvious, only that their food intake had significantly increased. Ah, whoa! Sue howled softly. Little Gray immediately scampered to follow. He took Little Gray out of the cave to hunt. Generally, potential potions last for 3 days. As a different species, Little Gray had great potential, and changes were already noticeable on the first day. Wolfsis and Cousin would likely only show their activated potential after 3 days. During this time, exercising and eating more would help develop more of their own potential. Therefore, in this hunt, Sue didn't exert much effort. It was primarily left to Little Gray. Since reaching level 3, Little Gray's strength as a different species began to gradually reveal itself. Compared to ordinary Arctic wolves, it was stronger in terms of stamina, AGI, STR, and resistance. Even its learning ability and IQ were significantly stronger. Having gone out with Sue a few times, Little Gray had learned some hunting skills through exploration. Both wolves were quick to search for food outside. Before long, not far from the cave in the icy wilderness, they found a burrow of lemmings. Lemmings are a very common species in the Arctic continent. They have an oval shape, with short limbs, about the size of a regular mouse. The largest one in the burrow was only about 17 to 18 centimeters. They have thick tails, very small ears, and their 2 eyes glimmer with a lively light, each providing little meat. But now, with the polar night approaching and food in short supply, seeing a burrow with dozens of lemmings meant plenty of food for the hunt. After receiving Sue's affirmation, Little Gray concealed its body in the bushes and approached the burrow of lemmings. Sue also took a casual glance at the lemming stats. Species, male lemming. Level 1 level. HP 125. Stamina 12. STR 11. Depth 9. AGI 16. This one was the strongest of the burrow. But it was only level 1. while many lemmings were only level 0. Lemmings are also mammals, known for their high reproductive capacity. As a result, during periods of food scarcity, many hunters include lemmings in their diet. Even the Arctic fox, the strongest predator on the Arctic continent, will hunt lemmings. Lemmings are very weak, as most hunters can surely catch a few if they discover them. Now, as Little Gray approached them, it began a gruesome massacre. Little Gray's AGI was nearly 40, far surpassing the AGI of the lemmings. It lunged forward quickly. Its forepaws revealed sharp wolf claws as it pounced. And it was the first to target the largest lemming, striking it dead on the spot. From then on, the wolf claws acted like a scythe that reaped the death of lemmings. Using its fast AGI, in less than half a minute, 7 or 8 lemmings were killed by Little Gray. 2 of those were swallowed by Little Gray. The remaining 40 to 50 lemmings began to scatter and flee. Lemmings, being a species with a large population, rely on their numbers to continue their survival. Little Gray started to use its own AGI to chase after the fleeing lemmings. The fierce chase lasted a full 10 minutes. Little Gray chased as far as 3 kilometers away. In the end, Little Gray returned with blood on its mouth, carrying 2 to 3 lemmings. Ah, whoa! Little Gray howled excitedly at Sue. This was its first hunt, and it had obtained food. Even if they were just lemmings, it was still very happy. While howling, it also invited its leader to come eat. In Little Gray's eyes, regardless of whether the food was hunted by the leader or not, the leader had the right to enjoy it first. Of course, in the hunt, the lemmings it had eaten didn't count. Sue walked over and looked at the dozens of dead lemmings scattered on the snow, then gently patted Xiao Hui's head with his paw. This time it wasn't a hard pat, just a caress. Xiao Hui's intelligence far exceeded that of an ordinary wolf, which made him even more delighted by the boss's affection. Howl! Howling excitedly, Sue devoured a few lemmings, gaining some evolution points EP. Ding! The host has eaten a lemming and gained 1.2 evolution points EP. Ding! The host has eaten a lemming and gained 1 evolution point EP. Ding! The host has eaten a lemming and gained 1 evolution point EP. Ding! The host has eaten a lemming and gained 0.8 evolution points EP. After a few lemmings were consumed, the evolution points EP quickly dropped to 0.1. Chapter 18, The New Cave. Ah, whoa! Sue howled softly. He indicated for Xiao Hui to finish the remaining lemmings. Although the lemmings' meat was decent in texture, it was no match for the tender and smooth meat of larger herbivores. Without the prospect of earning more evolution points EP, Sue lost interest in eating. Xiao Hui immediately howled and ate a few of the remaining lemmings. The rest were carried to behind a rock, where he used his paws to dig a small hole in the snow and buried them. Howl! Xiao Hui kept low howling. Now, he could barely express some complex communications. With a low howl, Sue understood Xiao Hui's intention. He planned to keep a few to bring back for Wolf Sis, Cousin, Ash, and the others who were guarding the cave. Ah, whoa! Sue approved of Xiao Hui's thoughtful consideration for the other members. With the approval from his boss, Xiao Hui bounced around excitedly, shaking his head and displaying a silly demeanor. Next, Sue continued searching for food with Xiao Hui. In their current area, the daytime was getting shorter. It wasn't long after they had come out that the sky darkened. During this time, Sue and Xiao Hui found a North American reindeer eating moss by itself. The herd of reindeer was only 6 or 7 kilometers away and was about to migrate. This North American reindeer had the confidence to forage alone, indicating its strength. It was an adult North American reindeer. Its strength was quite impressive, and it had fast-running agility. Even if the Arctic wolf pack wanted to hunt such an adult North American reindeer, it would have to rely on teamwork, blocking from the front and cutting off from the back. And with Xiao Hui still not having reached an agility of 40, he wasn't taken seriously by the adult male reindeer. Therefore, after Xiao Hui activated his hunt skill, the North American reindeer ran a bit and then continued eating moss, waiting for Xiao Hui to come after it. It seemed like it was toying with Xiao Hui. When Xiao Hui caught up again, the North American reindeer kicked Xiaowei sharply, causing him to bare his teeth in pain. Seeing this, Su finally moved. He revealed his fangs. Those wolf eyes reflecting a ghostly green light, resembling the Grim Reaper summoning souls in the dark. Ah, whoa! A loud and prolonged wolf howl echoed through the Arctic skies. This howl pierced through the air, the cold, and the darkness. This sudden howl made the North American reindeer, which had not taken Xiaowei seriously, alert immediately. It raised its head and hurriedly looked around. The North American reindeer's eyes, like those of wolves, could also see through the darkness. So it quickly noticed Su not far away. It was a large adult Arctic wolf standing proudly on the snowy slope. This time, Su didn't even try to hide his size. He just stood there on the snowy slope, his two ghostly green wolf eyes fixed on the North American reindeer. His eyes radiated a chilling intent. The fur, which had gradually lost its blood, regained its original pure white color. As his thoughts stirred, the stats of this Arctic reindeer appeared before his eyes. Species, Arctic reindeer. Level, 7 level. HP, 1060. Stamina, 76. STR, 55. Def, 43. AGI is 61. The stats of this Arctic reindeer are quite high, even surpassing the reindeer corpse he ate a while ago. However, such strength doesn't seem too challenging in Su's eyes now. Although it has sharp antlers, the Arctic reindeer is different from the musk ox. Aside from having high HP and stamina, it is otherwise fairly ordinary. It also doesn't have the brave guts of the musk ox to fight relentlessly with hunters. At the same level, musk oxen are much harder to hunt than Arctic reindeer. Even herbivores that dare to fight tooth and nail will deter many hunters. At this moment, the Arctic reindeer noticed that proud white wolf standing tall, staring back at it. The animal's innate sixth sense sent a warning signal of danger. The Arctic reindeer hesitated for no moment and began to run towards the nearby herd of deer. As long as it reaches the herd, no matter how strong this white wolf is, it will return empty-handed. Unless it has the unbeatable strength to challenge the entire Arctic reindeer herd by itself. The Arctic reindeer sprinted rapidly. It glanced back at the white wolf on the snow slope. It saw that the white wolf was also charging towards it. And the white wolf's agility was faster, moving like a streak of white lightning. The Arctic reindeer felt as if the Grim Reaper was chasing after it. It was certain that during its time in the Arctic, it had never encountered a wolf clan with such high agility. Is such agility really from a wolf? It must be a snow leopard. The Arctic reindeer ran frantically, but it could still hear the piercing sound of air being cut behind it. Closer. Much closer. The Arctic reindeer could even hear the sounds of the wolf clan racing over the snow. Yow! The reindeer quickened its agility again. But in mere seconds, it felt a white shadow beside it, and then a wolf claw struck violently at its neck. The Arctic reindeer desperately tried to dodge, but it was impossible. Moreover, the pouncing force brought by the white shadow's swift agility was beyond its capabilities. The heavy impact hit its neck, and its body lost balance while running fast, rolling several meters before finally coming to a stop. The Arctic reindeer's body isn't so flexible, and rolling multiple times had already injured many of its internal organs and bones. It crawled on the ground with great difficulty, struggling, but couldn't get back up. And the herd of Arctic reindeer was just not far away. But it knew it would never return. Yow! The sorrowful deer call echoed in the night. Meanwhile, Su slowly walked towards the once confident Arctic reindeer, wasting no time and directly giving it a swift end. Sharp fangs pierced the Arctic reindeer's throat, sucking in the precious deer blood. Just as the Arctic reindeer was about to struggle, its throat was bitten through. Before long, the Arctic reindeer's eyes turned dull. Little Gray rushed over, panting. It had long grown accustomed to the majesty of the leader. Prey that it struggled to deal with became lambs for slaughter in the leader's presence. Ah, whoa! Su howled softly, signaling Little Gray to find bushes and drag the Arctic reindeer back. Immediately, Little Gray obediently went off in search of bushes. The Arctic reindeer weighed much less than a musk ox, only around 200 pounds. Therefore, after finding the bushes, Little Gray single-handedly dragged the Arctic reindeer corpse. This time, Sue didn't have Little Gray drag the Arctic reindeer back to where Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom were, but to a new cave he had found. This was to prevent stimulating Wolf Dad again. Now, Wolf Dad's authority as the leader wolf was already very fragile in front of him. He couldn't stimulate it anymore. Chapter 19: Fresh Deer Blood. The new cave was located on a tall mountain. The path to the cave was somewhat steep, making it hard for ordinary hunters to climb up. Little Gray found it somewhat difficult to climb up alone, let alone dragging the Arctic reindeer. Thus, in the end, it was still Sue who exerted tremendous effort to drag the Arctic reindeer corpse up. Now that the Arctic cold season and polar night had arrived, many animals had migrated. Prey had become increasingly scarce. So it was necessary to store some food in the cave in advance. The Arctic temperature is below -10 degrees all year round. And during the cold season, it can drop to -20 or 30 degrees, or even -40 or 50 degrees. Such temperatures act like a natural freezer, and food won't spoil due to storage time. Upon entering the new cave, Sue first continued to suck a few big mouthfuls of deer blood from the carcass. Deer blood is a precious medicinal resource with many therapeutic effects. As a Wolf Clan member, Sue also found the deer blood sweet and delicious, leaving him wanting more. Far tastier than many big brand beverages from his past life. Of course, it also relates to the different taste buds of the Wolf Clan. Having never hunted fresh reindeer before, this was his first time tasting deer blood. He drank to his heart's content, then lowered his howl, signaling Little Gray to come and eat. Little Gray, watching for danger at the cave entrance, immediately ran overexcited. It tore into the Arctic reindeer's flesh and blood. Meanwhile, Sue went to the cave entrance, overlooking the vast night of the Arctic continent. The geographical location of this cave was quite good. From a high vantage point, he could see far distances. Moreover, the path to the cave was somewhat steep, ensuring a high level of safety. The inside of the cave was also very spacious. It is several times larger than the cave where Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom reside. Even with dozens of wolves living there, it is more than sufficient. Thus, Sue plans for this to be his future home. He went outside and patrolled around the cave. And after finding nothing special, he returned. At this time, Little Gray had also eaten its fill. But this time it was clear that it only ate around 3 to 4 pounds of deer meat, about 80% full, and didn't eat anymore. Howl. Little Gray howled a couple of times, still thinking about the several little lemmings it buried, planning to take them back for Wolfsis to taste. Ah, whoa. After responding, Sue took Little Gray down the mountain. They headed back to the original cave. Sue and Little Gray returned to the cave quickly. On the way, he naturally dug out a few lemmings that Little Gray had buried. There were about 7 or 8. Little Gray carried 4 or 5 of them back, while Sue took the rest to the cave. Just as they returned to the cave, they found that Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom, who had been out hunting, were also back. However, the atmosphere in the cave was rather flat. It was obvious that there were some hunting results from this outing, but there likely weren't any significant gains. After Sue returned, Wolf Dad, as the alpha, visibly became tense. Both wolves looked at Sue and Little Gray. Fortunately, these 2 little cubs only brought back a few lemmings. This allowed Wolf Dad to maintain his dignity as the alpha. Otherwise, he would have found it hard to accept if he went out hunting with the pack every day, only to end up with a lesser harvest than these 2 cubs he raised. It would be unbearable for him. Moreover, it would greatly undermine his prestige within the pack. Howl. At this point, seeing that Sue and Little Gray hadn't brought back much, Wolf Dad proudly picked up the corpse of an adult Arctic hare and threw it in front of them. This was something Wolf Dad had specifically saved for the 2 of them. However, this Arctic hare weighed only about 10 pounds, which Little Gray could finish off easily given its usual appetite. Let alone Sue, whose appetite was even larger. Thus, Little Gray's wolf head shook slightly, looking down upon the Arctic hare's corpse. However, Wolf Dad's remaining prestige was still quite strong, and Little Gray didn't express any dissatisfaction. It simply stood by its big boss without making a sound. Ah, whoa! Sue, on the other hand, howled to Wolf Dad, expressing his delight. Wolf Mom came over and affectionately licked Sue. At this point, Wolf Mom had also long noticed the subtle relationship between her husband and her child. But in the wolf pack, strength reigns supreme. And many times, she had no choice. Who would have thought her child would grow so quickly, with strength already matching or even surpassing the strongest in the pack? Nevertheless, Wolf Mom still hoped to live harmoniously. Ah, whoa! Sue responded warmly to Wolf Mom's affection. Wolf Dad then dropped the Arctic hare's corpse and quietly resumed his aloof demeanor as the alpha. He returned to his previous spot and began to sleep. On this day, the large prey encountered were in groups, and many had migrated elsewhere. Thus, they could only exert themselves to hunt groups of Arctic hares. Arctic hares have keen hearing and run quickly. Each wolf in the pack consumed a fair amount of stamina before managing to hunt 7. 8 adult wolves shared 5, with the leftovers given to Wolf Sis, Cousin, and Ash. The remaining one was specifically left for Sue. Having expended quite a bit of stamina, he lay down and quickly fell asleep. Little Gray also gave the lemmings it carried to Wolf Sis, Cousin, and Ash. As young cubs, they seldom left the cave. Naturally, they had never tasted lemmings. They felt quite curious and excited. In the end, it was still Little Gray that opened up the lemmings and tossed them to Wolf Sis and Cousin before they began eating. After Little Gray howled at Sue, it also tossed 2 to Ash. Though Little Gray often bullied Ash, it still cared deeply about this wolf cub. Sue quickly came to the little cubs and gave them both the lemmings and the Arctic hare's corpse to eat. Wolf Sis and Cousin, although after waking up, only ate the remaining muskox meat and even shared some Arctic hare meat. However, under the effects of the potential potion, their appetites really increased, and their digestion was quick. In just over half a day, they felt their bellies were once again empty. Wolf Sis was still young and carefree. Saw that her wolf brother had given her the food, and immediately began to eat excitedly. As for Cousin and Ash, after eating a few lemmings and getting a taste, they lost interest. Time passed, and a few more days went by, with Sue occasionally giving extra food to the cubs. Wolf Sis and Cousin, who had taken the potential potion, finally showed significant changes. Cousin had grown significantly larger, surpassing its previous size, and its level had also reached level 3. Its fur was softer and shinier, and its ears had become somewhat pointy. After testing, it turned out that Cousin had developed its hearing potential. Its hearing was much sharper than that of typical wolves. Meanwhile, Wolf Sis finally reached level 1, and her small wolf fangs and claws became a bit sharper, making it easier to gnaw on food, but nothing else changed. Little Gray's growth, on the other hand, was comprehensive, as its size had increased a bit more. It began striving for level 4 power, and its resistance to impact also improved, most noticeably in its limbs, which were strong and powerful. Its jumping and striking power far exceeded that of other wolves at the same level. Chapter 20: A New Wolf Pack. During these days, Sue's evolution points EP were slowly increasing. Although eating the same prey resulted in a significant reduction of evolution points EP, it was better than nothing. Eating some could still raise evolution points EP by 3 or 4 points. Currently, the evolution points EP had exceeded 80. It's another step closer to advancing to level 6. Sue also used the remaining 2 potential potions on Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom. Clearly, since Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom were already adults, their physique and skeleton had already been established. The effects of the potential potion were minimal. It merely made Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom's fur appear a bit smoother and shinier. It also gave them a slight boost in their stats. The potential potion is used up. As for the evolution potion, Sue planned to use it after hunting new prey. After all, the evolution potion could triple the evolution points EP earned. It would definitely be better used for newly hunted prey. Next, Sue also made his intentions clear to Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom. He was prepared to take Little Gray and establish a new wolf pack. As for Wolf Sis, Cousin, and Ash, If Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom felt at ease, they could come alone. After laying everything out, Wolf Dad remained silent for an entire day. Meanwhile, Wolf Mom kept affectionately licking Sue, trying to persuade him to stay. Sue felt the same reluctance to part with his loving Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad. Although Wolf Dad seemed very stern and didn't communicate much with the cubs, he was actually quite caring. However, as his own strength grew stronger, it would surely affect Wolf Dad's prestige in the pack more seriously. So Sue decided it was best to leave the wolf pack now, to prevent any future misunderstandings between himself and Wolf Dad. Moreover, the cave he chose was only about 20 kilometers from where Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom were. If anything happened, he could quickly come to their aid. In the end, after a day of silence, Wolf Dad finally let out a low howl of consent. He gently picked up Wolf Sis, Ash, and Cousin, and howled a few times to indicate to the three little cubs that they would follow Sue from now on. Wolf Sis had always been very dependent on Wolf Brother. Upon hearing Wolf Dad's command, she immediately let out a happy howl. Cousin and Ash had no objections to following Sue either. After all, Sue was already the leader of the little cubs. However, parting from the cave they've lived in for a long time and leaving their biological mother was somewhat hard. Ash's mother and Cousin's mother licked their pups for a long time, wanting to leave their scent on them forever. Cousin had been born for a year. And during this time, with the help of the potential potion and ample food, she had also reached level 3. Her endurance had improved significantly, but after nuzzling against her mother for a moment, she followed behind Sue. Ash, on the other hand, snuggled for quite a while. And it was only after Little Gray impatiently howled a few times that Ash came over. And so, the 5 wolf cubs, all under 6 months old, left the cave, venturing into the vast Arctic wasteland to begin a new adventure. Little Gray was quite excited along the way, finally heading to a new cave to start a new life. The cave still stored an entire Arctic reindeer. And thinking about the delicious deer meat, Little Gray couldn't help but drool. Wolf Sis, Cousin, and Ash were coming out of the cave for the first time, and everything outside felt very new. Wolf Sis was bouncing around, playing in the snow, and chewing on the bushes along the way. The two wolves' eyes were filled with curiosity for everything around. Only after Sue's low howl did they catch up to the main group. Although Ash and Cousin were also quite curious. But they still closely followed Sue, without running around carelessly like Wolf Sis. After Wolf Sis returned, Cousin howled a couple of times, signaling Wolf Sis to stay safe. After all, in the icy wilds, you never know where danger might be lurking. They were still closely following Sue, feeling a sense of security. Next, when the sky completely darkened, Sue led them to a new cave. The new cave had a rugged and steep path. Little Gray could still barely climb up by itself, while Cousin struggled greatly, managing to climb only a short distance before running out of strength. As for Wolf Sis and Ash, they could only watch the path while howling. In the end, it was Sue that took them up. The new cave was quite spacious. Upon entering the cave, Cousin, Wolf Sis, and Ash were getting familiar with their new surroundings. Sue signaled Little Gray to drag over the carcass of an Arctic reindeer. The carcass of the Arctic reindeer had been stored in the cave for several days and was already frozen stiff. Its surface was also covered with a thin layer of frost. However, the wolf pack did not have many concerns as long as it was food, they could swallow it. It was still the old rule Sue had established for them. Wolf Sis and Cousin eat first, while Little Gray and Ash kept watch at the entrance. Cousin, now at level 3, had no problem tearing flesh off the frozen reindeer's carcass. But for Wolf Sis, she struggled to bite off even a small piece of flesh from the reindeer carcass. Howl. This made her howl in frustration for help from her brother. Wolf Sis also felt quite inadequate in her distress, even having to trouble her wolf brother just to eat. When she saw her brother coming to help her tear off large chunks of meat from the Arctic reindeer carcass. However, due to being too short, she could only lick at the fur on her brother's front paws. Whoa! After Sue tore off large pieces of meat for Wolf Sis, he signaled her to eat quickly. Additionally, he took a couple of bites himself. He found that while the Arctic reindeer's meat now wasn't as smooth as it was with the hunt skill, the freezing actually brought about a different flavor. Chilled upon entry, the Arctic reindeer still tasted very fresh, retaining a light sweetness in the meat. Delicious. No wonder it's deer meat. Deer meat is considered high-quality food both in the wild and in human society. However, Sue only took a few bites before stopping. With only a few evolution points EP to gain, Sue had little interest or appetite for food. After Wolf Sis and Cousin were full, Sue howled softly, and Little Gray and Ash immediately came scampering over to eat. Ash was now not much stronger than Wolf Sis and also couldn't tear off meat from the reindeer. Fortunately, large chunks of meat that Sue had just torn off were still uneaten by Wolf Sis. After howling a couple of times, upon seeing Sue did not refuse, they happily started to eat. Meat from a large herbivore like the Arctic reindeer was something Ash rarely got to eat. And in the past 2 months, it had all been due to following Big Brother Sue. This brought a bit of comfort to Ash, who had left its original pack and mother. Ah, whoa! Little Gray was gobbling down his food while happily howling at Ash, expressing that only by closely following the leader could one have such delicious food. Chapter 21, Rapid Growth. The weather in the Arctic continent is getting colder. Daytime is also getting shorter, almost just barely seeing a white line in the sky before diving back into darkness. Polar night is almost descending here. Many animals have migrated from the Arctic to other places. This has intensified the competition among hunters on the Arctic continent. Ah, whoa! In the darkness, Sue stood at the mouth of the cave, gazing at the vast expanse of snow and ice below. The clear wolf howl echoed in the sky. Inside the cave, Little Gray, Wolf Sis, Cousin, and Ash were snuggled up and sleeping in Sue's newly formed wolf pack. Currently only he and Little Gray were able to go out hunting. And Cousin, although at level 3, not being a different breed, still had a significant gap in power compared to Little Gray. However, staying back to look after Ash and Wolf Sis was still more than sufficient. Though the current wolf pack isn't large, the atmosphere is still very harmonious. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Polar night had completely descended. The area where Sue was located was enveloped in darkness all day long, with no sign of light. And with the onset of polar night, the temperature had also dropped to around -20 degrees. Even in the cave, Wolf Sis either tucked into herself or cuddled with Cousin for warmth. Ash was sheltered behind a windbreak rock, curled up, only able to get some warmth from Little Gray while he slept. As for Little Gray and Cousin, now at level 3, they could still endure this bit of cold. Sue naturally didn't need to say more. Fortunately, there is plenty of food. Although it's a bit cold, Wolf Sis and Ash are both growing rapidly. By around level 2, they'll be able to withstand this biting cold. During this period, Sue took Little Gray down the mountains several times to hunt. The polar night has descended, and everything is desolate. But there are still some prey around. Ah, whoa! The howls of wolves echo in the pitch-black Arctic. During this time, Sue and Little Gray have had little success in hunting large herbivores. However, the diversity of the prey captured has increased. Previously overlooked prey are now included in Sue's diet. This has also led to a recent period where, although the hunting yield has decreased, Sue's evolution points EP are rapidly increasing. Today's catch is quite good. They've hunted a nest of Arctic foxes. The Arctic fox can be said to be one of the most alert animals on the Arctic continent, and it is also a hunter. Therefore, it is very difficult for other hunters to hunt it. Today, it was purely by chance that Little Gray found the Arctic fox's den. This den is located on a hill and has several exits. The interior of the den is well constructed with numerous paths. Little Gray, being smaller in size, squeezed inside. Sue stayed outside, waiting for the fox. When a fox from this nest escaped, it relied on its speed to evade Sue's hunting skills. Facing Sue, who was nearly 2 meters tall, the Arctic foxes had no thought of resistance. They all fled in panic. This nest has 1 male and 2 females, along with 7 pups that are about 40 centimeters long. The lead male Arctic fox is quite capable, especially with its escape agility. If it encountered other Arctic wolves, it would have certainly escaped long ago. Unfortunately, it met Sue. Sue was the first to capture 3 adult Arctic foxes. The remaining pups didn't run very fast. Very quickly, he caught 4 and then managed to capture 1 alive. As for the 2 that ran away, they were both female pups. And they had already fled quite far, so Sue didn't bother to chase them. Species: male Arctic fox, deceased. Level: 4 level. HP: 439. Stamina: 45. STR: 39. Def: 33. AGI of 51. This largest male Arctic fox was at level 4, with an agility that reached 51. Even little Gray couldn't catch up. It was less than a meter long, only about 70 to 80 centimeters. But its body was slender, with a narrow waist, weighing even less than half that of other similarly sized animals. Additionally, there were also 2 female Arctic foxes. And they were only slightly smaller than the male Arctic fox. I must say, from Sue's perspective, the Arctic fox is quite attractive and ranks highly in the entire Arctic Circle. It has a narrow forehead, a pointed snout, and round ears. Its eyes are light brown, and when they look at you, they seem very innocent. Its fur is as white as snow. The fur on Sue's wolf body has a few similarities. There's also a layer of white fluff on its paws, which helps it walk on ice and snow. Additionally, it's said that the Arctic fox's fur can change color, being white in the cold season and turning black in the warm season. However, as cute and attractive as they may be, Sue, who has been reborn as a wolf for 3 months, has already become decisive. In the face of survival, cuteness and looks count for little. This nest of Arctic foxes is the new prey Sue has hunted. It's enough to last for several days. The auxiliary evolution potion can grant a 3-fold increase in evolution points EP. This is likely to provide Sue with quite a bit of evolution points EP. At that point, he should be close to breaking through to level 6. Ah, whoa! Sue howled loudly, summoning Little Gray to bring the Arctic foxes back to the cave. 3 adults and 5 pups, totaling 8 Arctic foxes. Sue and Little Gray made 2 trips to carry all the Arctic foxes back to the cave. After repeated climbing, Little Gray has now become much more adept at climbing the route to the cave. Back in the cave, Sue tossed the terrified Arctic fox pup, shaking in fear, to Wolf Sis and Ash. He then signaled Cousin to supervise them, letting them practice their hunting skills. This young Arctic fox is only at level 1. It's perfect for Wolf Sis and Ash to practice on. As for the body of the Arctic reindeer, it weighs about 70 to 80 kilograms. That should be enough for them to eat for a while. As for these Arctic foxes, let him bear this act of killing. With sharp fangs, he opened up the belly of an adult Arctic fox. And what was once a very cute Arctic fox instantly became drenched in blood. While eating, Sue also used a supporting evolution potion. As the potion's energy surged through his body, he tore off large chunks of blood and flesh, swallowing them. Ding! Host has consumed Arctic fox, obtaining 12 evolution points EP. With the boost from the evolution potion, Sue's eyes lit up at the first bite. So many evolution points EP. Promotion to level 6 is just around the corner. Thinking of this, Sue, who had little appetite recently, suddenly felt a surge of hunger and began to gobble down food. Ding! Host has consumed Arctic fox, obtaining 11.5 evolution points EP. Ding! The host ate an Arctic fox and gained 11 evolution points EP. Ding! The host ate an Arctic fox and gained 10.5 evolution points EP. Chapter 22, Targeting the Grizzly Bear. The meat of the Arctic fox is, relatively speaking, not very tasty. There's a lot of lean meat, but it's a bit tough compared to the meat of Arctic reindeer. In terms of texture, it's like heaven and earth. However, with the huge amount of evolution points EP to be gained, Sue is devouring it ravenously. Ah, whoa! Whoa. At this moment, not far from the cave, Wolf Sis and Ash are also very curious about the little Arctic fox that Wolf Brother has caught. Although the two wolf pups are practicing hunting skills according to Cousin S guidance. Yip. The little Arctic fox looks at Wolf Sis and Ash, who are pouncing toward it, and it cries out in fear. In its eyes, they seem like a group of demons. Especially the white wolf not far away, it looks like the king of demons. Sue, on the other hand, doesn't even bother to glance at Wolf Sis and Ash. After all, with the level 3 cousin watching over, there won't be any problems. The meat it has just consumed is yielding a huge boost in evolution points EP. After a short while, Sue has swallowed an entire adult Arctic fox. The Arctic fox is very light, and even after eating the whole thing, it only feels about 80% full. As for the remaining Arctic fox fur, he placed it at the entrance of the cave. Then put a stone on top to prevent it from being blown away. He is waiting for it to dry out to make a cushion for Wolf Sis, which will keep her warm. Eating only Arctic fox has brought Sue almost 100 evolution points EP. This is the first time he used the evolution potion. And also the first time he gained such a large amount of evolution points EP. Name, Sue. Species, Arctic wolf. Level, 5 level. 320 evolution points EP are needed to level up. HP, 500. Stamina, 50. STR, 50. Def, 50. AGI, 100. Evolution points EP, 293. Talent, Hunt Skill D level. Sue opened the attribute panel and glanced at it after these days of hunting. His evolution points EP have reached 293. He is very close to leveling up from level 6 to level 7, needing only less than 30 more evolution points EP. It's likely that eating a bit more tomorrow will do the trick. At this moment, Sue stands up. And his pristine white fur is speckled with spots of blood from hunting the Arctic fox. He walks out of the cave, prepared to go for a stroll. This time, he didn't bring Little Gray along. Because it wouldn't be convenient to take Little Gray with him this time. Little Gray, seeing the boss going out, promptly forgot about eating the deer meat. And hurriedly scampered to the entrance of the cave. He noticed that the boss wasn't going to patrol the cave, but was quickly leaving the cave. This left him a bit puzzled. After all, the boss usually takes him along when going out. Whoa. He raised his head, thinking that the boss must have forgotten to call him. However, there was no response. And all he could see was the boss's wolf shadow disappearing quickly into the night. This made him turn around sadly, lying back down in his spot, feeling a bit listless. Watching Ash and Wolf Sis clumsily pounce at the little white fox. He initially thought about teaching them a thing or two, but now he has no mood for it. So he simply lay there and fell asleep. Late at night, Sue moved through the darkness of the Arctic continent. His AGI is very quick. It didn't take long to reach the snowy slope. From the snowy slope, Sue looked down from a high vantage point. What appeared before him was a heavy-set gray bear. And this gray bear was currently gnawing on the fruits of a shrub. Probably due to the arrival of the polar night, making food acquisition more difficult. After finishing the shrub's fruits, the gray bear even began to chew on the branches and leaves of the shrub. The gray bear has a varied diet, especially when food sources are scarce. It would eat even tender branches and leaves, moss, and insects. Although the gray bear is not the strongest ruler in the Arctic continent, very few hunters would dare to provoke it without reason. And Sue's sole purpose for being out here is this gray bear? Species, female gray bear. Level, 10 level. HP, 1589. Stamina, 116. STR, 102. Def, 108. AGI of 41. Sue fixed his gaze on the gray bear. And as his thoughts stirred, its numerical attributes appeared before his eyes. These attributes are quite strong. Thick health, high defense, strong stamina, and solid strength. Except for agility being its weak point, this bear's attributes are overwhelmingly superior to Sue. Yet Sue still had his eye on this bear. He had been keeping an eye on this gray bear for some time. He had previously noticed that she was pregnant. And now, she should have just given birth to cubs. Moreover, with the polar night setting in and food being scarce. Without sufficient food, the gray bear would find it hard to regain its strength quickly. In the past, a lone Arctic wolf, let alone an Arctic wolf pack, would never dare to provoke a gray bear. But just because it never happened before, doesn't mean it won't happen now. Sue has been coveting the bear's meat, as well as its gallbladder and paws for a long time. However, he did not act recklessly. Although his agility far surpasses that of the gray bear. If a fight were to break out, it would definitely be brutal. Because even if he were to inflict several wounds on the gray bear, it would still be less than the injuries it could deal to him. If he used the hunt skill, perhaps he could briefly suppress the gray bear. However, the hunt skill only lasts for a short 60 seconds. And if he couldn't resolve the gray bear within that time, he would face its most furious counterattack. Sue prepared to advance to level 6. And after enhancing his strength, he would return to seek out the gray bear. I came here today mainly to check on the bear's physical condition and living location. At this point, after the bear had eaten most of the surrounding bushes, it slowly made its way back to a dark cave. This cave is quite low. Far from being as well positioned as Sue's choice, and it is also not very safe. But in the Arctic, besides polar bears, there are no other hunters that would bother it. Sue stared for a long time, and after seeing the bear enter the cave and not come out again, he finally withdrew his gaze and prepared to leave. However, just as he was pulling back his gaze, his dual green wolf eye suddenly noticed a faint flickering light. Chapter 23, Divina. This light had a faint red hue. Wolf eyes are very sensitive to light at night. Even the faintest light can be noticed. Sue carefully moved his body. And after circling around a few bushes, he finally saw what was emitting the weak light. An infrared camera? Sue discovered that it was a filming infrared camera. It seems that all the animals in the Arctic continent would keep their distance from such an unidentified flying object. But Sue did not. He took a closer look and saw that this infrared camera was drone-like. It didn't seem too high-tech. He had used one during his previous adventures. This type of camera can be controlled to fly from a distance. It was clear that even in the polar night in the Arctic, there were still some people daring enough to come and record the living habits of the animals in the Arctic continent. Perhaps it was for academic purposes. Or maybe to shoot documentaries about certain wild animals. After all, wildlife programs do have a lot of audiences. But Sue was not fond of this kind of camera. Once he had set his sights on the bear, it was his prey. Sue was less than 20 meters away from the drone camera. With a sudden dash, he reached it in less than a second. Even if someone was controlling it from behind, there would be no time to react. He leaped up, and his wolf paw struck the camera fiercely. Bang! The camera was immediately knocked to the ground, its parts scattered. But the camera still emitted a weak red light. Sue struck it twice again. And the internal structure of the camera shattered, the faint red light flickered once before extinguishing. After doing this, Sue turned and left, starting to retrace his path back. On the way, only the serene stillness of the night accompanied him. Just as Sue was on his way back to the cave. 2 kilometers away from the bear's cave, in a gray-white SUV, Tiffany, with fair skin and rosy lips, looked at the dark surveillance page on her tablet, a look of frustration crossing her face. "Oh my God! What was that white shadow just now?" Tiffany said, somewhat dejected. She came here, naturally, to film and record. Since she wanted to publish findings on the strange creatures of the Arctic tundra. She also needed to record the biological activities under the polar night. Although during this time, she hadn't spotted the white wolf. But discovering a freshly birthed bear and recording how the mother bear feeds her cubs during the food-scarce polar night is also quite interesting. But she didn't expect that the sudden white shadow would damage the drone camera. AGI was too fast, it hadn't captured what the white shadow was. Could it be a snowy owl? Tiffany thought to herself. What's wrong, Tiffany? Her friend Divina, who was napping in the back seat, opened her sleepy eyes and asked drowsily. Divina and Tiffany were friends from the same school. And they both had a great fondness for wildlife. As the polar night approached, she was worried about Tiffany's safety while filming alone, so she came along. After coming here, she fell in love with this Arctic land. Under the dim polar night, everything was desolate. And they seemed like sprites in the night, wandering across the Arctic continent, recording and filming the various aspects of animal life. Here, she had seen adorable little seals lazily resting on the ice shore, and witnessed the dominant polar bears swimming and fishing with agility, and observed how the Arctic wolf pack coordinated their hunt skills for hunting. In addition, she had heard Tiffany mention that there was a white lone wolf in this area. Large in size, with pure white fur, extremely intelligent, and quite bold, able to hunt large prey by itself. Even during a few live broadcasts Tiffany occasionally did, viewers in the chat had repeatedly mentioned this white wolf. This made Divina extremely curious. What kind of white wolf could leave such an impression on viewers? Darling, look, the drone camera got destroyed. At this point, Tiffany frustratedly handed her friend the tablet displaying the surveillance footage. Oh. What happened? Divina, just awake, was unaware of what had happened. Usually, animals on the Arctic continent would not casually touch unfamiliar things. Especially not a drone camera that can fly and move. That white shadow AGI quickly destroyed the drone camera. Tiffany said. White shadow? Still fast? Could it be a snow owl? Diana and Tiffany also had a reaction. I don't know. Tiffany sighed, feeling very frustrated and helpless. After discussing, the two concluded that the drone's camera had been destroyed. Then let's go back and rest for a bit, buy a new one and come back to shoot. And I also want to buy a smaller drone, so that I can fly into the bear's cave to shoot some footage of the baby bears. Of course, what they didn't know was that when I come back to shoot again, I might see it. Only in the frozen wilderness was there a trace of blood left. In the pitch-black night, Sue returned to the cave. Cousin has been assigned to keep watch. Upon seeing himself return, Cousin let out a couple of low howls towards himself. Ah, whoa! Sue also responded. As for Wolf Sis, she is nestled against Cousin and has fallen asleep. Yet Ash was still being comforted by Little Gray. But the weather was harsh, so Little Gray could also provide some warmth for Ash. After surveying the cave, Sue returned to his spot, leaning against the cave's stone wall, and fell asleep. These past 2 days, he needed to conserve energy and get into peak condition. The night was uneventful. The next day, as Sue just woke up, he saw Little Gray crouching beside him. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! And upon seeing his master awake, Little Gray excitedly howled. It even stuck out its tongue and licked Sue's fur. Slap! Which earned Little Gray a swift paw from Sue. Wolf Mom, Wolf Sis, there was no way to refuse. But that didn't mean he accepted this kind of affectionate expression in his heart. Ah, whoa! Little Gray, despite being hit, had no grievances and continued to howl excitedly. Because it felt that as long as its master was there and hadn't abandoned it, that was enough. As for the master teaching the little brother, that was entirely normal in its eyes. Ah, whoa! Sue stood up, stretched his wolf body, and the low howl led Little Gray out of the cave for a nearby patrol. As the leader of the wolf pack, patrolling the territory was a daily task. Moreover, Sue was accustomed to this kind of thing. Additionally, patrolling around the cave also allowed him to check if there were any unexpected intruding prey. Chapter 24, Strengthening. There were no unexpected gains today. After wandering around and experiencing the severe cold of the Arctic, Sue led Little Gray back to the cave. After returning, he called them to eat. Having food to eat every day is unimaginable compared to other wolf packs. Meanwhile, Wolf Sis was still practicing with the little Arctic fox but hadn't actually harmed it. With a low howl from Sue, Wolf Sis scurried over to the carcass of the Arctic reindeer. After letting Wolf Sis bite off a few pieces of Arctic reindeer meat, he returned to his spot and began eating the Arctic fox meat. The effect of the evolution potion lasts for 3 days. Thus, even though his evolution points EP had decreased significantly, they were still quite considerable. Ding! The host ate an Arctic fox and gained 3.5 evolution points EP. Ding! The host ate an Arctic fox and gained 3 evolution points EP. Ding! The host ate an Arctic fox and gained 2.5 evolution points EP. After eating about half of an adult Arctic fox, he gained nearly 20 evolution points EP. That was much less than yesterday. But Sue had anticipated this. Now he was already full. And the evolution points EP were getting closer to reaching level 6. Feeling satisfied, he went to the entrance of the cave. Laying on the large stone at the entrance, calmly watching the icy and snowy world outside. Meanwhile, after Cousin finished eating in the cave, seeing Sue on guard at the entrance, began to check Wolf Sis's hunting skills with a low howl. As a result, Wolf Sis hadn't practiced well at all. Its small body swayed unsteadily in the hunting posture, revealing numerous flaws, which made Cousin quite helpless. As for Little Gray and Ash, after finishing their meals, they started to play. In the past, although Ash wasn't a match for Little Gray, he could barely hold his own for a bit. Since Little Gray awakened its mutation and took the potential potion, its strength has increased dramatically. Fortunately, Little Gray was very aware of its limits. And during their play, it would occasionally teach Ash some biting and hunting skill techniques. After all, it often goes hunting with its master and knows much more than Ash. At this moment, the days in the cave were quietly and leisurely passing. Soon, the second day arrived. Sue divided the 2 Arctic fox cubs among the Little Gray fox and Cousin for them to share. The rest all went into his belly. Now, the evolution points EP were just enough to advance to level 6. Ah, whoa! Sue stood at the cave entrance, unable to suppress a long howl in excitement. Next, he felt that mysterious and strange energy once again descend. Sue held his breath and began to greedily absorb this energy. This evolutionary energy roamed through every part of Sue's wolf body. And the fur of his body became even softer due to the nourishment and enhancement from this energy. The skin on the outside became tougher and firmer. Now, ordinary attacks found it hard to break through Sue's def. His limbs, which had already become robust and strong under the potential potion, appeared slightly bigger again. Especially the wolf claws hidden in his white fur, which became as sharp as blades and grew about half a centimeter longer. However, the retractability of the wolf claws also enhanced when not in battle or hunting. They could retract perfectly back into his fur without causing any accidental injuries. With a nearly 2-meter wolf body, he had grown even larger. His size finally breaking the 2-meter mark with the wolf's tail included, he was about 2.5 meters long. He completely surpassed the same 6th-level wolf dad. Sue's wolf head, with its smooth fur, had ears that had become more sensitive. And his hearing had also improved somewhat. Those beautiful wolf eyes grew deeper and more spirited. The wolf teeth in his mouth also became stronger and sharper. Especially the 4 fangs, which were about 2 to 3 centimeters longer than ordinary teeth. With the changes in his wolf teeth, Sue could feel his biting force rapidly increase. Now, in the Arctic continent, he could definitely be called the strongest Arctic wolf. Ah, whoa! With his tremendous power increase, Sue howled. His loud and lingering wolf howl echoed in the sky, as if proclaiming the birth of the Wolf King. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing to level 6. Name, Sue. Species, Arctic wolf. Level, 6 level. 640 evolution points EP are needed to level up. HP, 600. Stamina, 60. STR, 60. Def, 60. AGI 110. Evolution points EP 0. Free stat points 10. Talent, hunt skill D level. An updated status panel appeared before Sue. He still unhesitatingly added free stat points to AGI. Moving like the wind, with the greatest ease, AGI is the best guarantee of safety. With an AGI value of 120, his running AGI broke through to a new peak. In terms of AGI, it can be said that it's hard to find a rival on the Arctic continent. After advancing to level 6, the peak AGI and explosive power that his wolf body could withstand also had a new limit. At that moment, Sue, with his snow-white fur and towering, strong wolf body, standing at the cave entrance, he made Xiaohui, cousin, wolf sis, and Ash inside the cave gaze at him with endless envy and admiration. Ah, whoa! Wolf sis's youthful howl rang out as she joyfully came to Wolf Brother's side, only to find that she was even shorter than him. Wolf Brother has become even stronger, and her eyes were filled with adoring stars. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! Cousin and Ash also let out low howls, showing their respect and submission towards Sue. The enhancement of the alpha's strength is all benefit and no harm for the pack. Especially now, in the newly formed pack, nearly all of them are relying on Sue. At this moment, Cousin began to feel quite useless. Only able to barely look after the home, unable to do anything else. As for the atypical Xiaohui, it has the deepest understanding of its leader's strength changes. The increase in the leader's power is so great that it feels, in front of the leader, it is like a little cub facing the alpha wolf. And Sue responded to the few cubs who were howling low. He even lifted a paw and patted the adorable wolf sis. With abundant food supply, both Wolf Sis and Ash have made considerable progress in strength. Their size has grown a bit compared to when they first arrived. It is evident that they are about to break through to level 2. As for Cousin, it has only made some improvements in strength. But there is still a considerable distance to break through to level 4. On the other hand, the atypical Xiaohui has also seen significant improvements in strength during this time, with level 4 just around the corner. The strength of the pack is steadily increasing. This makes Sue feel somewhat gratified. At the same time, he howled softly, signaling Cousin and Xiaohui to watch over the home. Inside the cave, there is still about 50 pounds of Arctic reindeer meat, enough for them to eat for 3 or 4 days. And Sue, looking out at the endless night outside, with his wolf eyes flickering with a greenish glow, his pupils slightly constricted, exuding a hint of danger. Prepared to go out and have some real fun. Chapter 25, Fierce Battle with the Grizzly Bear. The night has already become the norm in the current Arctic. Without the sun, there is no light. Under the polar night, everything is desolate, and everything feels very quiet. Sue quickly arrived at the snowy slope he had visited a couple of days ago in the silence. The grizzly bear now requires a significant amount of food intake and goes out every day to forage. But it has not strayed too far. The nearby bushes have already been completely stripped bare. At this moment, the grizzly bear is lying at the roots of the bushes searching for insects to eat. While eating insects, it casually munches on the moss on the snow as well. It greedily consumes everything that provides energy. This is all to replenish its nutrition. However, soon, the grizzly bear's nose twitched. It caught a whiff of something unusual. It was neither an insect, nor moss, and definitely not the scent of itself. This was the scent of the wolf clan. The grizzly bear suddenly rose from the ground, standing tall. There was no need to search deliberately, as it quickly spotted atop the snowy slope, the Arctic wolf with shimmering green eyes. This Arctic wolf was not hiding its size at all, standing proudly on the snowy slope. The grizzly bear just glared at the Arctic wolf, then roared, wanting it to get lost. It knew its agility was slow and it couldn't catch up to such a large Arctic wolf. So it was too lazy to waste stamina chasing it. Roar! The dull roar of the bear echoed through the night. In the grizzly bear's perception, whenever it roared in the past, the Arctic wolves would flee with their tails tucked. So after roaring, it continued to lie on the ground and began munching on moss and insects. However, just as it was lying there eating for a while, it noticed that the scent of the Arctic wolf was still present. It was even closer than before. This made the grizzly bear stand up again. Seeing that the Arctic wolf had slowly come down from the snowy slope and was standing not far from it. Suddenly, the grizzly bear seemed to realize something. Its jet-black eyes looked at the Arctic wolf in surprise. Did this Arctic wolf see it as prey? After this thought crossed its mind, the grizzly bear was completely enraged. How dare it? How dare it think like that? A mere Arctic wolf dares to hunt a bear? Roar! This time the grizzly bear did not simply roar. It was truly angry. Really enraged by this Arctic wolf's audacity. Both of its massive paws slammed down on the nearby bushes, making the bare, old branches rustle. However, its furious display did not intimidate the Arctic wolf across from it. This Arctic wolf seemed to be completely unfazed. At the same time, its glowing green eyes quietly stared at it. Like the eyes of a demon crawling out of hell, they were fixated on it. At this moment, though it didn't understand why this Arctic wolf was so bold, the reality was right in front of it. Roar! The grizzly bear roared. Standing upright, its massive body towering at 2 meters was fixated on the Arctic wolf. At this moment, it had just given birth not long ago and was somewhat weakened. But it did not feel that this was a problem. The cruel laws of nature never spoke of morality or righteousness. In the wild, there is only one ultimate rule. The weak are prey to the strong, and the victor is king. If there were a polar wolf that had just given birth and couldn't move in front of the grizzly bear, it would also tear its skin and eat it. Ah, whoa! At that moment, the long and clear howl of the wolf echoed in the darkness. Sue looked at the furious grizzly bear across from him. He opened his mouth, showing off his sharp fangs. His wolf eyes sparkled with savagery and fierceness, glaring back fiercely at the grizzly bear. The intent to kill surged wildly. In terms of size alone, Sue was not weaker than the grizzly bear. It was just that the grizzly bear's defense, strength, and stamina all greatly exceeded that of the wolves. But agility was their natural shortcoming. Now he and the grizzly bear were less than 50 meters apart. Sue took the initiative, approaching at a speed of 40 meters per second like a streak of lightning. The grizzly bear, which had just been living on the Arctic continent, was also seeing an animal that could increase its agility to such a level for the first time. Is this still a wolf? Even the birds like hawks in the sky rarely have such a fast agility. In the grizzly bear's angry gaze, there was also a hint of surprise. Roar! It roared again, trying hard to widen its eyes to look at this white lightning. But with its poor vision, it could only barely see a wolf shadow. Just as it was about to raise its massive paw to hit this wolf shadow, it was the first to be attacked. Bang! With an agility of 120 and a strength of 60, the powerful impact struck its bare head hard. It left a bloody wound on its bare face. The pain from the wound made the grizzly bear's fur stand on end, and the blood that flowed down stained its eyes. It looked extremely hideous and terrifying. Roar! The grizzly bear roared, its deep voice rumbling in the darkness. It did not expect to be injured on its first strike. The pain on its face silently told it that this Arctic wolf was not simple. Soon after landing a hit, Sue flipped back, his 2 green wolf eyes sparkling with fierce light in the night. The grizzly bear's massive forelimbs crossed its chest in defense. Bang! The wolf claws collided with the grizzly bear again. But obviously, this time, it had no effect. With the grizzly bear consciously defending, the 60 strength attack did not yield results. Instead, the grizzly bear found the opportunity. Its 2 huge bear paws slammed towards Sue's wolf head, the ferocity evident in its eyes. But Sue's reaction was extremely quick, rolling away to dodge the grizzly bear's attack. Those bear paws slammed into the ice and snow, creating a deep pit in the snow as it flew in all directions. The terrifying strength of the grizzly bear exceeded 100. At this moment, it was undeniably apparent. Even if Sue gave it 10 claws, they couldn't match the killing power of its paw. Ah, whoa! Sue's long howl echoed. His wolf-like eyes were fixed firmly on the grizzly bear. With sharp fangs bared, he was ready to deal a fatal blow to the grizzly. For the grizzly bear, he couldn't entangle and tear at it like he did with the hunt skill musk ox. Because the grizzly bear was agile enough, and its paw's lethal force was formidable. At this moment, what Sue could do was inflict continuous wounds on the grizzly, gradually depleting its massive HP and vitality. Roar! The grizzly had been attacked twice, and its eyes turned blood red as it charged at Sue with a fierce expression. The grizzly's running when angry already matched the agility of an ordinary wolf. And Sue dashed towards it again, extending his wolf claws once more. The tearing air accompanied by a scream that resembled a wailing ghost from the depths of hell. Chapter 26, A Fierce Battle. But this time, the grizzly could see clearly. Its blood-red eyes locked intently on Sue. Roar! With a long howl, the giant paw came crashing down towards Sue. Bang! The wolf's claws collided violently with the bear's paw. The grizzly's strength was over 40 points higher than Sue's. The impact from this hit left Sue's front paw numb. The wolf's body rolled several meters from the recoil, only managing to dissipate the force. After landing, he moved his front paw to alleviate the numbness and pain from the intense impact. However, Sue's gaze grew increasingly fierce. The brutal clash had sparked his inner wildness completely. Roar! After the grizzly landed a hit, it revealed a vicious expression and sped towards Sue. Meanwhile, Sue's front paw had regained some sensation, and he quickly dodged the grizzly's lunge. Then, without waiting for the grizzly to retract its strength, he swiftly sprinted towards its back. He struck down hard on the grizzly's throat with his wolf claws. Claw. 2 claws. 3 claws. With 3 successive strikes, his wolf claws, sharp as blades, sliced deep into the grizzly's neck, leaving 3 to 4 centimeters deep wounds. The continuous striking nearly brought the grizzly crashing down, but it ultimately endured. The intense pain from its neck made the grizzly feel like it would go insane. Roar! It let out a long howl, turned around, its pitch-black eyes filled with extreme rage. Never before had a northern wolf inflicted such serious injuries on it. And Sue's wolf-like eyes, in the darkness and cold, locked fiercely onto the grizzly's gaze. After a moment of silence between the two, the atmosphere of impending death surged once more. Sue's agility reached its peak. In full sprint, he produced a sharp howl from the friction of the air. The grizzly raised its massive paws to guard its head, while its dark eyes fixed intently between the gaps, focused on the polar wolf charging towards it. Roar! Ah, whoa! The howls of wolves and bears echoed in the darkness. The sharp sound of wolf claws cutting through the air rang out. The heavy bear paws struck the ice and snow, scattering white flakes everywhere. In an instant, Sue and the grizzly had battled back and forth for a solid 10 rounds. The fierce momentum from both sides clashed. He was struck on the back by the grizzly multiple times, and then grazed on the abdomen. And now 2 wounds were already oozing blood. There was even a faint taste of fresh blood in its mouth, the lingering salty flavor refusing to dissipate. Meanwhile, the grizzly bear had accumulated several bloody wounds after numerous rounds of fighting. In a spray of snow and ice, its blood dripped onto the ground. But the grizzly bear's HP was terrifyingly high, even though it was already seriously injured. And despite the fact that it had bled profusely from its wounds, the towering figure, standing nearly 2 meters tall, still radiated a fierce and intimidating aura. It acknowledged that this Arctic wolf was strong, but it wasn't enough to hunt it. Roar! The grizzly bear roared again. Hunt skill. And after being wounded, Sue finally activated his hunt skill. His wolf eyes, which had been shimmering with a green light, now glimmered with bloodthirsty crimson. The already robust limbs grew even larger, and cold glimmers flickered across the sharp wolf claws. The injuries on his body were completely suppressed. Ah, whoa! As the long howl of the wolf echoed, Sue transformed into a white shadow, charging directly at the grizzly bear. He had grown stronger. The grizzly bear sensed the change in the Arctic wolf's momentum. Beforehand, it could barely see the wolf's silhouette dashing toward it. But now it was completely out of sight. Yet the grizzly bear did not retreat, because this Arctic wolf was coming straight for it. There was no way to escape. Roar! The grizzly bear let out a furious roar, its massive paws raised defensively. At first, it thought that this death stance could still easily block the Arctic wolf's attacks, just like before. But when the white shadow appeared in front of it in the blink of an eye, slashing wolf claws came crashing down. The grizzly bear merely felt its body sink. This STR was far greater than before. It seemed that this was no longer the power of an Arctic wolf, but rather an enraged strike from kind. Bang! This powerful blow shook its enormous and heavy body. Immediately after, the second strike came again. The grizzly bear's eyes revealed a fierce glint as it abandoned death and countered with its own powerful strike. Bang! The bear's paw on the wolf's claw collided fiercely once more. But this time, the Arctic wolf was not sent flying, it merely retreated a step. The grizzly bear also took a half step back. It never expected that one day, in terms of SCR, there would be an Arctic wolf nearly equal to itself. But before the grizzly bear could consider anything further, the Arctic wolf's rapid and fierce attack resumed. Bang! Before it could react, a paw struck violently against its neck. This time, leaving a visible wound revealing white bone. Blood gushed forth, pain coursed through its entire body. But the Arctic wolf's assault did not cease. Bearing the aura of a lethal strike, it surged forward again. Bang! 2 claws. The grizzly bear's back was also brutally raked, tearing away large chunks of flesh. Bang! 3 claws. The grizzly bear took pride in its powerful paws, but the sharp wolf claws left numerous bloody gashes. Soon after, the grizzly bear lost track of how many blows it suffered, only feeling excruciating pain everywhere. Its surroundings were already drenched in blood. Roar! A roar erupted again, proclaiming its indomitable fighting spirit. But soon, as the Arctic wolf, with bolt-like AGI, lunged at the grizzly bear again, its sharp claws aimed ruthlessly at the bear's head. It was finally struck down completely. The massive body, weighing over 600 pounds, crashed down onto the snow and ice. Snow and ice flew up, reminiscent of a funeral dirge for life. The wounds on the grizzly bear and the blood flowing freely silently narrated the brutality of this slaughter. Chapter 27, Male Lynx. Who? The fallen grizzly bear still gasped for breath. It struggled desperately, trying to rise. The blood flowing from its wounds staining the vast ice and snow beneath it red. High HP provided it with tenacious vitality. But even as it fought desperately, it still felt its body and limbs growing weaker. Blood flowed faster and faster. It had too many wounds, especially from Sue's last assault, which was too swift. In its struggle, the grizzly bear also spotted Sue approaching slowly. At that moment, its disdain and anger had completely vanished. Survival of the fittest. The grizzly bear, nearing death, felt a long-lost fear arise in its heart. But just as the fear of death flickered in its eyes, it saw the Arctic wolf with its pair of haunting green eyes approaching. Then, with an exceptionally indifferent demeanor, it struck again, delivering several vicious blows that snatched away the last vestiges of life. Soon, those eyes lost all color. Ah, whoa! Accompanied by a resounding wolf howl that echoed in the darkness. This brutal slaughter came to a close. The wolf's howl declared who truly was the victor of this battle. The strong are revered, the victors are kings. At this moment, notifications also appeared before Sue in pale gray. Overcoming strength with weakness. Blood-soaked battle. Precise evasion. Brutal warfare. Final victory. Target killed. Combat rating hesitant face. This time combat rating S, received healing talent D level, received reinforced serum, received 10 evolution potions. In this brutal battle, the combat rating reached S, making it the first battle to achieve an S rating. And the rewards given are quite generous. 10 evolution potions, no need to elaborate. They assist in gaining a large amount of evolution points EP, which are essential potions for breaking through levels. Besides, what surprised Sue the most was that he gained a new talent. He checked the newly acquired talent. Healing, D level can be upgraded, a passive talent. AGI for healing injuries increases several times, immune to toxins, immune to bacterial infections. Duration, permanent. Cooldown, none. Seeing this talent, Sue's eyes brightened. This talent will significantly enhance his survival ability. It's important to know that in the cruel wild, a beast is often injured. And many times, it means death. Because not only is it unable to hunt while recovering from injuries, but also, the wild environment is complicated, making it hard for wounds to heal in a good setting. However, the healing talent perfectly resolves this issue. Immunity to toxins and infections, it's truly amazing. In this great surprise, Sue let out a sigh of relief, feeling that this fierce battle was worth it. Next, he used an evolution potion. The energy brought by the evolution potion had a slight icy sensation. It soon began to spread throughout his body. Once all his limbs felt this energy, Sue started to eat the meat of the grizzly bear. Ding! Host consumes grizzly bear, gaining 24 evolution points EP. The first bite brought him evolution points EP that made him unable to contain his excitement. Moreover, the bear meat was very delicious. The grizzly bear's meat was tender and soft, easy to chew. This made him eat with great appetite. Ding! Host consumes grizzly bear, gaining 23.5 evolution points AP. Ding! Host consumes grizzly bear, gaining 23 evolution points AP. Ding! Host consumes grizzly bear, gaining 22.5 evolution points AP. Not long after, Sue had consumed 6 to 7 pounds of grizzly bear meat and stopped when he felt about 70 to 80% full. These 6 to 7 pounds of grizzly bear meat, with the help of the evolution potion, brought him over 170 evolution points EP. That's equivalent to the evolution points EP he gained in the previous month. After finishing his meal, Sue swept his green wolf-like eyes around. After finding nothing unexpected, he looked for 2 branches, planning to drag the grizzly bear back. This grizzly bear weighed over 600 pounds, which should be enough for him and the young cubs to eat for 2 months. Before leaving, Sue also took a look around the grizzly bear's cave. The location of the grizzly bear's cave was not far from here, and the smell inside was very pungent. Upon entering, he found that it was a mess, with everything scattered around, including some bones of other animals. It was evident that these were leftovers from the grizzly's past hunts. In addition, normally, the grizzly bear cubs should have appeared, but there was no sign of them. Could it be that while the grizzly was out, other hunters came by? Seeing the absence of cubs, Sue felt a bit puzzled. But he didn't dwell on it, quickly turning back. He began dragging the grizzly bear's carcass back to his cave. On the way, there were many hunters drawn by the smell of blood. But when they realized the heavy and pungent smell of blood came from the carcass of a grizzly bear, they hesitated. After all, grizzly bears are not easy to mess with, and those capable of hunting grizzly bears are not to be underestimated. Among them, a nearly starving male lynx glimmered with a vicious light in its eyes. It had initially intended to test its agility, but Sue's agility was far too fast for it. Even though he had some injuries now, his 120 agility was still beyond the lynx's imagination. Sue struck the lynx's relatively small body hard, sending it flying over 10 meters. This fierce blow broke several bones inside the lynx. causing it to howl in pain on the icy ground. Sue didn't directly kill it, because sometimes a tragic wail can deter other hungry hunters looking to snatch the food. As expected, when they saw the lynx being brutally attacked by the white wolf, the pitiful sight, many hunters quietly stopped following. The fierce glint in their eyes gradually faded, replaced with expressions of fear. Strength is respected. This is truly how nature works, where only the bare jungle law prevails. Next, after Sue left, all the hunters turned their fierce gazes toward the injured lynx. They quickly surged forward. The lynx's cries of anguish lasted only a moment before completely fading away. Meanwhile, Sue dragged the bear's corpse back to the cave. He let out a long howl. Ah, whoa! The wolf's howl was loud and piercing, with great resonance. This howl was summoning Little Gray. As expected, within seconds, Little Gray, with its gray fur, quickly emerged from the cave. Its green eyes sparkled as it soon spotted its leader. It instantly ran over at full speed towards Sue. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! As it ran, it howled. The howls carried strong excitement and joy. Chapter 28, Consuming Bear Gall. When Little Gray arrived, it was initially very excited and happy, jumping around its leader. Then, it noticed the gray bear behind its leader. Although the bear was already dead, its scent still lingered. This made Little Gray's fur stand on end. After all, it had gone hunting with its leader many times, and had encountered grizzly bears a couple of times, aware of their strength. But soon, it realized that the grizzly bear was dead. Ah, whoa! It let out a low howl of disbelief. Though in its heart, its leader had always been invincible, it still didn't expect that its leader could actually hunt a grizzly bear. God! This filled its eyes with little stars of admiration. Slap! Sue gave it a paw, signaling it to hurry up and work, dragging the bear's corpse back into the cave. After a fierce battle with the grizzly bear, Sue had sustained quite a few injuries. And due to the injuries, it would be hard to drag the over 600-pound bear up the mountain by himself. With the combined strength of Little Gray and Sue, they finally managed to drag the bear into the cave. When the heavy bear's corpse appeared at the entrance of the cave, Cousin, Wolfsis, and Ash were also very surprised. They had never seen a grizzly bear before. And Wolfsis and Ash curiously gathered around the bear's corpse, sniffing left and right. Cousin, however, noticed Sue's wounds with great care, and came over to help Sue lick the bloodstains and wounds. Wolf saliva contains antibacterial properties and has some anti-inflammatory effects. So after getting injured, many wolves will lick their wounds. Originally, Sue wanted to refuse. After all, with his healing talent, that was much more effective than saliva. But looking at Cousin's concerned expression, he decided against it. Ah, whoa! Sue let out a low howl, signaling Little Gray to stay alert. Ah, whoa! Little Gray obediently scampered off to guard the cave entrance. Although it was a bit mischievous normally, it was reliable when it came to doing tasks. After Cousin licked Sue's wounds several times, Sue signaled for Cousin to lead Wolfsis to eat. He then returned to his original position, resting against the cave wall. The fierce battle with the grizzly bear had drained a lot of energy and stamina. He needed time to rest and recover. After lying down for a while, Sue fell into a deep sleep. The night was uneventful. During the polar night, there was no day or night, and time seemed to fade away. Every time he woke up, it was pitch black. When Sue woke up, he felt pain all over his body. This showed that his injuries from the battle with the grizzly bear were quite serious. He hadn't felt intense pain yesterday, possibly because of his nerves being overly tense, suppressing the pain. But the pain on his body was bearable. Additionally, thanks to his healing talent, wounds that were oozing blood had also scabbed over, and his injuries were slowly recovering. Ah, whoa! After Sue stood up and moved around, he let out a low howl, calling Little Gray, and started the daily patrol outside the cave. Little Gray also noticed his leader's injuries. and stepped forward, wanting to help lick the wounds. But Sue stopped it. After all, the wounds had just scabbed over, and he definitely didn't want this silly little gray to lick them off. Next, he took Little Gray and patrolled the area around the cave. Soon, they spotted an Arctic hare. Only one. Probably wandered in by mistake. Ah, whoa. Little Gray wanted to show off in front of its leader. So it let out a low howl and moved. This time, it didn't rashly run over like on its first hunt. After all, it didn't have the same agility as its leader. Little Gray started to use the mountain and the snow piles for cover. Just when it was about to get close to the Arctic hare, it suddenly sprang up. Its sharp claws fiercely swiping at the Arctic hare. But this unexpected intruder, the Arctic hare, had keen hearing. And as soon as Little Gray leaped out from behind the snow pile, it began to flee. Bang! The wolf's paw hit the air, landing on the icy snow, which made Little Gray quite angry. Again, in front of the boss, he lost face. Ah, whoa! It howled in anger, chasing after the Arctic rabbit. This Arctic rabbit was clearly unfamiliar with the environment here, and was soon cornered by Little Gray in front of a snowbank. In a fit of anger, Little Gray pinned the Arctic rabbit to the ground. Sharp fangs stabbing into the rabbit's neck, splattering blood. The Arctic rabbit struggled for a moment before becoming still. At that moment, it held the Arctic rabbit and trotted back to the boss. Ah, whoa! Sue didn't deny Little Gray's hunt skill with a low howl. After all, there was some progress compared to before. This made Little Gray extremely happy, bouncing around. Next, he and Little Gray returned to the cave. And this Arctic rabbit was considered a change of flavor for the little cubs. Sue didn't eat it. Taking advantage of the effect of the evolution potion used yesterday still being in effect, he approached the corpse of the grizzly bear and began to eat again. Grizzly bear meat is rich in nutrients, and eating more can help speed up his recovery. Moreover, the meat of the grizzly bear can also provide him with quite a bit of evolution points EP. Ding! The host ate the grizzly bear, gaining 9.5 evolution points EP. Ding! The host ate the grizzly bear, gaining 9 evolution points EP. Ding! The host ate the grizzly bear, gaining 8.5 evolution points EP. Sue's appetite was wide open. Gobbling down 20 pounds of tender meat from the grizzly bear. He even searched for bear bile from the grizzly bear. There are rumors that bear bile is the essence of the bear tribe. It has various effects, such as clearing heat and detoxifying, calming the liver, and improving eyesight. Therefore, in many countries, there used to be a tradition of killing bears for their bile. Chapter 29, Shooting Again. Sue looked at the bear bile in front of him, and without hesitation, swallowed it down. As soon as it hit his stomach, he felt the bear bile turn into a torrent of energy, rapidly converting into evolution points EP. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming bear bile at level 10, earning 60 evolution points EP. 60 evolution points EP. This made Sue, who had just swallowed the bear bile, wide-eyed. He really didn't expect to receive such a large number of evolution points EP. Sue pondered for a long time, speculating that it might be similar to combat rating. Only prey that reaches level 10 or above may provide a significant amount of evolution points EP from certain special body parts. At this point, Sue is already full. He stood up, walked to the cave entrance, and peered outside at the chillingly dark Arctic continent. The polar night has been ongoing for nearly a month now. Given the location of this area, in about 2 months, light will once again break through. At that time, the migrating animals will also return, initiating a new wave of breeding. However, the 2 months of food scarcity is tough for many hunters. At this moment, in the Russian city of Norilsk. This city also falls within the Arctic Circle. The innocent and lovely Divina was holding a mini drone camera, eagerly fiddling with it. "Let us go, dear." The attractive Tiffany pulled up in a grayish-white off-road vehicle, lowering the window to greet her friend. "Coming." Divina giggled and took the passenger seat of the off-road vehicle. This time, they made a lot of preparations for their Arctic exploration. They bought too many drone cameras to prevent accidental damage. Additionally, they purchased a normal high-definition drone camera, which is relatively larger, making it easier for wild animals to spot. As for food and water, they stocked half a month's worth in the vehicle's trunk. The two girls don't eat much anyway. They also kept some fuel specifically for the off-road vehicle. With these preparations completed, they set off again towards the Arctic. On the way there, Tiffany and Divina chatted and laughed in the car, feeling very relaxed. By the way, dear, it's been a few days since we last checked. How is that mother grizzly bear doing? I heard that in times of extreme food scarcity, bears will eat their own cubs to survive. Is that true? That sounds so cruel. Although Divina is a school friend of Tiffany, she doesn't specialize in biology. Therefore, she doesn't understand much about knowledge related to wildlife. However, Tiffany clearly knows a lot. She comforted her friend, saying, such situations can occur, but they are very rare. After all, animals also have familial bonds. And the harshness of nature follows its own life continuation system. Many times, what seems cruel and inhumane to us is merely part of daily life in nature. Divina gazed out at the snow-covered scenery, her beautiful golden hair cascading over her shoulders. Okay, I understand. After all, humans have our own values, and wild animals have theirs too. Tiffany nodded in agreement. Yes, different values lead to a naturally different perspective of the world. Next, as Tiffany drove, they gradually entered the area shrouded in polar night. Only the flickering headlights illuminated small spots of light in the darkness. Divina also assisted Tiffany by reopening the live stream on Facebook, preparing to document this Arctic photography journey live. Just after they started streaming, a few scattered fans began to join the live room. Facebook regular user Scotty, hello, I'm back. What are we streaming today? Facebook regular member Odalu, stream the white wolves, or go for the polar bears. The grizzly bear cub rearing process is so dull and boring. Facebook regular member Smotion, that's true, I suggest the blogger could make a documentary about the grizzly bears raising their cubs. The livestream should feature something more entertaining. Facebook biologist Winlawafu, I think anything is fine. The Arctic under polar night has its own allure after all. I haven't experienced true polar night as I'm not in the Arctic Circle. If I get the chance, I would definitely love to see it. At this moment, Tiffany was driving. While greeting everyone, hello, everyone, we have now entered the polar night zone of the Arctic. Today, we are filming the mother grizzly bear. Of course, if we spot a white wolf, we'll be sure to live stream it for you right away. After Tiffany finished greeting in the live stream, her friend Divina switched the camera to show the view from the back of the car, giving the viewers a glimpse of the pitch-black night outside. However, it was obvious. After Tiffany mentioned the live stream about the grizzly bear, the already sparse audience in the live room dwindled further. In no time, the live stream became quite deserted. Only a handful of nature enthusiasts and viewers interested in seeing wildlife under the polar night remained. At this moment, inside the cave, Sue was resting against the stone wall. A few dried Arctic fox skins were brought by cousin and laid out on the ground for him. The fur of the Arctic fox is very soft and provides excellent warmth. Lying on it is quite comfortable. As the head wolf, enjoying the best treatment among the pack is only natural. But Sue still shared a piece of the Arctic fox fur with Ash and Wolf Sis, dividing it among them. After all, they are still young, and the severe cold poses a greater risk to them. Sue's wolf body injuries are healing rapidly thanks to the healing talent. When I woke up, the scabs had just formed, and the pain has already eased significantly. The healing talent has several times the recovery AGI. I estimated 1 TB long before the injury is completely healed. As for Wolf Sis in the cave, she is practicing pouncing with Ash. Ash and Wolf Sis. Their strength attributes are quite similar, making them evenly matched opponents. The little Arctic fox originally died from shock and not eating. Ah, whoa! Inside the cave, the tender wolf howls echoed, while Wolf Sis and Ash were playing around.
However, Ash was clearly letting Wolf Sis have the upper hand. Because he understands the relationship between Wolf Sis and the alpha.
Carefree Wolf Sis hasn't really practiced her hunting skills or pouncing,
resulting in two little wolves fighting evenly. Watching over the cave entrance is Little Gray,
who has taken on the job of cave security since they haven't gone hunting these days.
Cousin is beside Sue, helping to check his wounds.
Seeing that he is recovering well, he goes back to his spot and curls up to sleep. Chapter 30, The Mysterious Hunter.
Time passed in a blur.
3 days later, during which Sue stayed in the cave to recover and didn't go hunting. The injuries have healed quite a bit.
As long as it's not an intense combat, the injuries won't affect anything anymore. With the healing talent,
a few days can equal nearly a month's recovery time.
Whoa!
After finishing his patrol, Sue stood at the cave entrance, looking out at the icy Arctic continent, howling long.
The wolf howls reverberated in the darkness.
Inside the cave, Little Gray and Cousin's strength attributes have also been steadily improving.
Little Gray is getting closer to breaking through to level 4.
And Wolf Sis and Ash. During these 3 days, Cousin has leveled up to level 2. Wolf Sis has also grown a bit. And her snow-white fur has gotten denser, allowing her to withstand the cold alone. However, every night, she is still in the habit of sleeping next to Sue or Cousin. Ash has also grown quite a bit. His coat of gray and white has increased in length, and it has become much softer than before. Although Ash has made significant progress, he is still fated to be bullied by Little Gray. Now, he is again fighting with Little Gray. Little Gray's strong paws effortlessly swat away Ash's attacks and push him down to the ground.
Whoa! Whoa!
This makes Ash whine for mercy.
Wolf Sis and Cousin are lazily lying down, watching them play.
From time to time, Wolf Sis would let out soft howls to cheer Ash on.
The atmosphere in the cave is very relaxed and harmonious. At this moment,
about 20 kilometers away from the cave, in a grayish-white SUV, Tiffany had been searching this area for a long time, driving her SUV and using a drone. Yet she still had not found the grizzly bear she wanted to photograph. She even piloted the drone to film inside the grizzly bear's den, but came up empty. She initially thought the grizzly bear had gone out to forage with its cubs. So she filmed other bizarre Arctic creatures while looking for signs of the grizzly bear. In the end, she discovered blood traces scattered on the ice and snow, not far from the grizzly bear's den. Tiffany got out of the car with a powerful flashlight. And after shining it around, she found that the blood was not just here, but there were small spots of fresh blood over a large area.
Oh my God! A massacre has occurred here.
Looking at the chaotic scene, Tiffany couldn't help but cover her cherry red lips in shock. And it was a very intense slaughter. Because if it were a mere scuffle, it wouldn't have created such a mess.
At this time, Davina in the SUV was also controlling the drone, broadcasting this chaotic scene live to viewers. The drone camera had night vision, so when the drone footage was switched to the live stream, viewers could clearly see the scene.
After seeing the messy and bloody scene, the originally quiet livestream suddenly buzzed with comments.
Facebook biologist 1 Luafu, oh my God. Blogger, get in the car.
It's dangerous, don't stay here, there must be large predators. Facebook user Scotty, the blogger can just film with the drone, there was an intense fight here not long ago, and it's very likely that one of the parties was the grizzly bear the blogger has been looking for. Facebook user Chen Niwan, yes, the drone footage is very clear. Although the scene is chaotic, it's still possible to see the grizzly bear's paw prints on the ice and snow, while the other paw prints look a bit like those of canines.
Facebook user Odalu, oh, stop guessing.
The other party must be white wolves.
Don't underestimate white wolves.
Ha ha ha, are you obsessed with white wolves?
How could that be?
To be fair, while white wolves are brave, hunting a grizzly bear, even a postnatal one, is quite difficult.
Then how do you explain these canine tracks? Watching the comments on the livestream, Davina quickly shouted, Tiffany, get in the car, it's not safe here.
I'll be right there. Tiffany took the powerful flashlight, carefully observed the chaotic scene, and then jogged back to the car. Outside, the temperature in the Arctic mainland was over -20 degrees. And even in a down jacket, it still felt quite chilly. Once inside the car, feeling the warmth from the heater, she felt somewhat better. As soon as she got in the car, she rubbed her hands to warm up and said to the viewers in the livestream, "Hi everyone, I just got out to observe and found that it seems a mother grizzly bear had a fight with some hunter here, and the outcome was likely that the grizzly lost." As soon as she finished speaking, more comments popped up in the livestream. Most were questions about what animal would dare to hunt a grizzly bear. After all, in the icy Arctic, people usually think that the only creature capable of hunting grizzly bears is the polar bear, which is also a bear. However, Tiffany knew that the few polar bears in this area usually stayed within the ice layer and rarely came here. Moreover, the paw prints in the snow did not resemble polar bear tracks at all. Therefore, Tiffany browsed through the comments and said, "Right now, I don't know what animal it is. But it definitely won't be a polar bear." In fact, she was very shocked inside, wondering what animal could hunt a grizzly bear. As for the tracks and traces mentioned in the comments, Tiffany had just carefully examined them. She observed that the slaughter must have happened a few days ago. Moreover, because of the chaos, she could only vaguely see the grizzly bear's paw prints. The other tracks were already hard to make out, resembling somewhat like those of a canine. At this moment, many viewers in the livestream were analyzing what this mysterious hunter animal might be under the drone's clear night vision footage. The viewers' comments frequently popped up in the livestream. Meanwhile, Tiffany couldn't help but sigh, feeling discouraged by another failure in filming. What should she do next, go back or head to the ice layer to film some polar bears? She was deep in thought. As for her friend Davina, she was happily interacting with the viewers in the livestream, chattering away and speculating about this mysterious hunter. Chapter 31, Returning to the Peak. After pondering for a moment, Tiffany finally decided to go shoot polar bears on the ice. This area currently has quite a few polar bears. Filming the kings of the Arctic is still quite popular. Besides, academic papers always need material for supplementation. Since she could no longer film the mother grizzly bear caring for her cubs, filming the life of polar bears under the polar night was also a possibility. Tiffany was a person of action. So after greeting her friend, she drove towards the area where the polar bears lived. The beautiful and charming Davina nodded and began sitting in the passenger seat, chatting lively with the viewers in the livestream. I'm really curious about what kind of species this mysterious hunter is, capable of hunting a grizzly bear. Don't tease me, although I don't believe it's a white wolf. If the Arctic wolf pack is truly starving, they might indeed attack a grizzly bear. No. Don't say those rumors from the internet. There are no mountain gods or apostles of God in the Arctic. This is just a brutal fight between beasts. Next, we will be filming the polar bears, leading you to see the true rulers of the vast Arctic. Amidst the sounds of chatter and laughter, the off-road vehicle slowly progressed. Under the polar night, the beam of light from the car headlights became the only embellishment in the darkness. At this moment, the true hunter skill bear, Sue, is currently in the cave, watching the little gray sleep soundly like a pig. Little Gray's current state is clearly a bit off, with an alarming high body temperature. Ash, who is used to sleeping next to Little Gray, was also woken up by the heat, thinking something was wrong with Little Gray, and kept howling softly beside it. But Little Gray is sleeping very soundly, and still did not wake up despite the noise. In addition, Little Gray's fur, which is completely gray, has deepened in shade. Sue thought that Little Gray might be sick, but upon checking its status panel, discovered it had reached the breaking point of level 4. If all goes well, after this awakening, Little Gray is about to break through to level 4. As a different species, once it breaks through to level 4, its combat strength will significantly increase, and it will be capable of standing alone. However, with its silly and mischievous personality, it still needs to be trained well. Whoa! Sue's low howls indicated that Little Gray was fine, telling Ash to go to sleep. Ash then picked up the Arctic fox fur that Sue had given him and went to another corner, lying down again. But in those wolf eyes, there was still great confusion. Next, time passed in a blur. 10 days later, the Arctic continent was still shrouded in darkness, with pitch black outside and a bone-chilling cold. The difficulty of hunting was increasing day by day. Many hunters had started to kill each other. Fortunately, Sue had stocked enough food. The carcass of the Arctic reindeer had been mostly consumed, leaving only a skeleton, which Cousin carried out of the cave. The bear's body still weighed over 300 pounds. During this time, while Sue was recovering from injuries, his appetite was enormous. And he alone had eaten about 100 pounds of bear meat. Otherwise, with just Little Gray, Cousin, Wolf Sis, and Ash, it would have been very difficult to consume so much in a short time. The bear meat consumed these days had also provided Sue with a lot of evolution points EP. Currently, we are a steady step away from reaching level 7 in promotions. The injuries on his body have completely healed. Sue's fur has regained its former luster and smoothness. The wolf's body, over 2 meters long, contains tremendous explosive power and lethality. His strength has returned to its peak. As for Little Gray, when it broke through to level 4, it slept like a dead pig for a full 3 days. But after this breakthrough, the improvement for it is truly significant. Species, Arctic wolf variant. Level, 4 level. HP 513. Stamina 50. STR 51. Def 49. AGI 50. In terms of attributes alone, as a variant, Little Gray is already comparable to an ordinary level 5 Arctic wolf. Its combat power is even more formidable. Now, if Little Gray were to fight Wolf Dad, it would likely be a close match, maybe 70-30. Of course, Little Gray would account for the 30. After all, as the leader of the pack, Wolf Dad has led countless hunts and battles. When it comes to combat experience, it completely overwhelms Little Gray. To test Little Gray's real combat capabilities, today, I took Little Gray out for some hunting. Mainly, Little Gray was in the lead. During this time, it became clear that as a variant, Little Gray's stamina and resilience far exceed that of a typical Arctic wolf. Whoa! At this moment, Little Gray alone defeated a fearsome lynx and plundered 2 Arctic hares. And the joy of victory made it howl excitedly across the icy expanse of the Arctic continent. The lynx, as a natural hunter, has extremely high agility and strong stealth. But its direct combat ability is not very high. Little Gray defeating the lynx was anticipated by Sue. Next, he and Little Gray returned to the cave with 2 Arctic hares as their haul. Nowadays, 2 Arctic hares are quite a catch. On the way back, they attracted quite a few lurking hunt skill practitioners. But clearly, upon seeing Sue's imposing figure of over 2 meters, they retreated. After all, in nature, size often represents strength. Back in the cave, Little Gray howled softly to Sue. Then divided the Arctic hares among Cousin, Wolf Sis, and Ash. Chapter 32, Strengthening Serum. Whoa! Little Gray's low howl signaled Cousin to eat. And it naturally lay down at the entrance to take over the watch. At that moment, Sue returned to his spot and began examining the strengthening serum given by the hunt skill Grizzly. Achieving a combat rating of S for the first time rewards with a strengthening serum. Strengthening serum, after consumption, it can enhance one's own organs or limbs. With a 70% success rate if failed, the potion vanishes. The introduction to the strengthening serum is straightforward. It can enhance one's own organs or limbs. If the potential potion unlocks the potential within oneself, then the strengthening serum breaks the genetic constraints of the species, pushing the limits of potential. No wonder it is so rare only one is given for a combat rating of S. Sue thought to himself. With a 70% success rate, that probability is not low. He planned to give it a try to see which part of himself would be enhanced. Of course, the most desired enhancements were the heart and brain. After all, these 2 organs are the most crucial for life and death.
Ding! Do you wish to use the enhancement serum? After Sue took out the enhancement serum, a faint gray message appeared before him. Use it. He nodded. Soon after, he felt a scorching energy suddenly appearing within him. This energy coursed through the limbs and bones of the wolf's body. And wherever it went, he felt a pain as if being burned by raging fire. Sue attempted to manipulate this energy with his consciousness. But he was quite unsuccessful. After a moment of this fiery energy flowing, it slowly surged towards the wolf's right front paw. Ah, whoa! As the searing energy poured into the right front paw, bringing a burning sensation. Even Sue, who had experienced many fierce battles, could not help but let out a low howl. It hurt too much. This scorching energy concentrated in the right front paw, bringing indescribable pain. This was not the usual bodily pain, but rather felt like a scorching of bones, meridians, and even the genes within cells. As Sue gritted his teeth and let out a painful howl, Xiao Hui, cousin, Wolfsis, and Ash all looked at Sue. Although they didn't understand why the leader's entire body was trembling in pain, they all gathered around. Especially Wolfsis, who saw her beloved wolf brother shaking all over in pain. Suddenly, she couldn't help but shed tears, howling softly while licking his fur. The youthful wolf howl revealed a sense of chaos and worry for her brother. Except for Wolfsis. Xiao Hui and cousin were also quite anxious. Especially Xiao Hui, whose fur stood on end, thinking something was hurting the leader. Its eyes flashed with a fierce light, and it began to whimper while searching everywhere. In Xiao Hui's heart, its leader was the most important. Without the leader, there wouldn't be its present self. Perhaps it would still be in the original cave, starving intermittently. But after searching for a long time, Xiao Hui found nothing. Frantically, it couldn't help but howl in place. So, cousin. While cousin was sniffing around Sue, carefully searching for the cause. Sue initially wanted to signal Wolfsis and Xiao Hui not to panic. But the intense pain made it difficult for him to express his complete thoughts. So Sue could only grit his teeth tightly, fighting against the pain brought by this scorching energy. This scorching energy, after pouring into Sue's right front paw, caused the bones and cells of the right front paw to change under the scorching heat. The bones became tougher, and the cells became more vigorous. Although the shape of the right front paw did not undergo significant changes, Sue could feel that the strength contained in this wolf claw was far beyond before. The scorching energy was still enhancing the right front paw. As Sue gritted his teeth to endure, time flowed slowly with the pain of this enhancement. After what felt like a full hour, the scorching energy gradually weakened. The searing pain also lightened up considerably. Before long, with the last trace of energy flowing into the right front paw, the bones, tendons, and cells of the right front paw broke through the genetic shackles. Ah, whoa! Sue howled loudly, shaking the fur on his body. The sound of a wolf's howl echoed in the cave. Seeing that Sue had returned to normal, Little Gray, cousin, Wolfsis, and Ash all let out a sigh of relief, their worries visibly dissipating. After Sue got up, he first indicated for them not to worry. He then leaped out of the cave, starting to feel the power of his strengthened right front paw. Bang! After exiting the cave, Sue slapped his paw forcefully on the already solidified pile of ice and snow. The piles of ice and snow in the Arctic, due to the extremely cold weather, are often frozen very hard. But now, when Sue struck down, with tremendous force, it shattered the ice and snow. The crushed ice and snow danced in the pitch-black night, with bits and pieces falling onto Sue's body, bringing a refreshing chill. Very strong. The force exhibited by his right front paw now even reached the level of attack power that could be achieved only after activating the hunt skill. If Sue were to face the grizzly bear again now, he would guarantee that it definitely wouldn't be as brutal as their previous battle. Feeling the mighty power brought by the right front paw, Sue also felt that the pain he just experienced was worth it. Ah, whoa! With a loud wolf howl, he sprinted again, repeatedly striking, making full use of the powerful force of his right front paw.
However, with the increasing frequency, Sue also noticed that using the right front paw for attacks clearly doubled his stamina consumption. It was evident that the ferocity brought about by the enhancement did come at a cost. But overall, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. At this moment, at the cave's entrance, Little Gray, Cousin, and the others saw not only that Sue was safe but also clearly stronger. All howling in unison, expressing joy and celebration. Amidst the dark night, the lone wolf howls echoed back and forth. Wolf Sis also intermittently howled in her youthful voice, jumping around excitedly. Soon after Sue adapted to the power contained in his right front paw, he returned to the cave. He noticed the worry his companions had shown earlier, especially Little Gray and Wolf Sis. He extended his wolf paw and gently patted Little Gray's head, showing his approval. This made the Little Gray wag its tail happily. Wolf Sis was carried into the cave by Sue, gesturing for her and Cousin to go eat. Sue, having just taken the enhancement serum, had also consumed a lot of stamina and energy. He then went over to the grizzly bear and began to eat. Now, the meat from the grizzly bear provided him with evolution points EP, which had already been reduced to 0.1. But it can still provide a generous amount of heat and nutrition. Chapter 33, Out Again. After consuming about 10 pounds of bear meat, Sue only felt about 70 to 80% full. Stamina was also recovering quickly. He has made enormous progress in strength compared to before. He has taken another step towards becoming the ruler of the Arctic. After finishing his meal, Sue returned to his spot and lay down to rest his eyes. After a while, Wolf Sis also finished eating and came to his side, snuggling close to her wolf brother. She even stuck out her tongue and licked his fur. Although Wolf Sis is far less intelligent than Little Gray, she still understood in her heart that her wolf brother was her greatest reliance, and her only reliance. Ah, whoa! Sue let out a low howl, indicating for Wolf Sis to sleep well. Wolf Sis obediently responded and began to sleep soundly, feeling the soft fur of her wolf brother. Under the eternal night of the Arctic, many animals' daily lives consist of only three things: hunting, eating, and sleeping. Sleeping maximizes stamina conservation, which makes the polar night of the Arctic remarkably tranquil. The next day, Sue woke up and Wolf Sis beside him was still sound asleep, drooling quite a bit on his fur. He did not mind, but simply stood up from beside Wolf Sis and shook off the fur on his body. Ah, whoa! The drowsy Wolf Sis, feeling her brother the wolf leave, let out a soft whine. Sue gestured for her to continue sleeping. Next, she called to Little Gray, who was on guard at the cave entrance, to go out and patrol. Little Gray immediately followed behind Sue. Today there were no unexpected finds near the cave, and the dark night sky was devoid of any flying birds or snowy owls. After bringing Little Gray back to the cave, she let Little Gray go to sleep and rest. After waking up, she planned to take him out for hunting. There was plenty of food in the cave, so unlike ordinary wolf packs, there was no need for frequent hunting. After all, a well-fed wolf pack can go about half a month without needing to eat. However, Wolf Sis and Ash are still in their rapid growth phase, and eating more helps them grow. As for Little Gray and Cousin, with abundant food, their strength's growth can also speed up. There's really no need to say much more about Sue. Only by devouring everything can one achieve faster evolution. Strength can then become even greater. Ah, whoa! Little Gray never defies his leader's words. After whining softly, he lay back down to rest in his spot. Then, while Sue was lying at the cave entrance on guard, Cousin, Ash, and Wolf Sis in the cave began to wake up one by one. In their leisure time, Sue also checked on their strength. Cousin now has a strength level of 3, and his combat skills are quite ordinary. Sue used hardly any strength at all to easily overpower Cousin. During the check, she also taught Cousin some fighting and combat techniques. The remaining Wolf Sis and Ash, Sue then made them fight against each other. And this time, Ash didn't hold back, because Sue knew very well
if Wolf Sis is coddled like this. Even when Wolf Sis reaches adulthood, her survival skills would be quite concerning. Ah whoa! Ah whoa! The howls of the young wolves echoed through the cave. Ash, who often played around with Little Gray, was still quite fierce among the level 2 little wolves despite not holding back. After all, Little Gray taught her a lot of hunting and fighting skills. Ah whoa! Ash extended her wolf paw and struck Wolf Sis's small body, forcing Wolf Sis to stagger back a few steps. Then pounced on her without giving Wolf Sis a moment to react. Lock her throat, bite. She directly pinned Wolf Sis down to the ground. Of course. During the fight, Ash didn't really bite, nor did she show her somewhat sharp little wolf claws. However, being subdued, Wolf Sis still felt very embarrassed. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. Ah whoa! Ah whoa! She howled at Wolf Brother in grievance. This made Ash quickly release Wolf Sis, standing by with her tail tucked in, looking timid, fearing that Sue, as the lead wolf, would get angry. But it was clear. Sue ignored Wolf Sis's plaintive howls. Her eyes, glowing green in the dark, silently gazing at the icy world outside. The snowstorm outside gradually intensified. The howling cold wind drowned out Wolf Sis's low howls. And when Wolf Sis saw that Wolf Brother was ignoring her, she also bit her little wolf teeth, glaring angrily at Ash. They used to match each other evenly in fights. Why was Ash so strong today, making her look so foolish in front of Wolf Brother? Wolf Sis's simple little mind grew more and more agitated, and she began to fight with Ash again. During the fight, the various hunting and fighting skills taught to Wolf Sis came together. The two little wolves fought for a long time. Wolf Sis, who initially was no match, gradually began to turn the tide. They exchanged blows more and more. Wolf Sis consumed a potential potion, so her potential was higher than Ash's. The fight between the two little wolves was a release of their vibrant energy as pups and also an exercise of their hunting and fighting skills. Besides, it provided Sue with a little show to watch in the otherwise dull wolf life. After they had both fought until they were panting, Sue signaled them to rest. Next, it was time for Cousin to take them to eat. They had expended a lot of energy and stamina and needed to replenish. At this time, Little Gray, who had been asleep for several hours, also woke up. Then, Sue took Little Gray and walked out of the cave. In the pitch-black night, his and Little Gray's wolf eyes sparkled with a faint green light. The Arctic continent is currently very quiet, with not many prey around. And even the hunters are mostly conserving their stamina by sleeping. Only when truly hungry will they venture out to hunt. Sue and Little Gray searched for prey along the way. With Sue's current strength, unless he encounters large packs of wolves with more than 10 members, full-grown grizzly bears, or polar bears, he has almost no opponents. But unfortunately, they only found a few lemmings along the way. And even the commonly seen Arctic hares seem to have vanished. Lemmings reproduce extremely quickly and are not picky about food, eating almost anything. Therefore, even in the frigid Arctic, many lemmings still thrive in harsh environments like the polar night. Slap! Little Gray, running quickly, caught 7 or 8 lemmings. He brought the lemmings back to his leader. But Sue refused, telling Little Gray he could just eat them himself. The meat of lemmings is not very tasty, and the evolution points EP have already been reduced to 0.1. He had little desire to eat. Eating lemmings is not as good as going back to eat bear meat. Ah whoa! Seeing that his leader had no intention of eating, Little Gray began to devour the lemmings eagerly. After breaking through to level 4, Little Gray's appetite far exceeded that of an ordinary adult Arctic wolf. And it didn't take long for 7 or 8 lemmings to be swallowed into his stomach. But Little Gray only felt about 30 to 50% full. Chapter 34, Aurora in the Arctic. Next, Sue, along with Little Gray, searched a vast area in the desolate Arctic. Still, they found nothing. Under the polar night, everything is desolate. Sue stood on a snowy slope, gazing around.
Except for the faint auroras flickering in the distant icy layers, there were no signs of life anywhere else. Eventually, Sue decided to check out the ice layers. In the ice layer areas, the true ruler of the Arctic, the polar bear, often appears. Therefore, the frequency of sightings of Arctic wolves in these areas is not high. However, in the areas with ice, there are still relatively abundant food sources due to marine life. Sue and Little Gray walked through the vast Arctic. Soon, on the snowy slope, Sue suddenly saw some flickering lights in the distance. He stopped, looking down with bright green eyes. Little Gray beside him also immediately crouched down, preparing to attack. After accompanying Sue on several outings, Little Gray has become very adept at being alert and concealing his presence. He had no idea what the flickering light was. He only saw a massive creature, about 4 to 5 meters long, behind the light. The size indicates strength, and looking at the massive creature, Little Gray felt uneasy. But standing on the snowy slope, Sue was not at all panicked. He recognized what it was. An off-road vehicle. Like the one he saw the last time he hunted the musk ox. It was clear that the crew inside the vehicle had been shooting from the ice. Despite the polar night, they still took risks to film. Whether filming documentaries or studying animal behavior, that shows dedication. The off-road vehicle was moving at a decent pace, swaying slightly, soon driving out of Sue's line of sight. The people inside the vehicle did not notice Sue. After all, Sue and Little Gray were standing on a snowy slope, elevated and concealed by the jet-black night, making it hard to detect. After the off-road vehicle left, Sue withdrew his gaze, giving a low howl to call Little Gray up to continue towards the ice. It didn't take long before they arrived at the ice. The area around the ice was not like the others, dark and desolate. Instead, there were many auroras hanging in the sky. The auroras were incredibly beautiful, taking various forms. Sometimes like ribbons, sometimes like flames, sometimes like a huge multicolored screen. Some colors were splendid and ever-changing, while others sparkled brilliantly as if comparable to the light of the stars and moon. In addition to the scattered auroras near the ice, it seemed that auroras were appearing on the distant horizon, resembling dawn's light. Furthermore, the colors of the auroras were stunning, interweaving shades of red, purple, green, and blue. The red auroras bloomed like camellias, dazzlingly crimson. And there were also purple auroras, resembling curtains. Of course, there were auroras radiating green rays, which could illuminate a great distance. The auroras floated gracefully, flickering, and to the eye, they were breathtakingly beautiful. This was a beautiful picture naturally outlined by nature. Many people once believed that the beautiful auroras were the light by which spirits opened heaven, guiding lost souls. And beneath the beautiful auroras, Sue's bright green eyes also spotted some animal shadows on the ice. They were a group of seals. The seals were lazily lounging on the ice, with about 5 or 6 of them. Seals are also mammals, and if they are to raise young, they need to be on the ice. However, it was obvious that this group of seals had no pups, and seemed just to be resting on shore. Species: gray seal. Level: 8 level. HP: 1523. Stamina: 91. STR: 63. Def: 59. AGI of 51. Sue glanced, and the seal's attribute values emerged. This group of seals was not very strong. Typically, they only feed on small fish and shrimp in the ocean, so their fighting ability is quite weak. Sue had no problem taking them on one by one. But he still did not move, because the seals were too close to the broken ice near the sea. If he acted rashly and they ran away, that would be minor. But if he accidentally fell into the sea, that would be quite a spectacle. Although Sue's lungs had also been enhanced by a potential potion, allowing him to hold his breath for 5 to 6 minutes, he wasn't willing to take that risk. Staying cautious was the better choice. Little Gray was visiting the ice layer for the first time and was visibly excited. But without the leader's orders, he didn't provoke the group of seals. Instead, he hopped around on the ice layer. even reaching another crack in the ice to stick out his tongue and lick the seawater. Little Gray was an Arctic wolf, belonging to the land wolf clan, and couldn't drink the seawater, which had too much salt content. After a few sips, he found it too salty to drink. However, Little Gray, lying on the ice layer, saw many fish swimming under the surface of the water. Ah, whoa! He stretched out his paw to catch a few, but none came up. Frustrated, he couldn't help but howl a couple of times. His howls caught the attention of the seals that were not far away. Seals rarely saw Arctic wolves on the ice, so their small eyes were quite curious about these two intruding hunters. Sue wasn't bothered by the seal's gaze and came over to where Little Gray was. He took a look at the crack in the ice and the fish swimming below. Sue's eyesight and reflexes were much faster than Little Gray's. Watching a fish swim by the ice crack, he swiftly pounced with his paw. His sharp wolf claws pierced into the water, creating swirling eddies. The water was warm, making Sue feel quite comfortable. However, the softness of the water also made him aware of resistance. Rip! Sue missed the catch, but he managed to slash open the fish's back, causing blood to scatter instantly. The fish in the Arctic Ocean are fierce and agile, so the miss was within expectation. At this moment, the smell of blood released from the slashed fish attracted a number of fish below the ice. However, those fish were very nimble, and even with many arriving, Little Gray couldn't catch any after several attempts. All he could do was watch in frustration. Since being reborn as a wolf, Sue had actually never eaten fish. He was curious to see what fish would taste like through a wolf's palate. This made Sue serious. He signaled Xiaohui not to scratch around, standing guard nearby, to prevent other animals from launching an attack. As for Sue, the wolf's eyes gleamed with a faint green light, intently watching the fish swimming below the ice. The front right claw, after enhancement, is poised to strike. Soon, a North Atlantic salmon, about 40 to 50 centimeters long, swam over, attracted by the spreading scent of blood. This North Atlantic salmon weighed about 7 to 8 pounds. A single strip is enough to feel about 4 or 5 parts full. As the Arctic salmon swam to the nearest distance to Sue, its right claw struck fiercely. Upon entering the water, it created several swirling currents. AGI is extremely fast. The sharp wolf claws pierced through the scales and plunged into the body of the Arctic salmon. But the Arctic salmon was quite fierce. Even though it was about to be pierced by the wolf claws, it still struggled violently. In the midst of its fierce struggle, escaped from Sue's wolf claws. However, the Arctic salmon had already been injured, and its movement became too slow for AGI. Sue's claws pierced right into the body of the Arctic salmon again. And this time, even if the Arctic salmon wanted to resist, it had completely lost its strength. With the seawater, Sue caught this Arctic salmon. This scene made the seals nearby, looking over here, flash with surprise in their eyes. Seals have a much higher intelligence than wolf packs, and their understanding of nature is naturally deeper. At first, it's already quite rare for Arctic wolves to come hunting on the ice layer. But what they didn't expect even more was that this robust Arctic wolf was actually fishing at the edge of the ice. And it really caught the fish. This caused the group of seals to have varied expressions of marvel. Chapter 35, Hunting Big Fish. Species, Arctic salmon. Level, 2. HP 238. Stamina, 19. STR, 13. Def, 17. AGI, 23. After catching this fish, it took a glance. Its attributes also appeared. It had a level 2 attribute, quite standard. Meanwhile, the vigilant Little Gray saw the boss catching the fish. It too howled excitedly. Sue's sharp wolf claws opened the fish up. Then it started eating the fish meat from inside. Ding! The host consumes Arctic salmon, gaining 4 evolution points EP. Gained a considerable amount of evolution points EP from the first bite. And the fish meat was also very delicious, tender and springy, rivaling even the meat of Arctic reindeer.
truly a delicacy on the dining table. Sue decided to catch more fish to eat these days. At the same time, it also consumed a dose of the evolution agent, which provided many evolution points EP from the fish it had never eaten before. Naturally, it needed to maximize the increase in evolution points EP. The energy of the evolution agent surged through Sue's entire body. Soon, he continued to devour, and the evolution points EP he gained increased significantly. Ding! The host has consumed Arctic salmon, gaining 11.5 points of evolution points EP. Ding! The host has consumed Arctic salmon, gaining 11 points of evolution points EP. Ding! The host has consumed Arctic salmon, gaining 10.5 points of evolution points EP. This Arctic salmon weighs about 7 or 8 pounds. But nowadays, Sue has an enormous appetite. And in no time, the 7 or 8 pounds of fish disappeared into his stomach. It also provided him with a good number of evolution points EP. After eating, Sue scanned the surroundings and found no signs of danger. Next, he continued fishing. The bloody scent from earlier had completely spread around the ice layer. Sue tossed the remaining Arctic salmon, with its bloodied scales, into the water. The taste of the blood was much richer than before. After a short while, more fish began to gather again. The closest fish to the ice layer was yet another Arctic salmon. This type of fish is very aggressive when it comes to feeding. They often dash about wildly. Without hesitation, Sue fixed her eyes on the Arctic salmon and swung her right claw again. Her sharp wolf claw plunged into the water. The Arctic salmon sensed danger and swiftly flicked its tail to escape. Even though her strike was quick, it only carved a few deep cuts into the salmon's body. I missed. I didn't pierce the Arctic salmon's body. But Sue wasn't discouraged. Using her claws again, she caught another smaller Arctic salmon. This salmon was only about 30 to 40 centimeters long, weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. It was much smaller than the first one. Sue didn't hesitate. She quickly gutted it and took a few bites. And once her evolution points EP dropped below 1, she tossed most of the salmon to the little gray wolf on guard nearby. The little gray had never eaten fish before either. But the fresh, tender scent of fish already wafted through the air and filled its nose. It was drooling in anticipation. Seeing her master toss most of the fish to him, he was ecstatic. Sue ignored the excited little gray wolf, her two wolf eyes only fixed on the fish swimming beneath the ice. Soon enough, another Arctic salmon appeared. This time, her wolf claw moved quickly. Her sharp claws extended from her fur and entered the sea, accurately and fiercely piercing into the salmon's body to snag it. This Arctic salmon was the same size as the first one and was very agile. Even though it was injured when coming ashore, its tail was still flailing wildly, trying to return to the sea. Sue once again struck with her claws, hitting the head of the Arctic salmon. This shattered its brain inside, causing it to lose consciousness. She caught 3 salmon in a row, startling the nearby seals into vocalizations of surprise. The seals' cries were somewhat sharp and very piercing. Even many seals that had been lazily lying on the ice to rest stood up and looked at Sue. While fishing, Sue just cast a glance at the group of seals, not taking them seriously. However, just as she shifted her gaze back into the water, suddenly, she saw a large fish swimming towards her. This large fish was easily 3 or 4 meters long. Compared to the Arctic salmon she just caught, it was an undeniable giant. Once it arrived, the smaller fish that had gathered due to the smell of blood all scattered in fright. One fish that tried to escape was a bit too slow and got swallowed whole by the large fish. Sue looked at this large fish, her eyes shining. If she could catch this big fish, it would yield a substantial number of evolution points EP. As she thought, the attribute panel for this fish appeared before her eyes. Species, Northern Pike. Level, 5. HP, 869. Stamina, 51. STR, 56. Def, 49. AGI 37.
This fish is quite powerful. The northern pike is a fierce and aggressive species of large fish. Its head and back are quite flat, and its scales are thick and dense, which is quite impressive. It has a powerful tail and rows of sharp teeth in its mouth. Sue squinted his eyes, exuding a fierce aura.
That's the one.
Catching this northern pike would be quite an achievement.
Chapter 36, Northern Pike.
The northern pike has a body shape similar to that of rice. It is indeed quite large.
Its bite force is also very strong.
Following the scent of blood, he came here.
After swallowing a small fish, it was still waving its tail, searching for more fish. Seeing this,
Sue used his claws to scrape some bloody scales and threw them down by the hole in the ice. The strong scent of blood instantly spread.
This made the northern pike wag its tail and approach the hole in the ice.
This northern pike has a ferocity unique to Arctic fish in its eyes. In this sea area, it can be considered a small ruler. At this moment, it is searching for the source of the blood scent.
However, what it doesn't know is, above the hole in the ice, there are two glowing green eyes staring intently at it.
Whoosh! After finding several scales with the strongest blood scent, the northern pike suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed them.
But soon, after realizing there was no meat, it spit them out again. The aggressive northern pike did not show any anger at being outsmarted.
It simply flicked its tail and prepared to leave.
However, just as it was about to move, it suddenly felt a change in the water flow around it.
Only the claw with white fur shot into the water, aiming to grab it fiercely. The sharp claw was as sharp as a blade. It swiftly sliced through the water, kicking up several vortices. The northern pike didn't know whose claws these belonged to, but its aggressive nature didn't make it afraid. Its eyes flashed fiercely, and it fiercely swung its strong tail at the wolf claw.
In the past,
its tail had always been effective in fighting other fish for food.
But this time,
it clearly underestimated the situation. Although its tail was quite powerful, that white claw was even sharper and more agile.
Rip!
Like a dagger, the claw pierced through the thick scales. The northern pike, feeling the pain, turned fiercely and shook off its tail. Then it opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp little teeth as it fiercely bit at the claw.
And on the surface of the water, Sue couldn't help but laugh at the scene.
Initially, it seemed that the claw missing would allow the northern pike to escape.
But unexpectedly, the northern pike was so fierce. It was still attacking him. Sue's wolfish eyes revealed a hint of danger.
Advancing instead of retreating, the wolf claw directly aimed for the open mouth of the pike.
The sharp claw and the pike's teeth met. Normally, the pike just swallowed other fish in the Arctic Ocean.
The sharp teeth in its mouth clearly couldn't bite the wolf's claw.
Instead, it was pierced directly through the pike's lower jaw by the claw.
It firmly hooked the pike. The massive-bodied pike immediately began to struggle violently.
Splash!
The sound of water splashing echoed. The northern pike, known for its strength,
made Sue's wolf body shake violently at the ice's edge.
The left claw slammed down hard on the ice to support itself. This shows that the water is the pike's home turf. Even a strength value of over 50 is not to be underestimated. If the left claw had lost grip, it might have really slipped away. Now, the ice's edge was kicking up huge splashes of water. Much of the splashes hit Sue's face. The water flowed into Sue's mouth along his fur, bringing a hint of salty fishiness.
Sue's wolf eyes glowed green, also carrying a trace of ferocity. The spikes on his wolf claw firmly hooked onto the pike's lower jaw.
Both sides were locked in a struggle. Water splashed. The northern pike was exceptionally fierce, its body over a meter long thrashing violently in the water. The injured tail was also flailing wildly. At that moment, the northern pike seemed to sense the scent of death. But no matter how it struggled, the sharp claw was firmly hooked onto its lower jaw and wouldn't let go. In the struggle, there was a warning that its jaw was about to be torn apart. The northern pike's eyes turned fierce, its sharp teeth again biting towards the wolf claw.
This time it didn't bite the claw spikes, but targeted the white fur. However, the white fur on the wolf claw was soft yet dense. The outer layer of skin was also tight and tough. This prevented the pike's small sharp teeth from piercing into Sue's skin. But the massive biting force still made Sue feel a pang of pain. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Taking advantage of the northern pike focusing on biting and not struggling, his right claw exerted a powerful force, channeling strength throughout his body, directly pulling this gigantic northern pike, which was over a meter long, out from the cracked ice. Bang! When it was pulled out, the northern pike's massive body crashed down onto the ice. Out of the seawater, it had lost its home turf. The northern pike is still struggling wildly, but its powerful tail only smashes nearby ice and snow in a flurry. Apart from that, it has no other effect. Meanwhile, Sue raised his right paw and struck harshly at the northern pike's head. Smack! 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 The crisp and fierce sound of the slap echoed against the ice. Before long, a large pool of fresh, glaring red blood started to overflow from under the northern pike's head. The once frantically thrashing tail grew still. Chapter 37, Arctic Ruler. At this moment, Little Gray stared in astonishment at the huge fish caught by their leader. The salmon, which had been gnawed down to just bones in its hand, fell to the ground without him even noticing. Not far away, the group of seals watched in disbelief as such a large northern pike was caught. They exchanged glances. Clearly, fishing and catching shrimp were their strong suits, but what was going on with this Arctic wolf? This catch was way beyond their capability. The seals' sharp and prolonged cries echoed. Their penetrating sounds were filled with surprise. As for Sue, after thoroughly slapping the massive northern pike to death, he shook off the splattered water. Then he glanced at the group of seals, and he couldn't help but feel envious of the seal meat. But the seals were quite intelligent and very alert. If danger arises, they would dive straight into the sea. The difficulty of hunting them was quite high, so he only glanced at them before turning his gaze away. Seeing Little Gray still standing there, staring blankly at the giant northern pike, he approached and used his paw to wake him up. Ah, whoa! Sue's low growl encouraged Little Gray to drag the northern pike back to the den. The northern pike looked large, but it wasn't as heavy as one might expect. It weighed about 60 to 70 pounds, which was well within Little Gray's capacity to drag. Plus, the northern pike's scales were slick, providing very little friction on the ice and snow. With Little Gray's strength, dragging the northern pike across the ice and snow was no big deal. At that moment, after being rewarded with a paw, Little Gray also snapped out of his daze. However, his wolf-like eyes were still filled with shock as he approached the northern pike, howling excitedly. Sue signaled him to hurry up and get to work. After all, polar bears frequently wandered in this area of ice. Ah, whoa! Little Gray's low growl showed he was very obedient to his leader's orders. He immediately got to work. First, he tried to bite the fish's tail with his fangs, but the tail was so slick that he missed several times. He ran to the fish's body again, only to find there was nowhere to bite. Anxious, Little Gray started circling around the northern pike. Seeing this scene, Sue couldn't help but sigh. He let out a low howl, signaling Little Gray to bite the pike's lower jaw. The lower jaw was scale-free and also had a bloody gash torn into it. It could easily be grabbed. However, even though Sue taught Little Gray, this silly pup took several tries before finally gripping it. Once it grabbed hold, it excitedly took off running. Dragging the northern pike, it ran effortlessly across the ice. In no time, Little Gray had already covered a good distance. Meanwhile, Sue was also carrying a piece of Arctic salmon on the ground, starting to head back towards the cave. Sue's AGI was much faster than Little Gray's, and soon it caught up to him. However, just as they were about to leave the ice, Sue's keen sixth sense suddenly sent him a signal of extreme danger. Ever since Sue broke through to level 6, this was the first time he felt such a strong danger signal. He immediately stopped in his tracks, standing still. While Little Gray was still cheerfully running. He shot a glance back, which halted Little Gray. Little Gray immediately sensed something. Uneasily scanning the surroundings. Soon, Sue spotted a huge hole in the ice ahead, where a massive, fierce adult male polar bear climbed out. It was dragging along a beluga whale that was over 3 meters long. After climbing out, the polar bear tossed the whale carcass onto the ice. Bang! The heavy beluga whale corpse shook the ice, sending countless ice chunks flying. This polar bear was drenched in a mix of seawater and blood. The blood was almost completely obscuring its original fur color. After just having gone through a fierce battle, it was gasping for breath. Who? The breath, in the cold Arctic temperatures, turned into wisps of water vapor, drifting into the air. Time. Against the backdrop of the white whale's blood, the fierce and menacing aura of the polar bear was rising uncontrollably. Little Gray was so overwhelmed by this aura that it didn't even dare to move. Trembling in place. It was as if there was a natural species suppression. In the Arctic Circle, the polar bear, as a ruler that has roamed for countless years, had virtually no rivals. And it had no natural enemies. The only things that could bury them were often blood battles among their own kind and the ruthless natural environment. And the polar bear before us is one that can hunt whales on its own. Even among polar bears, it is undoubtedly a strong contender. At this time, this imposing polar bear noticed Sue and Little Gray. It stood up on its massive body, nearly 3 meters tall. Its gaze fixed on the 2 polar wolves that had appeared on the ice. Sue also squinted his wolf-like eyes and looked at the polar bear. As she thought, the statistics of the polar bear began to appear. Species, male polar bear. Level, 16. HP, 2651. Stamina, 173. STR, 169. Def, 167. AGI is 69. Strong. Very strong. Upon seeing the polar bear's statistics, Sue couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder he felt such a strong sense of danger just now. The power of this polar bear, compared to the grizzly bear from Huntskill a while back, was like comparing heaven and earth. No wonder it is recognized as the Arctic overlord. Able to go ashore, able to dive. Its stamina, STR, and def are all considered invincible. With brute force, it dominates on land and can also hunt white whales in the sea. It's as if heaven is providing for it. Under the beautiful aurora, the polar bear's gaze met Sue's sparkling green eyes for a long time. However, it was obvious. This polar bear had just caught a white whale, expending a lot of stamina. And notice Sue and Little Gray who had caught a northern pike. A simple IQ made it clear that these 2 Arctic wolves weren't coming for him. So he didn't do anything. He silently averted his gaze and began to lean on the corpse of the beluga whale. He started to consume the whale's blubber to replenish his energy. Sue let out a sigh of relief. He signaled for Little Gray to drag the northern pike to go first. Under the indication of the boss, Xiaohui forced his trembling body to slowly leave with the northern pike in his mouth. However, after walking for a while, he began to worry about his boss and looked back. It only saw its boss strolling over leisurely. Sue dashed away like a runaway. Because when it came to his AGI, he easily outpaced the polar bear. On the other hand, in nature, one should not easily show fear. Otherwise, it can easily trigger the other party's hunting instinct. After Sue approached, he directly rewarded the Little Gray paw standing still, gesturing for it to hurry up and bring back the northern pike to the cave. At that moment, the Little Gray finally returned to its usual clumsy state, clutching the pike and sprinting away. Chapter 38, Back to the Cave. The Little Gray dragged the pike and ran very quickly. The ice layer is not too close to the cave. But they returned to the cave in just an hour of rapid progress. This time the journey was smooth, with no hunters appearing to attempt a snatch. After returning,
Little Gray still wanted to drag the northern pike up the mountain.
But despite putting in tremendous effort, all he could manage was to get it halfway up before it quickly slid back down. Even though Little Gray leveled up,
he still couldn't pull such a large northern pike up the mountain.
After several unsuccessful attempts,
on the last try, he even stumbled and fell, tasting the ice and snow.
Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Little Gray couldn't help but howl in frustration.
In the end, it was Sue who dragged the northern pike back to the cave.
Once inside the cave, Sue tossed the 7 or 8 pound Arctic salmon to Cousin, Wolfsis, and Ash.
However, the 3 wolves, having already eaten bear meat today, had their little bellies full and could only sniff at the Arctic salmon.
What is this?
They had hardly ventured outside the cave, so naturally, they didn't recognize the fish from the Arctic Ocean. At this moment, Little Gray approached them and began to howl. He was expressing just how fresh, tender, juicy, and delicious the fish meat was. Even the howl seemed to recount the splendor of Ice Layer Old Master when fishing. But it was clear. Even though Little Gray's intelligence had increased significantly, allowing him to express more complex ideas,
Cousin, Wolfsis, and Ash still couldn't quite understand what he was saying.
They felt as though they were lost in a fog. However, they did grasp that this Arctic salmon was a really tasty food.
Ah whoa!
Faced with such a delicacy, Wolfsis couldn't help but pat her round little belly, feeling somewhat angry with herself for having eaten so much earlier. Cousin merely opened the Arctic salmon, tried a bite, and after tasting it, her eyes lit up. It really was true, it was indeed very delicious.
Cousin's self-control was relatively strong. Satisfied, she only tasted it and didn't eat more.
After all, the food was still in the cave and wouldn't vanish into thin air.
No matter when they ate, it would be the same.
Sue dragged the large northern pike beside the cave, her sharp wolf claws glinting coldly as she gutted the pike. Soon, the incredibly tender fish meat was revealed. Sue ate half of the Arctic salmon, just enough to fill her. Looking at the tender fish meat of the northern pike, she started to feast again,
tearing it apart.
Chunks of blood-stained fish meat were bitten into and entered Sue's mouth. The tender fish meat had a subtle fishy sweetness. Besides the sweetness, the texture of the fish was also firm and pleasant to the bite. This was due to the northern pike's aggressive and fierce nature. Fish that often fight tend to have better tasting, firmer meat than ordinary fish.
Ding! Host eats northern pike, gaining 15 evolution points EP.
The evolution points EP from the northern pike are not insignificant.
Without the enhancement from evolution potions, it still provided 5 evolution points EP. Equivalent to what musk ox meat would provide in evolution points EP.
The fish meat was very tender and delicious, plus it offered a good amount of evolution points EP.
Sue's appetite instantly widened, and she began to eat ravenously.
The juicy fish meat was chewed a few times in Sue's mouth before being swallowed down.
Ding! Host eats northern pike, gaining 14.5 evolution points EP. Ding! Host eats northern pike, gaining 14 evolution points EP. Ding!
The host has consumed northern pike, gaining 13.5 evolution points EP.
Evolution points EP are being quickly accumulated.
Sue, after consuming about 30 to 40 pounds of fish meat. In addition to the evolution points EP, the rich protein in the fish also provides him with a substantial amount of nutrition and energy. After eating his fill, Sue finally stood up and called Xiao Hui over to eat.
Xiao Hui's trip outside only yielded a few lemmings and half of an Arctic salmon, clearly just enough to feel somewhat sated. Watching the boss eat just now made him salivate uncontrollably. Now hearing the boss's order, he excitedly tumbled and rolled, and rushed to the corpse of the northern pike, starting to eat voraciously. Next, Sue arrived at the mouth of the cave, gazing into the distance. He looked at the pitch-black night and felt a bit nostalgic for Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom.
It had been quite some time since he left them, and it was time to go back and check on them.
I wonder, how have Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom been doing during this time?
With food scarce, hunting might be difficult.
But they have a pack of 8 adult Arctic wolves. So I doubt there are any hunters foolish enough to provoke them. There's no need to worry about safety. At that moment, Sue. The long howl soothed the heart. Ah, whoa! His howl was loud and long. It had strong penetration, carrying far and echoing in the frigid Arctic sky. Then he turned his head, signaling Cousin to go to sleep. While Sue lay on the stone at the cave's mouth, resting his eyes while keeping a watch. The cave was high up in the mountains, making it difficult for heavy and clumsy creatures like grizzly bears and polar bears to climb up. And any hunters who could make it up wouldn't pose much of a threat to the wolf pack. The safety factor of this cave is much higher compared to the cave where Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom are. Chapter 39, New Discoveries. Little Gray finished eating, crawled beside Ash, and fell asleep. And soon, the cave fell into silence. The next day, Sue was resting his eyes in the cave overnight. And upon waking, first did his usual inspection around the cave, finding nothing unexpected. Then he howled softly, leading Little Gray down from the cave. At this moment, under the pitch-black polar night, Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom were surely struggling for food. Sue intended to bring the leftover fish meat to Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom. But when he woke up, he saw Wolf Sis sleeping, still drooling beside the Arctic salmon. This made him give up that plan. After all, with the vast ice sheet and the Arctic Ocean present, it's just a matter of capturing some more. Sue took Little Gray and went to the ice layer again. Along the way, Little Gray hunted a few lemmings as bait for the spreading blood. When it comes to hunting lemmings, Little Gray has become quite skilled. There's no need for lengthy explanations. Soon, a few lemming corpses were dragged to Sue's feet as if Little Gray was trying to take credit. Next, he and Little Gray arrived at the Arctic ice sheet once again. The Arctic Circle, with land covering only a small part. The largest area is covered by the ice sheet. Everywhere here is blanketed in white snow and ice chunks. It is also a paradise for various species. On the ice, beautiful auroras flicker faintly. On top of the ice, there are quite a few creatures settling. Seals, sea lions, and birds fluttering above the sea. Many birds migrated before the polar night arrived. So these birds are not numerous and are rare under the polar night. As for these prey, Sue glanced at them and then withdrew his gaze. Because they are not easy to hunt. Being able to survive under the polar night indicates their high vigilance. Sue scanned the area but found no signs of polar bears. He instructed Xiaohui to stand guard nearby. Then he moved to an ice hole to prepare for fishing. The flesh of the fish, I imagine that even Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom, having lived in this area for many years, have never tasted it. The Arctic Ocean is rich in herring and cod. But only the ferocious fish are attracted by the scent of blood. Sue swiftly skinned the lemming brought by Xiaohui with his sharp wolf claw, staining the surface with blood. Then he tossed it into the ice hole. The rich scent of blood suddenly spread. Beneath the vast Arctic Ocean, there are countless fish. Before long, several fish drawn by the blood began to appear. These fish are relatively large. Some are 40 to 50 centimeters long, with the largest measuring about 60 to 70 centimeters. These fish frantically gobble up the lemming's carcass. Even the largest fish swung its tail, knocking aside a nearby Arctic salmon. It wants to monopolize this delicacy. However, within moments, the fish attracted by the smell of blood are all quite fierce. Time. A few fish beneath the ice began to fight among themselves for the food. Sue observed this scene, silently waiting for the perfect moment. Soon, the largest fish pulled several others away, exposing its sharp fangs as it bit into the lemming carcass. At this moment, a glint flashed in Sue's eyes. The sharp wolf claw of his right paw emerged from his fur. Then, with a fierce motion, he lunged at the fish closest to the ice hole. The wolf claw entered the water, causing the sea water to ripple. Having had previous experience, Sue's catch this time went smoothly.
The wolf claw stabbed deeply into the belly of the fish, which had few scales. And he pulled it up forcefully, dragging up a fish about 60 to 70 centimeters long. Once out of the sea, no matter how the fish struggled, it was already a done deal. After several brutal smacks, the fish went still. This is also a pike, but it's smaller than the one from yesterday. Next, the fish beneath the ice have scattered. However, Sue again gutted the lemming and tossed it back into the sea. It is said that fish have a memory of only 7 seconds. In reality, their memory is not that short. The fish that had just been there already sensed danger and did not swim back. But Sue was not in a hurry. Because the Arctic Ocean has an abundance of fish. At this moment, Sue looked up at the vast ice. Noticing that besides some residing animals, there was also a lot of ocean garbage. Ocean waste floating in the ocean. Drifts to the Arctic Ocean, encountering the ice. It was as if it had entered a dead end, piling up here. Sue glanced at the corpse of the lemming and saw that no fish had been attracted yet. He set off to the outermost edge of the ice layer and took a look at the marine debris. There are many kinds of waste. Mostly plastic bags, cigarette butts, foam pieces, fishing nets, and glass bottles. As for this marine waste, Sue rummaged around and pulled out a relatively intact small fishing net. This fishing net can be used to hold the caught fish. Otherwise, simply holding it with his mouth, he and Little Gray at most could catch 2 or 3 fish. If only he had a fishing net, they could catch more. With the fishing net in hand, he returned to the ice edge where he had lost the lemming corpse. Sue looked and found that after a while, there were 2 new Arctic salmon. Just then, there was a fish very close to the edge of the ice layer. And it was feasting on the body of a lemming. Without hesitation, the sharp wolf claws glimmered with a cold shine under the faint aurora. It plunged into the seawater. Sue directly caught this small salmon, only about 30 to 40 centimeters long. Then, he tossed it into the fishing net. At this moment, the other animals on the ice. Looking at Sue's actions, I found myself a bit confused. I wonder why the captured fish are put into that broken net. Of course, their IQ will likely never understand what tools are. At this moment, Sue threw the previously caught pike into the fishing net. Next, right at the edge of the ice, continuing to wait for the fish to be lured over. This traditional fishing method is still very effective for Sue at this time. In less than 2 hours, the bait for the lemming was used up. Sue successfully caught 7 fish of varying sizes. The largest one is the pike caught at the beginning. This pike weighs around 30 pounds. The remaining fish are salmon ranging from 30 to 50 centimeters. Some weighing around 40 pounds. Adding up to more than 70 pounds of fish meat. I can imagine bringing this fish meat as a gift to Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom will definitely surprise them. Ah, whoa! After the bait was used up, Sue made a low howl. Little Gray came running eagerly to grab a fish. Slap! Paws down. Sue didn't let Little Gray take a single fish, and began teaching Little Gray to grab the fishing net. Sometimes, for animals living in the wild, being a bit stricter helps them remember certain things faster. Ah, whoa! Little Gray, who is considerably smarter than ordinary wolves, learned after a few rounds of instruction from Sue, and mastered dragging the fishing net. It was astonishing to discover that by just grabbing this little net line, several fish would follow along. It seems to have opened up a new worldview for Little Gray. Chapter 40: Wolf Dad Eats Fish. Little Gray grabbed the fishing net and quickly ran across the ice. Sue followed behind, also observing the surroundings. This time they did not encounter a polar bear. The polar bear in this area hunted a beluga yesterday. That beluga, judging by its size, must weigh at least a ton. Enough for it to eat for a long time. After a while, Sue and Little Gray emerged from the ice. The fishing net is very tough. And despite Little Gray's clumsy dragging bumping into snow and ice several times, nothing happened. Once they left the ice, the aurora was gone. The dark night returned.
Under the night sky, everything around was silent, without a sound. Only the rustling sound of little gray dragging the fishing net could be heard. On the way. Forget about the prey. Even the hunters had not been seen. The bloody scent from the fish did not attract any animals. Sue knew that this deathly silence also indicated a worrying situation for many hunters. It was very likely that most hunters were holed up in their dens, struggling to conserve their limited stamina. Just waiting for that bright light in the sky to arrive. Let's check the time. In about a month, the polar night in this area will recede. This past month has been the darkest before dawn, the hardest to endure. At this moment, Sue and Xiaohui swiftly maneuvered through the darkness. The two AGIs were quick and didn't take long to arrive at the cave where Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom were. Looking at this familiar cave, Sue felt a bit dazed. Back when he was just a cub, he lived in this cave. Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom dote on him a lot. Now, it has been over half a year. Ah, whoa! Sue let out a long howl. The howling of wolves echoed far and wide, informing Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom that he had returned. After this howl, after a while, the agile shadow of Wolf Dad appeared at the entrance of the cave. Wolf Dad's fur was as thick as ever. Including the wolf's tail, he had a full 2-meter long body. Maybe not as big as Sue, but still very tall and majestic. His eyes, glowing green in the darkness, quickly noticed Sue and Little Gray. With his keen sense of smell, he could tell that this was his little cub. Wolf Dad was somewhat surprised to see that Sue, who had left to explore, had grown quite a bit, completely surpassing him. This made Wolf Dad very pleased. He responded with a long howl and then rushed over from the cave. As Wolf Dad ran over, in excitement, he stuck out his tongue and licked Sue's fur. As the alpha wolf, Wolf Dad usually rarely showed such affectionate gestures. Sue could feel that Wolf Dad was indeed very surprised and delighted to see him. Besides that, he also noticed that during this time, Wolf Dad had become a little thinner. It was clear that, under the polar night, Wolf Dad was leading the pack through tough times. Ah, whoa! He lowered his howl, signaling for Wolf Dad to look at the fish in the net. Wolf Dad had never eaten fish. But as the alpha wolf, he was well aware of many things. And he recognized fish. It sniffed at a few fish in the net. Smelling that incredibly tempting scent of blood, I couldn't help but swallow. Ah, whoa! Seeing this, Sue picked a fish out from the net and threw it in front of Wolf Dad, indicating for it to eat. After all, this fish was specially delivered for Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom. Sue has already left the wolf pack led by Wolf Dad. And the impact of Wolf Dad on the wolf pack is no longer significant. Therefore, Wolf Dad was no longer as shy as before. It began to open its mouth and bite the Arctic salmon. But the Arctic salmon, with its smooth scales all over. Wolf Dad tried several times but couldn't get a bite. In the end, Wolf Dad keenly noticed that there were fewer scales on the belly of the salmon, and with its sharp fangs, it pierced the belly and tore off a large chunk of fish. Ah, whoa! After finally tasting the delicious fish inside, there was a glint in Wolf Dad's green, eerie eyes. The deliciousness of the fish was something it had never tasted in all its years wandering the Arctic Circle. However, he soon felt the sharp spines inside the fish. As for these spines, Wolf Dad initially thought to chew them and swallow, but he got pricked instead. This forced Wolf Dad to spit it out. Ah, whoa! At that moment, the silly Little Gray came over to teach Wolf Dad to spit out the spines when eating fish. Because just yesterday, he had been pricked multiple times by fish spines due to his gluttony. And even had a small fish spine stuck in his throat, which took a long time of coughing to bring out. Wolf Dad looked at the now much bigger Little Gray, whose size was comparable to that of an adult Arctic wolf. And the two wolves were quite surprised. He really didn't expect that. The two little cubs he had watched grow up would undergo such a huge transformation in such a short time, almost like being reborn. Slap! Seeing Little Gray's soft howls, Sue rewarded it with a paw. to keep it subdued. After all, Wolf Dad is still a wolf and must maintain his dignity. It would be better to figure things out by himself than to be taught by a foolish little gray. In terms of feeding, all wild animals have an innate talent for self-teaching. Ah, whoa! Seeing his boss angry, Little Gray sulkily returned to Sue's side. At this time, Wolf Dad had completely accepted the fact that these two little cubs were transformed. He softly howled, signaling Sue and Little Gray to enter the den. Sue also missed Wolf Mom dearly, so he was the first to follow Wolf Dad into the den, while Little Gray dragged the remaining few fish from the fishing net behind him. Chapter 41, The Strict Wolf Pack Level. Once inside the cave, Sue saw that the rest of the wolf pack in the den were sleeping. Their morale was also quite low. He even saw two wolves with wounds still bearing traces of blood. This left Sue, who was originally excited, somewhat puzzled. Could it be that while he was away, some hunters really came to challenge the wolf pack? Soon, he spotted Wolf Mom among the pack. Wolf Mom hadn't changed much. But like Wolf Dad, she had also become much thinner. Her fur had lost some of its former luster. Looking at Wolf Mom like this made Sue feel a pang of pain. Awoken by the howls of the wolves, Wolf Mom saw that her little cubs had returned. She happily howled low. Ah, whoa! Originally lying down to conserve stamina, Wolf Mom also got up from the stone wall and walked towards Sue. When she came over, she affectionately licked Sue's fur with her tongue. Sue and Wolf Sis are Wolf Mom's first litter of cubs. She has a deep affection for Sue and Wolf Sis, especially for Sue, who has quickly grown into an Arctic wolf that rivals Wolf Dad, making her feel very proud. Perhaps due to the inherent thinking under the polar night, Wolf Mom thought that Sue must not have had much food to eat during this time. So she howled low, signaling Sue to follow her to the place where she had just slept. She threw some sand and pebbles on the ground with her paws, uncovering a few lemmings and some dark-looking berries. Then, she nudged them with her nose, pushing the food in front of Sue, urging him to eat quickly. Sue knew that this might be the little bit of private stock that Wolf Mom had left over during the polar night. These lemmings and dark berries may seem unremarkable, but they are filled with Wolf Mom's love for him. This touched Sue deeply. Ah, whoa! He looked at the hope and happiness in Wolf Mom's eyes, did not refuse, but silently lowered his head and ate a dark berry. Wolves belong to the dog family, and although they can eat some wild fruits and insects to stave off hunger, it is something they would do only in extreme hunger. Because based on a wolf's taste buds and digestive system, wild fruits really don't taste good. As expected, this dark wild berry, he didn't know what type it was, tasted a bit bitter in his mouth. It had very little juice and hardly provided any nutrition. Eating these could only be considered better than nothing. This made Sue in his heart more deeply realize how tough Wolf Mom had it during this time. However, just at this moment, suddenly, a light gray message prompt appeared. Ding! The host consumed the black berry from the highland, gaining 6 evolution points EP. This message left Sue stunned. Is this possible? It seemed that he could not only gain evolution points EP from eating meat, but also from plant fruits. The black berry he had heard about before. This is a type of plant that grows in extremely cold areas, able to thrive in extremely harsh environments. This plant has incredible resilience, enduring cold, drought, and barren conditions. At the same time, the fruit also possesses certain medicinal and research value. At this moment, having gathered evolution points EP, Sue also ate a few more dark fruits from the ground. Ding! Host consumes black fruit of the rock, gaining 5 evolution points EP. Ding! Host consumes black fruit of the rock, gaining 4 evolution points EP. Ding! Host consumes black fruit of the rock, gaining 3 evolution points EP. The evolution points EP from plant fruits have a greater reduction. And after just eating 5 or 6 dark fruits, it already dropped to 1 evolution point EP. This made Sue stop.
Meanwhile, Wolf Mom nudged a few lemmings with her nose, indicating Sue to eat those.
Because she also knew those fruits were not tasty. She wanted to keep the best for her pups.
This made Sue feel that a mother's love truly is the greatest love in the world.
At that moment, Little Gray also dragged a fishing net into the cave. Sue howled softly, telling Wolf Mom that he brought her some delicious food.
The fresh fish, surely Wolf Mom had never eaten such a thing. This time, she would get to enjoy a proper meal.
Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom's emaciation was clearly due to the lack of food.
For they hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. At this moment, Little Gray heard the low howl from his elder. He also sensibly dragged the fishing net right to Wolf Mom's feet. The fish had long been violently struck to death by Sue's wolf claws, releasing a strong smell of blood, which woke up the other few polar wolves in the cave, who were conserving stamina in their deep sleep. They all suddenly got up, their eyes shining brightly.
They hadn't eaten for many days.
For them, this smell of blood was like the most enticing scent in the world. Those greenish eyes were fixed on the fish emanating the bloody scent, salivating uncontrollably.
Woo!
Wolf Dad bared his teeth at this group of nearly starving wolves, growling threateningly. This thus made them somewhat settle down. But looking at the fish net giving off a strong blood smell, they were still wildly swallowing.
This is not because Wolf Dad had lost the authority of the alpha, but because under the polar night, these wolves were driven by hunger.
Not long ago, they had been extremely hungry, preparing to hunt the gray bear prowling and provoking in their territory. As a result, the gray bear had failed to successfully hunt,
and both wolves ended up getting injured,
which made their already tough situation even harder.
Now, suddenly smelling the scent of food,
their eyes were filled with an intense longing. Sue picked out a pike and the largest salmon from the fishing net. These two fish weighed nearly 40 pounds.
Enough for Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom to eat.
Then he howled softly and handed over the remaining fish meat to Wolf Dad to handle.
Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Ah whoa!
At this moment, the starving wolves in the pack
began to howl continuously, pleading for some food. Within the pack, Wolf Dad, as the alpha, held supreme authority. This included the distribution of food. This caused the polar wolves to plead desperately with Wolf Dad.
Wolf Dad again bared his teeth, even extending his stout wolf paw to strike hard at the two wolves attempting to step forward. This was a deterrent, because he was well aware of how precious food was during the polar night.
If as the alpha he lacked sufficient authority, it could easily lead to chaos.
At this moment, after restraining the pack, Wolf Dad took out a fish from the already limited supply to reserve.
The remaining 4 fish
were distributed to the other members of the pack.
It wasn't that Wolf Dad was soft-hearted, but as the alpha, he also had the obligation to lead the pack to survive. The pack's hierarchy was strict, with divisions into alphas and betas. The power and status of the betas in the pack were subordinate to the alpha. Currently, Wolf Dad's pack
consisted of 2 betas, both with a fighting capacity of 5 level. Each of these 2 betas received a fish. These fish weighed about 5 or 6 pounds.
Ah whoa! Ah whoa!
And after the 2 betas received their food, they howled excitedly.
However, the remaining 4 epsilon wolves didn't get such treatment. Epsilon wolves were at the bottom of the pack.
Wolf Dad simply tossed 2 fish in front of them without further division. This caused them to immediately start a fierce scramble for food.
The strong rule over the weak was vividly reaffirmed at this moment. The stronger wolves could eat more food, while the weaker ones only got scraps. But with Wolf Dad's intimidation, although the scramble among the epsilon wolves was fierce, it remained somewhat restrained. Chapter 42, Fish Feast.
At this time, facing the food battle among the epsilon wolves, the other wolves had long since gotten used to it. Wolf Dad picked up the fish he set aside as reserves and placed it where Wolf Mom had just dug out food. And Wolf Mom, looking at the 2 fish Sue brought her, showed a look of surprise.
She didn't expect
that even in the polar night, her cub could still hunt so much food. At the same time, she felt a bit joyful that her cub was thinking of her. Having left the pack, he still made a special trip to bring her food.
This made Wolf Mom affectionately lick Sue's fur. Ah, whoa! Sue howled softly, signaling Wolf Mom to eat quickly.
The fish was very delicious and nutritious. For Wolf Mom, who was currently lacking energy and weak in stamina, it was the best supplement. Wolf Mom finally turned her gaze back to the two fish before her, trying to bite into them.
Like Wolf Dad.
She quickly discovered that the fish were covered in scales, making them hard to eat.
But unlike Wolf Dad, Wolf Mom cleverly used her paws to gut the fish. After gutting them,
the strong smell of blood mixed with the deliciousness of the fish rushed over.
This delicious scent made Wolf Mom's mouth water quickly.
But she still took small bites first.
When the firm, springy, and juicy fish flesh entered her mouth, Wolf Mom's eyes noticeably brightened.
Clearly, in terms of the taste buds of the wolves, this fish was definitely a rare delicacy.
Ah, whoa!
Wolf Mom howled softly, expressing her surprise.
Sue responded, signaling Wolf Mom to eat more if it was good.
At this moment, Wolf Dad also walked over.
Sue knew. Given Wolf Dad's large frame, one salmon would not be enough for him. He also beckoned Wolf Dad to come eat.
When he was still a cub, both Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom spoiled him a lot. Wolf Dad simply maintained his alpha's dignity most of the time and wouldn't express it.
Ah, whoa! Wolf Dad howled lowly, continuing to eat the fish with Wolf Mom.
He also reminded Wolf Mom to watch out for the fish bones.
When starting to eat,
Wolf Dad specially chose pieces of fish with fewer scales and bones for Wolf Mom.
Next,
the delicious taste of the fish and the sounds of the wolves eating filled the entire cave.
Due to the extreme scarcity of food under the polar night,
every wolf who received food devoured it completely. Even the two betas, like Wolf Dad, tried to chew down the fish bones.
However, after getting pricked a few times, they gave up.
But they still stuck out their tongues, licking off the delicious fish remnants from the bones.
The struggle for food among the few epsilon wolves had also drawn to a close.
The injured wolf with two ends soon got kicked out. The victors enjoy the food.
But the injured wolf
still howls nearby, only thinking about leaving some scraps for itself.
The wolf howls are quite miserable and heartbreaking.
However, the rest of the pack showed no signs of change.
Because they were already used to it. This is the daily life of the pack.
When food is plentiful, the weakest wolves can still fill their bellies.
In times of scarcity, even leftovers become a luxury. And Wolf Dad, Wolf Mom. In a double feast, they quickly swallowed down a northern Arctic salmon and a small pike. This finally made them full.
This hearty fish meal swept away the gloom of the past period.
Although this fish banquet couldn't immediately restore their once thin bodies and dull fur, Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom were clearly in much better condition. Wolf Mom howled softly twice and looked affectionately at Sue,
only to find that Sue had grown quite a bit since leaving the cave. Already larger than Wolf Dad, measuring a full 2.5 meters including the tail.
Such a size is extremely rare among Arctic wolves. Sue's fur is as pure white as snow, soft and shiny, indicating that life had been good and food was abundant during this time. This made Wolf Mom howl twice in relief. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! Then,
Wolf Mom communicated simply with Sue using howls.
Wolf Mom couldn't express complex ideas.
But Sue had lived with Wolf Mom for a long time and could still understand what she was trying to convey.
During the communication, Wolf Mom asked about Wolf Sis,
and also inquired about the situation of the other pups.
She even asked where this fish had been caught, as it tasted so fresh. Sue responded. However, this fish was something Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad couldn't hunt.
After all, to catch fish from the ice, it relied partly on Sue's wisdom in fishing using the scent of blood, and partly on her sharp right claws.
Currently, Sue's enhanced right claws,
whether in sharpness or the power they can exert, surpass those of ordinary Arctic wolves.
At this moment, during the conversation between Sue and Wolf Mom,
Wolf Dad also let out a couple of low howls, rubbing his head against the fur of Wolf Mom and Sue, indicating that he was going outside to patrol. After all, the cave where Wolf Dad was located had a relatively low safety level. It needed to be patrolled regularly. Chapter 43, Love and Mutual Care. Wolf Dad patrolling the cave. On one hand, it was to mark the scent and declare territory. On the other hand, it was also to check for any intruders. Especially under the polar night, desperate hungry hunters could do anything. After Wolf Dad walked out of the cave, the little gray sitting beside him lost its sense of restraint. At that moment, it started to become playful again. Originally, little gray had been with the wolf pack for quite a long time. It knew the wolves in the pack well. When chatting with its leader and Wolf Mom, it bounced over to a few male wolves. Currently, little gray's size was second only to Wolf Dad in the wolf pack, almost on par with two female wolves. Its large physique appeared before the several male wolves, and the male wolves seemed slightly tense. After little gray arrived, it first checked on two injured wolves that hadn't managed to grab any food. These two wolves were familiar to little gray. One was Ash's mother, and the other was Cousin S' mother. They were originally the weakest in the wolf pack, and now being injured, they were in a dire situation. Little Gray didn't want to see them go without even a scrap of food, so it snatched away the remaining small piece of fish meat from the other two male wolves. Of course, it certainly took some effort. However, Little Gray's strength now rivaled that of a level 5 Arctic wolf, with even greater combat ability. With just a few swipes, it already displayed about 70 to 80% of Wolf Dad's power. It quickly taught the two male wolves to understand mutual care and love. Wolves all need to survive. And if they didn't get any food, Ash's mother and Cousin S' mother might not survive the polar night. Currently, Little Gray's intelligence was already much higher than that of ordinary wolves. In its little head, it began to develop rudimentary feelings like sympathy. Right now, Ash's mother and Cousin S' mother were ravenously eating the scant fish scraps. They were also howling softly to express their gratitude to Little Gray. However, soon, Ash's mother accidentally got a bone stuck, having not noticed while swallowing hastily, and it got lodged in her throat. In pain, she rolled on the ground repeatedly. The scene was quite tragic. This prompted Little Gray to start teaching her how to cough the fishbone out. After coughing for quite a while, Ash's mother finally coughed out a bloodied fishbone. Ah, whoa! Her fate was rather unfortunate. Yet she still endured the discomfort in her throat and howled a low thank you to Little Gray. Little Gray then adorably shook its head, signaling that one should eat fish slowly. At that moment, Sue also moved, walking over. She approached the two female wolves and gestured for Little Gray to keep watch at the entrance. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! Little Gray obediently howled twice and ran to the entrance. As for the injured Ash's mother and Cousin S' mother, Sue took a glance at their wounds. Noticing their injuries were serious and the wounds deep, she couldn't tell how many days had passed without signs of healing. Ah, whoa! Sue howled softly, inquiring about what had happened to their wounds. Two female wolves, both of average intelligence. The meaning that can be expressed is even worse than Wolf Mom. They howled many times. Only then did Sue begin to understand. In the howling of wolves, the grizzly was repeatedly mentioned. Yes, such wounds can probably only be inflicted by large predators like grizzlies. In the food-scarce polar night, the wolf pack would desperately want to hunt grizzlies. Grizzlies would likewise be eager to kill a few Arctic wolves to fill their hunger. The mutual slaughter among hunters has become a common phenomenon. Of course, everything is just to survive. Survival of the fittest, natural selection. Nature has always been cruel. At that moment, after understanding, Sue turned around and returned to Wolf Mom. Tore off a few pounds of fish meat from the leftover half dogfish, and brought it to Ash's mother and Cousin's mother. This made both female wolves pleasantly surprised and howl softly. In the howling of wolves, there was nothing but gratitude for Sue. Because they knew that all the food they ate today was brought by Sue. Besides, during this time, they had been worried about their offspring, but now they have completely put their minds at ease. After all, being able to bring food to aid them proves that the pack led by Sue surely has no worries about food. At this moment, Sue quietly returned to lie down next to Wolf Mom. However, in her mind, she was pondering which of the grizzlies in the area might have clashed with the wolf pack. Bears hold grudges, and their sense of smell is even sharper than that of wolves. You never know when they might just follow the scent and come to the cave. Killing is killing, whether one or two. Anyway, bear meat tastes good, and using it as stored food is also quite nice. The nearby wolf mom didn't know about Sue's reckless thoughts. If she knew, she would definitely try to dissuade her. Because hunting grizzlies is extremely dangerous and has a very low success rate for the wolf pack. Of course, Wolf Mom also didn't know that her pup, just over 6 months old, has already hunted a grizzly on its own. Ah, whoa! Wolf Mom howled softly, indicating for Sue to stay a few more days with the pack. Sue thought of her little pups in the cave and still refused. However, she has decided that in the future, she will come to see Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom from time to time. She will also bring them some food and supplies. Hearing Sue's response, Wolf Mom felt a bit reluctant. But she did not try to keep her, just affectionately licked Sue's fur again. Next, Sue and Wolf Mom stayed together for a little longer. After Wolf Dad returned, Sue bid farewell to Little Gray and the pack. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! At the mouth of the cave, Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom's long howls carried a mixture of reluctance and satisfaction that their pup has grown up. Having walked a distance, Sue turned around to look at Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom at the cave entrance and howled back. Little Gray beside her also echoed back. Because Little Gray was rescued by Wolf Mom from the harsh ice and snow, he can be considered half a pup of Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! Two bright wolf howls echoed in the pitch-black night. Soon after, Sue and Little Gray quickly darted through the darkness. They soon disappeared from the sight of Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom. On the way back, it was still eerily quiet. Only the faint sound of wolf paws crunching on the ice and snow. Currently, Sue has been hunting in this area for about half a year. And with focused observation, he has gained a rough understanding of the other hunters in the area. Aside from the ice layer, there aren't too many hunters visible in this region of about 100 miles. Currently, he has observed 9 wolf packs and 5 grizzly bears. As for lynxes, snowy owls, and arctic foxes, they pose little threat. So Sue has not paid particular attention to them. Among the 9 wolf packs, only a large wolf pack is stronger than the one led by Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom. The other wolf packs can only be considered as a few big and small cats, not worth worrying about. However, that large wolf pack is on the edge of the area. And usually, the two sides have no interaction. As for the grizzly bears, they are quite frequent in this area. Chapter 44, Wolfsis displays her might. Currently, the head female grizzly bear in this area has been hunted by Sue. Only 4 remain. After resting for some time and significantly increasing his strength, a hint of danger radiates from his green eyes. Now he really wants to find another grizzly bear to test his current combat power. After his right paw was enhanced, its sharpness and might are quite fierce. Fighting a grizzly bear again won't be as difficult as before. Additionally, grizzly bears above level 10, besides their flesh providing substantial nutrition, also yield a good amount of evolution points EP from their bear gallbladder. While pondering, Sue and Little Gray quickly returned to the cave they were staying in. Just as they reached the cave entrance, they heard the sound of young wolf howls coming from inside. Sue entered and saw Wolfsis and Ash were fighting again. It was clear that Wolfsis was still indignant about what happened a few days ago. During the fight, Wolfsis had already mastered various hunt skills. Her small wolf body now exuded a certain power.
Ah, whoa! The tender wolf howls echoed. In the face of Ash's attack, Wolf Sis crouched slightly to dodge, avoiding the strike.
Then, using that momentum, her front paw hit Ash's abdomen hard.
Solid as a rock. The abdomen is the softest part of the wolf clan. This is the weakest area of the wolf clan's defense.
Fortunately, Wolf Sis was only slapping, and did not expose her sharp little wolf claws.
Otherwise, if that strike landed, Ash's abdomen would probably be torn open.
Even without exposing her claws, that strike made Ash howl in pain.
But Wolf Sis didn't stop. Instead,
she lowered her head slightly to protect her lower body. Then she approached Ash.
And as they closed in,
the two young wolves began to fight again.
But Ash,
his abdomen took a hit, making his stance visibly unsteady.
He hadn't exchanged too many blows before Wolf Sis brought him down.
Only her pure white paw was firmly pinning Ash's wolf head.
And little wolf teeth were already pressed against Ash's throat. This meant
that Wolf Sis only needed to exert a little bit of strength to snap Ash's throat.
Although he knew this was a fight,
Ash still whimpered in surrender. After all, his throat, such a crucial spot, was under control. And wolves have an inherent fear of that. It's something engraved in their genes. At this moment, victorious Wolf Sis, listening to Ash's cries for mercy, also had a look of satisfaction in her eyes. Even though the little wolf teeth had left Ash's throat, her pristine front paw still struck Ash's wolf head a few times. This was a punishment for Ash for disrespecting her in front of Wolf Bro a few days prior.
Slap! Slap!
Each strike was accompanied by Ash's whimpering pleas.
Until Ash spotted the majestic white wolf figure entering the cave, his cries for mercy became even more urgent. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa!
It was as if he was saying that during Sue and Little Gray's absence. He had endured so much torment.
At that moment, Wolf Sis saw Wolf Bro returning.
She initially planned to let Ash go. But his howl seemed like he was deliberately trying to provoke her. This angered Wolf Sis, and she swung her front paw, delivering several hard hits to Ash. While hitting, she also low howled in frustration.
It was a warning to Ash not to play the victim. As expected,
after striking Ash's wolf head several times,
Ash finally managed to suppress his howling, looking pitiably at Wolf Sis.
He even stuck out his tongue to lick the fur on Wolf Sis's paw as a gesture of sincerity.
This made Wolf Sis finally content enough to let Ash go.
This scene, of course, was seen through Sue's eyes.
But it didn't stop anything.
It's completely normal for the little ones to roughhouse and fight among themselves.
It's good to establish dominance early on,
so that when they grow up, they won't have to fight for status in the pack. Besides, with Cousin keeping an eye on the two little ones, there shouldn't be any major problems.
Sue and Little Gray returned to the cave,
and both settled back into their own spots. Poor Ash, after being released, slowly walked toward Little Gray.
In its tiny little head,
although Little Gray often bullies it, it still enjoys playing with it.
It would even teach Ash some hunting and fighting techniques.
This led Ash to treat Little Gray as a good friend after leaving its original pack and mother.
As for Sue,
in Ash's eyes, Little Gray is a wolf king.
An invincible being that can only be admired and obeyed.
At this moment, Ash approached Little Gray and howled softly twice.
Little Gray looked at Ash and recalled Ash's injured mother from the original pack. Feeling a bit of naive sympathy, it only howled softly, signaling Ash to lie down on the Arctic fox fur to sleep.
Today, out of great mercy, it didn't use Ash as a pillow.
As for Wolf Sis,
it was also very excited to be near the big wolf. Its little body bounced excitedly in front of the big wolf,
as if recounting how it had just shown great prowess by defeating Ash in the fight. Chapter 45, The Bitter Cold Wind. The wolf pack has a very keen sense of smell. As soon as Wolf Sis arrived next to Sue, it quickly smelled
the smell of other wolves on it. Wolf Sis sniffed a few times and recognized it was the scent of Wolf Mom. This scent is something Wolf Sis will never forget. After all, it had survived for a long time in Wolf Mom's embrace. This made Wolf Sis unable to help but howl in delight. The tender howls of the wolf echoed in the cave. Sue could only respond, telling Wolf Sis that today they indeed went to see Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad. Returning to the original pack, it looked around at everyone. The meaning conveyed by the wolf howls was only partially understood by Wolf Sis. But it still understood that the big wolf went to see Wolf Mom. This made Wolf Sis take a few deep breaths of Sue's fur. Then it howled softly to express that it also wanted to meet Wolf Mom. It misses Wolf Mom very much. Sue stretched out a paw and gently patted Wolf Sis's little head, indicating that next time they go to see Wolf Dad, Wolf Mom will take her along. This made Wolf Sis very excited. Its little body bumped against Sue, sniffing around for any lingering scent of Wolf Mom. Wolf Sis and Sue were born not long apart. They are just over 6 months old now. In other wolf packs, they are still at the stage of being able to eat independently. Under Sue's care, Wolf Sis has grown rapidly, thanks to the development of the potential potion and ample food supply. In just over half a year, it has reached a power level of 2. This strength is already comparable to many wolves that are older, even 2 years old. However, while attributes can grow quickly, willpower cannot. Wolf Sis's longing for Wolf Mom is still quite strong. Feeling Wolf Sis sniffing around in its fur, Sue decided that next time they have the chance, he would take Wolf Sis to see Wolf Mom. But for now, it's best to rest early and replenish energy and stamina. Ah, whoa! He howled softly, signaling Wolf Sis to be quiet, as he needed to rest. This made Wolf Sis stop its little body from bumping around. But it still snuggled close to the big wolf, closing its eyes and falling asleep. Smelling the familiar scent of Wolf Mom, Wolf Sis quickly fell into a deep sleep, snoring softly. The next day, after Sue got up, he stood at the cave entrance looking outside. He noticed that the cold wind beneath the polar night had begun to howl again. It whipped up a good amount of long-lasting snow and ice into the air, although it couldn't quite be called a blizzard. This kind of weather isn't suitable for going out. This dissuaded him from making plans to go outside. Leaving the cave, the alert sound that hadn't been heard for a long time rang out again. The weather is too cold and harsh, host stamina consumption is doubled, please conserve stamina. Sue allocated all the free stat points to AGI. While this made his AGI astonishing, his stamina was still quite ordinary, with a normal level 6 stamina. Under this weather, it can't withstand long periods of consumption. At this moment, he patrolled the cave perimeter. The ice and snow whipped up by the cold wind landed on him, causing Sue, whose fur was already thick, to still feel a chill. Under this biting cold wind, he didn't discover anything nearby. After returning to the cave, he found Ash and Wolf Sis still sleeping soundly. It is very normal for the cubs to sleep deeply, and Little Gray has already woken up. Looking at the cold wind outside, it also thought about going out. But as soon as it stepped outside, it quickly rushed back into the cave under the harsh cold wind. Little Gray, even though it is a 4-level variant, still couldn't endure the chilling wind that hinted at a blizzard. As for Cousin, it is still on guard at the cave entrance, but it has already curled up in a sheltered spot. At this time, Sue also casually scanned the attributes of the several wolves. He found that Cousin's strength has made significant progress towards level 4. Cousin also used a potential potion. Given the ample food supply, this growth in AGI is not surprising. In about 2 months, Cousin will break through to level 4. By then, he will officially grow into a fully grown Arctic wolf. As for Little Gray's strength, it has improved somewhat compared to before, but he still has a long way to go to reach level 5. As a variant, Little Gray, if he breaks through to level 5, his battle power will probably crush Wolf Dad.
By then,
Sue will also have gained a significant support. As for Ash and Wolf Sis,
the growth of the two wolf pups, compared to ordinary wolf pups, is quite rapid. But in Sue's eyes, they can only be considered ordinary. To break through to the attributes of level 3, the two wolf pups will probably need at least 3 to 4 more months. The strength of the wolf pack is steadily increasing. But in fact,
the one whose strength is growing the fastest is still Sue himself. Since the hunt skill bear came into play,
Sue has accumulated evolution points EP and is not far from advancing to level 7.
The meat and bear bile from the bear, the Arctic salmon, the northern pike, and some small fruits eaten at Wolf Mom's place have provided him with a lot of evolution points EP.
With this thought in mind, Sue opened the attribute page and checked the latest evolution points EP. Name, Sue. Species, Arctic wolf. Level, 6 level.
640 evolution points EP are needed to level up.
HP, 600. Stamina, 60. STR, 60. Def, 60. AGI, 120. Evolution points EP, 593. Talents, Hunt skill D level, Healing D level. He needs less than 50 more points to level up again. After leveling up again, Sue's strength will receive another boost. By then,
he will be getting closer to the position of the Arctic Overlord.
Thinking of this, Sue didn't dwell on it anymore. He let out a low howl,
calling the wolves in the cave to start feeding.
Inside the cave, there is quite a bit of food reserve. That Arctic salmon was shared and eaten by Wolf Sis and Ash yesterday.
Currently, there is still about 300 pounds of bear meat and 20 to 30 pounds of northern pike in the cave.
As the alpha wolf,
he has priority access to food. He did not eat the grizzly bear, because the meat of the grizzly bear has reduced the evolution points EP to 0.1.
Even with the enhancement from the evolution potion, it's only 0.3.
Evolution points EP are quite scarce. However, the northern pike can still provide him with some evolution points EP.
Due to the frigid climate,
the northern pike has become frozen, with a layer of frost on its surface.
But under Sue's powerful bite, that's not a big deal.
He tore a piece of northern pike meat, and after swallowing it, he could feel the chill on his tongue. However, the freezing has also preserved the meat's freshness very well.
Sue swallowed the fish meat, and the prompt for evolution points EP appeared. Ding! The host has eaten northern pike, gaining 4 evolution points EP. Ding!
The host has eaten northern pike, gaining 3.5 evolution points EP.
Ding! The host has eaten northern pike, gaining 3 evolution points EP. Chapter 46, Seeking Grizzly Bears.
After eating about 10 pounds of pike meat, he gained about 20 evolution points EP in total. The rate of gaining evolution points EP from pike meat has also dropped to the lowest point.
Sue stopped eating. Next,
and he approached the cave entrance, taking over Cousin's watch, signaling Cousin to eat.
Soon,
the sounds of the other wolves in the cave eating began to echo.
Wolf Sis and Ash,
although they were drowsy, they were quite active when it came to eating. After hearing Sue's low howls of eating, they all crawled up from their sleepy spots.
Their bleary eyes immediately brightened. Currently, Wolf Sis has reached level 2.
The little wolf has shown its prowess. Even frozen grizzly bear meat can now be torn apart.
There's no need to rely on the older wolves as before.
Now, Little Gray, Cousin, Wolf Sis, and Ash can collectively eat about 30 pounds of meat.
However, the wolf pack does not need to eat every day.
Under extreme conditions, being full can sustain them for nearly a month.
Still,
during the polar night, many Arctic wolf packs suffer food shortages.
Wolves eat quickly.
It didn't take long for the pack to be fully satisfied. Having regained their energy and stamina, Wolf Sis came to find Ash to fight. But Ash was clearly scared of Wolf Sis, running around the cave howling.
This made Wolf Sis very frustrated. In the end,
It was still bored Little Gray who wanted to see the strength of Wolf Sis and Ash. With a couple of low howls, he signaled the two little wolves to attack him. Little Gray is very strong and is not afraid of Wolf Sis and Ash injuring him with their playful bites. After Little Gray signaled, the tenacious Wolf Sis let out her youthful howls, charging towards Little Gray. Wolf Sis's current hunting and fighting skills are quite impressive. This time, her approach is also very cautious. But the gap in strength between the two sides is ultimately too great. Even though Wolf Sis is entangling Little Gray in every possible way, whether it's harassing or attacking, it's still hard to make the lazy Little Gray budge. Little Gray is just casually extending a paw, playing along with Wolf Sis. As for her older brother's little sister, Little Gray takes good care of her and knows how to set limits. She only blocks and intercepts Wolf Sis's attacks without retaliating. After several futile attempts by Wolf Sis to attack without making Little Gray move, and after Ash joined in, the two little cubs started to cooperate in battle. But Little Gray's strength is just too strong. Even using only 2/3 of her strength, she easily suppresses them. As the wolves frolicked among themselves, time passed slowly. 3 days slipped by just like that. The fierce cold wind of the Arctic also calmed down. Sue took Little Gray out of the cave. They began searching for prey while exploring the specific locations of a few grizzly bears in the area, seeing where these clumsy creatures are located. After the cold wind, the Arctic is even more desolate. Everything around is quiet. Only 2 pairs of green eyes are advancing in the darkness. This time, they first searched the locations where grizzly bears had previously appeared. After an hour, Sue confirmed the location of one grizzly bear. This bear is also a female, but it hasn't given birth, and has stored food before the polar night arrives. With its robust strength, it has suffered almost no injuries during the polar night. After the grizzly bear wandered around outside the cave, it went back inside to continue its hibernation through the polar night. The chosen location of the cave is also very hidden, covered by quite a lot of snow and ice. Sue's green wolf eyes watched as the grizzly bear entered the cave before turning to leave. This grizzly bear is not the one that clashed with the wolf pack of Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom. The grizzly bear's location is very far from Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom, not within the hunting range of the pack. On another note, this grizzly bear has no injuries at all. The wolf pack led by Wolf Dad has at least 8 adult Arctic wolves. If they surround their prey, their power shouldn't be underestimated. After all, the tactical formations and pack strategies of wolves are not a simple matter of brute force. It's about attacking, entangling, harassing, dodging, and so on. As long as they are not excessively powerful, under the unending cycle of consumption, they will definitely incur injuries. When stamina is exhausted, the waiting prey will end up as food for the wolf pack. Chapter 47, The Weak Lone Wolf. Sue turned away, again searching for other grizzly bears with Little Gray. Of course, they were also on the lookout for prey along the way. Unfortunately, aside from the ice layer and bits of vibrant life, there are not many signs of life here. However, Little Gray managed to catch a few lemmings from a snow hole. And after seeing a signal from his leader, he ate the lemmings himself. His leader clearly showed no interest in the small lemmings. Within a few minutes, several lemmings were swallowed into Little Gray's stomach. Next, as they traveled, Sue encountered a lone wolf that had strayed from the pack. In nature, lone wolves are generally not as fierce as one might imagine. Moreover, the outcomes for lone wolves are often quite tragic. Without exceptionally strong capabilities, it is difficult to survive. This lone wolf appears to be about the same size as Cousin, most likely a 2-year-old pup. It is clearly emaciated, its fur stuck tightly to its body, lacking any softness or sheen. However, despite its weakened state, when it saw Sue and Little Gray passing by, it still showed a fierce gaze, adopting a defensive posture and lowly growling. This little wolf understands deeply that in the cruel world of nature, survival does not come from submission. To survive, one must show their fangs.
so opponents can see their strength and retreat. Even though Sue and Little Gray are of the same kind, it did not let down its guard. Yet, it is clear that Sue and Little Gray have no interest in it. The two pairs of bright green eyes merely glanced at it before moving on. This made the emaciated little wolf breathe a sigh of relief. Then, it slowly lay down and licked its own fierce wound on its abdomen. The wound is quite deep, nearly opening it up. Fortunately, it did not happen. It can still cling to life. This wound was not inflicted by other hunters, but by its wolf dad and wolf mom. Under the polar night, with no food in sight, wolf dad and wolf mom, in extreme hunger, had turned their green eyes towards it with the instincts of beasts. But it did not want to be eaten. It wanted to live. In the end, braving the bites of wolf dad and wolf mom, it broke free from the den, left the pack, and became a lone wolf in the icy wilderness. But under the polar night, food is extremely scarce. Having gone without food or drink for half a month, it feels very weak. The emaciated wolf is lying among the shrubs, licking its wound while resting. It hopes to recover some stamina to help it find prey. However, this emaciated little wolf does not know that a crisis is quietly approaching. A similarly bony lynx is creeping through the brush, slowly drawing closer to it. Although this lynx is also quite weak, it has no injuries, and is clearly in much better condition than this little wolf. The two are getting closer, and a fierce glint flickers in the lynx's eyes as it looks at the little wolf. At this moment, and the departed Sue and Little Gray naturally had no idea what was happening behind them. Even if one knows, Sue has long been accustomed to the slaughter between hunters. Right now, he is searching for the positions of prey and grizzly bears. Soon, he has found the exact locations of 2 grizzly bears. These 2 grizzly bears are both male and exceptionally strong. With their massive bodies, they appear somewhat clumsy, but they exude a powerful aura unique to bears. One of the grizzly bears is lying near a cave, searching for moss and insects to eat. This grizzly bear is the one Sue encountered while hunting with Little Gray. It is also the first grizzly bear they met in the Arctic. This grizzly bear clearly possesses a much gentler temperament, feeding mostly on roots, moss, carrion, and insects to replenish energy and nutrients. As for the other gray bear, Sue was far off, observing it for quite a while. This gray bear was even stronger, possessing the strength of level 12. On its massive bare body, there were numerous scars and scratches left by bites. But with the gray bear's powerful defense, these wounds and scratches only looked somewhat frightening. But they hadn't even completely broken through the bear's thick flesh. Moreover, beneath the thick flesh, there was a layer of fat. Therefore, this degree of damage was really insignificant to it. Right now, this gray bear was gnawing on a lynx whose source of hunt was unknown. In addition, around the gray bear's den, there were the skeletons of Arctic wolves that had only their fur left to eat. Seeing this, Sue roughly guessed that this gray bear must be the one mentioned by the wolf pack. Clearly, the gray bear was very close to the wolf pack. If the gray bear intruded into the territory of the wolf pack, it would be tantamount to provoking them. In the icy wilderness, under the extreme night where food was scarce, both sides, aiming to fill their stomachs, would undoubtedly result in an intense hunt and counterhunt. In the end, without a doubt, this gray bear had the upper hand. Otherwise, based on the wolves' nature, they would not easily back down. Sue, with his green, ghostly wolf eyes, looked down at the gray bear for a long time. He discovered that this gray bear was indeed very strong, and it was fiercely hunting the animals in this area to replenish its energy and fill its stomach. The seasoned gray bear, whether in its condition or the powerful aura rising from its massive body, was at its peak. Therefore, Sue did not rashly take action. However, just because he didn't want to move, doesn't mean the gray bear wouldn't. Suddenly, the gray bear, with its extremely keen sense of smell, seemed to detect something from the air.
And suddenly it raised its huge bear head to stare at Sue, who was standing on the snow slope. Whether it was because of the fierce battle with the wolf pack some time ago, or for some other reason, this gray bear clearly harbored deep hatred towards the Arctic wolves. Upon seeing Sue on the snow slope, the gray bear roared wildly. Roar! And the deep bear roar echoed in the icy Arctic sky. It even tossed aside the half-eaten lynx carcass it was holding. Its eyes burned with intense hatred as it charged toward Sue on the snow slope. Seeing this scene, Sue felt somewhat puzzled by the gray bear's animosity. As logically, even with a fight against the wolf pack, it shouldn't be this intense. After all, for predators living in nature, fighting had long become a common occurrence. But Sue did not show any signs of retreat. Those eyes shimmering with a green glow also flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Heaven has its pathways, yet you refuse to tread. Hell has no doors, yet you willingly dive in. I initially wanted to keep it for a few more days. But since this gray bear insists on having a go, then let us have a go. Sue possessed an AGI that looked down upon the entire Arctic. He felt absolutely no fear, only lowering his howl, allowing the little gray to retreat to a safe distance. Chapter 48, Hatred of the Gray Bear. Originally intending to stay behind, the little gray looked at his leader, whose wolf-like eyes held a severe expression, and silently ran off to a distance. But he didn't leave. He lay flat near a pile of snow and ice, ready to join the battlefield at any moment. In such battles, it is impossible for him to leave his leader. At this moment, under the pitch-black night, the slaughter among the hunters slowly began. In nature, the killings sometimes seem entirely senseless. Generally speaking, gray bears drive away polar wolves that invade their territory. However, this gray bear was recklessly charging towards him. The animosity in its eyes seemed as though it wanted to tear him apart. This caused Sue to narrow his green glowing eyes, revealing a hint of cruelty in his expression. Since the last hunt skill on the gray bear, the pent-up momentum had gradually begun to stir within the wolf's body. Now, Sue, free from any worries, fully unleashed his capabilities. In the icy wilderness, his gaze collided in the air with the gray bear's glare filled with flames of hatred. Roar! The grizzly bear roared while running wildly. It glared at the polar wolf on the snowy slope, with endless resentment in its eyes. Because the mate it had mated with recently was hunted down by the polar wolf. It had been to that chaotic battlefield and smelled the remnants left on the ground. And it was certain that it belonged to the polar wolf. Even the blood scattered on the ground was not entirely from bears, there was also a bit of polar wolf's blood. It was absolutely sure it would not mistake the smell of that blood. Grizzly bears hold grudges. At this moment, it has no patience or goodwill towards any polar wolf. Any polar wolf that enters its territory must die. This hatred and rage are not only because of its mate, but also because of its cubs that almost met a tragic end. In nature, after the mating season, male grizzly bears' concern for their mate sharply declines. They also won't take care of their cubs. But not taking care doesn't mean they don't care. For their own offspring, for the genes passed down. Any male creature has an innate protective instinct. Roar! At this point, the grizzly bear finally ran up to the snowy slope, facing a polar wolf significantly larger than the average size, without stopping its pace. However, the grizzly bear found that this polar wolf did not run away with its tail between its legs as it charged towards it, not even showing any sign of retreat. That pair of greenish eyes was also fixed on it. This made the grizzly bear even more furious. Could this polar wolf be too scared to think? In its rage, the grizzly bear came closer and closer to the polar wolf. Soon, there was only a distance of 2 or 3 meters left. And it suddenly jumped up, its powerful paws slamming down on the polar wolf that was staring at it. Bang! Its paws hit the snowy slope, sending ice and snow flying everywhere. But after the snow fell, the grizzly bear did not see the shadow of the polar wolf.
Then, before it could react, it felt a hard blow to its back. The force of this strike far exceeded that of other polar wolves. The sharp wolf claws also tore through the thick skin of the grizzly bear, drawing streams of blood. Yet, even though this force was strong, it still did not knock the grizzly bear down. Battle hardened, it quickly turned its body, using its four paws to support itself on the ground, effectively guarding its lower body. Its dark eyes finally took on a serious expression. This polar wolf's agility was too fast. It hadn't even seen when it had arrived behind it. With a serious expression, it also noticed that the greenish eyes of the polar wolf showed no fear towards it at all. In addition, the sharp pain in its back was also telling it. This polar wolf was stronger than any it had encountered before. This pain was something it had never felt from any other polar wolf. Moreover, this was a lone wolf. A lone wolf dares to attack it? In the grizzly bear's memory, it had never encountered such a ferocious polar wolf. But it was precisely because of Sue's formidable performance that the grizzly bear, which possessed considerably higher intelligence than wolves, suddenly thought of the hunter that had killed its mate. It sniffed the air again fiercely. I want to seek an answer through smell. However, the Sioux on the opposite side did not give it that time. Over 30 meters per second of AGI came like a bolt of white lightning, arriving swiftly in front of the gray bear, and its claws fiercely struck towards the bear's eyes. Sue's wolf-like eyes glowed green, showing a fierce expression. Originally, there were no plans for hunt skill today. But this gray bear seemed to have gone mad, insisting on coming for a clash. All right. Then let us clash. He wanted to see just how tough this gray bear's head really was. Would it result in a bloody mess? Bang! His claws fiercely smashed into the gray bear's head. But he did not hit its eyes. Because this gray bear had experienced countless battles during this period, it had a very obvious conditioned reflex. When facing a critical attack, it would instinctively dodge. Its body reacted on its own. This strike did not hit a vital spot, but it left a deep blood mark on the bear's head. Blood was spilling out from this mark. Fresh blood trickled down from its head, flowing to the corner of the gray bear's eye, which shrouded its already poor vision in the darkness with flecks of crimson. However, the gray bear lying on the ground casually shook off the blood that overflowed from its head. Its nose continued to sniff vigorously in the air. Bears have a sharper sense of smell than wolves. Even though the scent of the blood from the scene of its mate's death had faded significantly, yet it still caught the scent. Today, within its not-so-low intelligence, it was repeatedly confirming these two scents. After a long comparison, the gray bear finally confirmed. At this time, lying on the ground, it slowly stood up. Its massive body towering over 2 meters tall, along with the blood flowing from its forehead, looked exceedingly fierce and terrifying in the night. The gray bear's eyes were fixed intently on Sue, and the flames of hatred that were already quite strong were now burning fervently. A brief standoff, a brief silence. But the murderous intent between the gray bear and Sue surged wildly. Like boiling hot water, it had already reached a boiling point. At that moment, Sue, although she still didn't understand why the grizzly bear's hostility and animosity existed, he could clearly sense the change in the bear's imposing presence. If we're talking about the beginning, the grizzly bear harbors an inexplicable animosity. Then now, it seems to have developed an intense hatred. Chapter 49, Stamina Consumption. Grizzly bears are omnivores. Many times, they don't even need to go out hunting. Thus, they are not afraid of getting hurt like other solitary animals. Even if they get injured, they can survive by eating roots, moss, and insects. So, often, bears are truly willing to risk their lives. Roar. The roar of the grizzly bear. The deep, resonating growl vibrates in the chilly air. Soon after, it charged toward Sue. In the frenzy, the AGI of the grizzly bear has already exceeded that of a normal Arctic wolf, even reaching the AGI of Wolf Dad.
With that AGI, coupled with the bear's weight of around 600 to 700 pounds, it seems to carry the momentum to crush. Faced with the savage charge of the grizzly, Sue didn't try to withstand it. He simply dodged. But the grizzly bear is different from a musk ox. While Sue was dodging, the grizzly stood upright again, its massive paws leveraging its AGI, slamming hard at him. Under this extreme hatred, the force of the slap made the air emit sharp howls. This slap was aimed directly at his life. Sue only has 600 HP. And currently, this attack infused with rage from the grizzly bear probably surpassed the bear's STR value. If he takes this hit head-on, Sue's HP might just drop by a third. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be wounded. This made Sue quickly retreat. The bear's paw swung empty, striking a nearby snow pile. It shattered the snow pile in an instant, sending countless snow fragments flying. The fragments splattered onto Sue. The icy sensation seemed to remind him of what kind of opponent he was facing. This is a bear seasoned in battle, attuned to instinct. And this is a bear in a furious rage, intent on taking his life. This caused Sue to let out a deep breath. Is this grizzly bear insane? Even if its stamina are strong, how long can it support such a frenzied attack? However, Sue quickly realized, this grizzly bear really has gone insane. It charged toward him once more. This time, the distance was very short. When the grizzly was 2 to 3 meters away from him, it jumped, lunging at him. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Sue's eyes, slightly turning to the side. Then his sharp right claw extended, striking fiercely at the soft belly of the grizzly. The dull thud of the bear's paw hitting, and the sound of sharp wolf claws tearing flesh, almost echoed simultaneously. The grizzly's belly was deeply cut by Sue's wolf claws. Fortunately, it had a thick layer of fat as a second line of defense, preventing it from being gutted. At the same time, even if Sue dodged quickly, the massive bear paw still grazed Sue's side. It was just a scrape, but Sue felt a stinging pain on his side. This scrape had cost him at least 20 or 30 HP. This is the terrifying attack power of the grizzly bear. However, the blow he just dealt also inflicted significant damage to the grizzly. But the grizzly's HP and vitality were several times that of Sue. These injuries were trivial to it. Roar! The grizzly roared angrily, its massive paw striking down again. Its enormous paw resembled 2 gigantic hammers, whistling through the air as it swung towards Sue. Sue dodged quickly, and the bear's paw slammed into the snow slope, creating deep craters in the icy snow. Sue's white wolf body was clearly being suppressed by the grizzly, as he dodged repeatedly. At this moment, he could either rely on AGI to create some distance from the grizzly and escape this battlefield, or activate the hunt skill and engage in a brief, fierce battle with the grizzly. But the hunt skill only lasted a mere 60 seconds. And during that time, Sue had no guarantee of being able to kill the grizzly. Soon, the wolf and bear fought down the snow slope. Then they fought from the bottom of the slope to where the grizzly had just eaten the lynx. On the way, snow flew everywhere, and the snow-covered ground now had dozens of new craters. The grizzly's deep roars and Sue's sharp wolf howls echoed alternately. Both sides were fiercely battling. Their stamina was also rapidly being consumed. The grizzly bore several new wounds from wolf claws, while Sue's wolf body also had wounds oozing with blood. These were cuts from the huge claws of the bear. Grizzlies also have sharp claws, about 7 to 8 centimeters long. Even with Sue's dense fur and tight skin, he still couldn't withstand the grizzly's claws. Who? Now, the wolf and bear had momentarily ceased fighting, and they locked eyes from a distance of several dozen meters, both breathing heavily. Even the high-stamina grizzly, due to its excessive violent attacks and heavy running, had consumed more stamina than before. As both sides took a breather, suddenly, the soft cries of a bear cub echoed from the grizzly's den. This made Sue turn his bright green eyes in that direction.
The grizzly's den was very close.
And Sue clearly saw a grizzly cub that was only about 2 months old.
Huh? Will this male bear actually care for its cubs? Sue panted, feeling somewhat surprised. But soon,
he noticed the grizzly cub looking at him with unabashed hatred.
What does a 2-month-old cub understand? Could it really harbor such hatred for him?
Sue was truly puzzled.
However,
then he suddenly remembered something. He abruptly looked up again at the grizzly cub, sniffing the air. The wolf's sense of smell can't match that of bears.
It's still quite sharp.
And soon Sue detected a familiar scent coming from the grizzly cub.
This was unmistakably the scent of the female grizzly from the hunt skill.
The cub, having been born only 2 months ago, still carried a strong scent from its mother.
This scent was something Sue had not forgotten,
because there were still about 200 pounds of grizzly meat left uneaten in the den.
At this moment, Sue finally understood.
He understood why he hadn't found any newborn cubs in the female grizzly's den during the hunt skill. He also understood why this 2-month-old cub was so hostile towards him. And he understood why this male grizzly was attacking him like mad. Sue lifted his snow-white wolf head, feeling the sharp pain on his side.
And he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature.
He hadn't expected the grizzly, who had a conflict with wolf dad and wolf mom. It would be just like facing the grizzly bear companion he initially hunted. It's true what they say, foes are bound to meet.
At this moment, ruthlessness and ferocity flashed in Sue's wolf eyes.
As for how the grizzly cub survived and left its den,
I'm too lazy to think about it. But he knows.
Now in this Arctic region, he and this gray bear can only survive.
Bears are known to hold grudges.
With the brutal attack from the gray bear just now,
Sue knew that if it didn't kill it,
who knows how long this gray bear would bear a grudge.
Chapter 50, The Gray Surprise. Roar.
When the gray bear saw its cub come out, it let out a deep roar, signaling its cub to quickly return to the den.
At the same time,
the massive bear body blocked the way between Sue and the den. After fiercely battling this white wolf for a long time, it had already recognized the AGI of the white wolf,
which it had never encountered in its life in the Arctic.
All previous species had never exhibited such rapid AGI. This AGI was almost overwhelming for it.
At the same time,
and the attack power of this Arctic wolf was also exceptionally fierce,
evidenced by the jagged wounds on its body.
The gray bear was worried its cub might be caught by this white wolf.
At this moment,
breathing heavily, Sue also glanced at the gray bear.
The gray bear's stamina was much higher than Sue's.
And even after such a violent attack, it had only exhausted about half of its stamina.
However, Sue's stamina had already been depleted by more than half.
He could no longer afford to get entangled with this gray bear. This gray bear was significantly stronger than the female gray bear from the last hunt skill. The wounds he inflicted on it had not even grazed the bear's core. If this dragged on any longer, it would be Sue who would end up dead.
A swift resolution is imperative.
Even if he couldn't kill this gray bear, he at least had to severely injure it.
Sue relied on his superior AGI to maneuver freely.
But the gray bear was a different story. As long as he wasn't entangled by the gray bear, the bear would not be able to do anything to him. Today, Sue, using his hunt skill, had drained a third of the bear's blood.
If he returned tomorrow, he would be able to take its life.
Whoa!
With this in mind, Sue howled. A loud and resonant wolf howl echoed across the vast Arctic expanse.
Just as he planned to activate his hunt skill and engage in a life and death struggle with the gray bear.
Suddenly, a deep gray shadow of a wolf suddenly darted out. It was the little gray.
The hidden little gray had already noticed that the boss was somewhat struggling against this large gray bear. So, as the boss faced off with the bear, it quietly crawled nearby. And neither Sue nor the gray bear noticed the little gray, as they were both focused on each other. Like a hidden ace, the little gray jumped out from behind a snow pile.
However, the little gray was quite self-aware. It did not go for the incredibly imposing large gray bear. After it sprang out, it charged straight towards the gray bear cub. The wolf pack has never been dominant based on individual strength. Collaboration in battle is deeply embedded in the wolf pack's genes. Now, little gray aims to distract the bear's cubs, drawing and dispersing the bear's focus, exhausting its stamina to give the boss a slight advantage. Little gray's move was effective. The bear, seeing little gray dash by, was completely enraged. It crouched down, its massive paws pressed against the ground, rushing towards its cub. Little gray's stats are comparable to a level 5 Arctic wolf, and its overall capabilities might even surpass those stats. However, the bear's AGI, in its furious state, was subtly faster than little gray. With its back turned to the bear, it provided Sue an excellent opportunity to attack. He did not hesitate. Seizing the moment well, the white wolf figure burst forth. Bang! The right claw struck, leaving a deep gash on the bear's hind leg. But the bear did not halt, nor did it pay any mind to the wound on its back, still charging towards its cub. This allowed Sue to leap directly onto the bear's back, extending its sharp fangs to tear away large chunks of flesh from the bear's back. This time, the bear felt a piercing pain, forcing it to stop, rising its massive body in a frenzy. It threw the wolf off its back. After landing, the white wolf quickly distanced itself. But its dual, eerie green eyes remained fixed on it like a vengeful specter. As long as it made another move, those sharp wolf claws and fangs would come crashing down on it. Roar! This made the bear unable to hold back its roar. Standing tall, its numerous wounds oozing streams of fresh blood. Yet that gray Arctic wolf was already close to the cave's entrance. The bear felt as though a flame was burning and boiling in its mind. It was filled with rage. Roar! The deep, thunderous roar of the bear reverberated in the cold air. In the past, according to animal instinct, the bear would abandon its cub, because as long as it was alive, there remained hope for continuing the lineage. But now, in its fury, the grizzly bear has lost its mind. Especially upon seeing that gray Arctic wolf has arrived at the cave, fiercely slamming its paw down on its cub. The grizzly roared and charged towards the cave. Chapter 51, A Fight Once More. Roar! Amidst the angry roars, the grizzly bear quickly raced towards little gray. At this moment, little gray was firmly pinning this cub beneath its strong paws. Although the cub struggled with all its might to escape, it could not shake little gray at all. This cub was too young and too weak. When little gray saw the grizzly charging at him, he bit down on the cub's back and began to sprint. Running and fighting are the most exhausting activities for an animal's stamina. As a different species, little gray's intelligence was significantly higher than that of ordinary wolves. And he knew that he was no match for the grizzly bear. So he didn't engage with it. He only held onto the cub and ran wildly. By running, he aimed to tire out the grizzly bear's stamina, buying time for the boss to set up a hunting opportunity. Sue also moved out again. AGI was pushed to its limits. The grizzly bear was tough-skinned, and its left paw could only break through the skin, making it hard to inflict effective damage. Thus, it repeatedly used its right paw. The stamina consumption was also significant. Now that little gray was there to restrain the grizzly bear, it became much easier. Sometimes, the team's strength should not be underestimated. Ah, whoa! A loud wolf howl sounded. Sue's sharp claws struck fiercely at the grizzly's side, creating a deep blood mark on the grizzly's belly. But still, it couldn't completely break through the bear's fat. Bang! Sue didn't hesitate, and clawed again, widening the wound. Blood immediately splattered. He tore a huge gash into the grizzly's belly. Roar! The grizzly roared in anger, its paw slammed fiercely backward. This forced Sue to dodge. But after the grizzly's attack, it did not engage with Sue, but charged again towards little gray. Now, the AGI of the gray bear has already surpassed that of little gray. It's closing in fast. Little Gray glanced back.
It noticed the enraged gray bear just a few meters behind. In the dual green eyes of the wolf, a hint of fear and dread shone through. This was the first time it faced the gray bear so closely.
Is it about to catch up?
Despite the fear and fright in its heart, Little Gray pressed on, gritting its teeth and running furiously.
This is the instinct for survival in animals.
And it's also to buy some time for the big boss. Little Gray's teeth were clenched tightly, having already pierced through the flesh of the gray bear cub. This caused the resilient gray bear cub to let out a painful howl.
The howls further enraged the gray bear. Roar!
The roar was already quite close. Little Gray could even hear the sound of the gray bear running on the snow behind it.
Finally,
a few seconds later, Little Gray turned its head slightly. And in its peripheral vision, it could see the gray bear less than 2 to 3 meters behind.
Fear shone in Little Gray's eyes. This is an instinct for any creature when facing death.
It was at this moment.
Little Gray tumbled as its feet slipped.
It was thrown several meters away. And now, in Little Gray's eyes, there was nothing but terror.
After falling,
even if it managed to roll over and get up, it would be too late. The enraged gray bear was already in front of it.
Those eyes stained with blood emanated boundless fury and wrath.
A massive bare paw, accompanied by a shriek that tore through the air, came crashing down on it.
Under the gray bear's fury,
the power of this strike was enough to take its life. Little Gray felt a chill of impending doom. As if it could already see the image of itself being torn apart and smashed to pieces beneath this paw.
But just when Little Gray was so terrified that its whole body was trembling, a fast white wolf silhouette with AGI appeared before its eyes.
This wolf silhouette, whose eyes should have been glowing green, now radiated a bloodthirsty crimson.
The wolf's claws and fangs were sharper than usual. Sue activated the hunt skill. Ah, whoa! Soon after, the resounding howl of the wolf echoed through the air. This wolf's howl is more penetrating than ever.
At this moment, the grizzly bear's eyes were filled with even more cruelty and anger upon seeing the white wolf. The grizzly bear roared with rage.
Roar!
The deep, thunderous roar of the bear contrasted sharply with the clear howl of the wolf. Then the white wolf, with its pure white fur and sharp claws,
slammed into its bare paw with force. Bang! This tremendous strike brought a violent recoil,
causing the grizzly bear's massive body to sway violently before it stumbled back a few steps.
Meanwhile,
the white wolf was also pushed back a few steps. The grizzly bear felt a numbness in its palm.
It never expected
that the white wolf's strength had changed so drastically.
After all, it is a member of the bear clan.
In its mind, apart from its close relative the polar bear, there was no other species in this area that could rival it in strength. Yet the polar wolf before it, with its eyes glowing blood red, shattered the grizzly bear's preconceived notions.
However, this polar wolf clearly wasted no time and launched another attack.
Its sharp right claw, accompanied by a deadly hiss,
bang,
struck its right shoulder,
tearing apart its flesh and skin,
slicing deep into its muscles, revealing glimpses of its stark white bones.
Roar! Pain! Intense pain!
In agony, the grizzly bear went wild, wildly waving its massive paws in front of it. The enormous bare paws created howling winds.
But it was of no use.
The polar wolf's agility was too fast.
It moved like the wind. Soon, it appeared behind it again.
The sharp fangs tore through the grizzly bear's nape, ripping away large chunks of bloody flesh. Initially, the fur at the grizzly bear's neck was thick and its flesh tough. But it was still easily torn apart by the fangs. Blood flowed freely from the grizzly bear's neck.
Its vast HP and vitality rapidly dwindled.
In the midst of intense pain, the grizzly bear slammed its back against a pile of snow.
Bang!
It smashed the snow pile to pieces. But the polar wolf had long since vanished.
Soon after,
before the grizzly bear could catch its breath, It caught a glimpse of a white shadow rushing towards it again. The grizzly bear knew it couldn't keep up with this increasingly powerful wolf's attack. Therefore, as a seasoned fighter, it crossed its paws in front of itself, taking a defensive stance. Its back pressed firmly against the snow pile. This ensured that it wouldn't be attacked from behind. With such tight defensive posture, the grizzly bear vaguely remembered using it only during its early adulthood while competing with another strong bear for mates. But this time, it was fighting against a polar wolf. However, in its defense, it soon felt the powerful force of the wolf's claws striking towards it, like a terrifying tide. The sturdy snow pile behind the grizzly bear started to tremble slightly. Bang! The claw pierced its forelimb flesh. Bang! The two claws struck its chest, leaving deep crimson scars. Bang! The three claws once again attacked its side, this time completely tearing through its skin and fat. However, the fat was too thick. Even though blood flowed freely like it was free, they still failed to eviscerate it. Then, Sue quickly struck out with a series of vicious blows. These inflicted massive wounds on the grizzly bear and led to a huge loss of HP. But in the end, they still couldn't bring down this grizzly bear in a defensive stance. But the hunt skill time has come. At the moment when it faded into crimson in Sue's eyes, he quickly distanced himself from the grizzly bear to a safe enough position. Then he panted heavily in place, watching this grizzly bear, which was already in a tragic state. The hunt skill faded. The suppressed pain struck him again. Aside from the wounds caused by the grizzly bear, Sue also felt a dull ache in his reinforced right front paw. The force of the right front paw was already enhanced. Now, in just 60 seconds, it had unleashed a barrage of the strongest attacks. The resulting recoil was something he found hard to bear. At the same time, Sue's stamina had also been worn down to a critically dangerous level. He looked at the grizzly bear ahead with his eerie green eyes. If this grizzly bear still had the strength to fight, he would have no choice but to retreat for now. And over at the snow pile, the grizzly bear, after feeling the intense attacks stop, slowly lowered its forelimbs. The enormous bear, over 2 meters tall, or several gaping wounds, streaming with blood. The blood trickled down, dripping onto the ground. The blood flowing from its neck had stained the icy snow behind it a deep crimson. Roar! At that moment, the grizzly bear became aware of the weakness of the white wolf across from it. Just as it wanted to let out a roar and charge at the white wolf, tearing it apart, it found that its roar, at that moment, had also turned soft and feeble. Having lost too much blood, it began to feel dizzy. Chapter 52: The Grizzly Bear's Mourning. The grizzly bear wanted to bear through its discomfort and shred the nearby white wolf. But it couldn't fulfill its wishes. That massive bear, over 2 meters tall, began to wobble after just a few steps. The heavy loss of blood had drained it of too much vitality. Now, it could hardly muster any strength. Bang! The grizzly bear could no longer maintain a standing position, and its front limbs collapsed, resting its limbs firmly on the ground. Yet even so, the dizziness in its vision showed no signs of improvement. On the contrary, it grew increasingly worse. It was accompanied by intense nausea and fatigue. The grizzly bear could sense that its current state was worse than ever before. At this time, its body's instincts were telling it that the heavily injured body needed rest and recovery. Roar! This prompted the grizzly bear to roar again, hoping to scare off the white wolf and the gray Arctic wolf that was holding onto its cub. However, it had no effect at all. The white wolf's green, eerie eyes, like a vengeful spirit, were fixed firmly on it. As for the gray Arctic wolf, it also stood up while holding its cub, lurking nearby, waiting for the right moment. Who? The gray bear felt it was struggling to breathe. It was starting to give up. Even though its limbs and paws were braced against the ground, it couldn't help but stagger backwards. Bang! It crashed into a pile of ice and snow behind it. Then, finally, it could no longer stand and collapsed completely.
and on its massive body, that once fiercely rising aura was gradually dissipating. Ha! Standing not far away, Sue saw this scene and finally breathed a sigh of relief. His fight with this gray bear had been much more intense than the last hunt-skill gray bear. His stamina was nearly depleted, and they had been fighting for almost an hour since the onset. But in the end, he still won. This gray bear had lost too much blood and could no longer even stand. Its defeat was certain. Ah, whoa! Sue let out a long howl. Next, he walked towards the gray bear. Next to the pile of ice and snow, the gray bear, unwilling to die, watched the white wolf approach and desperately tried to get up. But having used up all its strength, it couldn't rise. Ultimately, in those eyes of the bear, filled with unwillingness and fear of death, Sue's expression grew cold as he moved, decisively ending the life of this gray bear and putting an end to its suffering. Ah, whoa! At this moment, the howl of wolves rang out, declaring the end of the battle. Little Gray, who narrowly escaped death, excitedly joined in the howling. After all, it had participated in this hunt skill against the gray bear. Having survived such a thrilling battle, it was grateful to be alive, and felt excitement and joy for its leader's victory. At this moment, after the gray bear's eyes had completely lost their luster, Sue also received corresponding rewards. In front of him, several light gray notification messages appeared. Overcoming strength with weakness. Blood-soaked battle. Precise evasion. Cooperate to fight the enemy. Brutal warfare. Final victory. Target killed. Combat rating SS. This combat rating, SS, earned subspecies serum, earned talent serum, obtained 10 evolution potions. In this battle with the bear, the combat rating reached SS, making it the first time to achieve double SS. What Sue originally thought was to get another 1 or 2 enhancement serums, because the enhancement serum provides a huge boost to his combat power. But unexpectedly, the rewards were 2 other types of serum and 10 evolution potions. Chapter 53, Encountering the Lone Wolf Again. Ah, whoa! After glancing at the rewards, Sue didn't waste any more time, and began to call Xiaohui to look for shrubs, dragging the bear's body back to the cave. At present, his stamina was nearly depleted, and he couldn't stay in the icy wilderness any longer. While Xiaohui was looking for shrubs, he glanced at the bear cub left out in the snow. The cub had been pierced by Xiaohui's fangs, and thin streams of blood were oozing from its skin. Yet, it was still quietly crawling behind the snow piles, trying to use them as cover to escape. The cub's vitality and intelligence seem a bit off the charts, don't they? Seeing this scene, Sue couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Actually, he had sensed something was off from the cub's hateful glare at the beginning. How could a 2-month-old bear cub understand anything, even if it saw its mother being hunted by Sue's skill? The next time it saw Sue, it should be scared and terrified. Feelings of hatred shouldn't appear in such a small bear cub. This prompted Sue to leap, jumping onto a high snow slope, his wolf-like eyes glowing green, once again looking at the bear cub. Right now, the bear cub was slowly crawling away from here. As Sue focused, the stats of the bear cub vividly appeared before his eyes. Species, grizzly bear variant. Level 1 level. HP 352. Stamina 21. STR 19. Def 17. AGI 8. The stat panel of the grizzly bear cub suddenly appeared before me. The stat panel of this little grizzly bear is simply magnificent. In just 2 short months, this little cub can already rival wolves over a year old in terms of attributes. But what Sue valued most was the note after the species. Variant? No wonder this cub possesses such incredible vitality and intelligence. Seeing that the grizzly bear cub is a variant made everything clear. And this cub is a variant. Even without an adult bear to care for it, it might still have a decent chance to survive in the icy Arctic. Its potential for growth was even terrifying. Who knows how far it might grow in the future? So Sue's wolf-like eyes flashed a cruel determination. Root out the problem. Family should be united. With this thought in mind, the white wolf body leaped again. But the exhausted Sue could no longer unleash his peak AGI. At this moment, his AGI was only about 10 meters per second. But this AGI is more than enough to catch up with this grizzly bear cub. Ah, whoa! The sound of wolves howling echoes in the sky. The grizzly bear cub also heard the howl and quickly turned around. It then saw a majestic white wolf shadow appear before it. It was taken aback, filled with dread. At that moment, a look of sheer terror crept into the cub's eyes. It's that demon again. This hunt skill belongs to the demon that claimed its bear parents. Why? Why is this white wolf so strong? Clearly, its bear dad had said that the wolf clan were all worthless creatures that could only bark in front of it. But why did its tall and mighty bear dad perish beneath the claws of this white wolf? The cub doesn't understand. But as it watches the white wolf approach closer, it can't help but start to tremble all over. And in fear, it begins to roar uncontrollably. The tender roar of the bear had no intimidating power whatsoever. Sue looked closely at the little gray bear with its dual green, glimmering wolf-like eyes. In fact, he could see that this bear cub had an incredibly terrifying potential for growth. Moreover, bears are naturally smarter than wolves. If raised properly in the future, this gray bear could respond to his commands. Yet the ruthlessness in his eyes showed no sign of waning. For the bear cub, the unabashed resentment in its gaze meant it could never truly submit to him. It was best to nip the danger in the bud. Sue's eyes sparkled with ferocity, holding nothing back. As his wolf paw struck down decisively in the terrified gaze of the gray bear cub. At just 2 months old, the gray bear cub could not withstand the sharpness of the wolf's claw. Under the claw, it was instantly killed. If this bear cub were to grow up, it would undoubtedly become a dominant ruler of the Arctic. Unfortunately, that opportunity would never arise. At that moment, Sue, clutching the bear cub's corpse, flipped over and headed back. He found that Little Gray had located some bushes and started dragging. This gray bear weighed even more than the previous one. About 700 pounds. Fortunately, Little Gray's strength had seen remarkable improvement. With the bushes reducing friction, it could drag the corpse of the bear on its own. Meanwhile, Sue placed the bear cub on the gray bear's body. And then cleared the path ahead. Sue's stamina was greatly depleted. But he still mustered his spirit, scanning the surroundings with eyes glowing green. Soon, after a short while, and the two wolves left the chaos of battle behind. In the pitch black of night, Sue and Little Gray advanced toward the cave. But just ahead was the place they had passed through on their way. The lone wolf, thin and bony, now has a vicious glint in its eyes as it tightly grips the lynx's throat. Even though the lynx's sharp claws have left numerous bloody scratches on the lone wolf's body, the lone wolf still hasn't let go. After fiercely gripping the lynx's throat for a long time, the lynx finally fell silent. Only then did the lone wolf release its fangs, gasping heavily. Huff, huff. It gasped violently. And although it was already emaciated with hunger, it wanted to devour the lynx's corpse. But it couldn't do it. The injuries inflicted by the lynx were too severe. Its body bore a dozen bloody scratches. And these wounds nearly drained it of its little remaining blood and vitality. At this moment, it couldn't even manage to eat. It could only rely on its body's instincts, gasping heavily. As the fierce gasping made the lone wolf feel its body gradually becoming extremely cold. Is this how I die? Sadness flickered in the lone wolf's eyes. After a moment had passed, the lone wolf felt its eyelids grow very heavy and felt quite drowsy. As it closed its eyes, its wolf brain pondered. Maybe it's better to let Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom eat me, at least they could fill their bellies. And at that moment, Sue and Little Gray happened to pass by. Sue looked at the clearly still breathing lone wolf, and then at the dead lynx, and went forward to pick them both up,
placing them on the corpse of the grizzly bear. This lynx had 4 level attributes, making it an average opponent among lynxes.
And this little lone wolf only had 3 level attributes.
It was able to turn the tables and kill the lynx, showcasing its ferocity and decisiveness.
If we can bring it back to the cave, that would be best. But if it doesn't survive, then that's just fate.
This time, in the fight with the grizzly bear, Sue also realized the importance of teamwork, and that playing as a team could earn more points, which helps in getting more rewards.
So he planned to expand the wolf pack. If this little lone wolf can survive,
Sue wouldn't mind taking it in as a new member of the pack.
Chapter 54, Strength Breakthrough. The lynx and the little lone wolf together weigh about 100 pounds.
This made it even more difficult for Little Gray to drag the grizzly bear's corpse. After Sue slowly walked a little distance, he regained some stamina and began to drag things along.
On the way back to the cave,
he encountered some hunters who were drawn here by the smell of blood. However, most of these hunters were in very poor condition. They didn't have much fighting power.
Seeing Sue's stature, they assessed their gains and losses,
and then all retreated in shame.
Therefore,
Sue and Little Gray had a relatively safe journey.
Back in the cave,
the already deep-sleeping wolf-sis was also awakened by the strong smell of blood.
When she woke up, Brother Wolf returned with a huge bear and a lynx carcass.
It's worth noting that they hadn't finished eating the bear meat from last time.
But the more food there is, the better the wolf pack's quality of life.
This made Wolf-sis jump up and down, barking in delight,
expressing her surprise and excitement.
However, Sue was greatly exhausted, breathing heavily, with no desire even to eat the bear. Upon returning to his spot, he began to rest. Little Gray also struggled a lot during the trip dragging back the bear's body. Therefore, he was panting as he came to Ash's side and lay down to sleep. It seemed that only deep sleep could help him recover the massive stamina he had lost.
At this time, the bouncy wolf-sis also noticed little lone wolf, who was still panting.
She started to approach and sniff around. Although the smell is quite unfamiliar,
it can still be distinguished as belonging to the same family. Is this a new member brought back by Wolf Brother?
Wolf-sis felt quite surprised. And after Sue rested for a moment, he howled softly, signaling Cousin to take a look at the little lone wolf on the corpse of the grizzly bear, and also let Cousin break some ice and snow blocks at the cave entrance to feed to the little lone wolf.
After giving these instructions, Sue simply lay down and fell asleep. Cousin followed Sue's signals faithfully,
bringing the crushed ice and snow blocks to the little lone wolf's mouth.
And driven by its survival instincts, the little lone wolf took the crushed ice into its mouth,
which melted into water and flowed into its stomach. After finishing these tasks, Cousin came to Sue's side and discovered the wounds on the wolf's body caused by the grizzly bear's claws. She extended her tongue and licked Sue a few times to disinfect. Actually, Cousin did not know that the wounds made by the claw scratch only affected the skin. They looked scary, but were not serious. Thanks to the healing talent, they would heal within a few days. At that moment, Cousin licked Sue a few times and saw that he was asleep. Only then did she return to the cave entrance to continue her vigilance.
Under the eternal night, time quietly passed by. The next day,
and Sue woke up from a deep sleep. Though the wolf's body still hurt a bit, it was clearly much better.
With the healing talent,
the wound torn by the grizzly bear's claws was nothing to worry about. By now, a faint light was already visible on the horizon. This light signaled that the polar night was about to pass. The warm season in the Arctic was about to arrive. Many species were also starting to migrate towards this area.
Sue's current stamina and condition had improved significantly.
After standing up, he stretched his body,
and then used an evolution potion.
As the faint cool energy of the evolution potion spread throughout his body, Sue walked over to the grizzly bear's corpse. And now eating ordinary grizzly bear meat yielded very few evolution points EP. So he found the bear's gallbladder, where the essence was located. Sue did not hesitate, swallowing the bear's gallbladder. The gallbladder had a somewhat bitter taste. But once it was in his stomach, he felt it turn into a huge surge of energy, which quickly transformed into evolution points EP. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming bear gallbladder level 12, gaining 100 evolution points EP. 100 evolution points EP. Sue's eyes brightened. This time, the evolution points EP are clearly much more than what was gained last time. It's evident that the higher the level of the prey for the hunt skill, the greater the evolution points EP received from its essence. With these 100 evolution points EP, Sue has once again reached the threshold for promotion. The mysterious energy of evolution quickly descended. The enigmatic energy enveloped Sue's entire body. The wounds that had just formed scabs began to visibly heal under this energy. Chapter 55: The Feeding Bear Cubs. But this evolutionary energy can only heal injuries. The stamina consumed will not be replenished or increased in the slightest. This is also the reason he didn't directly eat yesterday. Soon after, Sue began to hold his breath, greedily absorbing this energy. This energy is also strengthening and nourishing every limb and organ of the wolf's body. This is an all-around enhancement. Sue's fur, skin, limbs, bones, and so on are all gradually becoming stronger. After about 10 minutes, the mysterious energy of evolution gradually dissipated. Sue officially advanced to level 7. He had already surpassed 2 meters in wolf size, and now he has grown larger. The wolf's body reached about 2 meters and 30 to 40 centimeters. And with the wolf's tail included, it was already approaching 3 meters. This size, even the largest North American gray wolf in the wolf family would find it hard to compare. In addition, the most significant change is still in the claws. The claws have grown about a centimeter longer, and their sharpness has also increased. Nowadays, it's much easier to pierce through a bear's flesh. Claws can retract into the fur when not in use, effectively protecting them from wear and tear. At dawn, the sharpness will become fully apparent. Now, Sue. His strength has once again reached a new height. Name, Sue. Species, Arctic wolf. Level, 7 level. 1280 evolution points EP are needed to level up. HP, 700. Stamina, 70. STR, 70. Def, 70. AGI, 130. Evolution points EP, 75. Free stat points, 10. Talent, Hunt skill D level, Healing D level. A new attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Sue once again allocated 10 free stat points to AGI. Although his AGI is already considered the pinnacle of natural talent, it's still not enough. Who knows what tier of opponents he may face in the future. Only with AGI that flows like the wind, allowing for smooth movement, can Sue feel secure. With an AGI value of 140, his AGI has once again broken through. If Sue runs at full speed, he will officially reach over 40 meters per second. This AGI, even professional soldiers wielding firearms, would find it difficult to aim and hit a target with such fast-moving AGI. Currently, after promoting to level 7, the peak AGI and explosive power that his wolf body could withstand also had a new limit. At that moment, Sue, walking to the cave entrance, the howls expressed the joy of a tremendous increase in strength. Ah, whoa! The howl of a wolf echoes beneath the frostbitten polar night. Within that long howl, Little Gray also woke up. Just as it woke up, it sensed that its leader's aura had taken on a new level of power. Ah, whoa! This made it unable to restrain itself from letting out soft howls of delight. Now, Little Gray's stamina and energy have also recovered significantly. It approached its leader, gazing up at the now even larger and mightier wolf body, filled with envy. Meanwhile, Cousin, on guard, also let out a low howl to express its amazement. In fact, Cousin has also watched Sue grow up. In less than a year,
That little wolf pup who could barely nurse has quickly transformed into such a tall and majestic alpha wolf. At this moment, cousin. I approached Sue from the cave entrance, wanting to help check his wounds. Now standing only about 3 or 4 meters tall, cousin looked like a cub in front of the towering Sue. Jumping up. I had to place my front paws on Sue's body to see. However, after looking, I found that the wound was gone. Cousin sniffed left and right. After searching in Sue's fur for quite a while, she confirmed that the wound was indeed gone. This left her wolf-like eyes filled with confusion and wonder. But the simple intelligence of the wolf tribe couldn't support her to think carefully. When there was nothing left to find, I just assumed Sue had healed on her own. Ah, whoa. After cousin got down from the wolf's body, Sue let out a low howl and started inviting everyone to eat. Wolf Sis and Ash, who had been sound asleep, woke up, still bleary-eyed, at the sound of the invitation to eat. They were also waking up in a daze. These two little cubs have always been quite eager when it comes to eating. Sue did not partake in the bear meat. Instead, I came to the side of the little bear cub's corpse. This bear cub is a different species. It has been placed in the cave for more than 10 hours and is still not frozen stiff. Although it has only one level of attributes, it has a substantial amount of meat, weighing around 30 to 50 pounds. Sue began to eat. The sharp fangs tore large chunks of flesh from the bear cub's corpse. Upon tasting, I found that this flesh was much tastier than regular gray bear meat. The meat is tender, smooth, and delicious. Most importantly, the nutrition and energy provided by the exotic bear meat are simply incomparable to ordinary bear meat. The first bite swallowed into the stomach grants evolution points EP. This made Sue's eyes shine brightly. Ding! Host has consumed an unusual gray bear, gaining 45 evolution points EP. These evolution points EP have exceeded Sue's imagination. This amount is almost equivalent to consuming most of a northern salmon. Stimulated by the massive evolution points EP, Sue's appetite suddenly increased. Ding! The host has consumed an alien gray bear, gaining 42 evolution points EP. Ding! The host has consumed an alien gray bear, gaining 39 evolution points EP. Ding! The host has consumed an alien gray bear, gaining 36 evolution points EP. The meat of the alien gray bear yields a high amount of evolution points EP, but the deduction is also significant. The deduction of 3 evolution points EP far exceeds that of other regular foods. But he continues to eat heartily. After several breakthroughs, Sue's appetite has reached a terrifying level. To feel completely full, he would normally need around 30 pounds of food. However, the energy and nutrition from the alien bear meat far exceed that of ordinary meat. Just consuming 7 to 8 pounds of alien gray bear meat, Sue already feels quite stuffed. He did not continue eating. And just from this 7 to 8 pounds of alien gray bear meat, Sue received over 200 evolution points EP. After finishing, he glanced at the small lone wolf nearby who was still unconscious. The state of the small lone wolf was noticeably more stable than yesterday, but still poor. Sue ripped off the softest and most blood-rich parts of the bear cub and stuffed them into the small lone wolf's mouth. This is the meat and blood of the alien gray bear, rich in a lot of nutrition and energy. There was nothing more he could do. As for whether it could survive, it all depended on the resilience of the small lone wolf. Next, Sue stretched his wolf body again. His current size of over 2 meters shows that his overall strength has reached a strong level. His normal attack power has already reached 70. And if he uses his enhanced right claw, the attack power will soar to around 100. It can be said that even without using the hunt skill, the current Sue is vastly improved. If he were to fight again, the female gray bear from the first hunt skill, in terms of SCR alone, he could hold his own. Moreover, he possesses the peak AGI in the entire Arctic. With such strength, the day he becomes the strongest ruler of the Arctic is not far off. Chapter 56, The Awakening of the Lone Wolf. Next, Sue lay at the cave entrance, keeping watch. Currently, his stamina has not yet recovered to its peak. He also does not plan to go out hunting. Inside the cave, there are nearly 1,000 pounds of food. Enough for the wolf pack to eat for 2 to 3 months. If they are frugal, it could last half a year. However, with an abundance of food, Sue does not plan to limit cousin, Wolf Sis, Little Gray, and Ash's appetites. After all, they are all in a rapid growth phase right now. And as they grow up, the wolf pack will become a great help to him. After the wolf pack finished eating, Wolf Sis and Ash started to play around again. Seeing Sue on guard, cousin curled up back in his spot to sleep. Little Gray watched eagerly as Ash and Wolf Sis wrestled. Currently, both little wolves have a level 2 attribute, and their wolf bodies are about 30 to 40 inches tall. When they start fighting, they do have some presence. The tender howls of the two little wolves echoed in the cave. In the midst of Wolf Sis and Ash's antics, time passed in a blur. 10 days later. In the Arctic sky, that bright light lasts longer and longer. And even each morning, he can see the faint dawn at the horizon. The climate has also begun to gradually warm up, rising from a temperature of -30 to 40 degrees to -10 degrees. As the warm season arrives, some species have already migrated back to the Arctic. With prey available, this also means that the hunters under the polar night have finally caught a glimpse of hope for survival. During this time, it must be the most frenzied time for hunting. Hunters who are starving to the extreme would likely risk it, even with large herds of musk ox or reindeer. Sue and Little Gray's stamina have also long since returned to their peak. But they did not go out to hunt, as the food in the cave is still plentiful. During these days, Sue finished the exotic bear cub and gained about 100 evolution points EP. Little Gray also consumed plenty of gray bear meat, making stable progress in strength. They are now getting closer to leveling up to level 5. Meanwhile, Cousin S growth in AGI has been somewhat unexpected for Sue. It is about to break through to level 4. After breaking through to level 4, Cousin would have the strength of a fully grown female Arctic wolf. Guarding the cave, it can also provide some sense of security for the two younger ones. As for Wolf Sis and Ash, they still have some distance to go before breaking through level 3. In addition, during these days, the little lone wolf has survived thanks to its strong vitality. Currently, its wounds have not healed yet, but its life state has stabilized. It can also barely stand and move. The little lone wolf had thought it was dead for sure. But to its surprise, it woke up to find itself among a wolf pack. It seems like it has been taken in by this pack. However, in its impression, the wolves under the polar night were also starving. They might even resort to cannibalism. But when it discovered the cave holding the carcass of a gray bear weighing over 700 or 800 pounds, and that the other wolves in the cave all had glossy fur, looking vibrant and energetic, the little lone wolf finally felt that this wolf pack seems quite different from the pack it remembers. The little lone wolf has a higher IQ than the average pack of wolves. Even if it wakes up, it is still very careful, hiding in a corner of the cave, afraid to make a sound. It also has no intention of running out of the cave. Knowing that with its injuries, even standing or walking is difficult, running out of the cave would be a dead end. It just quietly stays curled up in the corner of the cave. And every time it hears the low howl of the majestic white wolf, which is over 2 meters tall, eating, it doesn't dare to get closer to eat. It can only swallow saliva as it watches the other wolves feast. Because of its past experiences, it has learned that when facing enemies, it must show its fangs. And it has also learned to live cautiously. Even if it is very hungry. Even if its injuries remind it of the urgent need for nourishment, it still firmly suppresses its beastly instincts, remaining quietly curled up in the corner, not daring to move at all. Today marks the 3rd day since it woke up. So hungry. At that moment, the little lone wolf looks at the pack of wolves not far away as they eat again, feeling as though its head is spinning from hunger.
But it just buries its head in its front legs, sniffing the cold, gritty scent of the cave.
Chapter 57, Strengthening Talents. At this moment, Sue has also noticed the little lone wolf.
While it was unconscious, it fed the wolf some chunks of exotic gray bear meat.
Now, the little lone wolf has been awake for 3 days.
But Sue hasn't paid it any attention. It wants to see what kind of character this little lone wolf has.
If it is only fierce and brutal, then adopting it would be of little significance. Fortunately, this little lone wolf has not disappointed it.
He signaled to Little Gray to invite Little Lone Wolf to eat. Little Gray currently measures about 1.7 to 8 meters long among Arctic wolves. That size is not considered small. Upon hearing the leader's command, Little Gray approached Little Lone Wolf and let out a low howl. Hearing that low howl inviting him to eat, the little lone wolf, with his head buried in his forelegs, finally lifted his head.
He knew that under the polar night, food was very precious.
In a wolf pack, to have food, one must participate in the hunt.
Except for the pups.
The other members never receive food without working for it. So he planned to hold on,
waiting for the chance to go out hunting with the pack.
After returning, he would make do with some leftover scraps. This way, the pack wouldn't drive him away. But the frail state of the body
made it uncertain whether it could hold out until that day.
Ah, whoa! At this moment, the little lone wolf felt somewhat dazed. It did not expect that the wolf pack would call it over to eat. After waiting for a moment, Little Gray saw that this little lone wolf was still lost in thought, not making a sound. Impatient, it paused at the little lone wolf's head.
Slap!
Little Gray didn't use much force.
But right now the little lone wolf was too weak.
And the paw sent the already wobbly little lone wolf stumbling down again.
But thankfully, the little lone wolf soon struggled back to its feet.
However, seeing it so weak, Little Gray did not let it go over to eat again. Instead, it tore off several large chunks of meat from the grizzly bear carcass and brought them over.
Grizzly bear meat
was something the little lone wolf had never eaten before. Because the wolf pack it used to belong to was very small. When it saw the grizzly bear, it never even thought about hunting it, only able to retreat with its tail between its legs.
Ah, whoa!
Little Gray howled again, indicating it to eat quickly.
This prompted the little lone wolf to cautiously move toward the food.
Then it raised its head to glance at the white wolf nearby.
It knew in its heart
that this white wolf was the alpha of the pack. Seeing the white wolf, it did not express any objections. It then stuck out its tongue and licked the grizzly bear meat. Having not eaten for a long time, it could only feel the delicious flavor of the grizzly bear meat overwhelming its senses. Then he could no longer suppress his appetite and started to eat heartily.
At that moment,
the little lone wolf felt that the bear meat was the most delicious food it had ever tasted in this world. At this time, seeing the little lone wolf gobbling it down, the little gray wolf shook its head in satisfaction and left.
Next,
Little Gray then joined Wolf Sis and Ash, and began to play around. As for Sue, the others lay back in their spots, starting to examine the rewards obtained after studying the hunt skill from the gray bear. No need to say much about the evolution potion. The main thing is that they had newly acquired 2 serums. Exotic Serum, Life Evolution, Gene Refining, achieve the exotic. Talent Serum, 10% chance to unlock a new talent, 90% chance to enhance existing talents. The descriptions of the 2 serums are quite simple and straightforward.
They are clear at a glance. The exotic serum can allow ordinary species to evolve into exotics. But gene refining, though it sounds simple, Sue knows that this process is certainly not without its suffering.
After all, there is a precedent for the enhancement serum.
However, he cannot use the exotic serum.
It indicated that the exotic serum was incompatible with him. Sue also felt no regret. Because with the Devour system, he can devour the genes and flesh of all things to become the strongest.
As for this exotic serum,
he felt it could be given to Wolf Dad. Wolf Dad is now at level 6, making him a strong leader among the Arctic wolves. If he evolves into an exotic, his power will significantly increase, and he will be better able to lead the pack to survive. As for the talent serum, Sue thought it was the biggest gain from fighting the gray bear. Whether it's gaining a new talent or enhancing existing ones, the boost for him is massive. Ding! Would you like to use the talent serum? After Sue took out the talent serum, a faint gray prompt message appeared before him. Use it. He did not hesitate. Then, not long after, he felt a surge of energy rise within him. This energy was unlike the scorching heat of a strengthening serum. Instead, it was a warm flow, which felt very comfortable. This warm flow eventually spread throughout Sue's entire wolf body. Soon, the wolf body had completely absorbed this warm flow. Ding! Healing talent strengthened successfully, leveled up to C-level talent. A light gray notification popped up. Then, the detailed description of the C-level healing talent also appeared before him. Healing, C-level, can level up, passive talent. The healing AGI increases by 20 times, immune to toxins, immune to bacterial infections, and effective against mental and radiation injuries. Duration, permanent. Cooldown, none. The C-level healing talent increased the healing AGI to 20 times. This restoration of AGI significantly enhanced Sue's survival ability. If it were only light injuries, recovery would take about a day. Even for serious injuries, complete recovery would take at most 4 to 5 days. Currently, this healing talent is still C-level. And I wonder what level it will reach when evolved to the highest tier. At that moment, Sue. Though it's somewhat disappointing that it didn't strengthen the hunt skill. But I want to be picky. After all, the healing talent is crucial for survival capacity, equally important. After using the talent serum, he looked up at the little lone wolf, who was devouring hungrily. The little lone wolf had finished eating the meat it grabbed. And although its injuries wouldn't improve immediately, its mental state was notably enhanced. However, in the future, it would need proper training to truly develop the little lone wolf into a brave and skilled member of the pack. Next, Sue got up as usual, taking Little Gray to patrol around the cave. There were no unexpected discoveries. Then he went to check the other areas, which had already begun to regain vitality. Each wolf pack, and indeed every hunter, has its own territory. All prey within the territory counts as their private property and food reserves. Yet under the polar night, everything is desolate. And both the wolf packs and hunters don't take territorial awareness too seriously. Currently, many species have started to gradually migrate back. Sue could clearly sense that the area had been marked by other wolf packs. But this is less than 3 kilometers from his cave. If occupied by other wolf packs, where will he hunt in the future? What will the cubs in the cave eat? Could it be that they will have to hunt in the territory ruled by Wolf Dad like before? Sue bared his sharp teeth and felt that it was time to plan out his own wolf pack's territory. Chapter 58, Little Gray Goes to Battle. As the warm season arrives, the sky is already filled with many birds migrating back. Snowy owls, white partridges, and ptarmigans can occasionally be seen darting across the sky. This adds a splash of life to the Arctic. And Sue and Little Gray, at this moment, following the scent trails, have found a pack of wolves marking their territory nearby. This is a small wolf pack, consisting of only 1 alpha male and 2 females. This kind of small wolf pack faces dire survival challenges, especially as the warm season arrives, making it difficult to defend their hunting grounds. However, it was obvious. This pack is already preparing to expand its numbers, as the 3 wolves are releasing friendly scents nearby. Currently, during the polar night, there are many lone wolves wandering. Recruiting into the pack to strengthen their power and seize territory is a common strategy for many wolf packs. Sue stands on a snow slope not far from the wolf pack, looking down at them.
The current alpha of this small wolf pack is a male wolf at 5 levels, with rather ordinary abilities. As for the 2 female wolves, their qualities are even poorer. The alpha female has the attributes of a normal adult female Arctic wolf at 4 levels. But it barely meets the standard of 4 levels. The other has been malnourished for years. And although it has reached adulthood, its strength is only at 3 levels. Its physical condition is only around 1 or 2 meters, not even comparable to a cousin. Such strength in the wolf pack makes Sue entirely uninterested in attacking them. He howls lowly while standing on the snow slope, gesturing for Little Gray to charge forward. A long and resonant wolf howl instantly echoes across the Arctic sky. Upon hearing this howl, the nearby wolves, who were marking their scents, immediately looked up at Sue. 3 pairs of glowing green wolf eyes all turned towards Sue. When they saw Sue's tall and robust figure, the fur of the 3 Arctic wolves bristled. Even if their intelligence is low, they knew that a polar wolf of such size would not seek refuge with their pack. A polar wolf of such stature could hunt large prey even alone. There was a hint of panic in their eyes. Meanwhile, the small gray creature with a body shape reminiscent of a dwarf raced forward like a gray hurricane after receiving the leader's command. In the harshness of nature, there's no reliance on negotiations. The territory gained is only secured through fangs and claws. The territorial disputes among hunters are always accompanied by bloodshed and brutal fights. Sue did not take action. He just stood on the snowy slope and observed. His intention was to assess the combat ability of the small gray. On another hand, it was to let the small gray experience genuine life and death combat. As a different species, the small gray has greater potential and needs refinement even more. Ah, whoa! The howl of the small gray echoed. Its size rivaled that of the pack's leader. And with an abundance of food, its fur was bright and it was in peak condition. Now, the small gray charged into the midst of 3 Arctic wolves. Without any unnecessary chatter, it rushed in and began to fight. Sometimes, the fights and struggles among peers can be even more bloody and brutal. After all, among the same kind, they understand each other's attack methods and pain points better. The leading wolf across the way continues to howl, beginning to summon the 2 female wolves in the pack to confront the enemy. Territorial battles and disputes are most common in the Arctic as the warm season approaches. At this moment, the leading wolf shows no signs of retreat, because he has long regarded this area as his territory. Even if he were to abandon his territory and flee, he would still have to contend with other hunters in a more brutal territorial fight elsewhere. Ah, whoa! Thus, a fierce light glimmers in the leading wolf's eyes, as he commands the 2 female wolves to surround Little Gray while engaging in combat. This time, it's a real fight. As Little Gray, who had never shown its claws and fangs while playing with Wolfsis before, now fully unsheathes its sharp claws and engages in a fierce battle with the small pack of 3 wolves. Chapter 59, Suppressing the Wolf Pack. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! The howl of a wolf. In the vast ice and snow, sounds rise and fall. Bang! Little Gray's attacks are swift and powerful. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, they use all their strength. It bursts forth with its strongest attack, sparing no effort. The leading wolf of the small pack is struck hard on the head by Little Gray's claws. Instantly, it staggers, with several bloody marks appearing on its head. Currently, if Little Gray's combat power were to face a battle, it could fully suppress even the top-tier Arctic wolves at hunt skill level 5. Even against the likes of Wolf Dad, a level 6 leading wolf. When pushed to the brink, Little Gray can fight to the death. But right now, Little Gray is facing a wolf pack. Even if there are only 3 wolves, the coordination of the wolf tribe in battle is vividly displayed at this moment. Just as Little Gray has stunned the leading wolf, the female wolves on the left and right rush in. And the sharp fangs, they bite fiercely into Little Gray. Caught off guard, Little Gray is bitten deeply in the side, solid as a rock.
The belly of the wolf tribe is naturally the softest spot. And immediately, Little Gray feels intense pain. Ah, whoa! Little Gray is driven mad by the pain. It quickly turns its head, revealing its sharp fangs, intending to bite this presumptuous female wolf to death. Little Gray aims for the female wolf's throat. A murderous gleam flashes in its eyes. But the female wolf retreats swiftly, keeping a wary eye on Little Gray's attacks. As it loosens its grip and quickly withdraws just as Little Gray turns. At this time, the other leading wolf also regains its composure and begins to pounce towards Little Gray. Bang! The leading wolf's claws strike fiercely on Little Gray's head. The force of these claws is no weakness. But as an unusual being, Little Gray's resilience far exceeds that of its kind. The claws merely shake Little Gray's head. It does not cause it to retreat by any means, but instead ignites the fierceness within Little Gray. Soon after, it too strikes back, slamming its claws on the leading wolf's head. The leading wolf gains several new bloody marks and feels dizzy from the furious blow. Standing still, taking a moment to regain its senses, with its primary target now freed. On the current battlefield, the two female wolves are being chased and bitten by Little Gray. Little Gray's claws slam down on the level 4 female wolf, knocking it to the ground. And the sharp fangs are just about to pierce this female wolf's throat. With infinite terror in the female wolf's eyes as she howls frantically for help. Ah, whoa! This provokes the leading wolf to charge angrily at Little Gray with a roar. This female wolf is its mate, and an important member of the pack. It cannot let her die here. Bang! The rushing leading wolf collides hard with Little Gray. Both tumble to the snowy ground, sending ice and snow flying. Then, they both quickly scramble back up. And now, both wolves have an endless fierce glare in their eyes. The leading wolf's head is bleeding from several cuts. This blood makes the leading wolf appear even more terrifying. Penguin Skirt 795629774. Little Gray also bears 2 bite wounds on its wolf body. These are the handiwork of the 2 female wolves. And both wounds are on its belly. It's obvious they were targeting Little Gray's weaknesses. Fortunately, the attacking power of the 2 female wolves is too weak. Otherwise, Little Gray might have been eviscerated. This is what a wolf pack is. This is the tactics of a pack of wolves. Even with Little Gray's combat strength, which can easily overpower any wolf in a pack, under the siege of a wolf pack, it still suffers considerable injury and has yet to completely overpower any leading wolf. Ah, whoa! This makes Little Gray roar in anger. Ah, whoa! The leading wolf of the small pack also howls defiantly. The howls from both sides. It weaves together in the frigid Arctic sky. The flames from both sides rise continuously with the howls of the wolves. The lead wolf stood still, its twin wolf eyes locked intently on Little Gray. Then, this tense standoff didn't last long. The two sides once again engaged in a fierce battle. Biting, attacking, harassing. The sound of wolf claws tearing flesh occasionally echoed. The cries of the wolf pack, the commands of the lead wolf, and the furious howls of Little Gray resonated through the cold, chilling air. This time's battle is even more fierce and swift than at the beginning. As a member of the wolf clan, it naturally understands the terror of a coordinated wolf pack. It cannot drag this out with the pack. Therefore, its movements have become even more rapid. Soon, both sides have fought back and forth for several rounds. Within a radius of 100 meters, everything has been left in utter disarray. Who? Now the 4 wolves have all stepped back to a safe distance, panting heavily. The 3 wolves of the pack are still surrounding Little Gray, not daring to let their guard down. The two female wolves now bear several terrifying wounds. All of these are marks left by Little Grey's sharp claws. Even the lead wolf has several bloody wounds on its head and chest. This all showcases the terrifying combat power of this gray Arctic wolf. Against 3 enemies, it can inflict such damage. This made the lead wolf's green glowing eyes filled with seriousness. As for Little Grey, there were also 2 new bite marks added to its body. This is still caused by the 2 female wolves. But what is even more deadly is, in the recent clash and battle, Little Grey was the one who took the initiative. And the ferocious attacks drained a lot of its stamina. The brutal fighting is undoubtedly the most exhausting on stamina, which has left it in a rather poor condition. If the fighting continues, Little Grey is uncertain if it can handle this pack of wolves. But it doesn't want to disappoint the leader. So a fierce glint flashes in its eyes. It charges towards the alpha wolf in the pack. Although Little Grey doesn't understand the principle of capturing the leader first, it knows that only by defeating this alpha wolf can it put an end to this deadly struggle. Ah, whoa! The howl filled with intense killing intent resounds again. Watching the incoming Little Grey wolf, the alpha wolf's eyes also flashed with anger and ferocity, as it howled loudly and once again clashed with Little Grey. The 2 female wolves by Little Grey's side were also low howling, looking for an opportunity to advance. Bang! Once again, with a fierce claw, the alpha wolf was struck back 2 steps. But this time Little Grey ignored the attacks from the 2 female wolves beside it, fiercely lunging at the alpha wolf. This territorial battle among the wolves, though not many wolves participated, the atmosphere of brutality still enveloped the entire battlefield. Watching the Little Grey wolf attacking, the alpha wolf didn't expect this gray Arctic wolf to be so fierce, trying to put it to death despite the bites. Fortunately, the 2 female wolves in the pack were desperately biting at Little Grey's flank, preventing its advance. Because the female wolves also knew, without the alpha wolf, there would be no wolf pack. And even if they weren't injured, it would be hard to survive in the harsh nature. So they could only keep biting Little Grey desperately. Rip! Little Grey's abdomen was finally bitten to a piece of flesh. This hit completely broke Little Grey's defense. Ouch! It hurt too much. Little Grey, who had never experienced brutal fighting, lost its composure under the intense pain. And the lead wolf had seized this opportunity very well. Its green, haunting eyes exuded sheer brutality and ferocity as it lunged for the throat of the Little Grey wolf. It seemed as if it could already see the scene of the gray Arctic wolf's life force and blood rapidly draining under its fangs. But just at that moment, the loud, rugged howl of the wolf, filled with a strong and aggressive aura, suddenly erupted. Then, from the corner of the lead wolf's eye, it spotted that white wolf on the snow slope moving. That galloping AGI exceeded its understanding and imagination. The lead wolf, with a terrified expression, found it hard to describe what kind of AGI that was. There were originally more than 100 meters from the snowy slope to the battlefield of the struggle. But that white wolf took only 2 or 3 seconds to reach before its eyes. This AGI was like a flash of lightning. Before its sharp wolf fangs could even touch the throat of the gray Arctic wolf, it felt a gust of wind rushing towards it. Soon after, the shadow of the white wolf appeared right in front of it. Bang! Hit! The lead wolf only felt as if its chest had been struck by a crashing wave. This blow sent it flying for more than 10 meters, before crashing down, stirring up a flurry of ice and snow. Blood spilled from the corner of its mouth, and it still wanted to struggle to get up. But soon, the lead wolf saw a white wolf's paw fiercely pressing its wolf head against the icy ground. No matter how violently it struggled, it could not budge that white wolf's paw in the slightest. Chapter 60, The Wolf Pack Surrenders. Next, the lead wolf, pinned under the wolf's paw, heard the long and resounding howl of the wolf. The meaning conveyed in this howl was very simple and straightforward. It often appears during the fierce battles and territorial disputes of the wolf pack. Submit or die.
This was a signal that all wolves could understand. Sue's resounding howl echoed. From the tall, majestic wolf body emanated a faint aura of dominance. The pair of green, haunting wolf eyes looked towards the two female wolves. And the two female wolves, targeted by its gaze, felt as if they were being fixed upon by the Grim Reaper from hell. Instantly, they tucked their tails tightly and the fierce glint in their eyes completely faded, replaced by terror. Their animal instincts screamed wildly at them. Danger. This sense of danger was even more intense than when encountering a grizzly bear. Especially with the AGI of the white wolf just now, far exceeding their comprehension. Under such an AGI, even dispersing and fleeing felt like a luxury. A faint breath of death lingered in their hearts. But the head wolf, crushed under Sue's paw, was unwilling to submit. It wasn't willing to go from being the head wolf to just a little pawn in the pack. It was no longer young. It had no opportunity, no time, to climb back up from the bottom of the pack. So, the head wolf's eyes gleamed with malice, and it fiercely lashed out at Sue's claws. But all of this was futile. Under the paw, it could only unleash 2 or 3 layers of its strength. These attacks were to this wolf with pure white fur as insignificant as an ant shaking a tree. But soon, Sue's pair of green wolf-like eyes gazed at it as it struggled desperately. The leading wolf immediately felt a chill sweep over its body. It was also at this moment the one struggling desperately. Only then did I realize what kind of existence I was really resisting. Soon after, a murderous intent flashed in Sue's green, eerie eyes. Then, the wolf's paw slowly raised, before coming down heavily. This strike landed on the head wolf's skull. It was too heavy. The head wolf only felt a rush of blood to its head, and countless red veins burst forth in its eyes. The sharp wolf claw also tore through its flesh. The wound was very deep, exposing its skull stained with blood. In an instant, the scent of death permeated the air. Under the threat of death, the head wolf originally wanted to howl in despair and plead for mercy, expressing its willingness to bow down. But it was too late. Another heavy blow directly shattered its chest. Like a knife's edge, the wolf claw pierced directly through its chest to its heart. Blood gushed out violently. This strike took its life. And in its final moments, its eyes were still filled with a fear of death. Sizz. Sue pulled out his wolf claw, drawing out a large spurt of blood, which stained the white fur of the wolf claw bright red. In addition, he also pulled out the heart of the head wolf and tossed it onto the snow. This heart, still flowing with blood and radiating heat, completely shattered the inner belief of the two female wolves. They immediately cowered in place, lowering their wolf heads and howling softly at Sue, indicating their submission. Even their whole bodies were trembling. This was the first time they had seen such a fierce pack of wolves. Although the injuries on them made the two female wolves feel a lot of pain, they still endured the pain, wagging their tails to show loyalty to Sue. Aside from that, they dared not move even a bit, fearing that this decisive white wolf might tear them apart right there. And the alpha wolf is dead. They have no other path but to submit to Sue. Wolves are social animals. They rarely survive independently in the wild. Living in packs provides them with sufficient safety and deterrence in the icy Arctic. But if a wolf leaves the pack and becomes a lone wolf, it loses all forms of protection. Even wandering anywhere would lead to being driven away by local hunters or hunt skill. In the end, those unable to find food will starve to death in the snow. Chapter 61, The Territory of the Pack. Now, both female wolves were lying flat in the snow, eagerly showing submission to Sue. They were even wagging their tails vigorously, exuding a scent of submission. This signifies their willingness to mate with Sue and bear wolf pups for him. But Sue ignored the actions and expressions of the two female wolves. This made them think they weren't doing enough. So they hastily lay down and rolled onto their backs. The bellies of the wolf pack are rarely exposed, as this is the weakest spot for DF. A sharp claw can easily slice through and disembowel them. Showing their belly is an act done only when expressing loyalty to the alpha wolf or the wolf king. The wolves, who are not particularly clever, won't engage in deceitful tactics. To express submission is to genuinely submit,
especially under the premise of absolute military deterrence.
The submissive wolves would never entertain even the slightest thought of rebellion. Because, if they resist,
it leads to either death or being expelled from the pack.
Both outcomes, regardless of which, are consequences that ordinary wolves cannot bear.
Ah, whoa! Sue looked at the two submissive female wolves,
and with a low howl, accepted their submission and loyalty, signaling them to rise,
then casting a dignified glance over them. After the two female wolves got up, they crawled at Sue's feet. No one knew how this new ruler would arrange them.
The new alpha wolf represents a new order. The female wolves all hoped to gain a better position in the new pack.
At the very least,
they needed to recover from their injuries. Otherwise, in the icy wilderness, carrying the wounds inflicted by the little gray wolf, they found it hard to survive.
At this moment, the little gray wolf also approached and glanced at its leader.
After receiving no objections from the leader, it ate the wolf heart on the ground. Then, grinning with teeth bared, it went to the two female wolves
and fiercely rewarded each of them with a swipe of its claws. This was to avenge the recent fight,
and also a declaration of their status in the pack.
Next, Sue also categorized the two submissive female wolves into levels.
In the pack, newly joined wolves must start as subordinate wolves.
They were no exception.
Sue promoted the little gray wolf to be the currently only second in command of the pack.
As for Cousin, Wolf Sis, and Ash, they all belonged to those guarding the cave.
They haven't been categorized for now.
Ah, whoa!
At this moment,
Little Gray, who was promoted to a beta wolf, was bouncing around excitedly. The injuries on his body no longer seemed painful in the face of his immense joy. The two female wolves only managed to break through Little Gray's death at the very end.
They bit into a chunk of flesh.
But for Little Gray, who had an extremely high resistance to damage, this kind of injury was nothing. The reason for its defeat in battle was simply a lack of fighting experience. Faced with intense pain, he got flustered, indicating that he still needed more training in the future.
But now, Little Gray showed no signs of discouragement.
He bared his teeth at the two wolves lying on the ground, with their forelimbs covering their heads, as if to assert his presence. As a beta wolf in the pack, he was the left hand and right hand man of the alpha wolf. He held a status and prestige only slightly inferior to that of the alpha wolf. And with Xiao Hui proving his strength through the previous battle, it added to the situation.
The two female wolves merely accepted Xiao Hui's display of power with low howls.
Having tamed this small wolf pack, Sue did not stop his pace, as he still needed to redefine the ownership of this area. Among the several wolves, Xiao Hui's injuries were the lightest, just some torn flesh.
Although the two female wolves were seriously injured, they were not fundamentally harmed.
As long as there is food, after a period of rest they can still recover. Lying in place, after licking their wounds and regaining some stamina,
Sue began marking the territory of the wolf pack.
He hunted 2 gray bears in this area. Naturally, he brought the territory of the 2 gray bears into his own. The territory of the 2 gray bears was not small either. And combined with his own, the territory ruled by Sue reached about 700 square kilometers. This was roughly comparable to the territory commanded by Wolf Dad's pack. It can be said that the hunting territory spans over a radius of more than 30 miles.
In this area,
with the warm season approaching, prey was not particularly scarce. Without disrupting the ecological balance, it's not a problem to support 30 to 40 wolves.
Sue assigned each of the 2 female wolves their respective patrolling areas.
Every day they were responsible for patrolling. Then they would return to the cave to report their findings.
Sue did not fully bring them back to the cave to integrate into the wolf pack,
because their potential and strength are simply too poor.
Although they are included in the wolf pack,
They only intend to let them perform some marginal tasks.
Ah whoa! Ah whoa! The two female wolves did not feel anything wrong.
They all let out low howls in submission to Sue's commands.
Next, Sue patrolled the territory,
hunting a few Arctic hares that sprang out of the cave, along with the corpse of the slain male wolf,
which were all given to the two female wolves as a reward for joining the pack.
The genetic fragments of the same kin are identical, offering very limited evolution points EP.
Thus Sue generously gave away the male wolf's corpse.
This surprised the two female wolves, as they responded with delighted low howls.
After all, when they wanted to hunt Arctic hares before, it took a lot of stamina to chase and corner them.
Tender Arctic hare meat was something they hadn't eaten in a long time.
As for the corpse of the male wolf, perhaps cannibalism among the same species is a bit tragic. But in the face of food scarcity, survival is the priority. Currently, after delineating the territory of the wolf clan, Sue took Little Gray and returned to the cave once again.
As for the two female wolves that separated, after a hearty meal, they went to their respective territories to begin their patrols.
It didn't take much time before they returned to the cave.
And Cousin, who was crouching at the cave entrance, howled softly at Sue. Now, Cousin stands at about the same height as Sue on the rock.
Sue answered Cousin's call.
Then, he scanned the cave and discovered the sleepy wolf Sis and Ash, who were dozing soundly on top of a polar fox fur.
The little lone wolf curled up in the corner of the cave
is due to the fresh scent of blood at Little Gray's wound, which made it, despite being injured all over, immediately struggle to climb up from the ground.
When it saw that Sue and Little Gray had returned,
only then did it breathe a sigh of relief, its wounded wolf body slowly lying back down.
As for this little lone wolf, Sue just glanced at it and then looked away.
How strong and how much potential the little lone wolf had. It would take time for it to recover from its injuries before anything could be determined.
If it can recover, Sue doesn't mind promoting the first female wolf.
Now that he's back at the cave, he just lay down in his spot to rest.
Little Gray licked its wound on its side. Then it rested its head on Ash and started to snore. Chapter 62, Attack the Muskox Herd.
As the pitch-black night passed silently.
In the following days,
the wolves lived their lives in leisurely peace, as always. The two female wolves they recruited also came to the cave every day to report on their patrols of the territory. This territory previously had two grizzly bears. Even though the warm season has arrived, there aren't many hunters willing to intrude here. As time passes, the night sky over the Arctic gradually fades, and the daylight stretches longer from the initial dawn. Many species have also returned. In the hunting territory, a herd of 7 or 8 muskoxen has migrated back, along with over 20 reindeer and some scattered birds. This area is a bit far from the ice sheet, and during the warm season, temperatures can reach around 0 degrees. Plants like shrubs and moss are plentiful. So, there will be other species migrating back in the future.
Having these prey means that life for the wolf pack will become better and better. In addition,
the strength of the wolf pack is also steadily increasing.
Cousin successfully leveled up to level 4,
gaining size and growing to about 1.5 to 1.6 meters.
Now possesses the strength of an adult female Arctic wolf. However, fighting is not Cousin's strong suit. The potential potion is developed by Cousin's auditory skills, able to hear any unusual movements in advance. It's very useful for cave guards. Little Gray is steadily advancing to level 5.
As for Wolf Sis and Ash, the growth of the two little ones is still rather mediocre. However, in the cave, they are the ones who play the most happily.
They certainly bring some liveliness to the wolf pack. As for the little lone wolf, during this period, the injury has healed quite quickly. With abundant food supply,
the little lone wolf's strength has also recovered significantly, and the fur on its wolf body has begun to show its proper luster.
After the little lone wolf has eaten a large amount of food, it also underwent a transformation like Little Gray. The grayish-purple fur on its wolf body appeared fluffier and more supple. Its limbs became more robust, with sharper fangs and wolf claws. Sue glanced at the little lone wolf again, and its attribute values appeared before his eyes. Species, Arctic wolf variant. Level 3 level. HP 435. Stamina 41. STR 42. Def 37. AGI of 40. The little lone wolf's attributes and strength have improved significantly. Another species. This made Sue's heart feel a little happy. The combat power and growth potential of this other species are both very strong. When he first brought the little lone wolf back, he was wondering why this little wolf had such a strong vitality. It seems that it is also an undeveloped other species due to a lack of food. With plenty of food, its strength instantly underwent a transformative change. Moreover, the little lone wolf's already high intelligence increased even more after evolving into another species. But it respects Sue even more. Because the more it understands, the clearer it becomes of the majestic white wolf's terrifying strength before it. Additionally, it feels deeply touched that the wolf pack took it in and shared so much food. It's worth noting that even when it was in the pack where Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom were, it could only eat scraps and was always in a state of hunger. Even under the extreme night, to fill their bellies, the wolf pack set their sights on it. In such stark contrast, the little lone wolf has developed a strong sense of belonging to the new wolf pack. Ah, whoa! At this moment, Sue, standing at the cave entrance, was unaware of what the little lone wolf was thinking. As he looked at the brightening sky outside, howling long, deciding to take the pack out for the first hunt after the extreme night, and also to test this little lone wolf's compatibility. Upon hearing Sue's howl, Little Gray quickly got up. The many little wounds on its body had long healed. It has always been extremely eager about going out for a hunt. Little Gray happily trotted over to Sue's side, and the little lone wolf followed closely behind. Next, Sue then led the two of them out of the cave. Leaving the cave, as they passed through the territory, two female wolves caught the scent of Sue and came over. The warm season has arrived, and the female wolves are starting to go into heat, flirting with the tall and strong Sue. But none dared to come too close. After all, just half a month ago, Sue's fierce and savage image is still fresh in their minds. They only wagged their tails nearby, simpering around Sue. Sue's pale blue wolf eyes glanced at the two female wolves and then withdrew his gaze. Animals in heat have a primal instinct that is very impulsive, while their rationality is at a very low level. He couldn't be bothered to teach them a lesson. But this time he came out to prepare to hunt for mature male musk oxen from the herd. Hunting mature male musk oxen is not easy. The two female wolves are seasoned hunters working in tandem, so they decided to keep them. Before long, Sue led 4 Arctic wolves to the area where the musk oxen were located. Currently, 7 or 8 musk oxen are munching on brush and moss. Sue stood on a high slope, glancing at the herd of musk oxen. He realized that this herd of musk oxen was not weak at all. With 3 adult male musk oxen, 2 of them have a strength level of 8, and among them, the male leader has even reached a strength level of 9. The remaining 5 musk oxen consist of 3 females and young calves. However, even though the female musk oxen are present, they still pose a significant threat to the wolf pack. After all, adult female musk oxen also possess strengths of level 6 or 7. With such power, even a grizzly bear would think twice. But the wolf pack did not retreat, as they were already accustomed to hunting large prey. Little Gray, the lone wolf, and the 2 female wolves arranged themselves in a typical hunting formation. A series of wolf howls echoed from different positions around the musk oxen. Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Ah whoa! The resounding howls of the wolves reverberated in the icy sky. This caused the musk oxen to experience a brief moment of panic. But soon, they formed a circle. 3 adult male musk oxen faced outward with their sharp horns. And they showed no fear toward the wolves. The musk oxen are undoubtedly difficult large prey to hunt. They dared to present their sharpest horns to the hunters. When faced with danger, they do not shy away but instead adopt a defensive formation. Even the wolf pack led by Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom would only engage in a life or death struggle with the musk oxen if food was extremely scarce. But today, Little Gray, the lone wolf, and even the 2 female wolves showed no signs of fear or hesitation. Especially Little Gray, who once witnessed the power of the leader during a solo hunt for musk ox. Now, he was eager to test his mettle against the musk ox herd. Meanwhile, standing on the high slope, Sue scanned the area with his faint blue wolf eyes, watching the movements between the wolf pack and the musk ox herd. At this moment, the musk oxen did not regard the 3 or 4 wolves as a threat. With their sharp horns and robust physiques, they were simply not prey for this small pack of wolves. However, what the musk oxen did not know was that on the high slope, there was a majestic white wolf, over 2 meters long, looking down over them. Chapter 63, Shelf Statement. The book will be launched at noon, and it's time for the readers to lend their support. The author won't say too many flattering words. If everyone enjoys this novel, I hope you'll subscribe to provide some motivation for the author. Subscriptions are the greatest affirmation of this novel, and we need everyone's support. Let's join hands and see Sue's story, and see the story of the wolf pack, how far it can go. Thank you with a bow. Readers Group. Novel Transit Station. You can come to Urge for updates, chat, and give suggestions to the author. Any requests for minor characters are also welcome. Chapter 64, Pack Tactics, The Savage Lone Wolf. Ah whoa! The howls of the pack, rising and falling in eerily haunting echoes. Little Gray, the lone wolf, and 2 female wolves did not rush to attack. They merely used their bright, elongated howls to disturb the formation of the musk oxen. Several wolves circled around the herd of musk oxen, their pale blue eyes glowing with the fierce and cold light unique to hunters. They stared intently at the musk oxen, searching for any sign of weakness. Wolf packs rarely choose to confront their prey head-on, for they are born hunters, naturally skilled in group tactics. Only through tactical coordination can a wolf pack unleash its full power. Truly coordinated large wolf packs have no natural enemies in the wild, and when united, they can hunt any prey. At present, Little Gray is the closest to the musk oxen. Its nearly 8 to 9 feet long body is considered large among Arctic wolves. Currently, Little Gray's sharp claws and fangs are enough to pierce the thick hide of the musk ox. Relying on the wolf's superior agility, it continues to close in on the musk ox herd, its pale blue wolf eyes flashing with deadly intent, forcing the musk oxen to reveal their vulnerabilities. Even though Little Gray may seem somewhat clumsy at times, when it comes to hunting, there is no sign of its usual folly. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sue again. At this moment, the lead male musk ox issued a warning low howl as Little Gray drew closer. Along with the warning came the sound of their hooves trampling through the snow. This meant the musk oxen were not merely in a defensive posture. They were preparing to counterattack. In their eyes, a mere 4 Arctic wolves. Attempting to hunt them was quite a fanciful notion. Finally, under Little Gray's continuous pressure and probing, the musk oxen couldn't hold back any longer. They began to move. The leading musk ox took charge, the hooves pounding the snow, with an unstoppable momentum, launching the first charge at Little Gray. To hunt them, one must face their fiercest retaliation. They are born warriors. 7 or 8 musk oxen began to charge, sending plumes of flying snow, akin to a tempest, ready to crush and smash. Facing the musk oxen's counterattack, Little Gray hesitated not for a moment, turning and starting to sprint. Such retaliation would deter not only Little Gray but even a grizzly bear wouldn't dare to confront head-on. As Little Gray dashed away, it drew the musk ox herd after it. The howl of a wolf, Meanwhile, echoed across the vast Arctic tundra. The wolf pack's tactics were set in motion at that moment. Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Ah whoa! The lone wolf was the first to move. Its eyes gleaming with deadly intent, flanking to approach the two young muskox calves.
These two young calves were 6 months old, measuring about 70 to 80 centimeters.
The lone wolf believed that it alone could take down this calf. This is not arrogance, but confidence. During the time of its solitary survival, its ferocity and ruthlessness had been honed to a sharp edge. At this moment, Little Gray was darting ahead, dodging the wild attacks of the musk oxen. In their frantic run, they trampled the snow beneath them, stirring up flurries of snowflakes. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged its Sioux again. The musk oxen were relentlessly charging forward, knowing neither fear nor retreat. In their world, when facing a hunter attempting to hunt them, they only knew to display their sharp horns and fiercely charge at them to force them to retreat. But the agile wolves were simply beyond their weight class. Little Gray was leading them on a wild chase, exhausting their stamina and energy. At the same time, it was diverting their attention. It was at this moment the lone wolf had already reached the position of the calves. Fierce and determined, the lone wolf swiftly attacked the calf that was trailing behind the mother. It launched its attack. In those pale blue eyes, confidence shone forth. At the same time, it exudes extreme ferocity and arrogance. The sharp wolf claws glimmer with a cold sheen under the sunlight. The little lone wolf's claws, during these days of strengthening, have become incredibly sharp. The wolf's claws struck fiercely against the small muskox, which was only about 70 to 80 centimeters in size. Bang! On the muskox's body, it carved out several gaping wounds, oozing fresh blood. The small muskox's body also swayed slightly, but it still hasn't fallen. After all, even with its size of only about 70 to 80 centimeters, its weight is not something that a pack of wolves can take down. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged its Sioux again. The cries of the musk ox rang out in the air. AGI also slowed down accordingly, breaking away from the herd of musk oxen. Before the herd of musk oxen had a chance to react, the little lone wolf, with a fierce gaze, extended its fangs and bit hard into the hind leg of the little musk ox. Put! The sound of fangs piercing flesh. The little musk ox struggled wildly in intense pain, its hind legs constantly raised high, occasionally kicking against the little lone wolf. But the ferocity and ruthlessness of the little lone wolf have already far exceeded that of a typical Arctic wolf. It is as if it's an alternative that fears no pain. Struggling violently with the young musk ox, it bites fiercely at the musk ox's hind leg and yanks back forcefully. Rip! Causing large amounts of flesh and blood to spill out. The depth of the wound even revealed the stark white bones of the musk ox's hind leg. The young musk ox, weighing over 100 pounds and measuring 70 to 80 centimeters in size, was directly yanked down, rolling onto the ground. Then it felt the wolf's paw, with its faint purple fur, once again striking fiercely against its hind leg, further expanding the wound, making it let out a shrill and tragic howl. This howl, it is to make it a distraction for the muskox herd, diverting their attention, and also to combat the muskox herd, which holds an unstoppable courageous momentum. The howls of the same kind will always strike the heartstrings of their kin. In the harshness of nature, there is no morality or righteousness. The wolf pack's hunting methods are always extreme. Meanwhile, the little lone wolf's pair of piercing, pale blue eyes, flashing with extreme ferocity, was locked onto the stampede of the muskox herd. If the wolf pack's target this time was just to satisfy their hunger, it can be said to drag the young muskox out of formation and seriously injure it, which had already been mostly accomplished. It had also made a significant contribution to this hunt. But the little lone wolf knows. The white wolf had ordered. This hunting target has never been the cubs, but rather the adult male musk ox. It is that massive creature, over 2 meters long and weighing 7 to 800 pounds. It is a force of collision that can scare even the grizzlies, a powerful male musk ox. Yet, in the pale blue eyes of the little lone wolf, there wasn't a hint of fear. On the contrary, there was a bloodthirsty excitement. It had a natural delight for fighting, for hunting. As if this was its home ground. Ah, whoa! At this moment, the little lone wolf howled long. This long howl was proclaiming its victories, and also issuing a naked challenge to the muskox herd. Chapter 65, Sue makes a move, dividing the battlefield. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sue again. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sue again. When the herd of muskoxen halted to pursue the gray Arctic wolves ahead, they also noticed a cub that had strayed from the formation and was caught by the pack of wolves. They listened to the cub's heart-wrenching cries. All of them let out an angry howl. Cubs. This is the foundation for the muskox herd's breeding and survival. Especially the mother of the cubs, the howl of the head female muskox is the loudest. It looked into the eyes of its cub, filled with anxiety. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sue again. It was howling. It wanted the muskox leader to charge forward, leading the herd against the pale purple-furred Arctic wolf. Yet, the two female wolves nearby were also eyeing the other calf fiercely. This makes the male muskox unsure of what to do. But just at the moment it hesitated. The young lone wolf was particularly vicious, continuing to tear and enlarge the wound on the musk calf's hind leg. This made the musk calf's low howls even more sorrowful. The musk calf was roaring madly, struggling to return to its mother. But it was in vain. Its hind leg was injured, and it could hardly move. Even when it had just managed to stand up, it was knocked down again by the vicious young lone wolf. The young lone wolf's fangs and claws were stained with the calf's blood. In the eyes of the muskox herd, the young lone wolf appeared like a demon, wantonly tormenting its kin on the vast Arctic tundra. Ah, whoa! The young lone wolf howled at the muskox herd again. The message conveyed through the wolf's howl was incomprehensible to the muskoxes. But they could sense the blatant provocation within. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sue again. As a mother, the female muskox watched her calf being tormented and could no longer hold back. For the first time, she did not obey the leader's command and stepped out of formation, taking the initiative to attack this demonic gray-purple Arctic wolf. The hooves crushed the ice and snow, sending flakes flying. Her eyes filled with hatred for the wolf pack and pain for her calf, she charged at the young lone wolf. Her horns glinted with a sharp icy light under the gentle sunlight. She aimed to eviscerate this Arctic wolf. To smash this Arctic wolf with two bloody holes to vent her fury. But what she didn't know was, after it rushed over, the two female wolves followed closely beside it. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! The howl of a wolf. She was surrounded on both her sides. This is a hunt, that charging female muskox. As I watched the female muskox, I too was caught in the encirclement of the wolf pack. The leader of the muskox finally let out a low howl. Leading his herd of muskoxen, he charged once again. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sue again. The female muskoxen are the main force in giving birth to calves, having already entered the warm season. And once their bellies are full with ample food, they would soon enter estrus and start adding new calves to the herd. So the leader of the muskoxen couldn't just stand by and watch the female muskoxen fall into the wolf's trap. After they charged, the once chased little gray has become the chaser again, trailing behind the muskoxen. It kept a close watch on the location of the other calf. The young lone wolf had already made its mark. And as the only lead female wolf in the pack, it didn't want to embarrass itself in front of its leader. Eager for battle, the little gray let out a low howl as it infiltrated the muskoxen's formation. Ah, whoa! The sound of wolf howls echoed. The little gray intended to grab the small musk calf and drag it out from the formation. But it underestimated the muskoxen's defense. Bang! Just after the little gray had broken into the muskox group. It was harshly kicked by the lead male muskox, sending it flying backwards. The force of the kick was substantial. And even though it was quite resilient, it grimaced in pain. In fact, the area that was kicked even showed a hint of fresh blood. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged its Sioux again. Time. After the musk oxen had temporarily dealt with the little gray trailing behind, they were free from worry and began charging boldly. The hooves stomped on the snow and ice, making a muffled yet dense sound. The wild spirit of the musk oxen was increasing as they galloped. Especially the leader of the musk oxen at the front. When they dealt with the little gray, it felt that there was no longer any danger present. The three-headed wolves ahead would surely flee with their tails between their legs, scared and dashed away from the violent charge of the musk oxen. So, it charged the fastest. Because that little musk ox was also its calf, and that female musk ox was even more so its mate. It wanted to showcase its strength in front of its calf and mate. To let the calf and mate see clearly that beneath its sharp horns, all wolf packs had to retreat. With an overwhelming desire to perform, the lead musk ox ran faster and faster. It was much faster than the rest of the musk oxen. Soon. Thus, it separated from the formation of the musk ox herd. The strength of the male musk ox leader is greatly superior to that of the female musk ox. In the frenzy, surpassing even the females. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged its Sioux again. And emitting low howls, signaling its mate that it had not given up on its calf and her. Then it lowered its head and continued to charge fiercely at the Arctic wolf that was tormenting its calf. In the lead musk ox's violet eyes, anger was rising. Those thick horns also emanated a sense of danger. Regardless of any hunter, if hit by such sharp horns, it is likely that even if it didn't die on the spot, it would at least be seriously injured. This is why the musk oxen seldom encounter other hunters willing to surround them in the Arctic. Of course, excluding the wolf pack. Musk oxen have always been on the menu of the wolf pack. Ah, whoa! The little lone wolf let out low howls, again fiercely tearing open the wounds of the little musk ox before the wolf's body began to retreat. Against such a musk ox exuding overwhelming momentum, they could only avoid its sharpness. However, this musk ox leader, eager to rescue its calf, had indeed strayed far from the herd. As a solitary herbivore, even with a strong physique and fierce aura, it could not escape becoming prey to the wolf pack. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! The howls of the wolves continued to echo in the icy wilderness. The wolf pack communicated their next tactics through their howls. After the howls ceased, the little lone wolf maneuvered to encircle and began leading two female wolves to intercept the rest of the charging musk oxen. Even the little gray wolf had recovered and rushed over to help. They began to divide the battlefield, trying to block the musk oxen's regrouping. But this was an extremely difficult task. Even though four wolves began to launch a crazy offensive against the females and calves in the musk ox herd, it only caused chaos in the musk oxen's formation. The charge of the musk ox herd still did not cease. Several wolves were starting to feel anxious. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged its Sioux again. And at this moment, the male musk ox leader once again began to emit a deep bellow, gathering its herd. As for the wolf pack, it merely glanced at them before looking away, starting to lick its injured calf. It ignored the wolf pack that attempted to block the musk oxen, because the wolf pack simply could not stop them. These 3 or 4 little wolves were not in the eyes of the musk ox leader. In its view, these wolves only dared to resort to despicable tactics of ambushing the calves. Aside from that, they were nothing. However, just as the musk ox leader looked down on the wolf pack, ah, whoa! The piercing howl of the wolves echoed over the Arctic plains. This howl was incredibly penetrating, carrying a chilling intent to kill, causing the musk ox leader, who was licking its calf, to suddenly lift its head and begin to anxiously survey its surroundings. Soon, it saw not far away a majestic white wolf that stood over 2 meters tall, not in the slightest inferior to it. The white wolf's fur shone brilliantly, as white as snow, under the gentle sunlight. Soon after, the musk ox leader then saw that under the sunlight, the prideful white wolf had moved. Its AGI was such that it filled the musk ox's eyes with uncontrollable panic. Chapter 66, The Might of the White Wolf, the musk ox retreats. The AGI of Sioux stands at the pinnacle of the entire natural world. Such AGI has never appeared in the Arctic. The musk ox leader's violet eyes were full of panic. Is it still an Arctic wolf? Regarding the unknown, even the fearless musk ox had a sense of panic in its heart. With over 40 meters per second of AGI, like wind and lightning, what kind of existence is this? At this moment, as that rough and resonant howl sounded, Little Gray and the little lone wolf now felt a sense of reassurance, and then attacked this batch of musk oxen even more fiercely. Biting, harassing, lunging, specially targeting the weak points of the musk oxen. They finally intercepted the group of musk oxen. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sioux again. The lead male musk ox bellowed, completely enraged by the Little Gray's relentless harassment. With its sharp horns, the musk ox charged fiercely at the Little Gray, while another male musk ox, at this time, unexpectedly cooperated, which was rare, blocking the route for the Little Gray to escape this way. Ah, whoa! The Little Gray began to dodge in fear. Even though it was an exotic species with exceptional talents, if it were to take a solid hit from the musk ox, it would probably not survive. Just as the Little Gray was desperately dodging, on the verge of being hit by the lead male musk ox, the little lone wolf acted. It swiftly leaped onto the back of the lead musk ox, blocking its line of sight. Then, its claws fiercely grabbed onto the musk ox's horns, and its fangs started to brutally bite at the musk ox's head. Wherever it found a weakness, it would bite. Eyes, nose, ears. This male musk ox was soon torn to shreds. At the same time, the musk ox was in tremendous pain. It was shaking its bull head wildly. He threw the little lone wolf down with a mighty force. Bang! The little lone wolf was thrown onto the ice and snow, instantly sending snowflakes flying. This is a level 8 male musk ox. Its insane STR is simply something the little lone wolf cannot withstand. After being thrown off, and blood began to ooze out of the wolf's mouth, it was wounded. It could feel its bones and internal organs painfully throbbing from the mad battering. But it was holding on, not even uttering a cry of agony, because saving the Little Gray one was its own choice. This was to repay the favor from the Little Gray one for bringing it food back then. The little lone wolf forced itself up, quickly began to dodge the stomping of the male musk ox. The male musk ox had its eye injured, even though the little lone wolf only blinded one of its eyes. The pain was so severe that tears flowed from its other eye, making it impossible to see. It could only rely on its senses and smell, moving amidst the mad stomps. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sioux again. The male musk ox was roaring. It was in so much pain. Previously, when hunted by wolf packs, it had never experienced such intense agony. And the charge of the other male musk ox was also dodged by the Little Gray one. Just as the male musk ox prepared to charge again, it only felt a white flash before its eyes. And then the white-haired wolf's paw pressed down hard on its massive head. It was unknown how much strength this wolf paw possessed. But even though the musk ox's purple eyes were wide open, and its hooves were using all their might, it still could not move an inch. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sioux again. The musk ox was roaring, and a big pit was stomped into the ice and snow beneath its hooves. But it all seemed in vain. This white-haired wolf paw was as powerful as a bear's paw. Soon after, the owner of this wolf paw had a fierce light flashing in its eyes.
Then the wolf's claw lifted and struck fiercely. The right claw, enhanced with a STR value of over 100, hit the massive head of the muskox. It staggered back for several steps under the force of the blow, then fell to the ground with a thud. This scene shook even the musk oxen that were still desperately resisting. Aside from the injured musk ox that was still going wild, the rest quickly assumed a defensive stance, confronting the suddenly appearing white wolf and its pack. The musk oxen formed a defensive formation. Even Sue found the situation somewhat tricky, so he didn't make a move against them. Instead, he focused his gaze on the nearby muskox leader that had already separated from the group. Species: male muskox. Level: 9 level. HP: 1553. Stamina: 105. STR: 93. Def: A82. AGI: 51. The strength of this male muskox leader is exceptionally robust for its kind. It has also reached its full growth, weighing around 800 to 900 pounds. It would be just right to serve as food. As for the other musk oxen, they could be raised for a little longer. After all, the warm season is approaching, and the musk oxen need to start gaining fat. Whoa! At this moment, Sue stared at the muskox leader, letting out a long howl. The wolf's howl was loud and prolonged. His light blue eyes glinted with murderous intent and ferocity as he looked at the muskox leader. Upon seeing the imposing white wolf, which was over 2 meters tall, slowly approaching, the muskox leader also sensed the overwhelming aura of death. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sue again. The muskox leader couldn't help but let out a howl. Its pale purple eyes clashed with Sue's gaze in the air above the Arctic ice. In the past, it had also faced wolf packs hunting it. But this time, the animal's sixth sense was sending alarm signals as it went wild. But it didn't want to wait to be slaughtered. It shook its strong horns, hoping that the sharp, cold glinting horns would make this white wolf halt. But no, this mighty white wolf still advanced slowly toward it. Those pale blue wolf eyes just stared at it silently, as if a ghost from the underworld come to collect a life. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sue again. In the end, in the increasingly oppressive atmosphere, the muskox leader couldn't hold back, letting out a low howl as its hooves stomped on the ice and snow, charging bravely toward the imposing white wolf before it. Perhaps it was indeed getting a bit old, but its stamina was still there, and the muskox's momentum was still unstoppable. It ran wildly, its horns being its most powerful weapon. The sound of hooves on the icy ground echoed. Drawing closer, it charged fiercely at Sue. In the muskox's charge, Sue moved. Sue's agility was too fast. The muskox's gaze couldn't keep up with his agility. Boom! The muskox missed its hit. With no time to rein in its momentum, the muskox crashed through the snow pile. But before it could shake off the snow that had fallen on its head, it suddenly felt a heavy blow to its side. The sharp wolf claws not only tore through flesh, causing bloody wounds, but the ferocity of the strike even broke several of its ribs. Crack! The crisp sound. The muskox leader felt piercing pain radiate from its side. Chapter 67, The Massacre of the Muskox, the Wolf Pack Howls. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sue again. In pain, it quickly turned around, shaking its horns. It wanted to fight the white wolf to the death. But just as it turned around, its massive head took another heavy hit. Bang! This blow was even more severe. The muskox leader felt as if it had taken a crushing blow from a grizzly bear. Its head was deeply gashed, tearing flesh away and exposing the blood-stained white bone underneath. This strike nearly disfigured the muskox's head, making it look extremely fierce and terrifying. The muskox endured the pain, still wanting to stab its sharp horns into the white wolf's body. Its eyes were filled with glaring blood vessels. This was its last and wildest struggle, because this white wolf was just too strong. Not only in agility, but even in strength, it surpassed it. Finally, with a deep roar, it charged at Sue again. The musk ox charged fiercely at the wolf. But its AGI was too slow. Even though the distance was very close, Sue simply tilted to the side slightly and evaded the musk ox's attack. Then, the wolf's claws, sharp as blades, went straight for the musk ox's neck. Rip! The severely injured musk ox took another heavy hit. Blood gushed out. The musk ox felt as if its neck was about to break under the blow of the sharp wolf claws. It began to feel difficulty in breathing. A tremendous vitality is slipping away. Yet it continues to struggle, still wanting to inflict wounds on the white wolf. It lumbers forward with its enormous body, heading towards the white wolf with its horns. But its neck has suffered severe injuries, and it can no longer lift its head. The horns are aimed only at the white wolf's claws. Even so, it still slammed hard into it. Bang! This time, Sue didn't dodge at all. The severely injured musk ox had lost much of its might. He faced it again and delivered a powerful hit to the musk ox's massive head. This strike not only shredded the flesh on its head again, but also bruised its eyes, turning them blood red. The musk ox stared with its blood-red eyes, knowing it was close to death. Yet it still struggled to stay upright, refusing to fall. Bang! Another fierce hit. A portion of the musk ox leader's face, along with an ear, was once again torn away by the wolf's claw. It still stood, with its blood-red eyes fixed on Sue. Bang! Another claw. This strike landed on its neck, slicing through the carotid artery. Even if the musk ox wanted to howl, it could no longer make a sound. This time, the musk ox felt it could no longer stand. It stumbled backwards and finally crashed to the ground. Who? The musk ox that fell, with its immense vitality, hadn't completely died. It began to gasp heavily and was still struggling to rise. But all of it was in vain. The musk ox couldn't stand up. It had sustained too many injuries. Meanwhile, nearby, the herd of musk oxen watched the scene of the white wolf slaughtering their leader. Fear was evident in their purple eyes. This expression rarely appeared on the normally unstoppable musk oxen. But the plight of their companion shattered their mental defenses. Their once towering, mighty leader was being so brutally slaughtered by the white wolf. They huddled closer together, increasingly uneasy. As for the little gray, the lone wolf, and the two female wolves, seeing that the alpha wolf had successfully hunted the musk ox, their long howls expressed their joy and excitement. Next, they completely relaxed their pursuit of the musk ox herd. After all, splitting the battlefield was just a better hunt for prey. Once the prey was completely hunted, the wolf pack naturally began to regroup and orderly approached Sue. Once the wolf pack fully gathered around Sue, the sparkle in the musk ox leader's eyes disappeared completely. This was an unequal hunt. If the musk ox leader had not separated from the herd, it might have still had some fighting power against Sue. The collective charge and defense of the musk oxen were formidable. But once they were isolated from the group, facing Sue, who had even hunted grizzlies, it had almost no power to fight back. Slaughter. It was a complete slaughter. This musk ox leader, even in its reluctance, ultimately fell silent. Its massive body lay on the ground. The blood streaming from beneath its body stained large patches of the icy snow. Sue's strength was no longer what it used to be. And hunting the musk ox was already no effort at all. Even without exerting much strength, several faint gray prompts still appeared before his eyes. Overcoming strength with weakness. First group battle. Cooperate to fight the enemy. Final victory. Target killed. Combat rating hesitant face. Combat rating, S, gained enhanced blood serum. Their S&S rating this time too? First group battle? Sue was a bit surprised.
Originally, this hunt had hardly required any effort. It was mostly due to the wolf pack's strategic division of the battlefield. The first group battle, this was a newly appeared combat evaluation. It seems the combat score also included a group battle score. However, in group battles afterwards, there probably won't be any first-time bonuses. This time, it was an unexpected joy for Sue. The extra reinforcement serum is what he urgently needs to enhance his strength. Ah, whoa! He howled long, venting his surprise. As he howled, the gathered wolves also began to howl. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! The howl of a wolf. The sound rises and falls, echoing endlessly. It resonates in the cold, snowy sky, as if declaring who rules this area. Next, Sue began to eat the delicious beef, which he hadn't tasted in a long time. The meat of the musk ox is firm and perfectly tender and delicious. For the taste buds of the wolf tribe, the faint blood on the raw meat is the best seasoning. Ding! The host eats musk ox and gains 0.1 evolution points EP. The evolution points EP gained from eating musk ox meat have already reached the minimum limit. However, after Sue had swallowed more than 10 kilograms, he still only gained about 7 evolution points EP. These evolution points EP are better than nothing. After downing more than 10 kilograms of tender beef, Sue felt about 6 or 7 parts full. Then, the other members of the wolf pack also began to eat. And the nearby little musk ox, seizing the opportunity while the wolf pack was feeding, carefully crawled back to the group. Regarding the little musk ox's movement, Sue only glanced at it before turning his gaze away. The little ox is still small and needs more time to grow. As for the musk ox herd not far away, Sue believes that it won't take a few days. Through brutal struggles, a new leader will emerge within the musk ox herd and continue to lead the herd in survival and reproduction. Of course, it is impossible for them to migrate out of the wolf pack's territory. The 2 patrolling female wolves will keep a close watch on them. Chapter 68, Promoting the Little Lone Wolf. This area is the territory of the wolf tribe. Every day, there are 2 female wolves patrolling. Although there are some lynxes and Arctic foxes that are good at hiding, but they only dare to tease the lone wolf at most. Concerning the wolf pack's food, they wouldn't dare to steal it even if they were starving. Therefore, the wolf pack eats very comfortably. 4 wolves. Each wolf has over 10 kilograms of beef in their bellies. After all, they haven't eaten such tender beef in a long time. After finishing, the few wolves consciously began to drag the prey towards the cave. The 4 wolves combined their strength to drag it, and assistance from the bushes is no longer needed. In just a little while, they dragged it into the cave. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! The 2 female wolves bid farewell to Sue at the cave entrance, their eyes still carrying the unique affection of a female in heat. Their tails wagged with excitement. This made Sue feel a bit of a headache. But he didn't say much, only signaling to the 2 patrolling female wolves to report any situation in the territory back to him. If they are hungry, they can come to the cave to eat. Food is something wild animals will always care about. Hearing the leader wolf allow them to come to the cave to eat when hungry, the 2 female wolves were both exuberant. They wagged their tails even more enthusiastically at Sue. The longing in the eyes of the 2 wolves seemed to deepen. This made Sue a bit overwhelmed, and she directly signaled that they could leave. The 2 female wolves reluctantly left. After Sue returned to the cave, Wolf Sis and Ash in the cave were also sniffing the scent of the musk ox carcass, sniffing left and right. They had eaten musk ox meat before, and naturally still had a memory of the tender and delicious musk ox meat. Especially Wolf Sis, who was drooling with desire. However, Sue did not allow them to eat. They dare not eat. Even Wolf Sis is no exception. This is the supreme authority of the alpha wolf in the pack. After Sue returned, seeing Wolf Sis drooling and Ash swallowing incessantly, There was no intention to help them. As the warm season arrives, food will become increasingly abundant in the future. Sue had Cousin, Wolf Sis, and Ash all go eat. Cousin is now level 4. Their appetite has also increased a bit. Generally speaking, female Arctic wolves reaching level 4 is a significant milestone. Very few break through level 5. Even Wolf Mom is only at the peak of level 4. After taking the potential potion, I still haven't been able to advance to level 5. Sue hopes his cousin can break through to level 5, so that he can be of more help in the wolf pack. Next, Sue let out a low howl, summoning Little Gray and the little lone wolf. The two little wolves immediately ran over excitedly. Little Gray is already accustomed to their leader's strength. But today, the little lone wolf is witnessing Sue's strength for the first time. The AGI that surpassed understanding, along with the fierce attack power, lingered in its memory. Feeling lucky to encounter such a powerful alpha wolf, the little lone wolf was deeply grateful. At this moment, Sue had no idea what they were thinking. However, both Little Gray and the little lone wolf are different breeds, with great growth potential and higher intelligence than ordinary wolves. He plans to train them well. Especially the little lone wolf, who during today's muskox hunt showed a fierce, wild, and valiant demeanor that pleased Sue immensely. Additionally, the little lone wolf's personality is quite stable. Not as mischievous as Little Gray, nor as foolish. It can stand on its own in the future. As for Little Gray, thinking about its poor performance today, Sue couldn't help but give it a couple of taps. A variant almost at level 5, yet the results achieved are not as good as the little lone wolf's. It even required the little lone wolf in itself to save it, narrowly avoiding disaster. Sue used his left paw, but as he swiped down, Little Gray's head still rocked from side to side. It immediately howled pitifully. Sue ignored the howling Little Gray, but expressed approval of the little lone wolf's performance today, and indicated that in the future, the food in the cave. But the little lone wolf can eat freely without needing Sue's permission. This is certainly an honor within the wolf pack, because of food has always been a priority among the major wolf packs. Only the alpha wolf distributes food, and only then can the various wolf tribes eat. Without the alpha wolf's permission, they cannot eat. This within the wolf pack can be considered as being above the rest of the wolves. This honor shocked and pleasantly surprised the little lone wolf. It excitedly hurried to lay on the ground, its front limbs covering its head, while wagging its tail to show loyalty to Sue. Sue accepted the little lone wolf's loyalty. He patted its head, signaling that it could go rest. The little lone wolf excitedly licked its claws, then returned to its original corner to rest. It still had some injuries from the hunt and really needed to take a break, especially after saving the Little Gray one, when it got heavily tossed by the muskox. Even with the impressive resilience of its different species, it still felt a dull ache in its organs and bones. Next, Sue looked at the Little Gray, who seemed about to shed tears due to feeling wronged. He then gave the Little Gray's paw another pat, signaling it to stay alert at the cave entrance, assigning it the watch duties for the next few days. What a useless one! Sue was still a bit angry about the Little Gray's poor performance today. Seeing that his boss was really angry, the Little Gray dared not howl low. It moved its body, arrived at the cave entrance, and lay on a rock to begin its watch. However, being quite intelligent, it also understood that its performance during the hunt today had been terrible. So while on guard, it started to get restless. Stepping outside the cave, it began practicing its hunting skills on the pile of snow. Regarding this scene, Sue had no comment. He just lay back down in his spot, preparing to rest. By tomorrow, when his stamina peaks, he will take the enhanced serum. Sue has a deep understanding of the pain of the enhanced serum, but for the sake of becoming stronger, he is determined. As for evolution points EP, Sue has already swallowed over 300 cubs. There's still quite a distance to level up to level 8. The path to future evolution is still very long. The strength of the wolf pack is steadily increasing. The evolution points he needs are also gradually accumulating. As time slowly passes, both he and the wolf pack will grow stronger. Just when Sue was looking towards the future, filled with great hopes, Cousin, having finished eating muskox meat, came over to Sue. Cousin's wolf body measures about 5 to 6 feet, which is the size of a normal female Arctic wolf. But to Sue, she still seemed quite small. Cousin approached Sue, sniffed him to check for injuries, and only relaxed when she saw he was not hurt, her light blue wolf eyes showing a sense of relief. Cousin knew that muskoxen are very difficult prey to hunt. And in the past, several wolves would get injured during the pack's hunts. So she was worried that Sue might have been injured. However, after checking, Cousin did not leave. Instead, she affectionately licked Sue's fur. Cousin's little tongue made Sue feel a bit ticklish. Sue wasn't too fond of this display of affection. So he gave a low howl, signaling that he needed to rest. And only then did Cousin stop and return to her spot. After Wolf Sis finished eating, she and Ash started playing again. 5th update. To thank everyone for their support, there will be daily updates of 3 to 5 chapters for half a month. Thanks to users both regrets of the ending and childish ghosts, White Gull flies over the sea, survival enthusiasts, Northern Wandering Clouds, /the Glutton, Senior Map Reader accompanying me on adventures, ACG Blue Dog, Rising Star Hidden, Xianyu 233, Phantom, Huhong, and Big Eye Deng Xiaoyan for their support. Chapter 69, The Large Wolf Pack. As for the playful antics of the 2 little cubs, the cave members have long since gotten used to it. Plus, the successful hunt skill on the muskox has added another 800 to 900 pounds of food to the pack, making each wolf feel secure. As the daylight outside faded, night fell. Sue leaned against the cave wall and began to sleep. The polar night has passed. Next comes 2 months of alternating day and night. And thereafter comes the true polar day. But polar day is different from polar night. With ample food during the polar day, various hunters don't have to struggle as much. The next day, when Sue woke up, he found that the little lone wolf in the cave was also awake. Now the wounds on the little lone wolf's body have almost healed. The most serious being the injuries from being thrown by the muskox yesterday. It came to the entrance of the cave, gnawing on a piece of ice. Gnawing on the ice provides moisture that can better help recover from injuries. This is also why the little lone wolf is a different species, with strong vitality. A normal Arctic wolf would likely have broken its spine after such a harsh fall. Ah, whoa! Upon seeing Sue awake, the little lone wolf quickly stood up, wagging its tail and howling softly. Its ferocity only manifests during fights and hunts. In front of the pack that took it in and provided plenty of food, the little lone wolf is always very friendly to any member. To Sue, it is even more respectful. Sue replied, and then took the little lone wolf and little gray out to patrol the cave. The territory has 2 female wolves patrolling. But around the cave, Sue still prefers to patrol on his own. As the warm season arrives, there are also a few scattered birds flying around near the cave. Due to the cave's higher and steeper geographical position, the safety factor is quite good. And many birds have chosen to build nests near the cave. Next, as they were finishing the patrol of the cave, Little Gray spotted a polar fox in the distance, peeking out as it dug into the snow hole to eat lemmings. He quickly crawled over, using the snow mound to conceal his presence, hoping to catch this polar fox to treat the wolf pack to something fresh, and also to prove to the boss that he was still quite useful. But the agility of the polar fox is top-notch. When Little Gray was still a good distance away, the polar fox quickly grabbed 2 lemmings and fled, leaving only a fluffy white silhouette for Little Gray. Failed again. On the way back, Little Gray kept his head low, not daring to look up at his boss. Meanwhile, Sue was already used to the clumsy failures of Little Gray.
Although Little Gray is a different species, both in strength and potential, he is quite strong. However, his personality differs too much from the little lone wolf. He isn't suited to face challenges on his own. Only suitable for following closely, carrying out tasks.
Sue also couldn't be bothered to reprimand Little Gray again.
And the three wolves returned to the cave. Sue then let out a low howl and began to eat the muskox meat once more. As always, Sue was the first to eat.
It's still Sue who eats first. When the alpha wolf is eating,
the other wolves can only keep watch and observe. Otherwise, if one approaches, it would be seen as a provocation to the alpha's authority. Sue has a strong digestive ability. And the muskox meat from yesterday has already been completely digested. This time, he ate around 17 or 18 pounds, and stopped when he felt about 60 to 70% full. After 2 consecutive times of eating muskox meat, he has somewhat satisfied his hunger. And Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf, they are a different species, and their digestion is quite robust. They have also just consumed 7 or 8 pounds of muskox meat again, with a plentiful supply of food. As a different species, they are growing into AGI quite quickly. Little Gray has already broken through level 5, it's only a matter of time.
And Little Lone Wolf is not far from reaching level 4 either.
After they finished eating, the 2 little cubs also came over to eat. But the 2 little cubs still hadn't fully digested what they ate yesterday. Today, they only ate half a caddy of muskox meat. And their little bellies are already round.
Ah, whoa! After eating her fill, Wolf Sis's tender howls
bounced over to Wolf Brother's side. It has been a long time since they played with Brother Wolf.
And
they miss Wolf Mom. I wonder when Brother Wolf will take them to see Wolf Mom. Now, Wolf Sis is just a tiny body about 70 to 80 centimeters long.
For Sue,
she appears very small.
Sue's wolf tail is about 50 to 60 centimeters long.
Ah, whoa! Wolf Sis pounced into Sue's long fur, beginning to let out a tender low howl.
And Sue simply allowed Wolf Sis to play around.
Next, after playing with Wolf Sis for a while, the 2 patrolling female wolves came to report on their daily patrol. The intelligence of the female wolves is not like that of the small gray wolf and the lone wolf. Their howls can only express some simple meanings. However, having been reborn as a wolf for a long time, Sue has already learned to understand the communication within the wolf pack. In the report from the 2 female wolves, the musk ox herd is as expected. They have not migrated, still feeding on moss and shrubs in their original place. After all, the reduction in hunters' numbers is something very normal for them, akin to life and death. In the muskox herd, it seems that the brutal competition for the leader's position has already begun. Another herd of reindeer has been wandering within their territory and has not settled down completely. However, right next to Sue's territory is Wolf Dad's territory. So, the reindeer herd cannot escape the hunting range of the wolf pack, unless they migrate to the cold north, which is where other wolf packs are located. But that place is even colder, and food is scarcer. If the reindeer leader's brain is functioning properly, they will not migrate to the north. Aside from these daily occurrences, the 2 female wolves also reported to him that more and more stray lone wolves have been appearing around the territory. Regarding lone wolves, if they show good potential, Sue is willing to accept them. The appearance of this batch of lone wolves he discovered while hunting the muskox herd. They should be from that large wolf pack in the west, expanding this way as the warm season approaches. They expand and absorb some smaller wolf packs and territories, with those unwilling to merge naturally becoming stray lone wolves. The strength of that large wolf pack is quite terrifying, retaining a number of around 40 to 50 wolves even during the polar night. Currently, as they begin to expand their territory, the number of wolves in the pack will also increase significantly. And once their scale reaches that of a large wolf pack, a true wolf king will emerge within the pack.
In smaller wolf packs, the lead wolf is the wolf king.
While large wolf packs are formed by the merging of many smaller packs, with multiple lead wolves inside.
Only the strongest lead wolf can become the wolf king. Also the true ruler of the large wolf pack. But it shouldn't expand towards Wolf Dad and his side. After all, the dominion of wolf packs also has its limits. An excessively large territory is simply unmanageable. Of course, if they really do expand this way, Sue wouldn't mind teaching them some rules. Ah whoa. Ah whoa. At this point, after reporting to Sue, the two female wolves reluctantly left. Chapter 70, Strengthening the Heart. As for the two female wolves that came to report, Sue did not give them any food. Because the digestion abilities of the two female wolves are not particularly strong. And they are used to eating only every 10 days or so. So, Sue has determined the feeding frequency for the pack of wolves to be once a week. This is much better than the other food sources, which are unstable for the pack. Even once a week is considered good, especially compared to the past when the pack had the best conditions. The two female wolves also enjoyed similar treatment. The male wolf can only eat about 40 to 50 pounds of food in a month. In this area rich in prey, Sue can potentially expand the pack to 30 or even 40 wolves in the future. However, he plans to follow a leaner approach. Keeping just a few wolves for marginal tasks like patrolling the territory is sufficient. Sue returned to the cave, where the small lone wolf that had recovered somewhat from its injuries was still curled up in a corner, quietly resting to heal. It was clear that, although the little lone wolf feels a strong sense of belonging to the pack, it is also very friendly towards the other members. But due to its solitary nature, it still struggles to fully integrate with the pack. Meanwhile, the vigilant little gray kept its head buried in its forelegs, daring not to glance at its leader. Little Gray's personality ensures it can never be as fierce and courageous as the little lone wolf. Thus, Sue did not hold it against Little Gray too much, allowing it to just stick close by to lend a hand in the future. Little Gray's loyalty to him remains unquestionable. Sue returned to his position, and now his stamina and energy are at their peak. Sue decided it was time to use the enhancement serum to feel once more that searing pain. The enhancement serum can break the genetic shackles, allowing him to unleash powers that far exceed his own. Ding! Do you wish to use the enhancement serum? After Sue took out the enhancement serum, a faint gray message appeared again before him. Use it. He nodded. Soon after, the scorching energy within his wolf body re-emerged. And this energy was something Sue had experienced before. Thus, he had a preliminary resistance to the pain. He no longer let out painful howls like the last time. This hot energy began to flow through his wolf body, moving through his limbs, bones, and meridians. Wherever it roamed, it felt as though he was being burned by raging flames. Soon, after circulating for a while within the wolf body, this energy surged towards Sue's strongly beating heart. The heart! Sue's eyes brightened. The heart and brain are the areas he most wants to enhance, because these two parts are closely tied to life. However, as this hot energy rushed into the heart, the extreme burning pain amplified several times over. Last time it was his right forepaw, but this time it's the heart, the most vital part. The pain brought on made Sue clench his wolf fangs tightly, as if hallucinations were appearing before him. Even though the Arctic temperatures were still several degrees below freezing, Sue was sweating through the pain. The sweat soaked his white fur. Yet, the pain did not relent, as this energy continued to sear the beating heart. The flesh, genes, and meridians of the heart were undergoing subtle changes under this scorching energy. The pain lasted for half an hour. Still no sign of reduction. The boiling energy finally roasts the heart. Not a single star has fallen. The beating of the heart, under the scorching energy, gradually became stronger. Next, Sue's wolf body was soaked in sweat. But he continued to grit his teeth and endure. After about another hour, this searing energy was finally fully absorbed. Now, his heartbeats became slower and stronger. Ha! At this moment, Sue let out a breath, feeling somewhat haunted by the pain from earlier. Then he felt his heart being strengthened. His entire body was filled with explosive STR. Even his own HP felt much thicker. Name, Sue. Species, Arctic wolf. Level, 7 level. 1280 evolution points EP are needed to level up. HP, 900. Stamina, 90. STR, 90. Def, 90. AGI, 160. Evolution points EP, 395. Talent, Hunt skill D level, Healing C level. After the heart enhancement, a new attribute panel appeared before his eyes. This attribute panel dazzled Sue's eyes. If the last enhancement on the wolf claws only increased attack power, this time enhancing the heart, after breaking the genetic shackles, brings a comprehensive improvement. Each attribute value increased by 20, even the HP rose by 200. This is equivalent to an attribute increase of 2 levels. Currently, Sue's size hasn't changed much. But his strength is undoubtedly on a different level. At present, he can almost be considered at the pinnacle of the Arctic. Even if he were to leave the Arctic in the future, he would undoubtedly be a powerful creature in the wild. With an AGI value of 160, this AGI has reached a new height. The AGI per second has broken through to over 50 meters. HP, STR, Stamina, and Def have also seen a new boost. Now, Sue's HP is robust, exceeding the Arctic wolf's limit. His stamina can even subtly compare to that of a grizzly bear. Especially STR. Ordinary attack STR has reached 90, while the right paw's attack STR will soar to around 130. With such strength, it can be said, he could easily slaughter a grizzly bear. Even against a polar bear, he now has the strength to face it head-on. Such a remarkable increase has filled Sue's heart with joy that lingers. He approached the cave entrance and howled, expressing his joyful heart. Ah, whoa! A resonant wolf howl echoed across the bright Arctic tundra. After howling, Sue returned to the muskox carcass and began to eat. Enduring 2 hours of intense pain, the energy and stamina consumed were enormous. Only with ample food can he quickly replenish himself. Sue devoured the tender and delicious muskox meat, eating while eyeing the bear meat beside him. Sue felt it was time to go see Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom again. With food becoming increasingly abundant in the future, he can bring back plenty of food for Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom. He also wondered how the wolf pack led by Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom has been doing recently. The territory led by Wolf Dad is quite large, covering roughly 600 to 700 square kilometers, equivalent to the size of 2 or 3 small towns. As the warm season arrives, some species have also partially migrated back, though most are large group animals like herds of musk oxen and reindeer. But for the experienced hunters Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom, he should have gained some skills. Chapter 71, Wolf Dad's Shock. Due to the tremendous consumption of stamina, he finally stopped after devouring around 10 pounds of musk ox meat. Next, after resting for a moment and recovering a good deal of stamina, he set off with the entire wolf pack. Not just Wolfsis. Cousin and Ash must also be missing their mother. These few have all grown very quickly, and upon returning, they will surely astonish Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom. Especially Cousin, who has transformed and has already become a fully grown Arctic wolf. His strength and size are already comparable to his mother. Moreover, Cousin has been alive for less than 2 years. With growth potential, it is highly likely to break through to level 5 Arctic wolf. Ah, whoa! At this moment, Sue let out a lone howl.
he began to gather the pack members. Only the little lone wolf remained, guarding the cave.
The little lone wolf was naturally reclusive and preferred solitude.
So, Sue didn't take it with him.
Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Ah whoa! With the sounds echoing, the howls of the wolves responded. The members of the wolf pack gathered together and followed behind Sue.
When they heard they were going back to see the original wolf pack,
everyone expressed their excitement.
Among them, Wolf Sis was especially excited, howling loudly.
This time Sue brought 300 pounds of grizzly bear meat for Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad. Musk ox meat. Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom have led the wolf pack for so many years, they must have had it. But grizzly bear meat?
It seems they haven't tasted it before.
This time he brought it back to let Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom have a taste. Little Gray is about to break through to level 5. It's very strong.
But after being embarrassed in front of the leader multiple times, this time it wanted to save some face by dragging the grizzly bear carcass alone at the back. Cousin wanted to help, but was loudly refused by Little Gray.
Seeing this scene, Sue
also howled softly, letting Cousin catch up. As for this silly Little Gray,
it really should do more things to temper its personality.
Now Sue is leading 4 wolves behind him, slowly advancing towards the cave where Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom are.
In the beginning,
when they left the wolf pack, there were 5 of them.
It's the same on the way back.
But in just about half a year, their strength has made tremendous progress. Even the weakest Wolf Sis and Ash are steadily advancing towards level 3 strength.
Ah whoa! On the way,
Wolf Sis is excitedly bouncing around,
just as lively as before.
But just as Sue led the wolf pack and had just walked out of their territory, they unexpectedly bumped into a big gray bear. This bear was gentle in nature, used to digging up roots, moss, and insects to eat.
At this moment, its hefty body was lying flat on the ground, greedily munching on the moss and insects below. Especially the insects. With the warm season approaching, the few insects in the Arctic were becoming active.
The gray bear loved to eat these little nutritious guys the most. And this gray bear just glanced at the wolf pack, showing no reaction.
As for the wolves, as long as there was no animosity,
bears like this generally preferred to avoid trouble,
because pursuing them would lead nowhere.
It was possible that their stamina would be drained, ultimately becoming prey to the wolves. So, under normal circumstances, both are getting along peacefully in the Arctic. Especially in the warm season, as food gradually becomes abundant.
There is an ample supply of food.
And among hunters, the brutality of the long night is absent, with everyone being quite restrained.
This gray bear not only didn't provoke the wolf pack, it even shifted its bulky body.
It went to another place to rummage through the soft roots and fruits of the bushes. This made the somewhat wary Sue relax as well. This gray bear indeed seems to have a gentle nature and is not very aggressive. Of course, I wonder if it recognizes the smell of the corpses of its kind behind it, which makes it cautious. After the gray bear left, Sue took the members of the pack,
and before long, arrived at the cave where Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom were. Ah whoa! He howled a long howl. A resonant wolf howl. To inform Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom that he has returned. As the wolf howl sounded, after a short while, the wolf forms of Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom appeared at the mouth of the cave.
Then, Cousin, Ash, and Wolf Sis all began to howl. Among the wolves, Ash and Cousin's mother quickly appeared at the cave entrance. Looking at their own pups not far away, they too howled excitedly. This caused the wolf howls
to echo back and forth, filling the air. Ah whoa! Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom raced over first.
As soon as they arrived, they saw Sue, whose size had already surpassed that of Wolf Dad, had grown even larger. With the wolf's tail added, it has reached a size of nearly 3 meters.
This size, it is undoubtedly very eye-catching among Arctic wolves. Ah whoa!
watching her cubs getting stronger again.
Wolf Mom was very excited and came over to lick Sue's fur. Seeing Wolf Mom approaching,
Wolf Sis, filled with surprise, leaped onto Wolf Mom,
greedily sniffing the familiar scent from Wolf Mom.
As for Ash and Cousin, they are recognizing their own Wolf Mom, expressing their surprise and excitement to each other.
The current Wolf Mom and Wolf Dad are in decent condition. It was clear that, during this time, Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom have also made considerable gains.
Moreover, Sue noticed with great care,
Wolf Mom has surprisingly broken through to level 5. This is the only level 5 female Arctic wolf it has seen so far.
This shows that
the potential potion used for Wolf Mom still proves effective. In addition,
that Wolf Dad's strength has also improved. Although he hasn't broken through to level 7, he is still a formidable presence at level 6.
Just as many pups are grooming each other's fur with their mother.
The keen-nosed Wolf Dad quickly picked up the scent of a grizzly bear among the numerous odors.
Following this scent,
he saw Xiao Wei struggling to drag the bear corpse.
Wolf Dad approached,
carefully sniffed with his nose, and confirmed that it was indeed a bear carcass. It even sharply sensed,
this is the very gray bear that clashed with the wolf pack during the polar night.
This made Wolf Dad unable to contain his howls.
He knew that his pups were coming and might bring some food.
But he could never have imagined that the food they brought was a gray bear.
And it was that fierce, violent gray bear that wanted to tear the Arctic wolves apart. Wolf Dad led the wolf pack in a fierce confrontation with this powerful gray bear. The final outcome
was that the entire wolf pack was beaten and returned in disgrace. It even injured 2 members of the pack.
But now,
that brutal and powerful gray bear from back then, it has already become food, brought over by their own offspring.
Time.
Wolf Dad looked at the corpse of the grizzly bear, then turned to gaze at Sue, whose impressive physique stood over 2 meters tall.
Only then did it feel.
Its offspring's strength seemed to have reached a level beyond its understanding. Thank you to the support from Xie Xie Jingjing, I am the great Emperor Huan, Mu Jiangyi, and the friend Lei Ruo Hanfeng.
Chapter 72, The Wolf Pack Unites. At this moment,
Ash's mother and cousin's mother also caught the scent of the grizzly bear. They had previously been wounded by the claws of the grizzly bear during a hunt,
leaving deep cuts.
Even now, I still haven't fully healed. So they are very sensitive to the scent of this grizzly bear. Now that I can smell the ferocious and violent gray bear, my fur stands on end.
Then,
when I saw the gray bear, now nothing but a corpse,
shock appeared in their eyes. In their understanding,
this brutal and violent gray bear was considered an invincible existence.
It's hard to imagine
that it would appear before them in the form of food. Although they don't know how this gray bear was taken down by the hunt skill, their offer Sue has deepened. Because they believe that only a creature as large as Sue would have the chance to confront a gray bear.
Next, Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom brought their numerous pups back to the cave.
Returning to the cave, Sue found that the members of the wolf pack had significantly increased.
The pack, which originally contained only 8 Arctic wolves, now expanded to 12. With 4 new Arctic wolves joining.
Among the 4 new Arctic wolves, there were 2 male wolves with a strength level of 5.
Although the newly joined wolf clan members had to start from the lowest rank, the high wolf.
As the number of hunts increased and more was accomplished,
the stronger wolves would gradually rise in status within the pack. Ah, whoa!
Wolf Dad was also howling softly, introducing Sue to the new members of the pack.
They were all absorbed from the wandering lone wolves.
The large wolf pack in the west was incredibly strong,
and their movements were extremely swift.
As they began to expand, they swept through everything in their path.
They crushed many smaller wolf packs. Instead of absorbing the members of the wolf pack, they drove them out of their territory.
As a result, there were significantly more wandering lone wolves in this area.
Wolf Dad also took the opportunity to recruit many wolves. partly to strengthen their defenses against a possible invasion from the large wolf pack.
On the other hand, Wolf Dad harbored ambitions for expansion as well.
As the alpha wolf, for territory, there is an obsession that ordinary wolf packs cannot imagine. Ah whoa! Ah whoa! A few new members of the wolf pack, looking at Sue's mighty wolf body, also howled low in respect.
After introducing the new members of the wolf pack, Wolf Dad was also communicating with Sue in low howls.
Amidst the howls of wolves, it expressed the intention to team up with Sue's wolf pack. Not just to join forces against the potentially arriving large wolf pack,
but also to indicate a desire to hunt together.
In the intermittent howling communication, Sue finally learned. It turns out that on Wolf Dad's territory, like Sue's territory,
only a herd of musk oxen and a herd of reindeer have migrated here, while the other races are still on the way.
The musk oxen here are much stronger than those in Sue's territory.
There are over 30 musk oxen.
Such a large herd of musk oxen, with the current strength of Wolf Dad's wolf pack,
it is impossible for them to divide the battlefield while hunting the musk ox. On the other hand, the reindeer herd has more than 50 reindeer, including the reindeer leader.
Wolf Dad's howls repeatedly conveyed a strong message. As for this period, the food sources for Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom
were scavenging half a seal left by a polar bear on the ice,
and also hunting a few Arctic rabbits, as well as many lemmings. This has only sustained the wolf pack until now. With over 300 pounds of grizzly bear meat, the wolf pack can have a feast and last for a month. Ah whoa! Sue howled back at Wolf Dad, agreeing to team up. Although he currently does not lack food, but he is still very willing to help Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom.
The rest of the cubs and mothers are still cuddling.
Next, inside the cave,
Ash's mother and cousin's mother have long since regained their composure from the shock. They are grooming each other together with their cubs.
Even Wolf Sis and Wolf Mom are no exception.
Currently, their size has reached around 1.78 m, and their fur has become shiny and softer.
5-level Wolf Mom. Wolf Mom's current strength is more deserving of the position of alpha female in the wolf pack.
After finishing communication with Wolf Dad,
Sue went over to check on Wolf Mom.
In Wolf Mom's arms, Wolf Sis is describing how delicious the grizzly bear meat is. From the perspective of the wolf pack's taste buds, grizzly bear meat is soft and rich. It is different from the meat of large herbivores. When it comes to deliciousness, it can't compete with musk ox meat and reindeer meat. Once Sue arrived, he called for Xiaohui to drag the bear meat in front of Wolf Mom.
Last time, I let Wolf Mom enjoy some delicious fish.
This time, I also want Wolf Mom to try the soft, tender bear meat.
Gray bear meat is definitely something Wolf Mom hasn't tasted before. Ah whoa! At this moment, Wolf Mom didn't disappoint the enthusiasm of her two cubs, giving a low howl, and lowered her head to tear off a piece of gray bear meat. Wolf Mom is already level 5.
Her wolf teeth are quite sharp. Even the frozen gray bear meat can be effortlessly torn apart. She took the gray bear meat into her mouth. After chewing a few times, her vision brightened. This gray bear meat is indeed quite good.
Perhaps it doesn't compare to the deliciousness of herbivores,
but it has a unique flavor. The extremely cold temperature of the Arctic keeps the gray bear meat in a frozen state. Thus, it perfectly preserves the texture and flavor of the bear meat. This prompted Wolf Mom to lower her head and start eating. As for the food brought by her own cubs, Wolf Mom was no longer polite.
Because Wolf Mom knows very well the current hunting ability of her cubs. If they can take down this fierce gray bear, are they lacking food? Rather, her wolf pack is in a state of having eaten their last meal but not the next. Ah whoa! After tasting the soft, tender gray bear meat, Wolf Mom also howled in satisfaction. As for the rest of the wolves in the pack, they watched Wolf Mom eat, salivating. Fortunately, They had also eaten some prey recently, so they weren't howling wildly like the last time. Especially when the tall wolf dad, with his light blue wolf eyes sweeping over them. The members of the pack obediently kept quiet. For Wolf Dad's authority in the wolf pack remains supreme. Of course, this authority is also based on the fact that Wolf Dad has reached level 6 peak strength. If there wasn't strength to back it up, many challengers would have already appeared in the wolf pack. Next, Sue also invited Wolf Dad to eat. Wolf Dad had never eaten gray bear meat either, so he also found it quite novel. He came to Wolf Mom's side and also tore off a large chunk of blood-red meat from the gray bear. After chewing it a couple of times, he looked surprised. He did not expect the meat of the hefty gray bear to taste pretty good. However, this heavy creature, while solitary, is incredibly fierce and strong, making it a powerful foe for the pack. Otherwise, in the future, during the polar nights, they would hunt gray bears as reserve food. Chapter 73, Evolving Mutants. At this moment, Sue has no idea what Wolf Dad is thinking. He watches Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom eating heartily, thinking about how to help them more during hunts in the future. Since being reborn as a wolf, Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom have shown such sincere feelings for him. Next, Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom devoured over 30 pounds of gray bear meat. After eating this gray bear meat, both Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom felt about 7 or 8 points full. The wolf pack is always aware of potential dangers. Adult wolves will never eat to the point of being completely stuffed and unable to run. And this gray bear meat weighs over 200 pounds. Sue generously indicated for Wolf Dad to distribute. Right now, Wolf Dad is among the wolf pack. There are 12 wolves who can devour around 200 pounds of food in a single sitting. The bear meat would leave little for the wolves to actually enjoy. So, Wolf Dad didn't share the bear meat at all. He just dragged it into a corner of the cave to store it. In Wolf Dad's mindset, the wolf pack needed to stay a bit hungry to unleash their full power. Of course, this is also the reason why Wolf Dad commands great respect among the wolves, coupled with his formidable strength. But even with Wolf Dad's high prestige, there were still plenty of wolves in the pack who drooled over the food. There were even 2 lone wolves who had just joined recently trying to step forward to bite a bit of food. This made Wolf Dad's eyes flash with ferocity, displaying his sharp fangs. He gave those 2 newly joined lone wolves a harsh lesson, biting their necks until blood was drawn. After the 2 lone wolves cried out in desperation and begged for mercy, Wolf Dad finally stopped. Wolf Dad's fierce and powerful suppression made the wolves in the pack eyeing the food immediately tuck their tails and look elsewhere. For the wolves, this brutal scene, Sue had no particular reaction. After all, the wolf pack had survived this way for thousands of years. Next, Wolf Mom continued to howl lowly as she communicated with Sue and Wolf Sis. Especially Wolf Sis, cuddling up to Wolf Mom in a spoiled manner. Seeing Wolf Sis so close to Wolf Mom, Sue planned to stay here for a couple more days. With the little lone wolf guarding their cave, nothing unexpected would happen. Since there were originally 4 more wolves in the cave, plus the 5 of them, the cave, which wasn't very big, felt much livelier. Amidst the bustle, time quietly passed. 3 days just flew by. Sue stayed with the wolf pack at Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom's for 3 days. These 3 days were also very fulfilling. Every day was spent having affectionate chats with Wolf Mom, then following Wolf Dad out of the cave to have a look at the prey in their territory. A herd of large musk oxen and a large herd of reindeer. Both were extremely difficult to hunt. Among the musk ox herd, the leader, Sue noticed, had reached level 10. This was already nearly on par with the strength of a female gray bear. However, musk oxen only had sharp horns, unlike gray bears which had paws, claws, and fangs. Therefore, musk oxen are somewhat easier to deal with than gray bears. But this muskox leader was obviously very composed and experienced at dealing with wolf packs. When Sue and Wolf Dad led the wolf pack to test a few times, the muskox leader was commanding the herd, firmly arranged in a defensive formation, not rushing in or paying attention to the pack's provocation. Therefore, there wasn't much gain from the muskox herd. As for the remaining reindeer herd, Sue didn't see that strong reindeer leader amidst Wolf Dad's howls. Just a scattered group of about 50 reindeer. During several small-scale probing charges from the wolf pack, they surprisingly achieved decent gains. Sue seized the opportunity and executed a hunt skill on 2 adult reindeer. After the hunt skill, once again, he savored the taste of fresh deer blood. For hunters, deer blood is simply the best drink. Sweet and delicious, leaving an everlasting aftertaste. As for the deer meat, it is also top-tier food. The tastiness of deer meat far exceeds that of bear meat and muskox meat. These 2 adult reindeer are very robust, weighing over 300 pounds each. In Wolf Dad's wolf pack, they only eat twice a month. Thus the 600 or 700 pounds of deer meat, plus over 200 pounds of bear meat, is enough to sustain Wolf Dad's pack for a while. Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Hunting successfully 2 reindeer excited the wolf pack. Joyful howls reverberated across the vast Arctic ice fields. In their eyes looking at Sue, there was even more awe. Is this the pup of the alpha? Even more valiant and unstoppable than the alpha. Especially that AGI, as swift as the wind, instilled fear in every pack member. Faced with such AGI, they didn't even have the thought of fleeing. Now that Sue helped Wolf Dad hunt 2 Arctic reindeer, he planned to head back. On the way back, he would use the acquired mutant serum for Wolf Dad. Just after using it, there was no immediate reaction from Wolf Dad. Back in the cave, Wolf Dad's light blue eyes looked pained as if they would bulge out. The enhancement serum breaks the genetic shackles, and Sue has experienced that pain. And the exotic serum is essential for refining genes. I imagine the pain isn't any less than what I've endured. But for Wolf Dad, this is also for his own good. Considering Wolf Dad's strength, evolving into an exotic form, his power will surely see a remarkable boost. By then, he will be able to lead the wolf pack to survive better. Wolf Mom won't have to go hungry so often anymore. Ah whoa! At this moment, Wolf Dad begins to howl painfully in the cave. His dual wolf paws thudding fiercely against the cave floor. His originally light blue eyes now carry quite a bit of red from the intense pain. The wolf pack doesn't know what's wrong with their alpha, and they anxiously stand around in the cave. Seeing Wolf Dad in pain, Wolf Mom's eyes reveal sadness and anxiety. Yet she still maintains her last shred of calm. With a low howl, she gestures to a few of the boar wolves to stand guard outside the cave, to prevent other hunters from ambushing the wolf pack at this time. After giving these instructions, Wolf Mom steps forward, trying to lick Wolf Dad's fur to share his pain. But in his frenzy, Wolf Dad's destructive and attacking power is truly terrifying. Wolf Mom has been pacing beside him for a long time, but still can't get close to Wolf Dad, so she can only watch anxiously from the side. The other members of the wolf pack also show worry in their eyes. The alpha is the ruler and leader of the wolf pack. And if anything happens to the alpha, it could mean the pack faces disbandment. After all, Wolf Mom's strength as the alpha female is still somewhat weak, unable to support the wolf pack. Ah whoa! At this moment, the howls of suffering from Wolf Dad echo endlessly in the cave. As time passes, Wolf Dad's howls gradually subsided. His tall wolf body also started to undergo subtle changes. Seeing this, Sue felt relieved. Chapter 74, Wolf Dad sends off the mate. After a while, the changes in Wolf Dad gradually came to a stop. Wolf Dad's already large wolf body grew even bigger. Without counting the tail,
it reached around 2 meters 20 or 30. His limbs became more muscular, his fur softer, and his claws and fangs sharper than before. Recovering from the pain, Wolf Dad, now back on his feet, begins to lean against the stone wall, panting heavily. He still retains the fear of the pain he just experienced. At that moment, Sue, looking at the restored Wolf Dad, as she thought, Wolf Dad's attributes appeared right before him. Species, Arctic wolf subspecies. Level, 6 level. HP, 778. Stamina, 79. STR, 75. Def, 67. AGI, 71. After taking the variant serum, Wolf Dad's strength indeed saw a significant boost. Such strength attributes are already quite strong. It definitely surpasses the limits typical of an Arctic wolf. With over 70 in stamina and STR, he's comparable to an ordinary muskox or reindeer. With Wolf Dad's current strength, combined with his rich hunt skill experience, he could probably hunt large prey on his own. This also means Sue doesn't have to worry about Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom anymore. Then Sue, along with a few cubs, spent a few more hours with the wolf pack before planning to leave. Fully recovered, Wolf Dad saw the cubs about to depart and let out a low howl, indicating Sue to take away the largest reindeer carcass. After all, the success of this hunt was mostly thanks to Sue's own effort. Sue wanted to refuse, but Wolf Dad had already dragged the reindeer carcass out with great effort. In addition, Wolf Dad also indicated for Sue to bring back Ash's mother and cousin's mother from the pack. In Wolf Dad's eyes, Sue has already grown into an adult wolf. It's time to choose a mate. After all, the reproduction of the wolf pack also needs to happen. However, in Sue's wolf pack, there were only Cousin, the sole female wolf, which was still too few. Of course, Wolf Dad didn't know that Sue's territory still had 2 patrolling female wolves. But regardless of whether he knew or not, Wolf Dad's indication still left Sue somewhat stunned. Sue felt that he was truly not mentally prepared for this. Even though he had accepted the fact of being reborn as a wolf, the thought of mating with female wolves to reproduce, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Whoa! He howled back to Wolf Dad, indicating that this wasn't urgent. He was still young. But Sue was not anxious. Yet Ash's mother and cousin's mother continuously howled, waving their tails rapidly, looking at him with pleading and affectionate gazes. Both female wolves were eager to join Sue's pack. The reason being that joining the pack would allow them to see their cubs at all times. On the other hand, following such a powerful alpha like Sue would mean food was never a worry. With food, at least the injuries inflicted by grizzly bears on them would heal faster. And Ash and Cousin, they also approached, starting to howl submissively at Sue. This made Sue ultimately accept these 2 female wolves. But regarding the reproduction that Wolf Dad mentioned, he still had no thoughts at all. Next, Sue then bid farewell to the wolf pack. This time visiting Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom, he only brought along about 300 pounds of grizzly meat. But the harvest was truly plentiful. Just the Arctic reindeer carcass and the 2 female wolves. Whenever Sue saw the 2 female wolves looking at him with loving and affectionate eyes, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Showing his sharp fangs, the 2 female wolves quickly tucked their tails and stopped looking. Soon after, Sue then began to bid farewell to Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom. Whoa! 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 A resonant wolf howl, echoing in the vast Arctic sky. Then, Sue led the wolf pack back. On the way back, they didn't encounter any troublesome hunters. Even those drawn by the bloody scent of Arctic reindeer kept their distance, choosing to retreat after seeing the pack of 4 or 5 adult wolves. If it was a lone wolf, those hunters might still dare to provoke.
But once it was a united pack of wolves. There were hardly any hunters brave enough to meddle. The journey was very quiet. Little Gray was dragging the reindeer carcass behind. And Ash and Cousin stayed close to their mother. However, Wolf Sis started to feel a bit reluctant about leaving Wolf Mom. But being carefree as she was, after walking for a while, she completely forgot about it. She began to happily bounce around. And on the way back, unexpectedly found 2 lemmings in a snow burrow. This made Wolf Sis unable to contain her excitement and howl. Her youthful wolf howls occasionally rang out. Before long, they returned to the cave. The little lone wolf was waiting at the cave entrance to greet them. After returning, Sue once again redefined the levels of the pack members. Currently, the pack has added 2 new members. Sue promoted the little lone wolf to a beta wolf, mainly responsible for hunting and driving away external hunters. This promotion was quite a pleasant surprise for the little lone wolf. It howled repeatedly, expressing its loyalty to the alpha. As for Little Gray, he remained a beta wolf, just without any specific tasks, merely following Sue around each day to lend a paw. At the same time, Sue promoted Cousin to a secondary wolf, responsible for guarding the cave and taking care of the cubs. Cousin's mother and Ash's mother both had attributes barely reaching level 4. As Halangs, they were assigned under the command of the little lone wolf. If there are hunt skill missions or hunter invasions, they need to follow the little lone wolf on missions. On ordinary days, they are responsible for patrolling and guarding the area near the cave. Currently, there is also a considerable amount of food in the cave. Enough to last for a while. After arranging all this, the sky outside gradually darkened. Sue signaled for them all to return and rest. The little lone wolf, who had just been promoted to a secondary wolf, did not rest immediately, but dutifully took 2 female wolves to prepare for a patrol of their territory. Ash and Wolf Sis, the 2 little cubs, had also been on the move and were already tired. Returning to their spot, they lay on a polar fox pelt and began to fall into a deep sleep. Chapter 75, The Biologist Franz. With plenty of food, the life of the wolf pack began to seem quite comfortable. Currently, Sue's wolf pack is also gradually stabilizing its dominance in this area. 10 days have passed. The little gray wolf in the pack has not yet broken through to level 5. But the lone wolf has already broken through to level 4. Species, Arctic wolf subspecies. Level, 4 level. HP 523. Stamina 52. STR 51. Def of 49. AGI of 53. The strength of the little lone wolf, at this moment, is already comparable to a normal level 5 Arctic wolf. In terms of true combat power, the little lone wolf is probably far above a level 5 Arctic wolf. And even Little Gray is almost no match for the little lone wolf. Currently, the strength of the little lone wolf can be considered a true match for its position as a B-class wolf in the pack. During this time, Sue also went to the ice layer again. Currently, the creatures in the ice layer are much more than those under the polar night. He, using AGI, hunted a sea lion. These days, eating sea lions has provided Sue with over 100 evolution points EP. He has accumulated over 500 evolution points EP, making progress towards level 8. Ah, whoa! In the cave, Sue howled softly, stretching his limbs. He looked at the snow-covered Arctic tundra outside and started calling Little Gray to go out hunting. Currently, there are 2 female wolves patrolling the wolf pack territory, and the little lone wolf also inspects from time to time. It can be considered quite comfortable. Some new species have also migrated into the territory, including a herd of 7 or 8 elk and a small herd of 5 reindeer. Sue has already hunted these prey, and the evolution points EP have long been reduced to the lower limit of 0.1. Therefore, there is no desire to use hunt skill. After coming out, Sue took Little Gray and went to the ice layer again. The ice layer is the largest area in the Arctic?
It is rich in resources and has a diverse range of species. There are the prey he wants for his hunt skill.
Sue and Little Gray's AGI quickly. After a short while, arrived at the ice layer. The aurora in the ice layer has already disappeared. Without the stunning auroras, but under the sunlight, the species in the ice layer are flourishing.
Seals, sea lions, walruses, Arctic ducks, and some birds flying around
create a vibrant scene in the ice layer. However, these prey are not easy to hunt. They will jump into the water at the first sign of danger. Last time hunting a sea lion, there was a bit of luck involved.
This time, Sue has his sights set on a small walrus. This little walrus is only about 2 meters long,
but is very fat,
weighing around 800 to 900 pounds.
Walruses are the elephants of the sea, with large bodies and 2 long tusks.
They are the largest animals in the ocean, aside from whales.
However, walruses are very heavy and have poor eyesight,
and they appear quite clumsy out of the water, lacking means of attack. Therefore, the walrus was chosen by Sue as the hunting target.
Adult walruses have HP and vitality that are overwhelming, with thick layers of skin and fat.
And given Sue's current attack power, even with hunt skill activated, it would be difficult to inflict significant damage on the walrus in a short time. Thus, he chose the little walrus. This little walrus only has attributes of level 8.
Species, walrus. Level, 8 level. HP, 1523. Stamina, 73. STR, 69. Def, 63. AGI, 21.
Sue glanced at the attribute values of the little walrus.
And besides having a large HP,
the other values didn't even reach the average.
This made Sue's light blue wolf eyes reveal a glint of the hunt.
Meanwhile, the little walrus resting on the ice layer awkwardly moved its dark red skin, still comfortably enjoying the gentle sunlight, completely unaware of the impending danger.
But it was at that moment, in the Russian city of Norilsk, in the universities,
the pure and beautiful Tiffany is giving her academic paper on the podium.
This special academic paper is titled The Amazing Creatures of the Arctic Icefield.
Due to its in-depth documentation, along with various short clips of the filming, the paper has sparked widespread interest within the academy. It has also received high praise from many professors at the school. Today, Tiffany is invited to present her speech in front of the entire school.
Meanwhile, the pure and charming Divina is sitting in the audience, occasionally leading the applause to cheer on her friend Tiffany. At this moment, amidst the bustling applause from below,
a tall, refined figure suddenly approached her.
It was Franz, also an alumnus of the school. "Hello, Divina, do you have time to chat?" Franz approached Divina with a friendly expression.
His handsome face featured golden brown eyes, looking quite bright and spirited. Coupled with his strong charisma,
Franz is quite popular with the opposite sex in the academy. Looking for me? This made Divina a bit curious.
After all, she is familiar with the celebrity of the academy, Franz.
She does know a bit about him. Franz is also a biological research scholar in the academy, though many in the industry consider his research direction in genetics to be laughable.
However, his father is a director at a very famous biotechnology company. To say they are wealthy would not be an exaggeration. Usually, Divina and Franz have had no intersection. So she is very curious about the reason for Franz's visit.
"Yes, Miss Divina, I have a few things I'd like to ask you." The handsome Franz still wore a genial smile. "All right." Divina did not refuse. She followed Franz out of the hall and into the quiet corridors of the academy. At this time, Franz smiled and said, "Miss Divina, I heard you recently went to the Arctic ice sheets with Tiffany to shoot some photographs? You captured quite a few biological tracks of life." The charming and beautiful Divina blinked her lovely big eyes and replied, "Yes, why? Are you also interested in the creatures of the Arctic ice sheets?"
Franz nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, so I sincerely invite you and Miss Tiffany to join us again for another shoot in the Arctic."
May I have the honor?
Of course, I'll be the one to settle the expenses this time. Hearing Franz say this, Divina couldn't deny that she felt moved. But I've heard that recently a lynx has injured several people in Siberia. And it has now escaped to the Arctic. So even if she was very tempted, she still shook her head and said, "I won't go. I've heard that the Arctic ice layers aren't safe lately." This made Franz sigh with regret. But he still took out a thick bundle of cash wrapped in an envelope from his briefcase and said, "Well then, Miss Divina, that's really unfortunate. However, this is 300,000 rubles, and I would like to buy some things from you and Miss Tiffany." Chapter 76, Hunt Skill Walrus. What do you want to buy? And spending 300,000 rubles on it? Duina looked a bit puzzled. The standard of living in Russia is generally not that high. 300,000 rubles is quite a significant amount. Enough for an ordinary family's living expenses for a long time. For a student like Duina, the total expenses for her entire university period wouldn't even reach that much. Franz said directly, "I want you and Miss Tiffany to record all the living patterns and locations of Arctic creatures." "Oh. What do you want these for?" Franz smiled and said, "You know, many Arctic creatures are protected species. This time I am going with a security team to film and research. So when encountering protected species, we need to avoid them in advance, to prevent being labeled as poachers by the authorities later on." Maybe it was Franz's friendly and charismatic smile, or perhaps his background. That made Duina nod in assurance and say, "Okay, I will discuss this with Tiffany in a bit and then send you the details via Facebook." Franz took out a business card from his chest pocket and handed it to Duina. "Here, this is my business card, it has my contact information on it. Also, please take this 300,000 rubles. "Oh, that's too much, I can't take it." But Franz just waved dismissively, put the money down, and turned to leave. However, once Franz exited the college corridor, the friendly smile faded from his handsome face. In its place was a cold demeanor. As he picked up his phone and dialed a number, "Slanka, how's your team preparing? Make sure to bring all the necessary weapons and gear, we're heading to the Arctic, where the wolverines and some other Arctic creatures hold research value." Whoa. Meanwhile, the Arctic ice sheets had already witnessed a brutal hunt. Sue, like the wind and lightning, AGI, arrived beside the young walrus in less than 2 seconds. 2 seconds is an extremely brief moment for AGI. The young walrus couldn't even react. When it saw the white wolf suddenly appear before its eyes, its small eyes filled with panic. It couldn't understand how the white wolf before it could possess such incomprehensible AGI. And it couldn't fathom how this mere white wolf dared to attack it. After all, there was a whole herd of walruses around. But just as the young walrus clumsily tried to move, the cold gaze of Sue, with its enhanced right forepaw, struck hard on the young walrus's head. Bang! A mighty force exceeding 100 str crashed down on the young walrus's head. The heavy impact left the young walrus completely dazed. The sharp wolf claw instantly tore through the thick skin and fat of the young walrus. Blood started to gush out from the young walrus's head. Then, the walrus herd began to roar. They were all startled by the sudden charging white wolf. And immediately after came rage. Even polar bears wouldn't dare charge into their herd with such recklessness. How dare this white wolf act like this? In anger, they moved their large and clumsy bodies, trying to come over and pierce the body of this white wolf with their long tusks. But their AGI was simply too slow. With only an AGI of around 20 or 30. In the eyes of the current Sioux, they posed no threat at all. Those long tusks might look alarming, but attacking with AGI is hardly worth mentioning. Whoa! Sioux let out a long howl, summoning Xiaohui to drag the food away. The body of the small walrus was quite massive. Even if the two of them pulled, they would soon be caught up by the group of walruses. The prey he had just brought down.
Sue certainly wasn't thinking of giving up like that. He looked at the group of 4 or 5 walruses. His pale blue wolf eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of ferocity.
Then his sharp wolf claws fully extended, glinting with a chilling light in the sun.
If they were in the sea, this group of walruses could indeed be considered the overlords. But this is the ice surface. This is on land. The walrus's awkward and massive body could not exert any power at all. Here, the stampede of musk oxen charging in would be even more intimidating than the walruses. Ah, whoa!
With a chilling murderous intent and the brutal howl of wolves
echoing across the entire ice surface. At this time, many species resting on the ice rolled over and gracefully leapt into the sea. Then they poked their heads out, watching the fierce battle between the majestic white wolf and the walrus herd.
At this moment, the clumsy walrus had also crawled over.
Its tusks, which were already 7 or 8 inches long, charging fiercely at Sue.
But a ruthless glint flashed in Sue's eyes,
showing no fear towards the walrus's aggression. Not the slightest bit.
With a slight and relaxed sidestep, he dodged the walrus's tusk attack.
The tusk slammed heavily onto the ice.
Suddenly, countless fragments of ice were stirred up,
and Sue's sharp wolf claws struck fiercely towards the eyes of this adult walrus. Perhaps he could not kill this massive walrus, which had an incredibly terrifying vitality.
But inflicting some indelible wounds on them is still quite simple.
Bang! He struck hard, with wolf claws as sharp as a blade, which directly left several blood marks on the walrus's eyes.
Even if the walrus closed its eyes in advance, the eyelid's depth could not withstand the sharp wolf claws.
The blood marks torn by the wolf claws completely shattered the walrus's already small eyes.
Severe pain spread throughout the walrus's body from its eyes. It has a massive body measuring about 3 to 4 meters.
Going crazy on the ice. And the other walruses attacked, too. Facing these attacks, he leaped, jumping onto the backs of the walruses. That sharp right claw was viciously attacking the weaknesses and sensitive spots of the walrus. Reborn as a wolf. The so-called morality and benevolence have long since become a fleeting memory here with Sue. When it really comes to fighting, he has also learned the ruthless ferocity and unscrupulous nature of the wolf tribe. Each attack from the wolf's claws is aimed at the sea lion's fatal weakness. However, soon,
in the midst of the frenzied thrashing of the mad sea lion, Sue was also thrown off.
He crashed onto the massive shards of ice. Bang!
The ice shards trembled slightly, causing quite a few pieces to fall. But the once aggressive herd of sea lions has now come to a halt. They did not advance to attack anymore, for they have sensed that this mighty white wolf is not to be trifled with.
Facing the white wolf that possesses speed like the wind and agile body movements,
they, being clumsy, are utterly at a loss. This white wolf just moments ago seemed like a grim reaper from hell,
rampaging through the herd of sea lions,
inflicting terrifying casualties.
Chapter 77, Abundant Food. The sea lions appear massive, with life force and HP that can be deemed terrifying. In the water,
their enormous bodies are still quite agile.
But on land,
they are far too clumsy.
Against the not overly agile polar bears,
they can still resort to their thick skin, fat, and long tusks to fight back desperately.
Yet against a hunter like Sue, they cannot even get a touch. Logically, the wolf tribe's attack power shouldn't even breach their skin. But the attack power of this white wolf is truly terrifying.
Its sharp claws and tusks can easily tear through their def.
This leads the relatively intelligent sea lions to show no intention of advancing. The pain from their vital areas reminds them of the brutality and viciousness of the white wolf in front.
Only that mother sea lion watches her young one suffering and wailing.
Meanwhile, the little sea lion
has just barely recovered from its daze. As it attempts to struggle back to the herd, It sees the majestic white wolf, stained with blood, rising,
then shaking off the ice shards from its fur. The alpha wolf stands off against the entire herd of sea lions. It can be said.
And currently, Sue's combat power is already at the peak across the entire Arctic. With the enhanced right claw reaching an attack power of 130, along with a peak AGI exceeding 50 meters per second.
He, as long as he doesn't enter the water, can handle even the herd of sea lions with ease.
The sea lions are too clumsy, their AGI is too slow. This is also why today Sue decided to set his hunt skill target on the young sea lion.
Whoa! After Sue confronted the sea lions, those wolf eyes sparkling with fierce light saw that the herd of sea lions had no intention of advancing. With a long howl, they continued to call Little Gray, dragging the young walrus away. The young walrus, having regained consciousness, wanted to resist again, but was once again struck down fiercely by Sue.
This blow landed on the young walrus's throat, causing blood to gush out immediately.
It won't be long before the young walrus's immense vitality flows away. Next, with the cooperation of Sue and Little Gray, they finally dragged the young walrus out from the ice.
On the way, there were traces of bright red blood.
After dragging the young walrus out, it had already lost its breath. Just now among the walrus herd, it was a brutal fight. And Sue also consumed quite a bit of stamina, but was not in a hurry to return to the cave, leaving the ice layer. He then used an evolution potion and began to eat.
After the cold energy of the evolution potion flowed throughout his body,
Sue's sharp tusks easily tore through the young walrus's skin and flesh, biting down large chunks of meat. The walrus meat had a slightly sour taste.
The texture was also somewhat greasy. In comparison, it was far from being as delicious as reindeer meat.
Ding! The host ate walrus, gaining 24 evolution points EP. However, with the large amount of evolution points EP gained, Sue no longer cared about the taste of the meat. After all, evolution points EP were what he needed the most. With a large number of evolution points EP obtained, Sue felt very hungry. Ding!
The host ate walrus, gaining 23.5 evolution points EP.
Ding! The host ate walrus, gaining 23 evolution points EP. Ding!
The host ate walrus, gaining 22.5 evolution points EP.
After a short while,
in total, about 10 kilograms of walrus meat went into his stomach.
This provided him with over 200 evolution points EP. He already had nearly 800 evolution points EP, getting closer to breaking through to level 8. After Sue finished eating, he let Little Gray eat as well.
Little Gray was never picky about the taste of food. As long as it could fill his belly, he would eat anything. Little Gray started to wolf down the food. Soon, he also swallowed about 10 kilograms of walrus meat, stopping after feeling about 7/10 full.
Next, Sue and Little Gray dragged the fat young walrus back to the cave. On the way, passing through other hunters' territories, they naturally encountered some hunters stalking and testing them.
Most frequently encountered were lone wolves. But the wandering lone wolves, upon seeing the sizes of Sue and Little Gray, followed for a while before leaving. Lone wolves without territory have no place to hunt.
They are often bullied, and very few young lone wolves are such fierce existences.
The abundance of food in the warm season is not bad. Solitary wolves might still get some leftovers, if they can't find a pack to take them in when the next polar night comes. I'm afraid that under the polar night, they will be turned into prey by the other hunters.
Soon, after Sue and Little Gray arrived in their own pack's territory, their scent immediately attracted a patrolling female wolf. The female wolf also began to help drag it. After returning to the cave, as a reward,
Sue tore off about 30 to 40 pounds of flesh from the young walrus and gave it to the female wolf.
Whoa! This made the female wolf howl with delight at Sue.
30 to 40 pounds of walrus meat
is equivalent to the food share for a female wolf for a month. after it gobbled down 7 or 8 pounds in one go. It took the food and prepared to bury it in a place marked with its scent. Back in the cave, Sue started calling a few wolves to eat the walrus meat, especially the little lone wolf that had just reached level 4. Sue had granted it the privilege to eat as much as it wanted. The taste of walrus meat is indeed not very good. But when the pack is extremely hungry, they even eat roots and fruits. So as long as there is food to eat, the members of the pack are all very satisfied. Only the pampered wolfsis took a couple of bites and then stopped eating. She thought reindeer meat tasted better, so she bounced off to eat that instead. Sue said nothing. Currently, there is an abundance of food in the cave. There are also about 500 pounds of musk ox meat, over 100 pounds of reindeer meat, and this small walrus just hunted. The stored food has already reached over 1,000 pounds. Even if the pack doesn't go out to hunt for 2 to 3 months, this food is more than enough. As for Ash's mother and cousin's mother, with a stable food intake, the wounds from the bear's claw on their wolf bodies have mostly healed. Daily hunting tasks are no longer an issue. At this moment, Sue glanced at the attributes of the pack members. Noticing that Little Gray had broken through to level 5, which should have happened in the past couple of days. Ash and Wolfsis are also close to breaking through to level 3. The bodies of the 2 little wolves have already reached the meter mark. As for Cousin's strength, it is also steadily rising toward level 5. Meanwhile, the remaining female wolves, having been adults for a long time, have lost their growth potential, and their strength remains stagnant. At that moment, Sue, looking out at the darkening night, it was time to rest. The life of the wolf clan is not so colorful, always switching between hunting and resting. Chapter 78, Little Gray breaks through. Time flies like a white horse passing through the gap. 3 days have passed in a blink. Ah, whoa! The sound of howling wolves rang out in the cold Arctic sky. Little Gray officially broke through to level 5. And now it was excitedly howling. Species, Arctic wolf subspecies. Level, 5 level. HP, 635. Stamina, 63. STR, 61. Def, 60. AGI is 62. Little Gray's current strength is already comparable to a level 6 Arctic wolf. With its strong resistance, even the former wolf dad wouldn't be able to do anything to Little Gray. If Little Gray is fierce enough, it can now hunt small prey or juvenile cubs by itself. Little Gray outside the cave howled excitedly for a while before returning to the cave. Little Gray has broken through to level 5, greatly enhancing the strength of the pack. In the future, hunting large herds of prey, whether for dividing the battlefield or for controlling them, will be much easier. Meanwhile, Sue, during these 3 days, it also consumed 30 to 40 pounds of walrus meat. This also provided him with about 200 evolution points EP. Currently, there are already over 1,000 evolution points EP. Coming closer to the promotion to level 8. Sue let out a low howl. Once again, going out to hunt with Little Gray. Little Gray, after breaking through, was very excited. Encountering it on its territory. The herd of over 20 reindeer was also eager to try. As a result, the reindeer had been watching it warily after it had strutted around for a long time. It didn't take it seriously and didn't run around. This made Little Gray rush headlong into the reindeer herd, frustrated. But soon, it was kicked a few times by several adult male reindeer in the herd. If it weren't for Little Gray's quick escape, those sharp antlers would have taught it a painful lesson. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! Screaming in distress, Little Gray ran back to its leader. Sue merely cast a faint glance at this scene before withdrawing his gaze. Currently, Little Gray's strength is not much different from that of its father, the wolf. Not even the solitary adult reindeer can be caught, let alone challenge the herd? Sue ignored its cries. Instead, he came to the ice layer again. Most species that had not yet eaten were already here at the ice layer. Sue was even thinking. If he could use enhanced serum to strengthen his lungs, it would also be a good option. Then he could breathe underwater to hunt all kinds of fish in the Arctic Ocean. This would also speed up his evolution of AGI. However, currently, these ideas only exist in beautiful aspirations. After arriving at the ice layer, Sue found that there were significantly more species than a few days ago. But these species, relatively clumsy like walruses and sea lions, had already been predated upon. Sue looked out at the boundless ice layer, watching the seals and Arctic ducks resting near the icebreak. Moreover, they were all very alert, keeping an eye on him. Unlike the carelessness and lack of vigilance shown by the walrus herd. This led Sue to abandon his thoughts of hunting these species. He lowered his howl, signaling Little Gray to be on guard. Then he approached an ice hole, his pale blue wolf eyes gazing at the fish in the opening, wanting to see if there were any other species of fish arriving as the warm season approached. Currently, Sue has only eaten Arctic salmon and northern pike. Both tasted very delicious. Having been eating walrus meat these past few days, he had grown somewhat tired of it. Even if he couldn't catch some new types of fish to earn evolution points EP, catching some northern salmon was also an improvement to his meals. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed fresh, tender, juicy fish. The sound of splashing water arose as a northern salmon swam past the ice hole. But it was still far from the ice layer. Sue did not strike, since he hadn't caught any lemmings to use as bait. The difficulty of capturing fish this time shot up. Sue watched intently, staring for a good 10 minutes without a single fish reaching the ice hole. This made Sue want to dive into the sea to fish himself. After developing the lungs with the potential potion, he could go without breathing for 5 to 6 minutes. But ultimately, he refrained from taking that risk. After all, the water was an unfamiliar environment, and Sue's strength would only exert 2 to 3% of its capability underwater. AGI would also be greatly limited. So it was better to play it safe. This time, Sue stood by the ice hole for more than half an hour. Finally, a small fish swam to the ice hole. Species, whitefish. Level 1 level. HP 105. Stamina, 13. STR 3. Def 8. AGI 16. This was a whitefish, only about 20 centimeters long. Although it was small, it still caught Sue's attention. When the whitefish was just 30 or 40 centimeters from the ice hole, Sue moved. His hidden claws emerged completely from under his fur, glinting with a chilling light in the soft sunlight. Splash! The sound of slicing through the sea. Sue's AGI and STR had both significantly improved compared to before. So this time, with swift and decisive moves, the sharp wolf claws pierced through the white fish, and then he quickly scooped it ashore. For this white fish, Sue planned to use it as blood bait and start catching the rest of the fish. Rip! He opened up the struggling little white fish. But Sue only cut off the little white fish's internal organs and gills with his sharp claws and tossed them into the water. After all, Sue hadn't tasted the flesh of the little white fish yet. The flesh could also provide him with some evolution points EP. As he waited for new fish to bite, Sue began to eat the white fish while using an evolution potion. Evolution potion. Sue still had nearly 20 of them. So he wasn't being too frugal. As long as it was a newly obtained prey, he intended to use the evolution potion before eating to maximize the increase of evolution points EP. Ding! The host consumes white fish, gaining 6 evolution points EP. The evolution points EP from the white fish weren't high even with a 3-fold increase, he only got 6. But better than nothing. Sue also began to eat the remaining fish meat. The white fish was small, weighing only 3 to 4 pounds. But it tasted very fresh, with white, tender flesh and a delightful flavor that wasn't too fishy. It was considered very delicious fish meat. Meanwhile, the acquisition of evolution points EP was continuously notifying him. Ding!
The host consumes white fish, gaining 5.5 evolution points EP.
Ding!
The host consumes white fish, gaining 5 evolution points EP.
Ding!
The host consumes white fish, gaining 4.5 evolution points EP. After devouring the white fish in a few bites, he also gained over 30 evolution points EP.
Then, looking at the edge of the ice, there were already 2 or 3 Arctic salmon that had been attracted. As expected. Even though the warm season is approaching, the ones attracted by the blood scent were still these fierce fish. But facing these fish, Sue had no intention of letting them go as sharp wolf claws popped out again. Chapter 79, The Meeting of the Arctic Triad. Once more, the wolf claws sliced through the sea. The claws hooked tightly onto the Arctic salmon trying to snatch the food. The Arctic salmon was fierce and still struggling. But Sue's current STR was far beyond what the Arctic salmon could compare with. He pulled it straight out. Next, following the same method, after about 2 hours, Sue caught 8 more fish from below. Among them, 7 were Arctic salmon. And there was also a gray trout. This gray trout had a 2-level attribute, weighing a solid 6 to 7 pounds. After Sue opened up the gray trout, he took a bite. And his eyes lit up. Ding! The host consumes gray trout, gaining 15 evolution points EP. 15 evolution points EP. This trip wasn't in vain, and the evolution potion wasn't wasted. This gray trout was expected to provide him with around 100 evolution points EP. By then, even if he couldn't break through to level 8, he'd be close. Thinking about how close the breakthrough was, the desire to eat within Sue grew even stronger. Evolution. Only through evolution could he become stronger and gain more powerful SCR. He wondered what level his strength would reach when he evolved to a dozen or 20 levels. What kind of power would he attain? Sue was devouring the gray trout. In no time, he finished off the gray trout completely. He has been provided with over 120 evolution points EP. Counting the 30 or so evolution points EP obtained from just eating the white fish. And this time, the harvest from the ice layer was not too bad. He still lacks a few dozen evolution points EP to break through to level 8. By then, he can just eat some muskox meat or walrus meat for a few days. And he will have enough evolution points EP. 8 level. The day is not far off. This brought some joy to Sue. Ah, whoa. He howled softly, then gestured for Xiao Hui to come over and eat. Although Xiao Hui had eaten fish meat before, now it was once again drooling over the tempting food. Sue went to the ocean garbage area and found a small fishing net. The ocean garbage near the ice layer was mostly plastic bottles, fishing nets, and foam. It could be said that it was everywhere. He fed 2 small Arctic salmon to Xiao Hui. The remaining 5 Arctic salmon were put into the fishing net, preparing to take them back to share with Cousin and the 2 cubs. Especially Wolf Sis. Their love for fish meat is likely greater than that for any other food. However, just as Sue was finishing packing these fish, suddenly, the wolf clan's keen hearing picked up distant sounds of bear growls. A glint flashed in Sue's pale blue wolf eyes. After multiple evolutions, his hearing, vision, and sense of smell have all reached the peak of the wolf clan. He could clearly distinguish that the sound was coming from 3 kilometers away. Ah, whoa! He howled softly, signaling Xiao Hui to stop eating and take the caught fish back to the cave. Meanwhile, Sue. He quickly got up. With an AGI of over 50 meters per second, launching at full speed. 3 kilometers may seem like a considerable distance to ordinary people. But for Sue, it didn't even take a minute. It was as if he dashed like a white shadow, and like lightning. Soon, he stopped at a snow slope. Then, his pale blue wolf eyes looked down from above towards the bear clan's growls. What came into view was a grizzly bear standing 3 meters tall, even taller than a polar bear.
This grizzly bear must have come specifically to steal food from the polar bear. The two bears, therefore, started a fierce confrontation. Bang! The grizzly bear struck heavily, hitting the polar bear on the head. The blow caused the polar bear to stumble. This polar bear was not female, nor a cub. It was the powerful polar bear Sue encountered during the polar night, capable of hunting skillfully for white whales. But now, bang! This strong polar bear seemed utterly helpless, being brutally battered by the grizzly bear. The grizzly bear struck again, hitting the polar bear's shoulder. Its long claws, roar, directly tore several bloody marks into the polar bear's front shoulder. The polar bear was in agony. It began to fight back desperately. But the grizzly bear was too agile, its AGI far superior to that of an ordinary grizzly. The polar bear managed to hit the grizzly bear a few times, only causing it to take a few steps back, without inflicting any real damage. Roar! With the sounds of the angry bear roaring, the polar bear, after several bouts with the grizzly, finally lost. It dragged its wounded bare body and started to flee in panic. Even the sea lion it had just hunted was abandoned. Sue had some impression of this grizzly bear, because in this 100-mile radius, there were 5 grizzly bears. 2 had died under his wolf claws. There was also a gentle-natured grizzly bear. And another was a female grizzly bear. And this grizzly bear, strong and full of wildness, soaring with fierce energy, was the last one. Sue did not expect that after a few months, this grizzly bear had become so powerful. Race, variant grizzly bear. Level, 15 level. HP, 3385. Stamina, 183. STR, 189. Def, 185. AGI, 89. Talent, Def D level. The statistical attributes of this grizzly bear appeared before Sue. Another species. Sure enough, he was not mistaken. But this variant grizzly bear was shockingly strong, boasting glamorous attribute values, often nearing 200. Especially, even the largest weak point, the AGI column, had reached 89. What does 89 AGI mean? Such AGI means that the grizzly bear can run at full speed, reaching over 20 meters per second. A grizzly bear with such violent attack power and unbeatable DEF, also possessing such AGI. Sue could only feel that the polar bear did not lose in vain. If this goes on, the polar bear would likely be torn to shreds here. Initially, Sue thought that the strength of a variant would only be slightly stronger than that of an ordinary race. But upon seeing this grizzly bear, Sue felt that the potential of variants seemed far greater than just slightly stronger than ordinary races. It could absolutely break through racial limits. Roar! At this moment, the variant grizzly bear, with its incredibly sharp sense of smell, discovered the white wolf on the snow slope. It stood tall with its 3-meter-high massive bear body. The indomitable and powerful aura emanates freely. The pair of pitch-black bear eyes were also gazing at Sue on the high slope. And at that moment, the lynx, which is about 1 meter 80 to 90 and covered in purple fur. They were also drawn here by the heavy stench of blood and the sound of roaring. Also exudes a strong and fierce aura as it stands on another snow slope. The pair of green eyes scan the powerful grizzly bear without a trace of fear. There will be 2 updates today, and I will catch up tomorrow. Chapter 80, the next hunting target. This lynx's size doesn't seem very large, but in comparison to the lynx species, it has already surpassed its own limits. Sue's mind moved, and the stats of this lynx appeared before him. Species, lynx variant. Level, 10 level. HP, 968. Stamina, 93. STR, 121. Def, 87. AGI, 137. Talent, Stealth C level. The lynx's attributes are relatively weaker than those of the grizzly bear. This is also a limitation brought about by the species. The more powerful a species is, the more it can mutate into variants.
And the resultant strength is naturally greater. However, this lynx's superior AGI makes it unafraid of the grizzly bear. Another species. This is also a variant. However, this variant lynx has the same development path as Sioux, both following the AGI route. But it is far inferior to Sioux. As for the grizzly bear variant, due to the species reasons, its attributes are powerful. But its AGI isn't high, so it doesn't pose much of a threat. Roar! While the grizzly bear below, they had already sensed the lynx that appeared nearby. Those pitch-black eyes looked at the lynx, then at Sioux. In the end, it merely picked up the sea lion's corpse and left quietly. Then the lynx's green eyes met Sioux's gaze, and its strong instincts sensed that the other was not to be trifled with, so it quietly retreated. It seems, as Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf each became other species through abundant eating, other creatures had already quietly evolved into different species. This scene made Sioux feel that these creatures in nature should not be underestimated. Some exceptionally talented beings also had rapidly maturing AGIs. Especially the lynx, which had the fierce aura of a little lone wolf. This aura was clearly forged through killing. Moreover, this lynx was not a species native to the Arctic. It must have slipped into the Arctic from somewhere. Sioux's light blue wolf eyes watched them leave, then turned around, preparing to return to the cave. With Sioux's current AGI, it didn't take long before he was back in his territory. After returning, he began to howl, calling 2 female wolves. The 2 female wolves heard Sioux's call, and both wagged their tails, excitedly running over. Regarding the head wolf and the new wolf pack, the loyalty of the 2 female wolves was now quite high. After all, every week, the head wolf would let them feast, a treatment that no other wolf pack would offer. After calling the 2 female wolves over, he instructed them to be particularly vigilant for any foreign hunters while patrolling the territory. If they made any discoveries, they should report to him immediately. This caused the 2 female wolves to howl submissively as they accepted the order. Next, and Sioux let them disperse. Back in the cave, he then saw Little Gray welcoming him. "Ah-whoa! Ah-whoa!" Seeing their leader return safely, Little Gray howled joyfully. As for the few fish he brought back, the wolf pack dared not touch them. Even the little lone wolf, who had the privilege of eating freely, merely sniffed at the fish, sensing the delicious scent of the fish, but ultimately did not eat. The little lone wolf was quite prudent. For food that had already been eaten by the pack, it could eat some on its own. However, for this newly caught food, it always waited for Sioux to distribute it before eating. As for Wolf Sis, she was drooling quite a bit. Looking at Wolf Sis's clumsy demeanor, Sioux found it somewhat amusing. Currently in the fishing net, there are still 5 fish. Sioux allocated pieces to Little Lone Wolf, Cousin, Wolf Sis, and Ash. As for the 2 male wolves, he did not allocate any. In the wolf pack, the haired wolf is of the lowest level. Currently, the treatment that Sioux has given to the haired wolf is quite decent. Naturally, he had no intention of sharing food again. He even saved the last fish for Wolf Sis. Wolf Sis has a great fondness for fish. It is also the only one in the pack with a blood relationship to itself. One should naturally spoil oneself a bit more. After sorting out the food, the wolves have already started eating. Cousin, Wolf Sis, and Ash already have experience in catching fish, so they are quite experienced. The sharp claws will gut the fish. The fresh, tender taste of the fish immediately spreads throughout the entire cave. Only the little lone wolf eats for the first time. But the clever little lone wolf learns everything just by watching the rest of the wolf pack eat fish, and even uses its sharp claws to scrape off the layer of scales from the fish's surface, making it easier to eat. Seeing this scene, Sue has come to value the little lone wolf even more. Because the little lone wolf's intelligence is growing quickly as well. If it continues to develop this way with AGI, it won't be long before it can hold its own against the two exotic species encountered today. The lynx subspecies among them has unbalanced attributes. AGI and STR are strong points. However, AGI is far inferior to Sue. And even in terms of SCR, it cannot match the power of Sue's enhanced right paw. Therefore, Sue is already preparing to set its sights on the next hunting target, this exotic lynx. The meat of exotic species, not only in taste, far surpasses that of ordinary species, but also the evolution points EP gained are undoubtedly incomparable to those of ordinary species. Last time, after eating bear cubs, there was clear verification. If it captures this lynx this time, the essence parts from the level 10 exotic lynx will surely provide a significant amount of evolution points EP. However, to be safe, Sue still plans to level up to level 8 before attempting to take down this lynx. In these next few days, it will also observe this lynx more. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will not be in danger in 100 battles. Besides the lynx, at this moment, Sue's next hunting target is the. There are also polar bears, seals, Arctic ducks, and snowy owls among them. Snowy owl. He has identified the locations of several snowy owl nests through his observations over the past few days. As for these flying birds, they only remain vigilant at their nests, waiting for an opportunity. Currently, if Sue's AGI lies hidden within a 50-meter range, it could wipe them out completely before they even have a chance to react. The genes and flesh of these species are also the fuel for Sue's next level. As he planned the route of evolution, time quietly passed by. And soon the sky turned dark. The wolf pack finished eating the fish divided by Sue. They all obviously felt a lingering satisfaction. The little lone wolf finally got to eat fish. And it was pleasantly surprised by how delicious the fish tasted. Thinking that in the future, it would also catch fish for the wolf pack to eat. Currently in the cave, only Wolf Sis has one fish left. And Wolf Sis, holding the fish that Wolf Brother had left for it, came to the corner to sleep. Then dug out some gravel with its little paws and buried the fish. Next, it then came back to Wolf Brother's side, affectionately rubbing against him. Although Wolf Sis is carefree, it can still feel Wolf Brother's care and affection for it. And at that moment, the pitch-black night fell. On the Siberian border, several modified off-road vehicles drove into Arctic territory. Chapter 81, Visiting Wolf Dad. Next, after sneaking into the Arctic, these poachers stopped. There were a total of 12 people, all fully armed. They waited in place for a moment, when Franz and his assistant also arrived. Franz, the initiator of this hunt skill, had been observing that lynx for a long time. This lynx not only exceeded the size of an ordinary lynx, but its intelligence also surpassed that of an average lynx. In addition, he was also very curious about some Arctic creatures mentioned in Tiffany's thesis. Since he was going to the Arctic anyway, he might as well capture some. This time he was deploying a very well-known security team, led by someone named Slanka, who was capable of anything as long as he was paid. Young Master Franz has finally arrived. My brothers and I have been waiting for a long time. Slanka, who stood nearly 6 feet tall, with a beard that looked rugged and wild, came forward to shake hands with Franz. There was a glint of sharpness in his eyes. Okay, what weapons and equipment have you prepared? This capture mission is quite dangerous. Franz politely shook hands with Slanka, because he knew that this man, while appearing to respect him greatly, did not mean that he could completely command him. Slanka and his men were just a group of maniacs willing to risk their lives for money. At this moment, Slanka boldly introduced, "We didn't bring any big guns, after all, the cost to transport them is high, but if it's just capturing a few beasts, these weapons are sufficient. These are 2 close defense experts, armed with large caliber shotguns. Within 30 meters,
All lives are equal. Even if a polar bear takes a few shots, it won't be unharmed. These 8 are assault troops, armed with long-range rifles with high penetration. Even if they get hit a few times, it'll only limit their mobility, which is perfect for capturing those wild animals alive. Franz nodded to this group and said, "All right. Got it. I believe our mission will be successfully completed this time." Next, standing at the forefront, he took out a list and addressed the group. 80 million rubles. Please catch the lynx and the species on this list, hoping for a pleasant cooperation between us. At that moment, Slanka took the list and glanced at it, noticing it was just a bunch of ordinary species. Smiled and shouted loudly, "Brothers, for the rubles! Let us fight enthusiastically! For the rubles!" Many subordinates followed with a wild cheer. Next, they then set off in the off-road vehicles. Franz and his assistant also followed the group into the snowy Arctic, because he wanted to see these extremely worthwhile research creatures first and to be the first to collect their genes. If he really discovers something, then he would be equivalent to mastering the latest genetic technology of this era. By then, he could also show those who considered him a madman and thought his genetic studies were absurd what true academia is, and has mastered the latest genetic technologies. As long as he wants, even a Russian billionaire would be easily attainable. No. He aims to become the richest person in the world. He aims to become a super-level tycoon unlike anything seen before in the world. But Franz, lost in his fantasies, would never expect that. They are armed hunters. This Arctic trip has unexpectedly turned into a soul-searching journey. Time swayed. Just a few days have flown by in the blink of an eye. Sue has consumed over 100 pounds of musk ox meat, gaining around 50 evolution points EP, and is almost ready to break through to level 8. These days, Sue has also relied on AGI to track and observe lynxes twice. The wolf pack's hearing, sense of smell, and vision are frighteningly sharp, just like a mini radar. Through observation, Sue discovered this lynx is clearly new to the Arctic, not even having its own hunting territory or den. Every time, it can only hunt in the territories of other hunters. Just yesterday, it clashed with a pack of 6 Arctic wolves, fighting over food. The lynx's attacks and strength are overwhelming. Plus, it has a fierce demeanor. Even though the wolf pack coordinated well, some were still killed or heavily injured by the lynx. Then it settled down here briefly. However, Sue still hasn't seen this lynx's true talent. But there's no regret. At least the combat ability displayed by this lynx doesn't pose a threat to him. The lynx's agility is currently only about 30 to 40 meters per second, somewhat stronger than a cheetah. But compared to Sue, there's still a significant gap. Next, Sue also went to check on Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom to see how they have been living recently. Once it arrived, he happened to run into Wolf Dad patrolling the territory. During this time, Wolf Dad has also grown somewhat, now reaching a height of about 2 to 3 meters. As she thought, Wolf Dad's latest stats appeared before him. Originally at the peak of level 6, after taking the alien serum, he has finally reached level 7. Species, Arctic wolf subspecies. Level, 7 level. HP, 823. Stamina, 82. STR, 81. Def, 78. AGI, 79. Wolf Dad's strength is already quite formidable. The explosive strength contained in a 2 to 3 meter wolf body can easily protect the entire pack. Moreover, most wolves develop evenly, almost without any apparent weaknesses. If he were to launch a surprise attack, of course, with Wolf Dad's current strength, he could easily take down an unsuspecting reindeer. It's solitary reindeer. Whoa. But for a herd of reindeer, they still need the pack to fight. Seeing his pups arrive, Wolf Dad was very excited. He rushed over and licked his pup's fur.
After evolving into an alien species, Wolf Dad's already high IQ has received an enhancement. Now, in Wolf Dad's howling, he can clearly communicate and express complete thoughts. And whatever he does is more methodical. Ah, whoa! The authority of the alpha has also grown heavier within the pack. Wolf Dad howled softly, indicating to Sue to come into the den to eat. Since his strength has seen a tremendous improvement, he has led the pack in continuous attacks lately, reaping significant rewards. He even successfully ambushed that powerful herd of musk oxen. In addition, successfully hunting a young male calf that hadn't reached maturity. It can be said, during this time, he also hunted an elderly moose. The wolves have been doing exceedingly well. Currently, in the den, besides the food consumed during this period, there is still about 800 to 900 pounds of food. This is a life the pack has never experienced before. And the intelligent Wolf Dad has also started small-scale expansions with the pack. Chapter 82, Wolf Dad's Pack Strength. Wolf Dad's territory has expanded to 900 square kilometers. This is quite a large area. There are also many types of prey in this region. As long as Wolf Dad is strong enough, then without affecting the ecological balance, the prey that this area can provide would easily sustain 40 to 50 wolves. Moreover, Wolf Dad has added 6 more wolves to the pack. Upon entering the cave, the entire pack has now reached 16 wolves. After greeting Wolf Mom and sharing some affection, Sue noticed the pack was well organized under Wolf Dad's management. Among the 16 wolves, aside from Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom, there are also 6 level 5 wolves and a level 6 male wolf. But this level 6 male wolf clearly only possesses barely level 6 strength, not comparable to the strength Wolf Dad had back then. Furthermore, compared to the current Wolf Dad, it's a world apart. Currently, in the pack, Wolf Dad has promoted 2 beta wolves again, added to the 2 he had. This brings the total to 4 beta wolves. 4 beta wolves, along with 10 alpha wolves. This is the current strength of the entire pack. Once they strike, they exert significant intimidation. With such strength in the pack, plus being led by Wolf Dad, I doubt any hunter would dare to provoke them. This makes them a dominant force in the area. Even that super lynx would have to think twice before stirring trouble. After all, the combat power of a united wolf pack is far from comparable to individual strength. Even if injured, one can rely on the other members of the wolf pack to hunt and obtain some food. But solitary animals like lynxes will not fight to the death unless they are sworn enemies. Because once injured, the next encounter will surely be even worse. However, Sue still communicated with Wolf Dad, signaling Wolf Dad to be more cautious about the upcoming territory expansion. If there is danger they can't handle, they should contact him. Wolf Dad had already seen the fighting ability of his cubs, so it also kept howling in agreement. Next, Wolf Dad then started inviting Sue to eat. Wolf Mom also brought out the tastiest reindeer meat. She nudges him with her nose, encouraging him to eat. These meat-based evolution points EP have already been reduced to the minimum. Actually, Sue doesn't have much of an appetite. But looking at the expressions in Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom's eyes, he still took a few bites. This leads Wolf Mom to affectionately lick Sue's fur. This time Sue came by just to take a look at Wolf Dad and Wolf Mom on his way. So he didn't plan to stay long. After a brief affectionate moment with Wolf Mom, he howled softly to say goodbye. On his way back to the cave, the sky also darkened. But as Sue was moving along, he suddenly heard a commotion. The hearing, smell, and sight of wolves are very sharp. Therefore, even if the sounds came from afar, he could still hear them clearly. Voices of humans? A glimmer flashed in his wolf eyes. Next, and Sue quickly arrived at a snow slope, using a pile of ice and snow to conceal his wolf body.
From his elevated position, he looked towards the source of the sounds. He spotted 3 modified SUVs parked in the icy expanse of the Arctic.
Some people were controlling small drones, flying around,
while the remaining 4 or 5 people who got out of the SUVs were holding rifles.
Seeing the rifles,
a glint of ferocity flashed in Sue's eyes. Poachers.
Not long after he first traveled through,
he had encountered poachers in this area before, but that time they were hunting reindeer. They were all using shotguns.
And this time it was rifles. Quite a number of people have come. What else with this big setup? Are they preparing to capture a polar bear alive? Sue couldn't help but feel a bit curious. However, his hearing was extremely sharp right now.
Even from a distance, he could clearly hear these people's conversations.
Damn! It's just an ordinary lynx looking for food. Quickly turn off the rifle safety. Shooting could very likely attract the Arctic Guard. Currently, Slonka, stepping down from the SUV, was reprimanding his subordinates. Slonka, it's not my fault, you know that lynx is vicious. The day after we tracked it down, it still managed to escape, right?
Even 2 brothers had their throats bitten open by the lynx. We already have corpses among us.
How can I not be afraid?
I knew the reward of 80 million rubles wouldn't be so easy to claim.
The subordinate being scolded was also angrily defending himself in the icy cold.
The chilling temperatures of the Arctic had him, even in very thick protective clothing, still shivering.
Seeing this, Slonka stopped scolding. After all, he initially thought it would be an easy task.
But upon arriving in the Arctic, he realized it was nothing like he had imagined.
The frigid Arctic was too cold,
with temperatures dropping to as low as -30 or 40 degrees at night.
Such temperatures
made them feel bone-chilling cold, even inside the modified SUV. Even the hand holding the gun became stiff.
In addition,
what else even scarier was that lynx, which was far beyond their understanding. With cheetah-level AGI and terrifying attack power, it was exceptionally cunning.
On the very first day after arriving,
they used a drone to locate the lynx's hiding spot.
But even from 2 to 3 kilometers away, it was already detected.
And under the lynx's ambush, 2 of their teammates were killed. The AGI of that lynx was too frightening. Attacking suddenly from 30 to 40 meters away, reaching them in the blink of an eye, they had no time to react. Additionally, that other lynx cleverly used their teammates as shields, which, in fear of friendly fire,
prevented them from daring to shoot at all. Damn! Slonka also angrily kicked the tire of the SUV.
Then turned to the assistant Franz inside the SUV, who was operating the drone equipment.
He said irritably, "Can you even track that lynx? Can't you use satellite detection? Why resort to such an old method as drones?" Franz's assistant merely glanced at the furious Slonka without provoking him further.
After all, in the frigid Arctic, angering Slonka would do no good for him or for Franz. He just sighed and said, "Sorry, but with the onset of the Ice Age and the frequent occurrence of various unusual natural phenomena, the Arctic signals are intermittent. Not only do satellites fail to function, but you can see for yourself that your communication devices have no signal at all."
Damn it! We can't find that lynx now. It's freezing to death up here in the Arctic, and food is scarce. Continuing like this isn't a solution. Although Slonka was very angry, he still understood the current situation of his team.
If they continued to linger in the Arctic, they might not catch that lynx. And team members
would collapse due to the lack of food and the freezing temperatures.
However, just as Slonka finished speaking,
Franz replied, "Going back is fine, but don't expect any payment."
Slonka and Franz exchanged glances for a long time.
And despite being preoccupied with money, Slonka ultimately did not offend his benefactor.
He just gritted his teeth and said, "All right, let us search for another 2 days.
If we can't find it, we must go back. Our food supply is not much."
At this moment, Franz's assistant said, "The wolf packs in this area are very active. They shouldn't be around here.
Let's head toward the ice layer."
Though it's marked as a bear territory, I believe that lynx definitely has the strength to withstand bears.
Who knows, it might be lurking in that area. Scaff also showed a sign of agreement on his face, having a deep understanding of the lynx's ferocity.
So he nodded and said, "All right.
Let's head that way." Chapter 83, The Poachers Are Fully Exterminated.
At this moment, on the snowy slope, Sue
was listening to the conversation of a few hunters below.
He roughly learned that they had come to capture that exotic lynx, but they hadn't caught it and had instead been killed by two.
Sue could understand.
With the current AGI of the lynx,
attacking within 30 to 40 meters would be a matter of seconds. It's an AGI that ordinary people wouldn't have time to react or to shoot. In addition,
the lynx's terrifying attack power has already reached that of bears.
Such a fierce attack power is almost lethal to humans with weak vitality. Most of these human attributes are at the level of 4 level, 5 level. Their stamina is relatively strong.
Life force, STR, def, and AGI are all below the average line.
Especially AGI, which is only around 20. This AGI makes it impossible for them to deal with the lynx. Moreover,
the direction the poachers were heading made Sue feel somewhat amused, because the direction they were heading was exactly into the territory of that exotic grizzly bear.
That night, in the territory of the grizzly bear, the sounds of gunfire rang out. Roar!
Accompanied by the muffled roars of a bear. Slanka looked at the massive grizzly bear in front of him, which was a full 3 meters tall.
He couldn't help but exclaim, "My God! How could there be such a huge grizzly bear? It's even bigger than a polar bear."
The rifle in his hand spit flames towards this giant grizzly bear. But the gray bear's agility was too fast.
Moving at over 20 meters per second, it dodged many bullets. Bang! A heavy paw beyond anyone's imagination.
The paw smashed the glass of an off-road vehicle directly.
It even crushed the head of a poacher hiding inside the vehicle. "Shotgun, shoot!" Slanka cried out on the battlefield. "It's too far, not enough range." Slanka's team member replied.
This team member looked at the gray bear that crushed the off-road vehicle with just a few swipes.
His eyes also revealed fear. God! How could there be such a terrifying monster? Damn it! Slanka, let's retreat.
The power of the rifles in our hands can't cause any effective damage to this gray bear, several of the commandos said, equally terrified.
But just as they were considering retreating, bang! Another violent paw.
The gray bear chased down another off-road vehicle attempting to escape. Its massive paws flipped the vehicle over.
The airbags deployed. And inside the off-road vehicle, Franz and his assistant suddenly felt dizzy. After the off-road vehicle stopped rolling,
the huge bear head of the gray bear snatched Franz's assistant out through the broken window.
Click!
In the terrified gaze of the assistant, the gray bear opened its mouth and bit off his neck. The bloody headless corpse
made Franz feel somewhat nauseous.
But in those golden brown eyes, there was an obsession with genetics. I knew it, I knew that some species have already managed to break their own limits. The lynx is one example, and the grizzly bear is another.
But the people from the company think I'm crazy. Even my father doesn't support me. I have to get back alive. This is a monumental moment in the history of biological genetics. Franz desperately ran down from the off-road vehicle.
Then he called out to Slanka, "Slanka, quick, drive the last SUV to escape, leave a few people behind to hold them off."
Slanka glared at him fiercely and said, "Have you gone mad? Why are you falling back?"
At this moment, retreating means death.
Franz panted heavily, saying, "I can't die.
Because this gray bear and that lynx are the greatest discoveries in the history of biological genetics, I need to go back and tell everyone.
Damn the discovery, all I know is that 5 of my subordinates have died.
If I leave a few behind as cover, my men will all be dead."
Slanka kicked Franz hard in the foot.
But Franz continued, I will compensate them, I will put up 50 million rubles for their families.
And with that 80 million rubles, the fewer people there are, the more you can split it, right? I might die here, and you won't get anything.
Frantically, Slanka, upon hearing Franz say this,
finally calmed down. He glanced
at a few of his subordinates still shooting wildly with rifles to suppress the grizzly bear. Pain flashed in his eyes. But he directly shoved Franz into the car. Then got in himself, started the off-road vehicle, and left. Once in the car, they quickly drove away.
Damn it! Slanka, you bastard! What the hell? After years of brotherhood, is this how it ends? Ah! As Slanka was leaving, he could still faintly hear the curses from his subordinates through the fallen car window. Along with the bullets passed by the rifle, they also disappeared. But soon, these curses were drowned out by the bear's roar. The bullets spewed from the rifles vanished as well. This made Slanka's eyes filled with a heavy sense of regret. And after driving a certain distance, Slanka gritted his teeth and said to Franz, my subordinates are all dead, and before departure, they didn't inform anyone. Franz replied, I know you have a good confidentiality principle. Don't worry, the compensation I promised will be sent to each of you. No. What I mean is, the 80 million and 50 million rubles must all go into my account. Slanka said in a serious tone. This left Franz stunned. But he still nodded in understanding. In Slanka's line of work, for the sake of money, anything can be done. It's also very normal to cut ties completely. But this has nothing to do with him. 30 billion rubles is insignificant compared to this great discovery? But, right in France, before he even had a chance to rejoice at escaping, a majestic white wolf, nearly 3 meters in size, appeared before him. Meanwhile, a lynx with purple fur also appeared silently. At this moment, late at night, in a famous bio company in Russia, a board member stared at the unresponsive phone, unable to help but frown and curse. What the hell is he doing? Let him manage the company, instead of getting involved in academic research. Now he can't even be reached for days. Then, the secretary handed a stack of documents to the board member and said, Director, the Russian officials have issued a statement saying that due to the impact of the ice age, there have been widespread snowstorms in the Arctic, hence the Arctic is sealed off. He took the document, nodded and said, I see, those scientists just keep saying the ice age is coming, but fail to explain these abnormal natural phenomena. I've heard that satellites and communications in many places have failed, even the phone in France can't get through. The secretary said, Young Master Franz has always been quite secretive, why not ask his assistant? The director shook his head and said, his assistant's phone can't get through either. Forget it, what's on the agenda for tomorrow's meeting? Let me see it. Chapter 84 Sweet Taste. At this moment in the icy Arctic wilderness, under the pitch-black night, Sue and the lynx directly eliminated Franz and Roncast. The lynx pulled out Roncast's heart and swallowed it whole. It had a face of enjoyment. And Sue also snapped Franz's neck, the sharp wolf claw leaving several deep gashes. Blood splattered recklessly from the neck, with some droplets landing in Sue's mouth. He also gained some evolution points EP. Though very few. It was enough for Sue, who was just inches away from a breakthrough, to finally reach level 8. Ah, whoa! Sue let out a long howl, a resounding wolf cry, echoing across the icy Arctic sky. The mysterious evolutionary energy swept over Sue's entire wolf body once again. And the unusual movement from Sue made the alien lynx quickly create a great distance. With its ghostly green eyes, it stared at Sue, able to sense that the momentum of the white wolf before it had grown stronger. This lynx, which had crossed from Siberia to the Arctic, was sensing danger for the first time. It also sensed Sue's ferocity. It did not linger any longer and quickly turned to leave. And Sue did not chase. As long as this lynx is still in the Arctic, they will surely meet at some point. For now, it's better to savor the joy of gaining strength. Sue's size reached 2 meters and 60 to 70.
And with the wolf's tail taken into account, he had fully surpassed 3 meters. His flesh, fur, muscles, and cells were all growing stronger.
After a moment,
the mysterious energy disappeared.
A new attribute panel appeared before Sue. Name, Sue. Species, Arctic wolf. Level, 8 level.
2560 evolution points EP are needed to level up.
HP 1000. Stamina 100. STR 100. Def 100. AGI 170. Evolution points EP 1. Free stat points 10. Talent, Hunt skill D level, Healing C level.
All his attribute values had reached 100. He was no longer at all inferior to a female grizzly bear. The strength of his enhanced right paw had even reached a STR value of 150.
This was undeniably terrifying. As for AGI,
he added another 10 free stat points to the AGI column.
Only by maximizing his attributes could he establish a real advantage. Moreover, AGI is also crucial for survival and hunting skills. Now with an AGI value of 180.
If Sue ran at full speed, he had already exceeded 60 meters per second in AGI.
This AGI.
Within 100 meters, one could say he would arrive in the blink of an eye.
Having broken through, Sue began searching through the SUV, hoping to find something useful. Soon,
he found quite a few banknotes, but Sue only gave them a glance before looking away.
These things
are of no use to him now.
Next, he simply found some compressed biscuits, chocolate, and candy. These high-calorie foods can indeed be lifesavers in the Arctic.
Sue tore open a candy wrapper and popped it into his mouth.
The taste buds of the wolf tribe could sense the subtle richness and intense sweetness. However, there was no prompt for evolution points EP. But it was also fine to take them back for wolf sis and cousin to eat.
As for the rest, he found nothing useful. In this off-road vehicle, there are quite a few high-calorie foods.
Sue packed everything into a box and took it back to the cave. Back at the cave, most of them have already gone to sleep. Sue let out a low howl, indicating to cousin.
Then he grabbed 2 candies for cousin.
The food for the humans. Cousin had never eaten this before.
She was very curious but didn't know how to open the package. In the end, it was still Sue who helped her tear open the package.
She took a bite. Cousin's eyes lit up.
The wolf pack rarely comes into contact with sweets.
Therefore, the impact of sweets on the wolf pack's taste buds is unimaginable. Seeing cousin's surprise,
Sue gestured for her to take her time eating.
Next,
he simply returned to his spot and started to sleep.
The pitch-dark night was very tranquil. Chapter 85, The Storm Rages. Time passed quickly.
And 3 days went by in a blink.
After Sue got up from the cave, he stood at the entrance and looked at the increasingly fierce blizzard outside. Originally, the 2 female wolves patrolling near the cave couldn't endure the bone-chilling cold wind and were already huddled at the cave entrance, shivering. Sue let out a low howl, signaling them to come in. The 2 female wolves then joyfully ran into the cave. The authority of the alpha wolf is very significant in the pack.
He didn't signal for the 2 female wolves to come in. Otherwise, they would probably continue to shiver at the cave entrance.
Outside, the storm howled.
The swirling snow and ice flew wildly. Sue let out a low howl, calling for Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf,
ready to go out and check on the prey in the territory, as well as the 2 female wolves patrolling the area.
At the moment, this level of blizzard,
only Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf, as different species, could withstand it. Ah whoa! Ah whoa!
2 howls sounded in response.
Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf quickly followed behind Sue. Leaving the cave,
the ice and snow whipped up by the storm hit Sue, sending chills through him.
Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf stayed closely behind him. After all, in such a fierce storm, the sense of smell had already lost its ability to track over distances. Even Sue's vision, in this blizzard, had visibility of less than 200 or 300 meters. Sue first checked on the two female wolves and found that these two female wolves were seasoned in wilderness survival. Before the blizzard came, they had already found a small cave. Currently, the two female wolves were snuggling together for warmth, with constant food supply. The one that had suffered from malnutrition and stopped at level 3 finally grew to just reach level 4. Currently, all 4 wolves in the pack were at level 4. Only at level 4 can they barely be considered adult Arctic wolves. When the two female wolves saw Sue had arrived, they wagged their tails, showing friendliness to the alpha. At the same time, they reported their findings from their patrol over the last few days. Through the female wolves' reports, Sue also gained a rough understanding that, under the blizzard, the animals in the territory had started looking for places to take shelter and rest. Among them, the muskoxen and moose, fighting for sheltered spots against the wind, had a brief yet intense confrontation. In the end, the muskoxen won. After all, the muskoxen's teen charges are quite destructive. The adult moose among the moose herd was severely injured from the collision, though it was still barely hanging on. Facing such a massive blizzard, its life was likely in jeopardy. As for the two smaller herds of reindeer, they too had found sheltered spots and were currently resting. Due to the fierce blizzard, many animals couldn't go out to feed, so resting was the best way to conserve stamina. Ah, whoa! Sue let out a low howl. He acknowledged the reports from the two female wolves. After all, braving the blizzard to patrol was a clear indication of their serious attitude. He signaled to the two female wolves that after the blizzard stops, they could go to the cave and get more food. This made the two female wolves excitedly howl with joy. For them, the reward of food surpassed everything else, because food is what matters most to survival. Next, Sue then led Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf on another patrol of the territory. He also took a look at the animals taking shelter from the wind and snow. He noticed that under their survival instinct, the animals were all curling up under rock walls and caves to conserve maximum stamina and body heat, fighting against the raging blizzard. During this time, he also discovered the injured moose. This moose had its ribs and leg bones broken from the muskoxen's charge. Even its antlers had been broken at the edges. This shows that the power of the muskox's charge was formidable. This moose was struggling to crawl toward the rock wall, but ultimately failed to reach it. It leaned against the bushes, shaking with cold. In no time, its body was covered by snow and ice. Even with its thick fur to ward off the cold, it still couldn't withstand a storm of this level. The moose's body was slowly becoming stiff, and it knew it was nearing death. Yow! Driven by survival instinct, it called out towards the moose herd. But its tragic cries hardly traveled far in the howling blizzard, quickly dissipating. Sue signaled Little Lone Wolf and Little Gray to move forward, to kill the moose and drag it back to the cave. Since it was going to die anyway, bringing it back as reserve food for the pack was the right choice. This moose was also an adult. With a weight of 800 to 900 pounds, it's enough for the wolf pack to last for a while. This snowstorm has lasted for 2 days, and it's still uncertain how much longer it will last. It's always good to stock up on food. Little Gray and Little Lone Wolf, after receiving the command, quickly rushed over. In just a few seconds, under the bites of the two wolves, the moose met its end. After biting the moose to death, Little Lone Wolf and Little Gray braved the blizzard to drag the moose's corpse back to the cave. On the way, the cold wind is biting. This is the territory of the wolf pack, not far from the cave. But braving the snowstorm, it took more than an hour to drag it back to the cave. At this moment, they've dragged back a moose,
and the food in the cave has nearly surpassed 2,000 pounds. This has given the members of the wolf pack a profound sense of safety and happiness. Inside the cave, Wolf Sis and Ash are nearing level 3. It's estimated that it will only take a few days. The bodies of the 2 young wolves have already reached the point of nearly 2 meters. Among them, Wolf Sis is slightly larger. In addition, the rest of the members in the wolf pack still see the little lone wolf as the fastest to gain strength. Previously, the little lone wolf had not eaten enough food, stunting its growth. But now, with a large supply of food, it has already made significant progress on its way to level 5. At this rate, it's estimated that in another 2 months, it will break through to level 5. A level 5 mutant Arctic wolf's power level is nearly on par with a level 6 Arctic wolf. But in terms of combat power, it will definitely surpass a level 6 Arctic wolf. Because the sensitivity of the mutant's senses, the sharpness of its claws and fangs, and its resistance to damage are unmatched by ordinary Arctic wolves. By then, 2 level 5 mutant Arctic wolves, even without Sue's intervention, are enough to lead the wolf pack to hunt plenty of prey. Additionally, it should prepare for its rise to level 9. Is it that lynx or the polar bear? At this time, Sue shook the snow off its fur, and its light blue wolf eyes looked out at the snowstorm, a flicker of fierce light passing through. If anyone has any opinions, feel free to speak up. Thanks to the support of the cute UNG, the electromagnetic cannon brother, the white gull skimming the sea, Beidang cloud, and the difficulties in naming it QWQ, thank you all for your support. Chapter 86, Showdown in the Blizzard. Night. In the dead of night, the snowstorm outside shows no signs of stopping. Nowadays, apart from the howling of the blizzard, hardly any other sounds can be heard in the Arctic. Meanwhile, Sue quietly stepped out of the cave into the snowstorm. It arrived at the territory temporarily occupied by the lynx. In the end, it chose the lynx, preparing to eliminate this mutant. Because the evolution points EP that a mutant can provide far exceed that of a polar bear. Thinking about it, just this lynx mutant alone, it's estimated to provide him with hundreds of evolution points EP. However, Sue observed the lynx's lair for quite a while, but did not find any sign of the lynx. Is it out hunting? Or has it fled? Sue felt a bit surprised. But just at that moment, the lynx, just back from scouting its territory, saw Sue. The green gleam in the lynx's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. It had already guessed the purpose of the white wolf's visit. Did it take itself for prey? It couldn't help but reveal its sharp fangs. Once upon a time, it was just an ordinary lynx, once lucky enough to catch a young wild cow. After feasting for a few days, it was surprised to find that its strength, AGI, reaction, and size had all increased significantly. Since then, the lynx began its peak career. Hunting wild cows and musk deer alone, these were its daily routine. It even dared to battle Siberian tigers and humans, known as the natural enemies of animals. Which lynx would dare to be that bold? Only it dares. And only it can kill its way from Siberia to the Arctic. Along the way, the lynx's rising arrogance became even more fierce and brutal. Originally, the scent of the white wolf was highly appealing to it. Now it didn't expect that the white wolf would come right to its front. The white wolf might be a bit stronger than itself. But so what? As long as it's not a head-on confrontation. Under its stealth ability, they would inevitably become its prey. This lynx began to crawl on the snow, then slowly approached Sue. Its originally conspicuous purple fur also quietly changed to blend with the surrounding environment. Even the lynx's scent had dissipated into the air. Stealth ability. The lynx had once stealthily ambushed countless opponents stronger than itself. Quietly crawling forward, it had gradually come within 50 meters of Sue. But the lynx still contained its inner restlessness. Until the white wolf appeared within 30 meters of it. The lynx sprang into action, its fur instantly regaining its purple color.
It was like a purple lightning bolt, speeding towards the white wolf. Such AGI generated a chilling sound in the air. It even briefly drowned out the howling of the blizzard. Lynx. At that moment, as Sue was preparing to head back, it instantly saw the lynx charging towards itself. But by the time it noticed, the lynx was already very close. The lynx's long, sharp claws tore through the icy air with a piercing scream, directly aimed at Sue's neck. Sue could only make a last-second dodge. But the lynx's AGI was still too fast. Under the enhancement of its stealth ability, it was not inferior to Sue. Rip! The claws ripped open the flesh around Sue's neck, spilling forth bright red blood. A deep cut was made on the neck. This is almost the heaviest injury Sue has suffered while growing up. He never expected that while he was thinking of hunting this lynx, the lynx was also considering hunting him. But in this world, there was never a rule that allowed you to use hunt skill on others while disallowing others to use hunt skill on you. Sue understands this well. Ah, whoa! Roaring with fury. Injured, Sue showed no sign of retreat. A hint of ferocity glinted in his eyes. With immense power, his right claw fiercely struck at the lynx. Bang! Even though it only hit the lynx halfway, it still sent the creature, which was only about 5'9", flying several meters back. Even though it's a different species, it still has a strong resistance to blows. The lynx let out a piercing cry of pain. That sharp cry seemed to drown out the howling blizzard. Sue didn't give it a chance to keep expressing its agony. In the pitch-black night, that pair of wolf eyes glowing green radiated an endless fierce aura. The AGI of about 60 meters per second launched in an instant. The sounds generated from the friction in the air and the shrieking of the blizzard intertwined, making this area sound even more terrifying. It was as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing here. The AGI of about 60 meters per second, like lightning, stirred up the ice and snow, swirling around him. Facing Sue's attack, the lynx jumped up swiftly. With its massive jumping strength, it stomped down and created a snow pit about 3 to 4 centimeters deep. Bang! Sue clawed at empty air. Snow flew everywhere. This lynx had nearly dodged all its attacks. After leaping up, the lynx quickly distanced itself from Sue. Soon, both of them emitted a fierce green gaze from their eyes, colliding harshly in the howling blizzard. Both radiated a similarly terrifying and ferocious aura. Sue and this lynx were both fighting to kill. Each carried a brutal and fierce killing intent. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! Two howls echoed amidst the howling wind and snow. Sue's howl was longer and more resonant. The lynx's howl seemed sharper. But within those howls, the ferocity was the same. At this moment, Sue also took a glance at the lynx's attributes. He discovered that the lynx's AGI value had already increased to nearly his level. Stealth. Sue guessed that it was this lynx that activated its talent. But apart from AGI, its other attributes didn't increase. Because of this, the lynx may have a talent that lasts longer. Whoosh! Seeing that it hadn't been seriously injured, the lynx, after glaring at Sue fiercely for a moment, chose to flee quickly. Because lynxes are not adept at direct confrontations. Now, the lynx's running AGI had also broken through 60 meters. Under the blizzard, it was like a purple lightning bolt racing through. But Sue did not let it go, and swiftly chased after it. The purple lynx was sprinting ahead, with Sue trailing behind. In his wolf eyes, cold and fierce light flickered. This creature had already taken the lives of many lynxes in Siberia. And he wanted it. Chapter 87, A Life or Death Struggle. Since this lynx had revealed itself, then waiting for it when the talent's duration ends. Killing it would be as easy as slaughtering a pig or a dog. In the howling blizzard, a brutal chase was underway. Sue and this lynx were racing through the storm,
Many animals hiding under rock walls or in caves from the blizzard could only hear the whoosh as the air was sliced open, but could see no figures. Because Sue and this lynx were too fast, they disappeared into the blizzard within just 2 or 3 seconds. Originally, Sue did not plan to use his hunt skill. This was his trump card. But after running for about 10 kilometers, the lynx SAGI had still not slowed down. Even faintly, the lynx's fur began to blend with the swirling snow, taking on a single color. Its aura seemed to vanish as well. Only its silhouette remained. This made Sue realize that he could not underestimate any species' talents. Even though the talent of stealth only seemed to enhance AGI, its duration was very long. In the current blizzard, visibility was severely obstructed. Beyond 200 or 300 meters, even Sue could not see. "I can't let this lynx get away." This caused a fierce light to appear in his eyes. Hunt skill instantly activated. Sue's wolf eyes instantly turned blood red, and his limbs grew even more robust. His AGI value, in that moment, surged by 50%. Originally over 60 meters per second of AGI. Now, it was approaching 100 meters per second. He could close the distance to the lynx by 40 meters. Seconds. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, Sue caught up. Whoa! Accompanied by an extremely penetrating and resounding wolf howl, it echoed throughout the icy Arctic. Sue leaped, his sharp wolf claws fully unleashed, tearing through the cold, tearing through the air. Accompanied by a long howl, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit from hell, and carrying an attack powerful enough to chill even the bear clan. It smashed fiercely towards the lynx. Bang! Hit! It struck hard against the side of the lynx. The lynx's side was instantly marked with a horrifically noticeable wound. The massive attack power also sent this lynx flying more than 10 meters away. The lynx's body rolled on the ground, stirring up the ice and snow beneath, blending with the swirling blizzard overhead. The lynx was hit hard, reverting back to its original purple fur. And the lynx, rolling in the snow, also spewed out a large amount of fresh blood from its mouth. But the fierce light in its eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Just as Sue charged at it again at nearly 100 meters per second with AGI. The lynx, with a ferocious glint in its eyes, clawed and hurled pieces of broken ice and snow towards Sue. These shards of ice and snow struck Sue's head, causing him little damage. But they did obstruct his vision. The alien intelligence also made him look at it in a new light. Bang! With his vision obstructed, Sue missed. Currently under hunt skill, the power of his right claw's attack had already reached 200. This formidable attack power smashed into the ground, instantly creating a pit in the snow, sending ice and snow flying in all directions. And that severely injured lynx also sensed Sue's overwhelming momentum. It didn't meet him head-on, but ran away again. Hunt skill has 30 seconds left. A hint of anger flickered in Sue's eyes. He pushed AGI to its limits, barely breaking through the panel's AGI value. 100 meters per second. Such AGI exceeded the understanding of all species. Even if the lynx desperately ran, Sue still quickly caught up, giving it everything. It suddenly turns around. Its sharp claws were also aimed at Sue's head. This lynx is going all out. But despite going all out, it is definitely not the opponent Sue who activated the hunt skill. Bang! By the time its claws reached Sue, the lynx was hit hard by Sue again. It was sent flying more than 10 meters. That despite the powerful resistance from the foreign force. It took the lynx quite a while to struggle and get back up. At its shoulder, and it bore a fresh, bloody wound, already seeing the stark white bones. Even the lynx felt. It felt intense pain in its internal organs. This meant that the organs had been shaken and bled by the heavy strikes of the white wolf before him.
Yet it showed no sign of retreat. The fierce gaze in its eyes, as fierce as ever. Because it knows, under the natural law of the survival of the fittest, no hunter will spare you just because you back down. They will only become more reckless and unleash their hunt skill on you when you show weakness. Compassion and mercy have never existed in the mind of a beast. So, no matter the situation, you must show your fangs and claws. You won't survive by being subservient. Ah, whoa! The lynx endured the pain within, howling crazily, with a fierce, savage spirit that fought for its life. That spirit resembled the little lone wolf under the polar night. But the lynx's aura is even more aggressive and overwhelming. The cry was also a long howl. The hunt skill faded. That overwhelming strength in STR and AGI dissipated within him. However, this lynx was also severely injured. After the long howl, Sue looked at the lynx. His gaze intertwined and clashed with that of the lynx amidst the snowstorm. At this moment, although Sue was already hurt, the wound on his neck had also drained quite a bit of his HP. But with his healing ability, in just a few minutes, the bleeding at the wound had slowed and nearly stopped. As his gaze briefly intertwined and clashed with the lynx's, Sue charged towards the lynx once again. He and the lynx both adhered to the AGI path. And currently the lynx's stealth ability was starting to fade, returning to its AGI value of less than 140. Next, Sue and the lynx engaged in a fierce battle relying on AGI. Bang! 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 In a brief contact during their swift movements, it was a violent struggle and biting. In terms of AGI, Sue had a natural advantage. The lynx could not escape Sue's onslaught. And even as its injuries worsened, its AGI was becoming slower. The wounds on its body were also increasing. The lynx's already low HP was rapidly depleting. Only the ferocity within its body kept it from falling. In its brutal struggle, it also inflicted secondary injuries on Sue. A deep gash was carved on his foreshoulder. Sue and the lynx fought and retreated, leaving destruction in their wake. But soon, this chaos was covered by the howling blizzard. A thick layer of snow blanketed it, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 88, The Lynx's Tragedy, Gathering of the 100 Wolves. The resilience of the strange species and the lynx's ferocity were vividly displayed in this battle. In the snowstorm, both sides were engaged in a fierce fight. The lynx's strength was somewhat inferior to Sue's, and after just a few exchanges, it was completely overwhelmed. While battling, the lynx was also looking for a chance to escape. However, the AGI that the lynx usually prided itself on was completely useless against Sue. Attempts to escape several times only resulted in Sue catching up, with wolf claws hitting it brutally, leaving countless wounds on the lynx. Even if the resilience of the strange species was formidable, under all those injuries, its life force was still rapidly fading. The lynx was not known for its life force. Finally, and after fiercely clashing with Sue for more than 10 hits, it was starting to give up. It could sense its weakness, and even began to feel dizzy from blood loss, feeling nauseous. There were also several gory, frightening wounds on it. These wounds exposed the stark white bones inside. Is it going to die? This lynx, exuding a fierce aura, seemed to have already glimpsed its demise. As the king of Siberia, it had come to the Arctic to escape human pursuit. It had originally thought that it could conquer the Arctic and make all species recognize its kingship. But unexpectedly, just a few days after its arrival, was it going to die at the claws of this white wolf? It was unwilling. Ah, whoa! The sharp, clear roar of the lynx sounded again. Driven by a powerful will to survive, it seemed to have returned to life, once again engaging in combat with Sue. At this moment, The lynx's STR value of about 120 and its AGI exceeding 130 seemed to have returned to its peak. Bang! 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 The sounds of flesh colliding and claws tearing through skin echoed once more in the blizzard. The peculiar blood of the lynx. The smell of blood was more intense than that of ordinary species. The smell of blood began to spread and swirl with the howling blizzard. Facing the lynx's final desperate struggle, Sue showed no fear at all. His cold gaze relied on his own AGI, suppressing the lynx. Bang! Sue clawed fiercely again, knocking the not-so-large lynx 7 or 8 meters away. The lynx crashed down to the ground. The surging ice and snow splashed everywhere. The already sparse blood of the lynx gushed out again from its mouth. It struggled to get up from the ground, facing the approaching white wolf. It had a trace of shock in its eyes. The strength of this white wolf exceeded its imagination. It originally thought that relying on its stealth ability, even if it couldn't defeat the white wolf, it could still retreat with ease. But the AGI and attack power unleashed by the white wolf totally shattered its thoughts. Under the hunt skill, that unmatched power from 2 strikes caused its internal organs to bleed. It was precisely those 2 strikes that seemed to proclaim the end of its peak life. Ah, whoa! A sharp and mournful cry rang out. The lynx did not want to die. It hadn't yet reached its true peak. As long as it was given time, it could still grow. But that was just its own wishful thinking. Just as the lynx had just gotten up, another heavy blow smashed into its skull. Bang! With the heavy force striking hard. Crack! The lynx felt as if its toughest skull was cracked under the relentless blows. The pain transmitted from the skull spread through its entire nervous system. In the lynx's green eyes, there were already many crimson blood vessels, and now they were suddenly filled with blood. It truly smelled the scent of death. The lynx felt it couldn't move. It wanted to bite down fiercely on this white wolf even at the cost of its life. But it couldn't do it. Its once agile body was now unbearably heavy. Even howling again became a luxury. But the white wolf before it showed no signs of holding back. Bang! Another heavy strike smashed down hard on the lynx's neck. The sharp wolf claws left deep gashes on the lynx's neck. This wound cut through the lynx's throat. But it didn't splash as much blood as expected, because most of the lynx's blood had already flowed out from its wounds. What sustained it to fight until now was merely its inherent ferocity. Now the lynx was covered in blood, to the point that its original fur color was barely recognizable. Its eyes were shattered by sharp wolf claws, its abdomen had several terrifying wounds, and some of its intestines were spilling out. Even the hardest skull had cracks from numerous fierce blows. It was going to die. As its remaining vitality slipped away wildly, the lynx finally fell heavily onto the icy ground. Its blood-filled eyes gradually lost their fierceness. As the top lynx, it hunted buffalo, moose, and even defeated tigers and grizzly bears. It had even killed several humans, notorious for their cunning. It had killed its way from Siberia to the Arctic. Wherever it went, it killed wherever it went. In the natural world, it seemed there were no rivals. But this time, it was hunted by an even stronger white wolf. Survival of the fittest. It was as if this was a cycle from which no one could escape. Who? At this moment, Sue also came panting to the lynx's side. He did not waste any time, because he and this lynx had fought and moved for several dozen miles. This place was no longer familiar territory. He had even entered the territory of a large wolf pack. So he didn't want to linger too long. The sharp fangs directly pierced into the lynx's neck, once again tearing the wound in its throat. The last flicker of life in the lynx vanished in the biting. That pair of eyes lost all brilliance. This exotic species from Siberia met its end. And Sue also received the level ratings and rewards for this battle. Overcoming strength with weakness. Blood-soaked battle. Brutal warfare. Talent duel. Final victory. Target killed. Combat rating hesitant face.
Combat rating S. You will receive enhanced blood serum, talent blood serum, and 3 recovery potions.
This time, the score reached S. He received quite a few rewards.
Sue had already experienced the enhanced blood serum and talent blood serum.
3 response potions. He glanced at the introduction.
He discovered it was used to restore stamina and status.
After watching the reward,
Sue picked up the lynx's corpse and prepared to head back to the cave. The lynx's corpse wasn't heavy, weighing nearly 200 pounds. But it's hard to imagine how such a slender body could have such powerful STR and AGI. Just as Sue was carrying the lynx's corpse and starting to turn back, the intense smell of the exotic blood from the lynx had not completely dissipated in the snowstorm. There were still hints of it lingering. And in this area, some nearby wolf packs had already caught the scent of blood in the storm.
The smell of blood did not travel far in the snowstorm.
But this area is the territory with the largest number of wolf pack members.
Several wolf pack members started appearing around Sue.
The howls calling for the wolf pack started rising and falling. The howl that usually penetrated strongly could only reach 200 to 300 meters in the snowstorm. But there were too many wolves in this area.
In just a short time, the heads of the wolf pack began to gather.
And the pairs of glowing green wolf eyes appeared extremely fearsome in the dark night.
This is the territory of that large wolf pack, reckless in expansion and unmatched in strength.
The lingering smell of blood from the lynx
made the heads of the wolf pack glimmer with desire. The smell of blood is inherently extremely tempting for wolves. And the exotic blood drove them to madness. Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Each wolf couldn't contain the desire in their eyes and began to follow Sue.
And Sue, with the purple lynx's corpse, was not moving quickly as he turned back.
As time passed,
the large wolf pack, preserving 40 to 50 wolves under the extreme night, began to gather. This large wolf pack had expanded over the past 2 months and has now amassed over 100 wolves, becoming the undisputed overlord of this area.
Even the Bear Clan can only shiver under their rule. Chapter 89, The pack of wolves attacks and goes wild. Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Ah whoa!
The pack of wolves howls. These wolves surrounded Sue closely, with pairs of glowing green eyes, in the dark night, looking like vengeful spirits. As these wolves grew in number, their courage also increased. They approached Sue, getting closer and closer. Many wolves bore the eerie green light in their eyes, not just drooling at the exotic type that exuded a rich smell of blood, but also drooling at Sue. They saw the majestic size of this white wolf and smelled the overwhelming aura it exuded. Yet they still did not retreat,
because the current large wolf pack had no opponents left in this area.
Even the polar bears to the north of this area had been completely hunted down by them. They are the unquestioned overlords of this area. They fear nothing in the face of any species.
In the large wolf pack, there are currently nearly 100 that have gathered around. Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Ah whoa!
As the wolves closed in on Sue, the sounds of their howls seemed to be right next to him. The wolf king of this large wolf pack did not appear.
Only 7 or 8 lead wolves were commanding the scene. Soon, one of the lead wolves couldn't contain itself.
He raised his head.
It led 6 or 7 of its followers to launch a probing attack on Sue. Sue glanced slightly, and the attributes of this lead wolf appeared before his eyes. Species, male Arctic wolf. Level, 6 level. HP, 697. Stamina, 71. STR, 67. Def, 66. AGI is 63. The attributes of this lead wolf were not much different from those of the wolf dad before. Both belonged to the most powerful Arctic wolves at level 6. Ah whoa! With the lead wolf's long howl,
The wolf pack's tactics were instantly activated as several wolves encircled Sue from all sides. And this lead wolf wanted to step forward and take the lynx's corpse from Sue's mouth, to play a restraining role. However, just as the leader wolf stepped forward, its keen sixth sense went wild, alerting it. Soon after, it could only see the majestic white wolf, finally dropping the prey it held in its mouth. From that massive and majestic wolf body, a violent and savage aura began to rise wantonly. Ah, whoa! The loud and coarse howl of the wolves instantly drowned out all their howls. It even briefly overshadowed the howling blizzard. Then, in the eyes of the lead wolf, he saw the white wolf move. In an instant, this white wolf resembled a white streak of lightning, arriving before it could even react. Right in front of it, the lead wolf revealed an uncontrollable look of panic and fear. But just as it was about to retreat, there was simply no time. The terrifying right paw of the white wolf brought with it a shrill howl that split the blizzard. It smashed violently into its chest. Bang! Leaving all the wolf pack stunned and unable to react, directly sending this lead wolf flying over 10 meters. Its chest was carved open by the sharp wolf claws, exposing its bones, with blood gushing wildly. Many of the wolves were momentarily stunned by this brutal blow from the white wolf. But Sue still did not stop, because he himself was part of the wolf pack, and he understood this principle deeply. It is better to lose 10 fingers than to lose a whole hand. The wolf pack is not afraid of injuries, because they have the pack behind them. Even if injured, they can still eat leftovers. But death is what they truly fear. The fierce and harsh aura rose from Sue's wolf eyes. He did not originally want to provoke this large pack of wolves. After all, such a powerful large wolf pack could deplete his stamina, even if there were no other beasts. But now, it seemed they did not want to let him leave. This wolf pack was not just staring at the lynx's corpse. Sue also discovered from their long howls that they even wanted to keep him. This made Sue reveal his sharp fangs. Since this wolf pack wants to fight, then let us fight. If they don't give this wolf pack a bloody lesson, they want to know that in the Arctic, there exists a force they cannot provoke. With an AGI of 60 meters per second, Sue sprinted at full speed, not giving the lead wolf that tested him a chance to react. With another fierce claw, he struck the lead wolf down onto the icy ground, with a strike exceeding 150 points of street. The force of this blow surpassed that of a male grizzly bear. Bang! He smashed the head of the lead wolf deeply into the ice and snow. Blood began to flow down from its wolf head, staining the surrounding ice and snow scarlet. The fact that this lead wolf dared to take the first move means it was also a valiant warrior among the pack. But today it picked the wrong target. Since it showed its teeth first, it must be prepared to pay with its life. Sue's green wolf eyes radiated endless ferocity. Ah, whoa! Ah, whoa! The lead wolf's mournful howl echoed at that moment. But it was quickly drowned out, because Sue again delivered a ruthless slap. Bang! This harsh strike cut open the lead wolf's throat. Then Sue pressed down hard with his two front paws on the wildly struggling lead wolf. He revealed his sharp fangs. Before the surrounding wolves had time to attack, he directly tore open the lead wolf's abdomen. Rip! Accompanied by the sound of flesh being ripped apart. The lead wolf was instantly disemboweled by Sue, ceasing to struggle. The bloody gore stained his pure white fur, turning it bright red. The heavy strikes that shattered the lead wolf's organs also splattered bits and pieces onto Sue's fur, making the tall and robust Sue look like a wolf that had crawled out from the underworld. Ah, whoa! Soon after, once again, the loud and coarse howls of wolves rang out, along with the increasingly powerful aura exuding from the majestic white wolf. At this moment, Sue's wolf eyes looked towards anywhere, and the wolf pack could not help but take several steps back. This is dominance. This is also the unparalleled deterrent power that death brings.
But it's still not enough. This kind of deterrence isn't enough to make the whole wolf pack tremble. The entire wolf pack confronted Sue, now splattered with blood. With an atmosphere that seemed to settle, with only the howling blizzard in the background. But amidst a few howls of wolves, that murderous intent began to boil. Several lead wolves howled long, commanding the pack to launch an attack. The wolf pack began to advance in stages, surrounding Sue. Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Hundreds of wolves howled. And the fierce and violent aura emanating from Sue also reached its peak. His eyes carried a chilling killing intent. Currently, if he wanted to bring back that lynx's corpse, he could only rely on his powerful combat strength and fierce aura to completely pierce through this wolf pack. Killing until their gazes towards him were filled with fear and trepidation. Sorry for the delay in updates, I have to volunteer for a few days. Chapter 90, The Wolf Pack Siege, Killing in Madness. For Sue's current DEF. As long as these wolves do not strike at his vital points, ordinary wolves cannot break through his fur and skin DEF. So the attacks that were clearly harassment and entanglement from the wolf pack, he simply ignored. Sue withstood the wolf pack's assaults, only targeting those wolves that posed a threat and dared to touch the lynx's corpse to attack. Especially any wolf that attempted to move the lynx's corpse, he would kill. He battled with the lynx for dozens of strikes, traversing dozens of miles, before finally slaying it. He could not just hand over his prey. He wanted this wolf pack to understand that if they wanted to plunder his prey, they would have to pay a bloody price. The long howls of wolves mingled with the howling blizzard, echoing across this area. Bang! Sue struck hard at the female wolf trying to take the lynx's corpse away. His sharp wolf claws tore a terrifying wound from its head down to its chest. Blood gushed, splattering wildly. With a heavy force, the entrails of this level 4 female wolf were shattered. It was struck down deep into the icy ground, unable to rise again. The wolf's eyes, glowing green, revealed a sense of fear and dread towards the white wolf before it. This was a bloodthirsty wolf it had never seen before. So vicious. So ruthless. When Sue was about to kill the female wolf, the other wolves in the pack began to rush towards him, crazily biting at him. In their green, glowing eyes, the wolves revealed their unique ferocity. But the vast majority of the wolf pack hasn't even breached Sue's skin. Yet the powerful bite still made him feel pain. Ah whoa! Sue growled in anger. Today, there is no retreat, only advance. The sharp wolf claws glimmered with deadly light. Bang! He struck fiercely, sending the lead wolf tumbling away. This was a level 6 male wolf. The wolves had a resilient vitality. Like copperheads with iron bones but soft waists. That last strike inflicted an extremely terrifying wound on its wolf's head. And the blood flowing from the wound stained its green eyes a vivid red. However, under the urgent howls of the lead wolf, they charged in recklessly. They continued to encircle Sue, starting to bite. More and more wolves were climbing over Sue. They aimed to bite him while trying to topple this powerful white wolf. Once they flipped it over, the frightening death would be gone. Facing its soft belly, one can imagine that even a female wolf would be able to eviscerate the white wolf. They wanted not just the lynx's carcass, but also to ensure the death of this white wolf. The wolf pack's hunting was always ruthless. Even when facing an unbeatable polar bear with a high DEF, attack power, and HP, they would still manage to wear the polar bear down through repeated attacks on its weak points. What about this white wolf? Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Ah whoa! The mad howls of the wolves echoed. Sue struggled mightily, shaking off several wolves from him. But soon, more wolves lunged at him. A never-ending cycle of tactical assaults. This was meant to exhaust him to death. In Sue's wolf eyes, an overwhelming brutality shone. He revealed his extremely sharp fangs. Targeting a level 5 male wolf that tried to attack his flank, he swiftly moved and pinned it under his claws. Under Sue's powerful force. Even though this wolf was struggling madly, it couldn't budge an inch. The sharp fangs pierced into the male wolf's neck. He began to ruthlessly tear. Blood gushed out from the male wolf's neck, splattering into Sue's mouth. The scent of the wolf's blood filled the air. And the other wolves, seeing Sue biting down, exposed their necks. Instantly, a peak level 6 lead wolf charged towards Sue. Bang! He struck hard. It aimed for Sue's neck wound. This neck wound had been made by the lynx under the healing talent. It was close to scabbing. But taking this heavy blow, the scab on the wound was torn open, and blood flowed out again. Ah, whoa! Sue let out a pain howl. With the blood flowing from his neck wound, life also leaked away. In a fit of rage, he latched onto the male wolf's neck, then yanked upwards with force. Rip! With that ferocious might, Sue literally ripped the male wolf's neck apart. The bloody wolf head, with its unblinking gaze, was clamped between his jaws. This brutal scene left fear gleaming in the eyes of many wolves. But soon, under the howling direction of the lead wolves at the back, the wolf pack surged forward again. Sue and the wolf pack were once again in a fierce battle. The frenzied howls, the sounds of claws rending flesh, the chilling screams, and the howling of the blizzard resounded throughout the area. Generally, when hunting, wolf packs would assess risks versus rewards. If losses and gains were disproportionate, they would retreat. However, Sue had already killed 3 wolves, including a lead wolf. Yet the pack showed no signs of withdrawing. Is the allure of foreign blood and flesh really that great? Sue, with his wolf eyes, observed the wolves braving forward and raised his battle power to its peak. Since they wouldn't retreat, then let us keep killing. The scent of death spread throughout the wolf pack. Sue's strength was fully unleashed, furiously shaking his body to throw off the wolves biting at him. Then at a speed of over 60 meters per second in AGI, he headed straight for the lead wolf that had just torn open his wound. Since it attacked him, it must be ready for death. Ah, whoa! Faced with Sue's lightning-fast AGI, the lead wolf's eyes clearly flashed with panic. It howled, attempting to command the wolves under its control to block this white wolf. But there was no time. At 60 meters per second in AGI, it was upon him in the blink of an eye. Bang! With a fierce strike, he sent the lead wolf flying 10 meters away. This heavy strike also caused large amounts of blood to spill from the lead wolf's mouth. But right afterward, before the lead wolf even hit the ground, the incredibly fast Sue leapt again, and with claws as sharp as blades, plunged into its abdomen the moment it landed. Then his fangs sunk into its chest. The lead wolf sensed the approach of death. But instead of retreating, it lunged forward, its wolf eyes flashing with ferocity, biting at Sue. It tried to intimidate this white wolf through its offensive. But it had miscalculated. Sue felt no fear at all, bracing against the lead wolf's bite. He then used great strength. Tearing. The sound of flesh ripping echoed. Following that was a rain of blood. Sue once again ripped the head wolf apart on the spot. Howl. In the midst of the bloody rain, he let out another long howl. In those cold wolf eyes, he scanned the entire wolf pack. Chapter 91, The Wolf Pack's Assault, Driving into Madness. Who? Under the brief shock of ripping apart the head wolf, Sue also welcomed a moment of respite. He and the lynx fought across dozens of miles, already exhausting half of his stamina. Now that he had killed 4 or 5 wolves, his stamina experienced another reduction. Furthermore, compared to the current wolf dad, it's a world apart. He still had about a quarter of his stamina left in his body. He was already close to the warning level. If he were to drop to 10% like last time with the grizzly bear, it would affect his combat power. However, Sue still did not leave. He still had 3 recovery potions. Today, he had expended so much effort hunting the lynx. So he had to bring this lynx back. There was no room for negotiation. Kill the head wolf. Sue changed his strategy
and began to take the initiative, his eyes bursting with endless ferocity. There are currently only 7 or 8 lead wolves present, and 2 have already been killed. He doesn't believe that if he kills a few more, this pack of wolves will still not retreat? Without the lead wolf, the pack loses its backbone. A large wolf pack is formed by the convergence of smaller wolf packs. Still, the leading wolf plays a role in command and coordination during hunt skills. Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Ah whoa! Amidst the urgent howls of the wolves, the pack once again lunged towards Sue. This time, the wolf pack changed its strategy. The weak female wolves only serve as ambushers. Because the female wolf is in front of Sue. If hit in a vital spot, it could likely be fatal. Even if this large wolf pack has many members, it cannot afford such losses. The main attacks are all carried out by male wolves. Bang! Sue struck fiercely, sending the leading male wolf flying. As the remaining wolves wanted to pounce on him again, trying to disrupt his battle, Sue's AGI exploded to its maximum, shaking off the wolf pack. He dashed toward the nearest wolf on the snow slope. It was only about 200 meters away. At Sue's AGI, he would cover the distance in just 3 to 4 seconds. The leading wolf saw Sue approaching in an instant, and did not flee. Instead, it lunged fiercely to bite. Regarding the AGI of this white wolf, it had commanded the battlefield for some time, so it was very clear that AGI was simply inescapable. So it had to fight head-on, delaying the white wolf momentarily, and more members of the wolf pack would come to its rescue. But this leading wolf overestimated its combat ability. Before its fangs could reach Sue, it was hit hard, striking the wolf's head. With an attack power of 150, it was simply beyond the capability of a level 6 leading wolf. Even though the wolf pack is said to have iron resolve, this brutal strike sent it flying back a dozen meters.